Deep within the forest, a peaceful camping trip had become a nightmare. A bizarre choking sandstorm swallowed everything whole. Through the dust, not a single living soul remained. Or rather, everyone was already dead. Only one young man in a red shirt survived, collapsed on the dirt with a blood-stained face. His trembling eyes locked onto the mangled, bloody corpses scattered before him. Pure terror seized his heart as hot tears streamed down his wide, panicked face. He could not believe his eyes. A sandstorm. Why would there be a sandstorm here? But the horror stepping through the dust was no weather phenomenon. It was a towering pitch-black monster glaring right at him. In its massive grip rested a viciously curved blade dripping with fresh crimson blood. Two ancient brass bells dangled from its weapon, ringing softly with every step. It was the sound of approaching death. Smothered by total despair, the young man violently shuddered. He squeezed out one final plea. "Somebody please help me." But in a flash, a dark shadow lunged through the thicket and viciously snagged his ankle. The beast dragged him straight into the abyss of the woods. The camper desperately clawed at the dirt, leaving a trail of torn fingernails and fresh blood. He vanished into the dark shadows. By early dawn the next morning, the red-shirted boy's remains were discovered in an absolutely gruesome state. "What a tragic waste," a voice sighed. Kang, Chana, and her strike team stared grimly at the mangled corpse. Why did this fool wander into a restricted zone? UG-1 rubbed her chin with an exhausted groan. Another dead victim. Looks like I will be buried in paperwork again today. Tracing the massive blood trail, Kang Chana narrowed her eyes. Judging by these tracks, we are dealing with a huge one. If you want to clock out on time, get moving. As unnatural sand filled the air, a massive silhouette materialized from the tree line. The eerie ringing of brass bells echoed through the woods, instantly putting the entire squad on high alert. Chana calmly reached into her coat and pulled out a carefully wrapped blade. Without flinching, she sliced her own palm, executing the familiar ritual with absolute precision. Gripping the blood-soaked hilt, her arm instantly turned pitch black. The raw blood fused with the metal awakening, a legendary razor-sharp weapon. A fierce groan escaped Chana's lips as the agonizing power surged through her veins. UG-1 pointed toward the encroaching darkness and screamed, "Chana, the beast is here." The hulking abomination lumbered forward, revealing repulsive blood-red skin and gripping that infamous curved blade. Unfazed, Chana's eyes flared with a lethal crimson glow as she gave her final order. "I will handle this." Her arm merged completely with the blazing red sword. She marched straight toward the towering monster under the morning sun. Her posture was fearless, an absolute force of nature. Meanwhile, far away from the bloodbath, massive skyscrapers stood peacefully under the sprawling city sky. Inside the Seoul Level 9 Civil Service Testing Center, rows of neat candidates sat in suffocating silence, anxiously waiting for their names to be called. "Candidate number 12, the proctor shouted. "Yes," someone replied. "Please come inside." However, safely hidden inside a bathroom stall, one desperate guy was furiously cursing. "I am so dead." Han Maru sat trembling, swallowed by an ocean of negativity. "I want to go home," his mind screamed. "My nerves are fried and my heart is about to explode." The crushing weight of societal pressure forced him to grab his pounding head. "I cannot do this," he gasped, clutching his chest. He finally stumbled out of the stall. He splashed freezing water over his face, desperately trying to snap back to reality. Looking up dripping wet, he stared at the small puddle forming on the sink. Seeing his own pathetic reflection only deepened his utter despair. "This is impossible," he whimpered in pure dread. His shaking hands fumbled for his prescription pill bottle. "I need another pill," he muttered. "It is way past the safe dosage, but I cannot breathe." Suddenly, something bizarre outside the window caught his eye. A tiny bird glowing like morning sunlight rested on a nearby branch. It locked eyes with him. Maru stared back into the creature's soulless pitch-black voids. His own terrified reflection stared back, but an unnatural horror twisted the bird's gaze. Cold sweat poured down Maru's neck. The bird looked entirely possessed by an evil spirit. Its eyes zoomed in on him as a demonic voice echoed in his mind. "What are you looking at? You are dead meat." Maru aggressively shook his head awake. Squinting at the blinding sunlight outside, his racing pulse finally started to slow down. He cursed his own mental illness. "This damn anxiety disorder is going to kill me." Meanwhile, out in the waiting room, the lobby television blared breaking news. The anchor reported on a horrific tragedy at the Manhwa Island campsite. 4 young adults in their 20s had completely vanished. Sitting below the screen, Maru frantically whispered pep talks to himself. "I can do this. Let me introduce myself properly. My name is Han Maru, 29 years old. I am just an aggressively average Korean guy. After surviving hellish study sessions, I finally graduated to my family's immense joy. I studied like everyone else, graduated from a completely ordinary university. And now I am brutally struggling with the same devastating unemployment crisis as the rest of my generation. After weeping over his pathetic fate and grinding for the Level 9 civil service exam for 5 grueling years, he had finally made it to the final interview stage. The proctor stepped out and shouted, "Candidate number 35 Maru." He shot up like a rocket and yelled, "Yes, that is me." The proctor sighed. "Please wait your turn." Maru clenched his fists. "I must pass this time." But the second he approached the door, his body stiffened like a frozen statue, marching forward like a malfunctioning robot. "You got this," he prayed. Inside the execution chamber, the interviewer sat directly across from him, sweeping him with a razor-sharp glare. Pinned down by that gaze, Maru gulped dryly to maintain his composure. The stern man cleared his throat. "What is your exact motivation for becoming a civil servant?" Like a glitching computer, Maru anxiously spit out his rehearsed lines. "I wish to become a public servant to dedicate myself to our society." He forced a painful corporate smile while anxiety sweat drenched his face. Meanwhile, his inner voice screamed, "Because I just want to survive steady monthly paychecks and a peaceful, boring life." Unfazed, the interviewer pressed on. "And if your superior commits misconduct, how will you react?" Maru fumbled through his hollow response. "I would honestly confront my superior about their mistakes and immediately find a proper resolution for the company. Of course, I would handle it flexibly." But deep inside his soul, he whimpered, "Oh dear God, I would pretend I saw nothing. What if that lunatic fires me?" The interrogator fired another question. "How are your social and interpersonal relationships?" Maru confidently blurted out the absolute truth. "Utterly garbage. I am terrible at basic communication. Just keeping up with human beings is a soul-crushing nightmare." Realizing his fatal mistake, he frantically backpedaled. "I mean, my friendships are incredibly strong and super healthy. I get along great with all my seniors and juniors." The interviewer scowled. Maru realized he completely fumbled the answer. Cold chills ran down his spine. He totally blew it. Sensing his panic, the interviewer shifted gears. "Final question. What was the absolute darkest moment of your entire life? And how exactly did you overcome it?" The question struck like a critical hit. Drenched in cold sweat, Maru stuttered. I haven't really faced any extreme hardships." But inside, his mind was screaming, "This exact moment is my biggest nightmare." Desperately recalling his practice runs, he forced himself to breathe. "Keep it simple. They just want to test my problem-solving skills." Scratching his head with a ghostly pale face, he mumbled, "Let's see. I used to hike with my dad." He closed his eyes. Suddenly, a childhood memory flashed. His younger self stared in pure terror at something hidden in thick, choking dust. The memory struck him like a physical blow. A monstrous silhouette with demonic eyes emerged. Crimson veins of blood webbed through the air. A terrifying chill paralyzed his spine as brutal vertigo hit. The shadow morphed into an unspeakable beast. Countless glowing eyes and grotesque, blood-soaked hands erupted from its back. The entire world drowned in absolute crimson. The mangled corpses of his loved ones littered the blood-stained ground. This apocalyptic nightmare shattered his sanity. His eyes snapped wide open, utterly paralyzed by the trauma. The room aggressively spun around him. He collapsed as the chair crashed backward with a heavy thud. Maru's vision rapidly darkened. The blinding ceiling lights faded into an abyss. Moments later, his shattered consciousness slowly rebooted. As his vision cleared, the panicked interviewer rushed over. "Mr. Maru, are you okay? What just happened?" Sprawled on the floor with a sickly purple face, his cheeks suddenly puffed up. Then a horrific gagging noise echoed. The situation had reached absolute rock bottom. Later that afternoon, in his cramped apartment, Maru collapsed onto his bed, groaning in pure defeat. It is completely over. Tears of bitter regret streamed down his pathetic face. Biting his blanket in extreme frustration, he cursed his fate. "I definitely failed that interview. No job means absolutely zero chance of ever getting a girlfriend. I do not even have a single friend." He stared blankly. "Will I ever get to live a normal, ordinary life like everyone else?" Suddenly, a sharp knock shattered his pity party. Maru dragged himself to the door. "Who is it?" Standing there was an incredibly intimidating woman. Her glaring eyes pierced his soul. He shrieked in absolute terror. It was none other than his own mother. Veins violently popped on her forehead as she snapped, "Why have you been ignoring my calls?" Dodging her deadly gaze, he retreated inside. "What brings you here, Mom?" "No work today," she marched in, slamming a small bundle down. "I brought you some survival rations. I am dropping this off and leaving immediately. You need to eat properly." Maru's depressing aura vanished, clutching the precious food bundle. His eyes sparkled with desperate hope. "Is there meat inside, Mom?" Her ruthless reply instantly crushed his dreams. "Just kimchi and some roasted black beans." Swallowing his bitter disappointment, he forced a smile. "Thanks. I will eat well." Suddenly, her sharp gaze scanned the disaster zone. Empty takeout boxes dominated the desk. Crushed soda cans littered the filthy floor. Staring at her utterly pathetic son, who was joyfully hugging side dishes in a literal garbage dump, she sighed heavily. Despite her frustration, she immediately started cleaning, dropping a fiercely sarcastic compliment. "Great job living like a complete goblin's son." He immediately fired back. "Just leave it, I will clean it up later." Then she dropped the ultimate bomb. "So how was the interview?" Critical hit to the soul, Maru's legs instantly gave out. Crumpling to the floor in devastating despair, he clutched his head. I threw up right onto the interviewer's face. Hearing this apocalyptic failure, she just let out a heavy, tired sigh. Instead of yelling, she delivered a bone-shattering slap to his back. Just try harder next time. Do not give up yet. But her superhuman strike nearly shattered his spine. Maru shrieked in absolute agony, dramatic tears streaming down his face. That freaking hurts. She pulled out an envelope. Are you totally broke again? She asked. Maru was deeply touched, but his useless pride took over. I do not need your money. I am an adult with a part-time job, unfortunately. His pathetic resistance was completely futile. In a single breath, his mother's terrifying aura flared, her muscles practically bulging. Just shut up and take the cash, she threatened sweetly. Sensing his absolute doom, he instantly surrendered. Yes, ma'am, thank you. She turned away, her expression growing dead serious. Since your job hunting has become a cursed disaster, I went to consult that famous shaman. Maru tilted his head in pure confusion. Wait, what? Her eyes snapped open with terrifying intensity. Maru, you mean to hike up the mountain? Immediately. Clutching the cash, he was utterly bewildered by this bizarre quest. Scene transition. A coastal village completely surrounded by vast ocean waves appeared. Dozens of fishing boats lined the quiet docks. A massive lighthouse stood in the distance, piercing the sky. After a grueling boat ride, Maru finally stepped onto solid ground, groaning as he stretched his stiff, exhausted muscles. Staring at the painfully familiar landscape, he sighed bitterly. How many years has it actually been? I really did not want to return here. Gazing at the ominous mountain peak, her warning echoed. I sought out a legendary shaman to fix your disastrous luck. Trudging up the steep, overgrown mountain trail, Maru grumbled to himself, as her absurd explanation looped in his mind. The shaman claimed your interview failures have nothing to do with panic attacks. Roasting under the brutal sun, Maru gasped for air. Yet he kept pushing forward. Her heavy words haunted his every step. It has been 15 agonizing years since your father vanished. The shaman revealed he actually died on this very mountain. The exact same mountain you two used to explore. His lingering spirit is cursing your future. You must climb to the peak, pour him a drink, and comfort his restless soul. Only then will your fate unlock a proper path. Panting violently, Maru tore through the thick vines into the deep woods. Suddenly, an isolated cabin with a faded blue door emerged. The chillingly familiar sight made his blood run cold. I actually found it, he whispered. Pushing the creepy door open, his gaze locked onto the corner. An impossible sight instantly maximized his shock. Standing right there was a phantom of his childhood self. The younger Maru shot him a dead, hollow glare before frantically sprinting deeper into the decaying house. The ghostly boy slowly pushed open a heavy sealed door. Suddenly, the child froze in pure horror. Inside the shadowed room, a man was desperately clutching his chest, writhing in unimaginable, agonizing pain as cold sweat drenched his body. The man's silhouette twisted grotesquely. The little boy stood frozen silently, throwing the door wide open. Blinding sunlight pierced the darkness. Backlit by the glaring sun, the child silently watched the nightmare unfold. The adult Maru watched in paralyzing dread as his younger, innocent self tugged the mutating man's pants. Dad, I am starving. The man convulsed, violently torn apart by an invisible demonic force. Yeah. He viciously ground his teeth, battling a monstrous, uncontrollable urge to destroy. Suddenly, a horrific trigger snapped his sanity. A blood-curdling, unearthly scream erupted from his lungs. Ugh! Maru was completely petrified, paralyzed by the sheer terror of his forgotten trauma. But as he blinked, the memory vanished, leaving only a hollow room. Shadows danced across the floor. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest. He doubled over, clutching his aching heart. His hands trembled uncontrollably. The air felt suffocating. He took a deep breath, desperately trying to calm his racing pulse. Knowing he couldn't stay on this mountain, he pulled a liquor bottle from his bag, following his mother's strict instructions. I need to finish this and leave quickly. He poured the alcohol into a paper cup. With a swift motion, he splashed it across the ground, cleansing the heavy aura. He whispered to his late father, Rest in peace, Dad. Mom sent me here today. He tossed the second cup. I hope you're doing well up there. Actually, I need a favor from the mountain god. Swallowing his bitter sorrow, he bowed his head, pouring out years of hidden struggles. Since you left, Mom worked herself to the bone just to raise me. He poured the third cup. Please help me land a stable job. Suddenly, eerie whispers echoed through the air. A bizarre sandstorm began to rise. It crept up behind him, tracking him like a predator hunting its prey. The trap was set. Wait, what is that? A sudden sandstorm, or maybe a forest fire, panic setting in Han Maru grabbed his bag and sprinted toward the mountain trail. This feels completely wrong. I need to escape before things go south. Safety first. Suddenly, the nauseating stench of fresh blood filled the air. A sinister, unfamiliar voice echoed back. Safety first. Han Maru froze in his tracks. He slowly turned his head to look behind him. Someone had just mocked his exact words. Through the blinding sand, a grotesque silhouette emerged. It had a mangled head and wielded a brutally sharp wooden spear. It dragged its feet toward him. As the dust cleared, the horrific nightmare came into focus. The crude bamboo spear gleamed with deadly intent. It was a nightmarish monster. Half its skull was sliced open and its bloated stomach looked ready to burst. Its rotting hands gripped the makeshift weapon. Han Maru rubbed his eyes, praying it was just an illusion. Facing a real dungeon beast for the first time, he stood paralyzed. What the hell is that thing? As the demon lurched closer, his mind went into denial. Is my brain playing tricks on me? But his survival instincts screamed at him to run for his life. Trusting his gut, he spun around to flee. But before he could take a single step, a sickening foreign sensation tore through his body. He looked down in absolute horror. The bamboo spear had impaled him right through the chest. Blood erupted from the gaping hole. Han Maru collapsed to his knees in agony. Screaming in pain, he desperately clutched the wound, trying to stop the heavy bleeding. Despite coughing up dark blood, his mind raced to analyze the grim situation. I have to run. Is this really how it ends? Facing his final moments, bitter regret washed over him. His entire life was just studying and exhausting part-time jobs. He never even got to experience real happiness. But a dark thought crossed his mind. At least in death, I won't have to worry about crushing debts anymore. No one will even care that I am gone. Suddenly, his mother's warm, encouraging smile flashed in his mind. Han Maru refused to die here. His eyes snapped wide open. Choking on his own blood, he gritted his teeth and forced his shattered body to stand. Channeling every ounce of his remaining willpower, he prepared to move. I absolutely refuse to die today. The beast, intoxicated by the scent of fresh blood, lunged forward. Its grotesquely long tongue lashed out in twisted excitement. It mocked him once more. Safety first. Then it lunged with its massive jaws wide open, aiming to devour him whole. Han Maru stood completely paralyzed. Unable to move his heavily injured body, he could only watch his impending doom. Suddenly, glowing green eyes appeared deep inside the beast's throat, eyes inside its mouth. It latched onto him like a demonic leech. He desperately tried to dodge, but the monster sank its jagged teeth deep into his shoulder. Han Maru unleashed a blood-curdling scream. His strength vanished instantly. Cold sweat drenched his pale face. I am losing my mind. Suddenly, an old memory of his father's voice echoed through his fading consciousness. It chanted relentlessly. Devour, consume, then a furious shout, you are cursed. Something snapped inside Han Maru. His eyes rolled back, an unknown ancient power seizing control of his body. He viciously bit right into the monster's neck. A feral instinct unleashed itself. He violently tore the demon's flesh apart with his bare hands. Corrupted black blood erupted everywhere. The creature shrieked, releasing its deadly grip on Han Maru. A terrifying, otherworldly howl echoed from its ruined jaws. Those eerie demonic eyes locked onto the awakened human. The glowing green pupils expanded, revealing horrifying black veins crawling through the sclera. The pure, unfiltered malice radiating from it was soul-crushing. Han Maru stared back, frozen in an eerie trance. A horrific vision invaded his mind, an apocalyptic wasteland where countless demons slaughtered each other in a frenzy. Amidst the brutal carnage and agonizing screams, a giant green eye watched the bloodbath. Han Maru faintly heard whispers. What is happening? Who's talking to me right now? The metallic taste of blood flooded his mouth. Is this what death truly tastes like? As his consciousness faded, a distant voice called out. Who is waking me up this time? Forcing his heavy eyelids open, a blinding light pierced his vision. Go-Deok Man glared down at him. This is a restricted dungeon zone. What business do you have here? Kid Han Maru blinked rapidly, his vision clearing. He gasped in shock. The terrifying demon was completely gone. He frantically explained the horrific encounter. Where did that nightmarish beast go? And the sandstorm had just vanished. Go-Deok Man's expression shifted to pure shock. He grabbed the boy's collar. What did you just say? Tell me exactly what you saw. Han Maru hesitated, then answered. A strange sandstorm consumed the trail, and then a mutated monster ambushed me. Seeing Han Maru standing there without a single scratch, the veteran hunter was completely dumbfounded. Han Maru continued. It impaled my stomach. I was absolutely sure I was dead. He rubbed his abdomen, finding perfectly flawless skin. This unbelievable revelation left Go-Deok Man and Chloe speechless. The two hunters exchanged bewildered whispers. Go-Deok Man frowned. When the demonic anomaly alarm briefly triggered yesterday, I honestly thought the system was just glitching. Staring at the uninjured civilian, he muttered, It seems this kid actually killed the beast. Chloe immediately protested. That is literally impossible. She analyzed Han Maru's weak aura. Even if he absorbed a demon core's power, an unawakened human could never use it instantly. Go-Deok Man fell into deep, troubled thought. He locked eyes with the confused boy. Hey, do you actually remember what happened yesterday? Bombarded with questions, Han Maru lost his patience. What do you mean by yesterday? Without waiting, he pulled out his phone. His heart dropped as he checked the date. 24 hours had already passed. Did I really black out for an entire day after that monster murdered me? He groaned in frustration over the lost time. Meanwhile, Man analyzed the impossible scenario. If he genuinely slaughtered a demon, he must have awakened his system's skill right. He survived a fatal encounter unharmed. Chloe chimed in nervously. But isn't this sudden awakening way too abnormal? He still hasn't grasped the reality of his situation. Man waved his hand dismissively, cutting the tension. Just figure out what happened to you. We all went through this exact same awakening. Without waiting for Maru to process this, he threw a heavy arm around his shoulder. Hey, your timing is absolutely perfect. You need to participate too. Maru blinked in pure confusion. Participate in what? Brushing off the question, the older man simply dragged him off to find some spare clothes. The scene shifted to a suspiciously quiet residential area. Golden sunlight washed over an eerie silent building. Massive banners hung everywhere welcoming the new specialized government officials. Besides that imposing orientation banner, the place was completely deserted. Maru scanned the empty courtyard, his mind spinning with endless unanswered questions. But he wasn't alone. Several other awakened rookies stood around nervously waiting for something. What on earth just happened, he thought. How did he suddenly end up at a specialized government orientation? Seeing the intense anxiety etched on their faces, he gulped. Why was I dragged into this mess? The suffocating tension in the air was slowly driving Maru crazy with fear. These people are way too weird. What's with those terrified expressions? Suddenly, the sharp click of high heels shattered the heavy dead silence. A commanding woman confidently stepped up to the podium, completely skipping the pleasantries. I am Lee Yang-eun, head of the Seoul headquarters. Welcome fresh recruits to your official awakening orientation. Before she could finish, a desperate hand shot up. It was Maru. Excuse me, I definitely do not belong here. Instead of raging, Director Yu calmly smiled. Nonsense. The Kangwa squad just submitted their official report. As of today, you are officially drafted as a specialized official. Congratulations on your awakening. Those words struck him like absolute lightning. A specialized official, he had never even applied for this deadly job. Wasting no time, the director continued her speech. You all know what this role entails, right? We operate under the Ministry of Environmental Guidance. Met with dead silence, she pushed forward with the harsh truth. Our sole duty is putting our lives on the line to slaughter monsters. You are strictly forbidden from breathing a word of this to your families. She laid out the deadly consequences of leaking this secret. You will be severely punished under the National Security Act. Maru froze completely. The National Security Act. Ignoring his total shock, Lee Yang-eun dropped another bombshell. Some of you rookies in this room have successfully absorbed a Rakshasa demon this month. When demon blood fuses with human veins, a lucky few awaken a Rakshasa's power. Maru panicked. What insane fantasy was this? Then a terrifying realization hit him. Wait a minute. Did that monstrous bite awaken a system inside him? Lee Yang-eun paced the stage, explaining further. Thankfully, these demonic beasts only spawn in isolated mountain dungeons. Apocalyptic visions of blinding sandstorms flashed through her memories. These demonic storms spawn alongside the monsters. Their deadly density ranges from a basic level 1 to a catastrophic level 10. The higher the storm level, the more godlike the demons. Chills violently crawled down their spines. Suddenly, she called out a name. The guy beside Maru confidently raised his hand. Director Yu beamed with absolute pride. You awakened a staggering level 7 Rakshasa, correct? We expect legendary contributions from you. Seoul bowed deeply, radiating total elitist confidence. I will do my best. Her eyes scrolled down the tablet, pausing at Maru with a pitiful sigh. Han Maru, you only absorbed a pathetic level 1 Rakshasa. What is your awakened skill? Maru awkwardly scratched his head. I actually haven't unlocked my system abilities yet. Seoul let out a mocking snort. Maru's face burned with humiliation. Was this elite trash laughing at him? Mocked for being a level 1 weakling against a level 7 genius. But escaping this nightmare was his top priority. Suddenly, a deafening siren shattered the entire facility. What is that alarm? Li Yangon smirked like a true battlefield commander. Perfect timing. A demonic portal just ripped open. Panic erupted as they were forced toward the mountain ridge. The blaring alarms echoed through the deadly forest. Seizing the chaotic moment, she roared, "Welcome to your brutal live combat trial. Show me your awakened powers. Charge up that mountain now." Gasping for breath, Maru stumbled after the pack. Why am I doing this suicide run? I barely survived yesterday's monstrous encounter. His lungs burned like fire. He desperately needed to escape before the lethal storm fully formed. Survival was everything. He kept repeating that mantra to force his heavy legs forward, but his vision started violently spinning. A suffocating demonic sandstorm swallowed the entire forest. Maru trembled in absolute terror. No, not this hellish nightmare again. Peering into the blinding chaos, a shadowy silhouette slowly emerged. Squinting through the thick dust, he spotted a female figure. Maru cautiously stepped closer toward her. Hey, are you hurt? At his voice, Kang Chanis snapped her head back, her eyes radiating deadly killing intent. Maru froze completely. A massive, grotesque demon lay dead, a combat knife buried deep in its skull. Channa stood victoriously over a level 3 Rakshasa that dwarfed her entirely. Facing this nightmarish beast up close, Maru scrambled backward in sheer horror. What kind of monstrous boss is that? Every single rookie on that mountain stared in paralyzed shock. Suddenly, a chillingly calm voice echoed from behind. Why is everyone trembling like pathetic prey? Ignoring their terrified gasps, Director Yu roared with absolute authority. A wicked, bloodthirsty grin stretched across her face. Listen up, rookies. Your brutal survival training begins now. She pointed straight at the terrifying beast's corpse. Don't let its massive size fool you. In a level 1 storm, this is nothing but low-tier trash. Gesturing toward the fierce warrior, she continued. Captain Kang from the elite Kangwa squad destroyed its brain core. Relax, this beast is completely paralyzed. Spotting a familiar face, Channa shot him an unreadable glare. Maru finally caught his breath, utterly awestruck. Was she the overpowered hunter who solo killed yesterday's boss? Channa noticed the cowardly rookie cowering behind the others. What was his hidden system class? How did a weakling like him manage to assassinate a demon? Right after freshly absorbing a demon's core, Li Yang-un's booming voice instantly shattered her thoughts. Draw your weapons right now, unleash your awakened skills, and slaughter that paralyzed beast. All the color drained from Maru's face. Fight that, was she insane? Staring at the towering level 3 monster, complete despair crushed him. Suddenly, an agonizing familiar pain violently tore through his chest. The soul-crushing agony brought him straight to his knees. My chest. It's tearing apart, I can't breathe. His heart pounded with an unnerving, monstrous rhythm. Something was critically, terrifyingly wrong. Why? Why am I suddenly so incredibly hungry? Deep within his veins, an ancient forbidden power began to violently awaken, blurring his sanity. He couldn't even feel his body mutating. A grotesque, pitch-black shadow crawled from the darkest depths of his soul. A phantom claw gently, almost lovingly caressed his trembling head. Wrapping completely around him, the shadow's crimson eyes flared. Devour it, a demonic voice whispered seductively. Distracted by the giant beast, nobody noticed the horrifying transformation taking over Maru. His last shred of human reason completely shattered. I need to feed. I can't hold back anymore, yielding purely to predatory instincts. An explosive, monstrous aura completely consumed him. I am so hungry. Suddenly, a cold finger tapped Han Maru's shoulder. He snapped back to reality, his eyes widening in pure shock. Standing behind him was Li Yang-un, wearing a mocking smirk. Are you crying because you are terrified? He sneered. Maru frantically wiped the drool from his face, stammering out a pathetic excuse. No, I am just starving. But one sharp glare from Li Yang-un proved he saw right through the lie. Pathetic, the boss thought to himself, trembling over something so trivial. Letting out a heavy, disappointed sigh, Li Yang-un scoffed loudly. This entire batch is completely useless. Without another word, he turned his back and walked away, leaving Maru clutching his empty stomach. Surprisingly, Maru completely ignored the harsh insult, rubbing his belly and muttering quietly. Why did I even say I was hungry? Moments later, the group gathered beneath towering boulders. Li Yang-un stood before them, hands on her hips, radiating absolute authority. Listen up, if you want to survive this hell, I will explain the absolute basics of this world. Her piercing gaze swept over the trembling rookies. This golden dust floating everywhere around us. It is pure demonic energy generated by the monsters. The stronger the demon, the thicker the dust. Right on cue, a terrifying Rakshasa demon standing nearby exhaled a cloud of golden mist, flexing its grotesque, twitching fingers. Li Yang-un ignored the beast, her voice cutting through the tension. When these monsters fight in this golden sand, their power skyrockets. She raised a wickedly sharp dagger and mercilessly sliced open her own palm. Crimson blood immediately poured out like a waterfall. The rookies below gasped in pure horror. Maru watched, paralyzed by shock. But in the blink of an eye, her deep wound miraculously sealed itself shut. The bleeding stopped instantly. She coldly explained, inside this dust zone, we can hijack a fraction of their system power. Our natural regeneration increases exponentially. However, if you suffer a fatal blow, her expression darkened, dropping the temperature in the air. You will still die. Stay extremely vigilant. She crossed her arms, drilling the grim reality into their minds. Our awakened abilities only function at peak capacity within this sand screen. Outside of it, we are just fragile humans. Meanwhile, Li Yang-un yawned loudly, completely ignoring the crucial lecture. How much longer do I have to endure this useless garbage? He grumbled internally. The only thing that mattered was testing his awakened skills. He glared at the monstrous Rakshasa. Rolling his neck, murderous intent violently flared in his eyes. Let us see, he whispered. Li Yang-un viciously bit down on his own lip, using so much force that fresh blood instantly spilled out. Bizarrely, the golden dust aggressively swarmed the fresh wound, directly absorbing into his bloodstream. His chest heaved as his veins bulged out, pumping with an explosive, overwhelming surge of power. He clenched his fists as thick, dark veins snaked across his skin. His eyes widened dramatically, the sclera glowing with pulsing energy after forcefully absorbing the system's golden sand. An oppressive, suffocating aura exploded from his body, his eyes piercing through the heavy storm. He smirked wickedly. I see. Bleed to absorb the sand and the hidden power awakens. Slowly adjusting his pitch-black glove, he mercilessly snapped his own finger without blinking. Li Yangyun wanted to test the absolute limits of this newfound demonic-infused strength. The exact second his bone cracked, a massive hole violently blew out the center of the Rakshasa's forehead. Black blood erupted like a geyser. Maru spun around his jaw, dropping in sheer disbelief. Before he could even process the slaughter, Kang Channa desperately sprinted forward. Watch out, she screamed. But her warning was drowned out as a raging vortex of golden sand suddenly engulfed the lower grounds. The shadowy silhouette of the furious Rakshasa aggressively marched forward. Raising its massive fists to the sky, it unleashed an ear-shattering roar and slammed the ground, shattering the earth into countless jagged fragments. Razor-sharp debris shot towards the rookies like a deadly meteor shower carried by the deafening shockwave. The group frantically shielded their heads, but several recruits were violently struck down. Consumed by pure panic, Kang Channa pushed her agility to the absolute limit. Suddenly, Li Yangyun blocked her path. Kang Channa slammed on the brakes, staring at her instructor in pure shock. The veteran showed absolutely zero empathy for the dying weaklings. Do not interfere, she commanded coldly. Kang Channa's eyes burned with righteous fury. But this is suicide for the unawakened rookies. Li Yangyun coldly stared down at the slaughter, gritting her teeth. So be it. Let this be their ultimate combat trial. If they cannot adapt immediately, they do not deserve to live. At that very moment, the beast's flattened nose twitched, catching a specific scent. Completely ignoring the rest of the screaming prey, it turned its head, a sinister, bloodthirsty grin twisting its face. Its terrifying gaze locked dead onto a paralyzed Maru. A chilling sense of impending doom washed over him. What the hell? Why is that absolute nightmare staring directly at me? The demon raised its hand and a grotesque, slimy white appendage erupted from its palm. It shot through the air with unimaginable speed, rocketing straight toward his heart. Caught completely off guard, Maru could not even trigger an evasion skill. The vile tendril violently impaled his flesh without mercy. Watching from the cliff, Kang Channa clenched her jaw, her anxiety spiking to the absolute max. Maru's agonizing scream echoed across the wasteland. He collapsed to his knees, desperately clutching his shattered shoulder as dark crimson soaked his entire shirt. Fighting the bone-crushing pain, he cursed under his breath, damn it all to hell. The massive Rakshasa leaped up, descending like a god of death. The earth violently quaked upon impact. Maru looked up in pure terror at the towering mountain of flesh. Despite its severely mutilated face, its internal radar locked perfectly onto his coordinates. Maru sat paralyzed, seemingly accepting his tragic game over as its pale, decaying arms slowly reached out to crush his skull. But in that split second, the ground violently ruptured. A colossal, terrifying centipede burst from the depths of the earth, viciously coiling itself around the demon's thick neck. The beast thrashed wildly. The giant centipede glared with pure killing intent, bearing razor-sharp mandibles at its prey. Nearby, the beast tamer slammed his hands into the dirt, maximizing his mana output to control the summon. Simultaneously, another awakened hunter dashed in at supersonic speed. She planted her foot, launching into a high-flying aerial assault and slashed her razor claw skill straight across the demon's head. Following the devastating critical hit, she gracefully spun through the air and landed perfectly. The wounded monster wailed in agony, frantically inhaling a massive vortex of golden sand. She smiled triumphantly. Is the raid over already? The centipede tamer stood confidently beside her. But they severely underestimated the system. The golden dust fused with the demon's fatal gash, bubbling violently until it completely regenerated. A twisted, mocking grin spread across its healed face. With a wet snarl, it brutally grabbed the centipede, crushing its throat. Impossible. Did its health fully restore? The female hunter gasped. Ignoring their shock, it unleashed a monstrous roar, flexing its insane strength to pry the giant bug off. The careless tamer lost his mana grip, and his summoned beast was violently uprooted. He stared in absolute horror. The demon swung the colossal centipede, violently launching the tamer into the female hunter. Both crashed down, crying out in agonizing pain. Casually dragging the colossal bug, it pulled the struggling tamer closer. His desperate screams echoed endlessly. The beast wrapped its giant hand around his throat, crushing his windpipe. Suspended in mid-air and rapidly suffocating, his body convulsed. Release me, he choked out. The creature unhinged, its jaw revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs and a writhing tongue. Dragged near its dark maw, he kicked wildly. Somebody save me. Nearby, Li Yangyun violently snapped his finger again. Instant execution, he thought. Suddenly, the demon's mouth violently twisted. A A sickening snap echoed. Shocked, the beast dropped its prey to the dirt. That is enough, Li Yang-un stated coldly. His eyes blazed like unholy golden headlights in the dark. He clenches his fist, activating the demonic snare. The monster, its jaw shattered, unleashes a blood-curdling shriek and lunges, but Seo Wu doesn't even flinch. He bites the tip of his glove, tearing it off with his teeth. Crushing his own wrist, he commands die. Instantly, the demon's neck snaps 180 degrees. Its head rips from its body, soaring upward in a geyser of blood. The headless corpse collapses onto the damp grass. Seo Wu steps on the severed head, casually rolling it underfoot. To kill it, just sever the head and keep it away from the golden sand. The bystanders whisper in sheer terror. He's overwhelmingly strong. He annihilated that demon in a flash. Yet Seo Wu dismisses his own godlike power, muttering, too weak. It crumbled before I even did anything. Kang Chana stomps over her eyes, blazing with irritation. Hey, your reckless stunt just woke that monster up, didn't it? She points an accusing finger at him. Keep pulling garbage like that and the rookies will get slaughtered. Seo Wu stares at the demon's purplish head as golden sand drifts past. He fires back with a deadpan tone. Don't pin all the blame on me. His indifferent attitude pours gasoline on her fiery rage. This is entirely your fault. Admit your mistakes and stop talking back, she screams. Before she can explode further, Li Yang-un claps her hands, cutting the tension with a smile. All right, the kid clearly has real combat prowess. However, her expression quickly darkens. It is their first time, so they are panicking. She scans the area confused. Wait, where is that one rookie? Meanwhile, Maru is sprinting for his absolute life. This is a nightmare. I cannot fight these demonic beasts. Ignoring the agonizing wound on his shoulder, he pushes his limits, running frantically with a heavy scowl. I have to hide. That is the only way to survive. Suddenly, he slams the brakes. He looks up in pure horror at a colossal shadowy presence blocking his path. What the hell is it this time? He stammers. Far away, Li Yang-un hears of his cowardly flight. She shakes her head in bitter disappointment, running away when facing a demon. He has zero qualifications to be a special esper. Standing nearby, Kang Chana strokes her chin in deep thought. Recalling how the beast relentlessly chased Maru, her brow furrows. But what was that phenomenon earlier? Flashing back, she realizes the monster had deliberately targeted him. Li Yang-un turns to her, raising a commanding hand. Listen closely, Department Head Kang Chana. I need you to track him down. That order snaps her out of her daze. Something feels incredibly wrong, she voices her thoughts. Is that demon truly dead? The golden sand is still lingering. Hearing this, Li Yang-un notices the eerie anomaly and whirls around. Back to Maru's location, a massive ominous portal materializes right in front of him. Golden sand violently swirls in the air. He freezes in sheer confusion. Why is there a dimensional gate here? The moment he speaks, the gate erupts with blinding golden sand. A terrifying Rakshasa demon slowly emerges from the storm. Maru dives behind a patch of tall grass, desperately clamping a hand over his mouth. His entire body trembles uncontrollably. I ran so far, yet I still ran straight into this monster. Filled with dread, he peeks out to locate the threat. Seeing nothing, he stares at the portal. Did it leave? But little did he know. The demonic beast was already towering right behind him. Meanwhile, deep within another sector of the forest, a frantic voice shatters the silence. Nam Ju-hyuk sprints desperately toward Kang Chana and Li Yang-un. He screams from afar. Captain still running, he bellows again. Captain Kang Chana watches his breathless, panicked approach. What is the emergency? Do-hyuk, Kang Chana asks, tension rising. Nam Ju-hyuk delivers the grim report. Command, just call the number of rank 3 Rakshasa demons has suddenly multiplied. Hearing this devastating news, Li Yang-un, who had been calmly observing until now, completely loses her cool. What did you just say? She shouts. They have never spawned simultaneously in the same zone before, Kang Chana instantly demands. Where did they appear? The restricted area. Nam Ju-hyuk gives a grim nod. Over at the restricted area, surrounded by hazard signs and barbed wire, suddenly a desperate hand grabs the sharp coils. A figure vaults right into the forbidden zone, tearing down the warnings and wire. It is Maru. He hits the ground, clumsily gritting his teeth, and sprints with every ounce of his remaining strength. Tears stream down his face as he screams in utter despair. Somebody please save me. But fate is cruel. He trips hard over a jagged rock, crashing to the ground in agonizing pain. With absolutely no time to spare, he immediately forces himself up, groaning and rubbing his bruised head. Looming before him is a rundown cabin isolated deep within the desolate mountains. Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, he dashes madly toward it. Yes, I finally found a place to hide. A sinister, thick fog surrounds the eerie cabin. The mist even seeps through the cracks, sending chills down his spine. What is this unnatural smoke? Even after barricading himself inside, he anxiously peers through the wooden cracks, scanning the outside world. He desperately tries to reassure himself. There is no way it tracked me all the way here, right? But peering through the gap, he spots the terrifying silhouette of the rank 3 Rakshasa demon right outside. He gasps in dread. I am dead meat. Now that the frantic chase has paused, he finally gets a clear look at the monstrosity. Its face is humanoid, but entirely devoid of eyes. Razor-sharp fangs line its jaw, and jagged stone spikes erupt from its skull. Staring at the terrifying spikes, he mutters inwardly, "What are those leaf-like things growing out of its head? What do I do now?" Suddenly, a loud creak pierces the silence, shattering his train of thought. His eyes widen in panic as he searches for the source. It was the squeaky hinges of an old gate. An elderly woman steps into the yard, calling out, "Who is there?" Due to the dense, suffocating fog, her vision is heavily obscured. She waves away the mist. "Why is there fog in broad daylight? I cannot see a thing." Hearing her frail voice, the demonic beast slowly snaps its head around. The old woman steps closer, completely unaware of the looming death. "It is too blurry. I cannot see what is ahead." The monster curls its lips into a sinister, blood-chilling smile, baring its horrifying razor-sharp fangs. Hiding inside, Maru panics for the poor woman. Oh no, it is just an old lady, I must save her. Despite his heroic resolve, terror grips him. Sweating profusely, he realizes, but I don't even have awakening powers. What should I do? Think, man, think. Amidst his paralyzing hesitation, Li Yang-un's lecture echoes in his mind. We possess the supernatural abilities of the Rakshasa. We can regenerate our wounds as long as we remain within the way. Sand. A sudden realization hits him. That is right, but grim reality quickly sets in. Still, if the damage is too severe, I am finished. He clenches his fists, arms trembling. I could actually die here. That chilling thought births a cowardly excuse. So instead of risking my life for a total stranger, running away is the smarter choice, right? He turns his back to the door, refusing to watch. I must survive first, then figure things out. Outside, the elderly woman squints through the gloom. She calls into the void. Who is there? Is that the local hunter? Hearing the word hunter, the grotesque monster glitches, repeating obsessively, Han Maru, Han Maru. The old lady shuffles dangerously close, wondering why the figure will not reply. Once she enters striking range, she realizes in utter terror that it is no human. It is a towering skeletal demon reeking of death. She collapses backward onto the dirt, screaming in horror. Ah, what is that monstrosity? The demon locks its dead gaze on her, muttering, Han Maru. Pointing a skeletal finger forward, it issues a deadly command. The jagged stone spikes on its head shoot straight at her. With a flick of its finger, the stones tear through the air. A sickening slash echoes as blood violently splatters. The old woman squeezes her eyes shut, yet she feels zero pain. Trembling, she opens her eyes. Maru stands firmly before her. He used his own body as a living shield against the spikes. Despite his devastating injuries, he forces a gentle smile. "Ma'am, are you hurt?" The terrified woman stammers, "I am fine, but..." Suddenly, Maru collapses. She reaches out to catch him, witnessing a nightmarish sight. One of his arms is completely severed, blood pouring endlessly. "Young man, your arm." Despite his crushed body, he gasped, "Grandma, run away now." Self-hatred consumed him. Why was he so pathetic? His level 1 demonic power was absolute trash. In this awakened world, power meant everything, but his body was failing. The towering demon behind him smiled with sickening pleasure. Maru drowned in suffocating despair. "Without true strength, I will die here and she will perish too." His consciousness began to slip the world, fading into a blurry abyss. He refused to accept this fate. "No, I refuse to die. Somebody please." Having lost too much blood, his desperate screams barely left his lips as broken whispers. "Please, anyone save me." He felt his soul plummeting into an endless dark abyss. "Help." Suddenly, mysterious streams of dark energy materialized, piercing directly into his dying body. Crimson veins violently bulged across his skin. Inhaling the ominous mist, an ancient power awakened. Like a reborn beast with fiercely glowing eyes, he spun around and charged straight at the monstrous demon. Simultaneously, Captain Kang Channa rushed to the scene. Hearing the chaotic destruction, her gaze locked onto a rundown house, and she violently kicked the courtyard doors wide open. Her eyes widened in absolute shock. Maru was clinging to the monster, viciously tearing flesh from its throat with his teeth. Black blood erupted like a geyser. "Rookie, what the hell are you doing?" she screamed. Before he could answer, the infuriated beast crushed his face, with its claw hurling Maru backward with terrifying force. He crashed, shattering the massive boulder behind him into pieces. The brutal bite severely drained the monster's vitality. Gasping for air, it desperately clutched its torn, bleeding throat, abandoning the unconscious old woman as it turned and fled for its life. Channa stood frozen in disbelief. That high-tier demonic beast could not regenerate a wound inflicted by a mere rookie. Her mind simply could not process this impossible reality. However, her hunter instincts immediately kicked in. Shoving those explosive questions aside, she burst forward with incredible speed, instantly intercepting the fleeing monster and completely blocking its escape route. The roaring beast lunged to crush her. Unflinching, she gripped a sharp stone, her own blood coating its surface. Instantly, her powerful aura transformed the rock into a glowing energy blade. The furious demon roared, blasting lethal stone projectiles at her, her eyes ignited with golden hunter aura. With lightning speed, her blade deflected the deadly barrage, sending the shards violently back into the monster's flesh. The beast shrieked in agony. Giving it zero time to recover, she leaped forward. Her blade descended in a flawless, devastating strike, cleanly slicing the demon in half. The abomination let out a final pathetic death rattle before splitting apart. She landed gracefully, her face painted with dark demon blood. The defeated carcass instantly dissolved into drifting ash. She then rushed to gently lift the unconscious grandmother. "Ma'am, are you injured?" The elderly woman slowly regained consciousness, looking around in utter confusion. "Oh, what on earth just happened?" Hiding the terrifying truth, the captain warmly smiled. "It is nothing serious, ma'am. Just a wild boar wandering down from the mountain," she lied smoothly. The old woman sighed angrily. "Those blasted boars again," Channa exhaled softly, relieved that the demon's corpse had completely dissolved into dust. "Our guild will handle the extermination. Please rest safely inside." The grandmother nodded, locking her door with a tired smile. "Thank you, young hunters." The moment the door clicked shut, Channa's warm smile vanished, turning deathly serious as she glared at Maru. She slowly approached, her eyes piercing through him. Just what kind of anomaly is this rookie? Even with her elite hunter experience, she had never witnessed such a god-tier regeneration ability. Staring at his previously severed arm, which had already flawlessly regrown, deep suspicion filled her mind. Is it really true that his awakened stats are only ranked at level 1? Meanwhile, Maru violently grabbed his hair in pure frustration. "Ah, damn this system." He glared at the glowing message on his phone screen. "Deployment begins tomorrow." Horrifying flashbacks of those monstrous beasts violently flooded his traumatized mind. His courage entirely crumbled. His whole body went limp, his soul practically leaving his flesh. He groaned in absolute misery. "Man, I really do not want to go back there. I still have heavy trauma from that near-death awakening." Overwhelmed, he dramatically flopped onto his bed, screaming at the ceiling. "Hell no, I absolutely refuse. Even if grinding for survival money was a crucial priority right now." But harsh reality struck cold, dragging him into anxious thoughts. He needed to seriously reconsider his stats. Defeated, Maru aggressively pulled up his covers. "Whatever, sleep first, strategize my survival later." Deathly silence consumed the dark room. He laid paralyzed in bed, desperately praying for sleep, but his mental defenses were useless. Terrifying holographic visions of mutated monsters continuously glitched across his vision. High-level beasts shrieked with bone-chilling roars, "Get back here, return to us." The nightmare choked him with sheer terror, drenching his entire body in cold sweat. He violently bolted upright, screaming, "Ah!" Heart pounding like a war drum, he stared at his uncontrollably trembling, sweat-soaked hands. What kind of cursed system is this? Why won't these hallucinations stop? Suddenly, his hunter senses drew his gaze toward the window. Wait, is the sun already up? He slid the glass open and leaned out, only to freeze in horror. The distant mountain was completely engulfed in thick, apocalyptic smoke. Oh my god, what is happening? Is Mount Gieson actually burning down? He desperately tried to calm his racing heart. Surely the destruction will not reach my zone. Meanwhile, deep within Mount Gison's blazing inferno, a colossal demon stood perfectly still. It was a terrifying magma demon emitting a soul-crushing guttural roar. Suddenly, a fierce hunter with flowing raven hair materialized. Unleashing a majestic hydro-elemental aura, she instantly summoned torrents of water to extinguish the beast's apocalyptic flames. Droplets of water defied gravity, floating around her as her eyes ignited with a brilliant golden hunter's glare. Drawing a deep breath, she unleashed an overwhelming freezing blizzard using her elite demonic ice manipulation system. The absolute zero mist instantly shattered the magma, freezing the monster's legs before rapidly encasing its entire massive body. Touching down flawlessly, she glanced back. "Captain, the target is restrained." Demonic anomalies never spawn during nighttime hours. The captain gripped his weapon, equally disturbed by this impossible system glitch. "Focus on containing the inferno first," he commanded loudly. Unnoticed by them, the beast's frozen prison began rapidly melting. The captain fully manifested his legendary weapon, his combat aura flaring brightly as he prepared for a deadly clash. "Leave this bastard to me." He explosively dashed toward the melting magma beast. Suddenly, a sinister beam of dark energy struck the monster, drastically multiplying its stats. Its terrifying eyes snapped open, shattering its icy tomb into a million pieces. The demon roared furiously, "Bring him back to me." The captain leaped, initiating his lethal strike. But the beast concentrated catastrophic thermal energy into its fist, landing a devastating punch that violently sent the elite hunter flying backward. Crashing violently through giant ancient trees, the sheer force shattered his armor, leaving his entire body scorched with severe life-threatening burns. Witnessing her invincible captain fall so easily, the ice hunter sprinted toward him in sheer panic. Meanwhile, the massive volcanic crags on the monster's spine began to violently expand, erupting with a cataclysmic torrent of pure boiling lava. The injured captain coughed up blood, utterly stunned. How did its physical size and combat stats multiply so rapidly? This defied all system logic. Meanwhile, high inside the Hunter headquarters, the director's office remained brightly lit. System alarms screamed relentlessly. Director Li Yang-un, the guild manager, fiercely glared at the blood-red holographic monitors. "Give me a real-time status update," she demanded. But the analytical data only pulsed with a terrifying apocalyptic red hue. Critical threat levels were flashing across every single sector. A terrified guild operator shouted, "Director, we are tracking over 20 simultaneous dungeon breaks erupting across 20 different mountain ranges nationwide." The operator kept tracking the live feed, realizing the demonic lifeforms had completely mutated their evolutionary paths. Director Li Yang-un's eyes narrowed dangerously. These chaotic anomalies began just last week. But why? Before she could solve this terrifying mystery, an operator interrupted. "Director, we have an emergency transmission from the Busan Guild branch." She instantly slammed the comlink button. "Seoul headquarters speaking. What is the emergency?" Through the chaotic static, a man's voice finally cut through the tension. "This is Bei Mi-young, the head commander of the Busan branch. How have you been? When are you coming down to visit Busan?" The tension was suffocating, yet he kept stalling. Director Li Yang-un rubbed her temples in sheer annoyance. "Enough beating around the bush. Get to the point," he chuckled softly. "Well, here is the truth. A massive gate just spawned on Busan's Mount Junjong, oozing completely terrifying magical energy." He paused. "It has not closed for 3 whole days now." What she gasped in utter shock, her face pale. "Demons are crawling out," he explained grimly. "Hordes of monsters marching out chanting, 'Kill, kill, kill.' It is absolute chaos down there and everyone is covered in blood." "Do you know why this dungeon will not collapse?" Suddenly, a terrifying crimson-hooded demon materialized on screen. Li Yang-un narrowed her eyes. "Those Rakshasa demons, they are definitely desperately searching for something." "It is worse," he continued. "Nightmarish, long-legged beasts are pouring out, screeching in an otherworldly tongue no human understands." Thankfully, a demonic language translator stationed in Busan decoded the horrific shrieks. The demon roared, "Bring him back, bring him to us." But who exactly were they hunting? The monster completely breached the gate, launching into the sky before slamming down. Benjamin's expression darkened. "I have no clue. But honestly, I think he needs to step in right now." The towering beast that just escaped was an absolute titan of destruction. The tense call between Busan and Seoul abruptly ended. Li Yang-un's eyes widened as she processed the grim intel. Up in the quiet sky, a military chopper soared. Inside, Inju Dong listened closely. "What is the situation?" The voice replied heavily. "Busan's Mount Gumjong is falling apart." Remaining perfectly calm, Inju muttered, "Yeah, I got it." He forcefully kicked the chopper door open to jump. "I will wipe them out and call you back." Inju hung up, locking his gaze on the hellscape below. He dove like a falling meteor, inhaling a thick wisp of dark smoke midair. His eyes glowed ominously as he literally inverted space. In a flash, he stood atop the colossal gate. A nearby Strike Force member whipped around. "Huh, who's that man? How did he suddenly teleport here?" She waved her arms frantically, screaming, "Hey, it is way too dangerous over here." Hearing her voice, a demon snapped its head, flashing a barbaric smile full of jagged teeth before instantly leaping right behind her. Its bladed legs thrust forward like lethal swords. Screaming, she barely dodged, crashing hard into the dirt. Paralyzed by absolute terror, she could not move an inch as the monster lunged again. In that heart-stopping, split-second moment, Inju unleashed his awakening magic. A mysterious spatial portal instantly ripped open, connecting directly above the vicious demon's head. Skill-activated spatial tear. He reached through the void, brutally ripping the demon's head off as black blood erupted like a waterfall. The crowd froze in sheer awe. "Hey everyone, good work holding out. I will take it from here, so please rest." Seeing Inju's majestic arrival, grown men literally wept with relief. The rookie girl gasped, "Captain, who is that?" The captain explained with fiery excitement, "You are new, so listen closely. That is Inju Dong, the legendary pioneer of the Gold Dust Task Force with demonic Rakshasa awakening powers." Inju cracked his knuckles, aura exploding. "All right, let us end this hunt." The captain beamed. "That is Director Inju Dong, the absolute strongest demonic attribute awakener alive in this world today." From his fingertips, menacing streaks of dark purple energy flooded the entire mountain. They shot into the heavens with an ear-shattering roar, completely swallowing the pale moonlight. Brilliant violet rays erupted from the mountain's peak. A purple-haired hunter stared up, completely mesmerized by the overwhelming display of power without blinking once. "What are those terrifying black rifts?" The captain answered in absolute awe. "This is my first time seeing it too. Rumor says he possesses absolute spatial mastery." She gulped nervously. "Is that really the ultimate awakening power?" Those jagged dimensional rifts were tearing across the very fabric of reality everywhere. Standing behind that immense cosmic distortion was Inju Dong, pushing his absolute limits to violently rip open space. As the colossal gate forced itself open, the other side revealed nothing but a chilling, impenetrable abyss of fog. Meanwhile, over at Mount Cheonghae in the heart of Seoul, a devastating inferno raged uncontrollably, showing zero signs of dying down. The apocalyptic hellfire expanded by the second, mercilessly incinerating the once lush green forest into a wasteland of ash. The fearsome magma Rakshasa demon was actually growing stronger. Even the relentless barrage of high-tier water spells from the CEO's elite demon-slaying squad could not put a dent in it. The squad leader was dangerously close to his breaking point. He desperately braced his trembling, casting arm with his free hand, but his muscles were already screaming in agonizing pain. Watching the unstoppable sea of fire devour the forest, a crushing despair hit him. Is this really how it all ends, he thought bitterly, his mana core dangerously unstable. Yet the heroic leader screamed at his subordinate, "Run, snap out of it and run." But in that fatal second of distraction, the magma Rakshasa lunged forward with volcanic fury. The beast unleashed a soul-shaking roar. Gritting his teeth, the captain whipped around, burning every last drop of his life force to summon a desperate magical barrier. The Rakshasa smashed its molten fist into the shield. The apocalyptic weight of the impact nearly shattered the captain's knees into the dirt as the demon rained down a relentless barrage. His mana shield hit its absolute limit, splintering into hundreds of glowing fragments. The beast brutally shattered the defense, landing a devastating hook that sent the captain screaming in pure agony. He was launched backward like a broken ragdoll. Facing the overwhelming godlike might of the magma Rakshasa, sheer terror gripped his soul. Damn it all, we are dead. The blazing titan raised its fist for the final execution. Refusing to look at his doom, he threw his arms up in a pathetic guard. Is this my pathetic end? But miraculously, absolutely nothing happened. After an agonizing eternity, he slowly, confusedly opened his eyes to witness an absolutely unbelievable scene unfolding right before his very eyes. The massive demon was completely frozen in place, violently restrained by an unseen force from a spatial portal. It was none other than the legendary Inju Dong. He casually gripped the beast's flaming skull, forcefully dragging it through the dimensional rift before hurling it away like trash. The shockwave of his raw power literally shook the entire mountain. The once invincible monster was instantly pacified by Inju's overwhelming aura, slumping lifelessly into the dirt. Seeing the magma Rakshasa effortlessly neutralized, a cocky, victorious smirk crept onto his face. Time to clear the next raid zone right. He raised his hand, channeling his god-tier system powers once again. This time, he cast mass teleportation, targeting Gangwo's treacherous, snowy peaks. Simultaneously, a fallen hunter was being brutally crushed beneath another demon's foot. The vile creature gurgled a sinister threat as its jagged finger unnaturally elongated into a deadly razor-sharp spike. It viciously impaled the helpless victim, drawing a blood-curdling scream of agony. Arg! But right as the demon prepared its fatal strike, a swirling spatial void instantly materialized behind its back. The beast was violently sucked into the portal. One by one, the invading boss monsters across Mount Mudang, Mount Gwangyo, and Jeju's Mount Hala suffered the exact same terrifying fate. The surviving hunters were left in absolute shock. A female mage gasped. What in the world? 4 disaster-level demons were simultaneously yanked through space, completely paralyzed by overwhelming magical pressure. They were helplessly dragged backwards as the menacing black spatial rifts rapidly collapsed, vanishing entirely from the sky. Meanwhile, back at the main Han Maru headquarters in the heart of Seoul, an operator frantically reported to Director Lee Yang-eun, "Every single demon outside of Busan has completely vanished from the radar." Unfazed by the miracle, she smirked slightly. "There's no need to worry. This just proves he has already arrived in Busan." Cut to Inju Dong, his eyes cold as absolute zero, surveying the apocalyptic wasteland. Completely surrounded by an entire army of demons, he just dragged them through the spatial gate. Glaring at the horde, he smirked. Is everyone gathered? Jong Inju's aura ignited. Overwhelming energy erupted around him. Well then, let the hunt begin. A monster roared and the demon horde charged forward like a tidal wave. They swarmed him from all sides. But standing calmly in the center, Jong Inju simply raised a single finger and traced a line in the air. Pitch black energy materialized. This was the legendary spatial severance technique. In one breathtaking strike, the entire demonic legion was effortlessly decapitated. Demonic blood rained down like a crimson waterfall. The bystanders froze in absolute shock. The rookie girl and her squad trembled in pure awe. Cold sweat drenched her face. What on earth? She had never witnessed such devastating god-tier power in her entire life. He deliberately spared one lava Rakshasa. Half its body and an arm were gone. Jong Inju stepped close, towering over the broken beast. He pinned the monster beneath his boot. "Translator, get over here," he commanded. Grabbing the demon by its skull, he demanded, "Why the sudden massive invasions this past week? Spill it." The terrified translator relayed the beast's raspy words. "Bring him back," it hissed. Jong Inju narrowed his eyes. "Bring who back?" The demon just mindlessly chanted, "Who is he? Who is he?" The translator sighed. "It is useless, sir. They just parrot our words after demanding his return. Without a shred of pity, Jong Inju dropped the creature. Guess we do this the hard way. Murderous aura exploded from him. I will just annihilate every last one of you. In a flash, he crushed the demon. Foul blood splattered across his cheek. Calmly wiping it away, the guild master made his next game-changing move. I am shutting down that gate. He slammed his palm against the earth. Immediately terrifying purple-black energy surged from his very fingertips. A dark fissure ripped toward the portal. The immense power slammed into the rift, instantly sucking the entire dungeon gate into Jong Inju's bottomless void. The squad captain and Seo Woo lost their minds. Are you kidding me? The rookie girl's heart fluttered. He is too cool. Having him as our leader feels incredibly safe. They say he is 50 years old, but he looks like a supermodel. Maintaining his icy composure, Jong Inju slowly reigned in his overwhelming mana. Dead silence fell over the battlefield. Whispers broke out. Is that his spatial awakening ability? Meanwhile, at headquarters, Li Yang-un opened the door. You are finally back. Status on the gate, Jong Inju loosened his tie with a sigh. I tossed the whole thing into my shadow dimension. He managed one serious sentence. Before instantly reverting to his lazy self, slumping into his chair, he whined, Man, I am exhausted. Li Yang-un shivered. I would rather die than step into your void. His sudden shift in mood startled her. Stop faking it, she scoffed. You can easily solo those dungeons. Jong Inju groaned. Even I have my mana limits, you know. Running an entire syndicate is a total headache. Ignoring his complaints, she clicked the remote. Here are the files you requested. Jong Inju merely grunted in response. Countless rookie profiles flashed across the screen. She raised an eyebrow. Why do you need data on this specific newbie? His eyes darkened. The Rakshasa are hunting someone. He scanned the awakened candidates, locking onto a pale-faced Go-Diok man. Meanwhile, down in the blood-red depths of the underworld, thousands of nightmare creatures screeched in chaotic frenzy. Yet, they cowered in terror as a colossal demonic entity materialized. Boasting wild hair and a twisted feminine form, she widened her glowing eyes and roared, Bring him back to me. I need him now. Cut to the Provincial Special Forces headquarters. A young man stood stiffly outside, rocking a perfectly tailored suit. Not a single wrinkle in sight. One look at his sharp outfit proved just how desperately he wanted to survive this new government awakening job. But despite his flawless preparation, his face was pale with absolute dread. Gulping hard, Maru thought to himself, well, there is no turning back now. A flashback hit him hard. His mother had cried tears of pure joy. Sniffling with overwhelming pride, she had cheered, My baby finally became an elite civil servant. Gripping his shoulders with trembling hands, her voice broke. I could die happy right now. That deeply moving image of her proud, tear-stained face was permanently burned into Maru's memory. Seeing her joy warmed his heart, but crushing imposter syndrome gnawed at him. Will my system stats even let me survive here? Suddenly, inside the office, Go-Diok man shoved his face right into Maru's space. Reeking of cheap alcohol, the veteran captain grumbled in a raspy voice. So you showed up, huh? Scratching his messy hair, he stumbled around like a total drunkard. Glaring back, he snapped. Why did you even bother coming? My squad does not need cowardly deserters. Maru pinched his nose and backed away. Why does he smell like a brewery? Diok man kept ranting as he led the way. But catching sight of another recruit, the captain's face lit up. Oh, you made it too. Standing there was Seo Woo. Radiating pure murderous intent, he hissed Captain. Why the hell was I assigned to this trashier branch instead of the main headquarters? Diok man flashed a shameless grin. How should I know? With a high-rank Rakshasa summon like yours, I am surprised too. You got a problem with my team. That lazy response only fueled Seo Woo's burning rage. Chuckling softly, the captain turned the doorknob. Whatever you are already here. Welcome to the strike squad. Maru watched nervously, his heart pounding in his chest. This is it. The moment of truth. The door slowly creaked open. In his terrified mind, he pictured a dark, nightmarish torture chamber. Blinding crimson light flashing, cold sweat dripping down his chin. He imagined bloodthirsty savages wielding giant buzzsaws and massive shears, brutally dissecting monsters on a steel operating table. That gruesome fantasy left him paralyzed with fear. He was frozen solid until the captain's voice shattered the illusion. Snapping back to reality, Hey, Maru, Diok man jerked his chin. Are you coming in or what? Inside was just a standard, insanely boring 30-square-meter office space. Basic cubicles with standard computers lined the walls. A filing cabinet, a sad potted plant, and a water cooler sat in the corner. Maru rubbed his neck awkwardly. Huh, this is way less epic than I imagined. The special task force captain turned to him. Time for introductions. I am Go-Diok man. Squad leader, 41 years old, 12-year veteran in this bizarre civil service. He pointed at a pale woman with short brown hair and glasses. That is Yuji-1, 36 years old, 7 years of service. Next was a tall, skinny, kind-looking, middle-aged man. And this gentle giant is Kim E. Park, 51 years old, boasting 7 years of Special Task Force experience. Next up is the young man with striking blue hair and red tips. This is Nam Joo-hyuk. At just 21 years old, he has 1 year of active duty. With introductions out of the way, Go Deok Man waved his hand and walked off. All right, from now on, you two can figure things out around here yourselves. Seo Woo scowled in obvious annoyance. What Han Maru sighed internally. What kind of irresponsible captain is this? He walked to his new desk. Leaning on his hands, he worriedly thought, since it is my first day, I have no idea what to do. He looked up, his heart fluttering with anticipation. Right across from him was Seo Woo's desk. It was his first day too. Han Maru instantly felt a sense of camaraderie. Looks like he is a rookie, just like me. He seems super tense. At least I have a buddy for this rough start. He flashed a warm, friendly smile to greet him. Nice to meet you, Seo Woo. Seo Woo looked up, but upon seeing that fake customer service smile, a vein popped on his forehead. He hissed through gritted teeth. You punk, what are you smiling at? Han Maru froze in shock, completely caught off guard by the hostility. Seo Woo slammed his head on the desk, cursing. Unbelievable. How did an elite talent like me get assigned to this trash-tier dump? Han Maru sat opposite him, utterly speechless. He thought to himself, why did I get stuck with such a crazy teammate? Refusing to yield, he decided to buddy up with Nam Joo-hyuk. Let me ask you something. Nam Joo-hyuk finally pulled his eyes from the screen. What? Han Maru asked curiously. How exactly does the Kangwado squad operate? Nam Joo-hyuk took off his headphones. He fixed his two-tone hair and put on a serious face. The Special Task Force has 13 branches nationwide. Each squad handles a specific territory. Assignments are based strictly on individual combat capability. He lowered his voice. Awakeners possessing a Phase 7 Rakshasa demon or higher are specifically deployed to high-density demonic zones. But our location is just a small outer province. It is barely dangerous. He relaxed, kicked his feet up, and rocked in his chair. Honestly, this place is just a dumping ground for low-level rookies. Han Maru's eyes went wide as he pointed. I see. He finally understood why he was stationed here. But a question lingered. Does that mean everyone here is just a weakling, wasting time? Nam Joo-hyuk easily read his mind. Do not think everyone here is useless. Actually, many elites with high-tier Rakshasa demons voluntarily requested to be transferred to this exact branch. Han Maru pouted. Voluntarily. Who would do that? Suddenly, the door clicked open. The sharp sound grabbed the attention of the chatting duo. A tall, athletic girl with pale skin stepped inside. Her fierce eyes scanned the room. She casually dried her damp, freshly washed hair. Han Maru gasped in shock. Chana, she looked down at him. Their eyes locked in intense silence. She froze for a split second. Huh. But before she could speak, Yu Ji-won scolded her sternly. Agent Kang Chana, why did you not go home to wash up after your night shift? Kang Chana kept drying her wet hair and walked to her desk. Why bother going home? I will just shower here. Commuting is way too exhausting. She distractedly glanced at the noisy group nearby. Oh, the new recruit is here. But his expression barely shifted when he saw me. Does that mean? He lost his memories after waking up. Meanwhile, back with the chatting duo, Han Maru jumped up in absolute shock. Say what? We actually get a life risk allowance for working here. Nam Joo-hyuk crossed his arms and nodded. Han Maru lowered his head. Makes sense. We are gambling our lives against demonic beasts, so we definitely need solid hazard pay. Nam Joo-hyuk opened his hands and winked. Of course. The life risk allowance for this dangerous job is literally 5 times our base salary. Han Maru froze completely. The sheer scale of that massive paycheck left him speechless, but he quickly snapped back to reality. His face flushed bright red, his jaw dropped. 5 times my salary. That is literally millions of won. Nam Joo-hyuk suddenly changed his tune. He pulled his chair back to his desk. All right, that is enough chatting. Knowing too much will not help. He put on his headphones with a cold glare. Get back to work. Han Maru pouted. Was answering a few questions really that annoying? He stared at the wall's alarm system, thinking patiently. I guess I will just wait for the siren to ring. But dusk arrived and absolutely nothing happened. Golden sunlight poured through the window, painting the office in a warm, peaceful glow. The clock hands ticked forward inch by inch. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Han Maru sipped his coffee. He leaned back in his chair with total satisfaction. Who knew working here would be this chill? Plus the salary is in the millions. Go Deok Man stretched his arms and groaned loudly. Oh, man. After stretching, he cheerfully waved his hand. All right, everyone, wrap it up and get ready to clock out. He walked around the room and stopped at the rookies' desks. Hey, newbies. How was your first day on the job? Seo Woo, keeping his gloomy expression, replied politely. It was nothing special. Han Maru eagerly raised his hand. I have a question. Exactly what are these demonic beings and where do they come from? The captain scratched his head, looking troubled. Come on now, no one actually knows the exact truth. Nam Joo-hyuk stepped away from his desk. Just keep it simple. They cause massive chaos and our job is to exterminate them. Han Maru was surprised, but it made sense. So they really do not care about their origins. Fair enough. Our only mission is to protect the civilians. He exhaled deeply, scolding himself for overthinking the situation. The Kamwadu squad was always warm and lively. They quickly planned a drinking party for the rookies. Nam Ju-hyuk slowed his pace to wait for Han Maru. He smiled faintly, thinking to himself, so many people live without knowing these demons exist, but they are living happy lives. As a special task force agent, my priority is just doing my job well. This place is actually pretty fun. Meanwhile, at the High Command Task Force headquarters in the city center, a mysterious woman with striking purple hair stood silently in the elevator. She clutched a stack of top-secret reports strictly classified for high-ranking officials. The elevator dinged, stopping at floor B. She stepped out her high heels, clicking sharply. It was a highly advanced lab filled with state-of-the-art machinery. Jong In-ju stood with arms crossed before a massive isolation chamber. He turned his head and asked, "Report." Ju Hyan checked the datapad and spoke carefully. "The frequency of demonic manifestations has stabilized." He did not reply. Instead, he touched the cold glass of the isolation chamber, lost in deep thought. Outside, the sky was growing darker. The vibrant sunlight surrendered to a fading orange glow. Dark night was fast approaching. Jong In-ju broke the silence with a sudden question. "Have we discovered the exact reason behind their recent appearances, spiking so drastically?" His intense gaze remained locked on the figure inside the chamber. Someone wearing an oxygen mask, barely clinging to life. Ju Hyun replied with razor-sharp precision, "No. The real reason they are multiplying so rapidly is because that day is fast approaching." Jong In-ju traced the glass with his fingers. Inside floated a young man with hair as white as a dove's feather. His limbs were heavily chained, trapped like a caged bird. The old man showed zero sympathy. "The situation is wildly unpredictable," he muttered. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he left with a strict order. "Make sure the captains of every regional squad are on high alert. Even though the world seems peaceful right now, this tranquil era is nothing but a fragile illusion. Chaos is brewing in the shadows. Those in power must be fully prepared to face catastrophic developments at a moment's notice." Han Maru swallowed a shot of burning liquor, shouting in sheer panic. "Say what?" Staring at the sizzling meat, he muttered bitterly. "You mean that day is really coming?" Yu Ji-won pumped her fist to cheer him up. "Even if it comes, we still have to live our best lives. Are we just going to worry ourselves to death?" Han Maru knew she had a point, but his mind was swarming with terrifying, unanswered questions. He turned to the captain desperately. "What exactly is that day?" Go-Dog-man happily chewed on a piece of charred meat. "Ah, rumor has it that when that day arrives, an endless wave of demons will spawn. Even low-density safe zones will face brutal combat. The elite, awakened from the higher-ups, have already predicted it." Han Maru instantly imagined a downright horrifying scenario. A relentless army of mutated freaks wielding blood-soaked blades charging forward in a suicidal frenzy. The terrifying vision sent shivers down his spine. His jaw dropped wide open in pure terror. When that day arrives, will the demon horde truly become an unstoppable, countless swarm? "We are totally dead." The captain, heavily buzzed, leaned in with a secret. "This is highly classified." Yu Ji-won raised her glass. "All right then. Let us just drink." Silent Kim quietly sipped his liquor. Yuji sighed in defeat. "I just want to go home and sleep." Kang Chana, the perfect elite agent, ignored the alcohol for meat. "Enough drinking, we have a mission tomorrow." Meanwhile, a completely wasted Gong Yu slammed his head on the table, cursing his fate. "Why the hell was I transferred to this dump?" The party spiraled out of control as glasses clashed like roaring waves. Kang Chana tried to stop the madness. "Captain, you have had enough." Maru pouted in absolute disbelief. Why is no one taking this seriously, while they drown in their drinks? High above the pitch-black mountains, a blinding golden light tore the sky apart like an ancient temple gate. The divine glow intensified violently. A heavy, deafening hum vibrated, signaling a massive presence beyond the rift. Suddenly, from the golden void, a grotesque four-fingered hand with razor-sharp claws pierced through. This was no human limb. With a sickening rip, dozens of similar hands burst forward, slithering like vile, slimy tentacles. The ear-piercing frequency screamed of absolute catastrophe. A horrifying demon head bulging with cursed veins dragged itself out. Meanwhile, far from the nightmare, an emergency siren shattered the night. The lively drinking crew instantly froze, their laughter killed by the alarm. Yu Ji-won grabbed her phone, clearly annoyed. "Are the demonic beasts already here?" "The red alert is blaring. I never expected a raid tonight." The warning siren screamed through the base. Kang Chana ripped off her apron, eyes locked in combat mode. "I will handle this." Gong Yu immediately stood up. "Let me join you, senior." But Kang Chana coldly rejected him. "No way, Maru is coming with me." Hearing his name, Maru violently choked on his water. Soon their vehicle tore through the desolate highway. Maru slumped against the window with a heavy sigh. Does this mean a massive demon wave is coming? Talk about a hellish first day on the job. I thought this was a safe desk job, he grumbled internally. Breaking the suffocating silence, Kang Chena spoke. Rookie Agent Maru. He snapped his head back. Yes. Keeping her eyes on the road, she continued. Forget the captain's drunken ramblings. Maru stared at her face, pale with dread. How can I just ignore it? She replied sharply. Headquarters already has a countermeasure for this crisis. The main branch is filled with elite hunters. They will handle the big picture. Suddenly, Kang Chana erupted with monstrous bloodlust veins popping on her skin. Her eyes flared crimson. Our only job at this branch is to slaughter every single demon that spawns in our zone. Terrified, Maru swallowed his words. She makes a valid point, he realized, but this is still terrifying. Her tone shifted to unexpected praise. You possess an incredibly rare awakening ability. I am expecting great things from you tonight. Flustered by the compliment, Maru turned beet red as silence returned. Sweating nervously, he wondered. A rare ability. This is the first time anyone has acknowledged my power. Kang Chena recalled the brutal image of Maru tearing into a demon's flesh. An awakener with your specific skill is absolutely unheard of. Maru blinked in utter confusion. My specific skill. He visualized his inner demonic avatar. Did I defeat that monster because of my unique class? He cautiously asked. What exactly is the nature of my awakened power? Kang Chena flashed a knowing smile. Your ability class is absolute predation. Simply put, you literally devour the demons you slaughter. Maru turned ghostly, pale, cold, sweat dripping down his face in pure horror. That is my legendary power. Before he could panic, they arrived at the disaster zone. A grotesque fiend roared before them. In a flash, Kang Chana drove a steel rod straight through the beast's jaw, pinning it violently to an ancient tree. She grabbed Maru's arm with manic excitement. Exactly. If you consume them, their regeneration is completely nullified. Take a bite. Maru stared at the demon's arm, bracing himself. All right, if I do this, it cannot heal. I have to master this bizarre awakening to survive. He desperately coped, forcing himself to imagine the foul creature as simple seafood. Just pretend it is spicy octopus and chew. He opened wide for the kill. Here goes nothing. But he only managed a pathetic tiny nibble. Kang Chana exploded in absolute fury. Hey, why did you stop? Maru cried in visible tears. It is too disgusting to eat, she glared fiercely. Do it, he whimpered in terror. Yes, ma'am. The next day at the agency, Maru collapsed onto his keyboard, utterly drained. I'm actually dying. Suddenly, Gong Yu appeared with a toxic smirk. Well, how was your glorious frontline battle with the Horde? You look like a walking corpse. Provoked by the mockery, Maru snapped back. What I do is none of your business. Gong Yu smashed the desk. It is my business. Because a weakling like you was chosen, I got benched. An elite hunter sidelined for you? How is that fair? He shoved his finger into Maru's face. Senior Kang Chana gave you special treatment, and it absolutely pisses me off. Got it. Dropping his venom, Gong Yu stormed off. What a total loser. Furious, Maru shot up. You are crossing the line, yet once alone, those words pierced his mind. Maybe he is right, I really am a failure who messes everything up. Suddenly, the emergency broadcast flashed blood red. Kang Chana jumped up to deploy Maru, but his desk was completely empty. Hiding inside a bathroom stall, a depressing aura swallowed Maru. Clutching his head, he fought a mental battle. I need to get a grip, but the thought of feasting on raw demon flesh makes my stomach churn. He let out a heavy sigh. This is pure torture. Stepping out, his limbs trembled violently. I cannot survive doing this every day. The second he exited, Kang Chana blocked his path. Where the hell were you? Maru flinched, his heart racing. Oh God, she pressed the interrogation. You were cowering in the bathroom, right? He avoided her gaze, completely paralyzed. I ate too much yesterday and got severe indigestion. Kang Chana let out a disappointed sigh. The hunter life is not meant for you. Maru looked up entirely stunned. What? She delivered the cold truth. Even with an awakening, many refuse to become special agents. They live as ordinary civilians closely monitored by the Awakened Control Council. Maru shivered in dread. Monitored, that sounds like a prison sentence. She crossed her arms, merciless. It is better than being weak and getting slaughtered on the front lines. Monitored survival or brutal death, which is better. Her voice cut like a blade. The harsh reality is your pathetic hesitation will jeopardize the mission. And when that happens, innocent people will die because of you, not just yourself. Closing the gap, she locked eyes with him. If you lack the resolve for this, quit right now. Since you are here, I will be brutally honest. Without you, headquarters will dispatch someone much stronger. Maru stood there utterly shattered. With that final blow, Kang Chana walked away. A veteran hunter stood alone in the Godeokman Guild headquarters hallway. He frowned in annoyance. Where the hell is Maru? Did that kid ditch his shift? Kang Chana stared blankly at the empty desk. Meanwhile, on a busy city bridge, Maru stood taking in the skyline. He stretched his arms, finally feeling completely free. She was right. Dropping my useless pride brought total peace. Living under the system's surveillance beats dying any day. Pulling out his phone, he dialed his mother. All right, time to tell Mom I quit the guild, he muttered while walking. The awakening day is approaching fast. When those demons swarm, survival will be hell. Mom, we need to talk. He suddenly froze in his tracks. You're heading out somewhere, her voice crackled through the speaker. Oh, I'm hiking up Mount Inwang. Maru's heart dropped. Mom, stay away from there. It's a high-level danger zone. I warned you about the portal breaks. She barely heard him. What was that? The signal is terrible up here. Wow, why is there so much yellow dust? Suddenly, pure terror gripped Maru. Wait, what? The call abruptly dropped dead. Panic violently seized his chest. Did she just say yellow dust? That meant a dungeon break. Over at Mount Inwang, the strike squad was already deploying. A veteran hunter barked a warning. Stay sharp. A Phase 5 demon just spawned. Amidst the chaotic tactical briefing, he noticed a rookie hunter standing completely paralyzed. He grabbed the trembling kid's shoulder. Hey, what's wrong with you? Following the rookie's terrified gaze, he looked up into the branches. A grotesque Rakshasa demon crouched up there. It was viciously devouring a victim's severed arm, ripping through flesh as crimson blood rained down. Back in the city, Maru sprinted like a madman. No, hang on, Mom. The rookie hunter shook violently, his face drained of all color. The entire squad lay slaughtered on the dirt, torn apart and feasted upon by the horrific mirror demon. This is impossible. It's supposed to be just a Phase 5 beast. At this rate, the entire Mount Inwang Guild squad will be wiped out completely. The squad captain gasped for air, battered and bloody. Backup is taking too damn long. The rookie cried out in despair. Captain, gritting his teeth, the captain activated his clone support skill. He turned and roared his final order. Run to the nearest comms and beg Seoul headquarters for reinforcements. Go now. The rookie bolted instantly. Yes, sir, I'm on it. Near the mountain's hazard warning sign, a rusty emergency payphone stood alone. The rookie slammed the receiver to his ear and frantically dialed the digits. Cell phones are dead in this dungeon dust storm. This is our only hope. Meanwhile, at the Seoul Association headquarters, Yu Yoon addressed the war room with a deadly serious expression. The Mount Inwang scouting unit just triggered a distress beacon. She slammed her pointer against the holographic map. If those monsters break past the yellow zone and breach the blue sector, millions of civilians will be slaughtered. We must reinforce them immediately, she shouted with fierce authority. We are completely out of time. Waving her hand, she commanded. All available hunters move out now. Move. A speeding taxi drifted dangerously as it raced toward Mount Inwang. Maru leaped out before it fully stopped. Keep the change, thank you. At the entrance, flashing barricades blocked the hiking trail completely. He scanned the frustrated crowd of stranded hikers. His mother was nowhere to be found. That meant she was still trapped inside the active dungeon zone. He rushed to the perimeter guards. Hey, please, you have to let me through. My mother is stuck up there. The guild enforcer coldly shook his head. Access denied, civilian. It's an absolute death trap right now. There are feral man-eating beasts roaming the area. Maru gritted his teeth in pure frustration. Wild beasts, my ass. Those are awakened demons. He spun around and bolted. Damn it all to hell. He recklessly dashed toward an unguarded flank to bypass the blockade. Fingers bleeding against jagged rocks, he scaled the steep cliffside with everything he had. Mom, please, just stay alive until I get there. Higher up, the toxic yellow dungeon fog grew suffocatingly thick. The hiking companion with Maru's mother groaned, clutching her severely sprained purple ankle. She collapsed onto a boulder in despair. This cursed dust, I can't even see 2 steps ahead of me. Maru's mother crouched down with absolute resolve. She offered her frail back to her friend. Come on, I'll carry you down. Yujuan's mother would do the same. Suddenly, an ominous silhouette emerged through the thick dust. The sinister figure dragged itself closer. She squinted through the haze. A monstrous blood-soaked hand pierced through the yellow fog, making her scream in horror. Just then, Maru breached the cliff edge, his body trembling wildly. Mom, standing frozen on the rocky ledge, she looked up in shock. Maru, what in the world are you doing up there? Why are you here? Maru thrust his phone forward desperately. The screen displayed a photo of her and Yu Juwan's mother. I saw your latest post on Facebook. That's how I tracked you, she shouted back at him over the howling wind. But how are you even going to get down here? Watch your step, you'll fall, Yu Jiwan's mother gasped. Wait, is that your son who passed the special hunter exam? Hearing the praise, his mother waved her hands modestly. Yes, he finally got a stable guild job. Now he just needs to get married. But the boy hasn't found a decent girl yet. Maru screamed at the top of his lungs. Mom, watch out. This isn't the damn time for blind dates. Get off this mountain before the monsters find you. Suddenly, an eerie rustling echoed from the branches above him. His hunter instincts kicked in, and he snapped his head up. It was the terrifying mirror demon. A beast is already here. A blinding shard of cursed glass floated before the creature as it stretched a sickening, bloodthirsty grin. Absolute terror paralyzed Maru's mind. What do I do? What do I do? His face went deathly pale, cold sweat dripping as he hyperventilated. The tension was suffocating as the demon remained perched, locking its lethal gaze on them. I've never faced a monster with such an overwhelming aura before. He clutched his violently pounding chest, unable to stop the endless stream of terrified sweat. How can a weak trash-tier hunter like me possibly save her? Seeing his darkened, frozen expression as he clutched his heart, his mother called out, "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Don't fall." Suddenly, Maru's body violently swayed over the edge. She shrieked in absolute panic. "Maru, watch out." Triggered by the sudden noise, the mirror demon snapped its twisted neck. It lunged straight toward his defenseless mother with blinding speed. Without a single thought, Maru threw himself off the cliff after the beast, but his face brutally smashed against the jagged rocks, sending him tumbling wildly. "Oh God, no, I'm too late." The demon unhinged its massive jaws, shrieking as it died for his mother. She was paralyzed by pure despair. Ignoring the blood pouring from his shattered nose, Maru hurled himself forward, roaring, "No!" Then a deafening crash echoed as the demon slammed into the dirt. Maru blinked, completely stunned by the chaotic scene. Huh. 3 spectral daggers were violently pinned through the monster's spine, forcing it to bleed out uncontrollably. His mother pointed past the trembling demon, her eyes wide with shock. "Good heavens, what on earth is floating above your head?" Maru stared at her in utter confusion. "Wait, what?" He slowly tilted his gaze upward. Glowing daggers hovered right above him. The exact same skill used by the rank 3 Rakshasa he had previously slain. He flailed his arms in total panic. "Why are there magic blades floating over my head?" A vivid memory flashed. The death of that rank 3 beast. Wait, this is definitely that dead demon's signature attack skill. Suddenly, excruciating pain ripped through his entire body. Argo. The fabric on his back violently tore open. A razor-sharp bone spike mercilessly erupted directly from his spine. He raised his hand instinctively, commanding the hovering daggers, his mind racing. How in the hell am I using a dead monster's awakening skill? He remembered slicing that demon's throat, muttering out loud. I only knew that eating a demon's flesh stops their regeneration. Then the horrifying truth struck him like absolute lightning. Did I actually absorb their skills? A fierce grin crossed his face. With this newfound power, that monster is completely dead meat. The beast gasped on the ground, weakened by his relentless blade strikes. But why was a demon on Mount in Kwang? Suddenly, imposing figures stepped out from the shadows. A pale rookie collapsed near the barricade, barely clinging to life. 2 corporate agents approached. One wore a sharp blue suit, the other blood red. "Hey, you breathing?" "We're elite agents from main headquarters," they announced with absolute authority. "Stay with us, kid. What's the threat level of this beast? And where the hell is your squad?" The rookie trembled in pure, unadulterated terror. "It's an absolute nightmare. That thing wiped out my entire unit." The bald agent stroked his chin in disbelief. "Your entire unit? Your captain was a stage 7 awakened. How could he possibly lose to that?" He smirked, leaning dangerously close to the rookie's face. "A stage 5 demon is basically trash." Meanwhile, Maru cautiously approached the downed beast. A strange, sinister glint caught his eye. Suddenly, the monster rose. Jagged blades sprouted from its flesh, perfectly copying Maru's unique power. A mirror demon. It possessed the terrifying ability to mimic any awakened skill. Before Maru could react, a devastating storm of daggers ripped through the air, piercing his flesh. He coughed up black blood. Crimson drops fell from the blades, firmly lodged in his cheek. He gritted his teeth in agonizing realization. So it's using the exact same demonic arts. It completely stole my skill. The creature stalked closer, a glowing mirror shard embedded in its forehead, reflecting Maru's battered face. Without a single second of hesitation, Maru ruthlessly ripped the blade right out of his own cheek. A guttural scream escaped his lips, but he mercilessly yanked every single blade out of his bleeding body. This mimicking bastard was going to pay the ultimate price. He tossed the blood-soaked steel aside, confidently raising his hand to snap his fingers. But the monster mirrored his exact motion. Maru froze in his tracks. Freaking creepy. He fearfully glanced back at his mother. Maru sprinted over and frantically dropped to his knees. "Mom, are you hurt?" His stomach dropped. A deep, bloody gash tore right across her knee. She had taken a direct hit. Absolute panic set in. Inside the toxic yellow sand zones, ordinary human wounds could not regenerate, but his mother ignored her own pain, her eyes wide with fear. "Maru, you're covered in blood. Please be careful." Hiding his agonizing pain, Maru lifted his torn shirt to reassure her. "I'm totally fine, Mom. Not a single scratch." His eyes hardened with unshakable resolve. I have to protect her. No backup was coming to save her. He turned his fierce, burning gaze back to the mirror demon. "I don't care what it takes. I am going to absolutely slaughter that thing. Mom, you need to run and hide. I will handle this." She looked at him in absolute heart-stopping shock. "What are you even saying?" Maru turned back and flashed a fearless, heroic smile. "I'm an awakened official now. It's my sworn duty to protect the citizens." He stepped forward into the suffocating yellow sand fog. "I'll be right back." He explosively charged directly at the monster. Grappling the massive beast, he violently hoisted it into the air. With a deafening battle cry, he tackled the demon right off the cliff. "Maru, no," his mother screamed. But gravity had already claimed them. They completely vanished into the crushing abyss. Sometime later, Maru groaned in bone-shattering pain. He had miraculously landed on a narrow stone outcropping. Gritting his teeth, he dragged his battered body to the treacherous edge. Peering through the dense toxic fog, he frantically searched for the beast. Is that mimicking trash finally dead? He had to lure this monster far away from his mother. The alternative was utterly unthinkable. If he backed down now, if the beast stayed here, his mother would be slaughtered. He just needed to buy enough time until the elite rescue squad finally arrived. Meanwhile, the two headquarters agents reached the In-Kwang squad's location. Their jaws dropped in sheer horror. What the hell is going on here? A horrific swarm of mirror demons was mercilessly shredding the squad apart. The battlefield was an absolute stomach-churning bloodbath. Sensing fresh meat, the monstrous horde dropped their prey and glared at the newcomers. The bald agent pointed at the terrifying swarm, his mind racing. How are there so many identical copies? The bald veteran scoffed, piecing it together. Mirror demons. They're heavily utilizing cloning skills. The demonic horde radiated pure, suffocating bloodlust as they locked onto their new targets. Unfazed, the bald veteran quickly formulated a tactical plan. Listen closely. We just need to find the original body. Crush the main host, and these cheap copies will instantly turn to dust. But his hot-headed partner had absolutely zero patience. Why bother guessing? Just smash them all to pieces. He vaulted high into the air, charging up a devastating explosive punch as he dove toward the horde. Boom! His blazing fist obliterated the earth, sending massive shockwaves that violently blasted the demons away. The veteran agent shook his head in pure disappointment. Absolute meathead. No strategic thinking whatsoever. He scanned the scattered, shrieking monsters with sharp, calculating eyes. The original host definitely isn't hiding in this trash mob. So where the hell is the real boss lurking? The true mirror demon was down in the abyss with Maru. It aggressively inhaled the toxic yellow sand, rapidly regenerating its mangled flesh. Maru gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. Damn it, its healing factor is completely overpowered. Things were looking incredibly grim. Maru turned to make a desperate tactical retreat. But then, his mother's terrified voice hauntingly echoed from the monster's mouth. Blinding, catastrophic rage instantly ignited in his soul. He aimed his fingers fiercely, commanding his floating blades. "You filthy bastard, do not use her voice." The magic daggers shot forward like deadly missiles, but completely missed their elusive mark. Maru froze in absolute shock. "My aim is totally off." The demon smirked effortlessly, levitating its own set of stolen daggers. With a mocking superior gesture, it fired them straight at his heart. A jagged demonic blade pierced straight through his flesh. Blinding pain violently washed over him, but his willpower remained unbroken. He forcefully redirected his floating blades for a brutal counterattack. Direct hit. The magical steel buried deep into the monster, making it shriek in pure, chaotic agony. Maru's eyes lit up with victory. "Got you, piece of trash." But then, the beast mimicked his earlier move, yanking the blade right out. Its gaping, bloody wound stitched together in mere seconds. Maru tightly clenched his trembling fists. Demonic regeneration. This is an absolute nightmare, hanging by a terrifying thread in this deadly game of survival. A crucial game-changing memory of Chena flashed in his mind. It was from their brutal, exhausting training days. Chena stood over him, glaring with fierce, fiery annoyance. "Are you even listening to me?" He was sprawled helplessly on the training ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. "Fighting these monsters is insane." She yanked him aggressively to his feet. "Your pathetic fear is giving them fatal openings." She dusted him off with a deadly serious look. Inside the yellow sand zones, our awakened healing factors are amplified too. Maru scoffed clearly, not buying her tough love pep talk. "Easy for you to say. A stab wound still hurts like hell. If those freaks couldn't regenerate, I'd absolutely crush them." Annoyed by his whining, Chana squeezed his arm painfully tight. "Ouch, hey," he winced in sharp pain. "Okay, sorry, I'll train harder, no more complaining." He awkwardly scratched his head. "But seriously, what is the ultimate trick to actually killing these freaks?" Her intense expression turned deadly serious. "You have to slice their heads cleanly off. Stop them from generating yellow sand." She heavily sighed. "But honestly, you're really only built to be a support class. You completely lack the sheer attack power for frontline combat." She poked his chest, a faint, impressed smirk appearing. "But I'll give you this. Your innate regeneration speed is absolutely top tier. So when you face those monsters, don't let fear freeze your soul." Back in the present, Maru's eyes burned with an overwhelming newfound resolve. He had high-speed regeneration. Why the hell was he running? A fierce, unstoppable grin spread across his battered face. Thanks to his mimicry skill, he finally possessed lethal attack power. Even if his aim sucked right now, he was going to confidently slaughter this beast. "My accuracy is still too low." Han Maru steadied his breathing. "I need absolute focus." But the mirror demon mocked him, twisting his mother's gentle voice. What's wrong, Han Maru? Gripping the broken dagger tight, he realized this was his only shot. Channeling every ounce of his strength, he hurled the blade at the beast scaling the cliff. The jagged shards whistled past the monster, shattering its concentration. Han Maru leaped off the ledge, weapon drawn. If my aim is off from a distance, I'll just execute a close-range strike. He plummeted like a falling meteor. His hands tightly gripped the deadly metal shard, raising it high. Jaw clenched, he made a lethal vow to obliterate his enemy. The howling wind tore at his jacket. Staring at the mirror demon's emotionless face, he thrust the deadly metal downward. He grinned with fierce confidence. Victory is mine. But reality brutally shattered his expectations. The demon snapped its jaws shut, catching the lethal blade entirely with its razor-sharp teeth. Han Maru froze in pure shock. Eyes wide with furious disbelief, he panicked. It blocked my critical strike. The monster lunged, wrapping a filthy, clawed hand tightly around his throat. Agonizing pain instantly flared. Han Maru gritted his teeth in sheer agony. Anchoring one arm to the cliff, the beast hoisted him into the air by his neck. He violently coughed, gasping for oxygen. Leaning in close, the demon rasped. Why? Han Maru clenched his jaw, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Bulging veins erupted on the monster's gripping arm as it used the cliff to launch them skyward. Dragged into the sky, Han Maru screamed in absolute terror, but the iron grip on his throat never wavered. Dizzy and disoriented, he watched helplessly as the beast dive-bombed, slamming him brutally into the ground. Debris exploded like a bomb. His face turned pale with dread as he clawed desperately at the demon's arm. His lungs burned. He was completely out of breath. Fatigue and eyes rolling back, he bit his lip until blood poured out. A desperate thought flashed through his fading mind. I must activate it. My Devour system skill. Time is running out. I have to act now. Suddenly, upon the mirrored glass embedded in the monster's forehead, a mysterious reflection briefly flickered into view. Without warning, the beast sank its fangs viciously into his neck. Ambushed, Han Maru unleashed a blood-curdling scream. Fighting through the blinding agony, he grabbed a razor-sharp stone. He swung hard, plunging the rock deep into its throat. Panting heavily, he clutched his own gushing wound. Exhausted, he stammered, I broke free. The creature collapsed instantly. With the jagged stone still lodged in his neck, Han Maru's mind violently spun. A crushing wave of dizziness crashed over him. What is happening? His vision began to blur. Horrified, he watched the nightmare rise again, ripping the stone from its throat. Feeling scorching blood erupt from his veins, he fell to one knee, struggling to stay conscious. The bleeding was unstoppable. My regeneration isn't working. Realizing the terrifying truth, Han Maru's eyes widened in absolute dread. Did this mutant freak somehow copy my Devour system ability? Staring at his blood-soaked hands, he felt utterly lost. With this massive blood loss, how long can I survive? As the mirror demon stalked closer, panic set in. My time is up. If I fall here, what happens next? Suddenly, an urgent voice echoed in his mind. Wake up, Han Maru. Drenched in cold sweat, he groggily forced his heavy eyelids open and sat up. Sarah glared with icy intensity. How many times have you passed out now? Han Maru stammered in absolute confusion. No, it's just my extreme panic attacks acting up. I completely lose control. He tightly clutched his chest, gasping for air. My lungs burn, I can't breathe. It genuinely feels like the icy grip of death. Sarah dismissed his excuses with chilling resolve. Then you must conquer it. Her eyes blazed with fierce anger. If you cannot overcome this fear of death, the Reaper will gladly take you. She leaned in, delivering a solemn command. Imagine that I am your absolute final line of defense. Now get up and fight. Deep down, Han Maru knew the crushing truth. If I die here, my mother is completely defenseless. Through a vision of a fog-drenched forest, a sweet voice echoed. Han Maru. Are you there, Han Maru? His mother wandered the terrifying woods, crippled by anxiety. My sweet boy, her desperate cries pierced the silence. Hiding behind a massive boulder, Han Maru swallowed his blinding agony, dripping with nervous sweat. His trembling fingers gripped the jagged metal tight. The sinister glass on the demon's face flared with blinding, arrogant light. But the memory of Sarah's unyielding resolve sparked a fire within him. He forced his shattered body forward. Even if it claims my life, this bastard is going down. Biting his lip until crimson flowed, he marched onward with a bloodthirsty vow to eradicate the monster. Roaring like a savage beast, he charged. Seeing his suicidal sprint, the mirror demon shrieked in fury. Both warriors sprinted at breakneck speed as the monster violently swung its own jagged blade. Unable to dodge, Han Maru took a devastating strike directly to the gut. His eyes bulged in soul-crushing shock. Yet with pure willpower, he deflected his weapon upward. The metal hovered mysteriously in midair. The beast looked up in absolute confusion. Why? Han Maru ruthlessly locked his arms around its waist, pinning the monster in place. He unleashed an earth-shattering battle cry. Suddenly, the metallic shards lodged in the nearby trees began to violently vibrate. Scrap metal abruptly erupted from the shattered rocks, soaring through the air like guided missiles, straight toward their entangled bodies. The flying daggers mercilessly impaled the demon's flesh. Overwhelmed by catastrophic pain, it roared toward the heavens. Han Maru absorbed the brutal impact alongside his foe, grinding his teeth against the soul-tearing agony. A bizarre ethereal glow erupted from the monster as its demonic skin peeled away. The blade Han Maru had knocked into the sky plummeted downward like a guillotine, cleanly slicing the beast's head off. The severed head violently tumbled across the jagged rocks. It was finally over. Han Maru released his iron grip, letting the headless corpse hit the dirt. Collapsing backward, he gasped in sheer disbelief. I actually won. He surrendered his exhausted body to the cold earth. Meanwhile, miles away, Godeok Man stared at a lifeless demon clone. What? Watching it disintegrate into black ash, the bald master furiously hoisted the fading corpse. The clones are evaporating. Did our team successfully assassinate the main body? Godeok Man responded with an icy tone. No. The true monster was slaughtered somewhere completely off our radar. Crushing the disintegrating skulls in his hands, he wondered, who possessed the overwhelming power to kill the original. Back at the bloody cliff, Han Maru touched his miraculously healed neck. The beast is dead, so my healing passive finally activated, thank God. A suffocating, ominous aura made him furiously frown. I legitimately almost died this time. Forcing himself to his feet, he sighed. Time to return home to Mom. She must be terrified. Suddenly, a bone-chilling bloodlust materialized behind him, paralyzing his spine. He violently whipped his head around. A shadowy figure with a clenched fist issued a cold demonic command. Devour it. Han Maru ground his teeth in pure horror. Why is this forgotten cursed memory resurfacing now? Watching the slain demon slowly evaporate into dark cosmic dust, he stood entirely mesmerized. Father, why did you mercilessly force me to consume that foul thing? Lost in thought, he evaluated his prey. This mutant had insane stats and a terrifying copy ability. He nodded, solidifying his dark choice to consume it. With my Devour system skill, I can completely steal its overpowered abilities. Remembering Godeok Man's tragic smile and the apocalyptic prophecy, within exactly 1 year a catastrophic reign of demons will flood the earth. That was the undeniable truth foreseen by an awakened clairvoyant. Han Maru made a silent, ironclad vow. When doomsday arrives, I must possess god-tier strength to shield my mother. He approached the monster's remains. His gaze turned incredibly cold as he stared at the severed limb. Time to taste true power. After consuming the grim feast, the gloomy sky finally brightened. Swallowing hard, he gazed toward the heavens, fresh crimson dripping from his chin. Clutching his chest and wiping the blood away, he made a solemn vow. Any strong demon he faced from now on, he would definitely devour. His eyes blazed with an unpredictable, dangerous light. At Seoul Forestry University Hospital, the white building gleamed under the radiant blue sky. Han Maru's mother gasped in pure disbelief. Did they really say I passed out on the mountain? She took a casual bite of her apple. I completely blanked out. Maru was left speechless. Are you sure? You really forgot everything. Inwardly, he sighed with massive relief. Thank goodness she forgot yesterday's nightmare. The thought of her witnessing that monster charging at them sent shivers down his spine. It was almost too late. The terrifying image of that horrific beast flashed back. Its razor-sharp fangs bared ready to tear them apart. His mother had screamed in absolute terror, collapsing under the vicious sandstorm. Maru showed her his phone screen. It displayed the news of the Inkwang Mountain wildfire and the injured hikers. See for yourself, he pointed out. Turning away to grab the food tray, he gave a stern warning. Mom, I told you already. Never set foot on that mountain again. I went up because I saw someone who looked exactly like your father. That sentence made Maru freeze completely. His dad vanished on a mountain too. Could a Rakshasa be responsible? The familiar mountain range appeared, the sky bleeding red. Memories flooded back. A tiny boy standing before a colossal beast. Maru turned pale, cold sweat dripping down his face. A mysterious streak of blood stained his face, then a violent cough. A heavily injured man spat out a mouthful of fresh crimson blood. The towering pitch-black monster dangled his father in mid-air, its grotesque jaws gnawing on his arm. The gruesome memory left Maru dizzy, paralyzed, and gasping for breath. His eyes went wide with sheer terror. What in the world was that? A bizarre fragment of the past. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Maru, hey Maru, he snapped out of it. Yeah, Mom, seeing his rigid posture and ghostly pale face, she asked with deep concern. Why do you look so sick? Worry etched across her time-worn features. Her gentle, caring nature never faded. Are you pushing yourself too hard lately? Is the new job taking a toll on you? Maru rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. I am perfectly fine, Mom, do not worry. I have already adjusted to the work. The very next morning, at the Civil Service headquarters, the national flag fluttered proudly above the yellow building. A furious voice boomed Specialist Han Maru. Peeking through the door in a panic, he wondered, how do they know my name? He popped his head in, offering a nervous, stuttering smile. Good morning. UG-1 fired back furiously across the room. Good morning, my foot. Where did you sneak off to yesterday without a single word? Nearby director Yu smirked playfully. You got scared and ran away, right? Maru dropped his head, completely overcome with guilt. I am so sorry. Kang Chana suddenly stood up to defend him. Oh, I forgot to mention. I felt sick, so I told him to head home. Maru stared at her in pure shock, but she only shot him an icy glare. Yuji-won ran her hands through her hair in utter disbelief. What are you kidding me right now? Anything else you conveniently forgot? Kang Chana replied calmly, I apologize. Yuji-won exploded with rage. Does sorry fix everything? Your work performance is a total joke. I stuck my neck out to support you, and this is what I get. Kang Chana fired back fiercely. I never asked for your support. The tension in the room skyrocketed. Suddenly, blaring alarms echoed throughout the office. Grabbing her uniform jacket, Kang Chana warned, is a level 2 threat. We will settle this when we return. Maru leaped up with determination. I am going with you guys. But his declaration met only blank, confused stares. Nobody could believe his sudden bravery. Moments later, under a vast blue sky, the squad slowly hiked up the lush green mountain trail. Panting heavily, Maru trailed behind and thanked Kang Chana. I am sorry about earlier, you took the blame for me. She brushed it off coldly. I was too harsh, that is why you ran away. She continued up the slope. Moments later, she glanced back. Why did you return anyway? Maru's face was completely drenched in sweat. His eyes burned with unyielding resolve. Because I am finally ready to fight. Kang Chana remained silent. Suddenly, deafening heavy thuds echoed through the thick yellow dust storm. The silhouette of a colossal beast emerged. Every step it took sent violent tremors through the earth. The ground beneath their feet shook violently as the thunderous rumbling grew louder. A massive, grotesquely fat monster lumbered forward. It was the notorious armpit odor Rakshasa. A sickening, suffocating stench radiated intensely from its grotesque body. Its eerie, demonic voice rumbled, battle time. Kang Chana quickly warned Maru. Do not think a level 2 is a walk in the park. The Inkwang squad was full of elite veterans, yet a level 5 Rakshasa wiped them out completely. Maru blinked in utter confusion. Wait, what? Was that the same beast I crushed yesterday? Nam Yu-hyuk chimed in from behind. Thank goodness the cello squad arrived in time to handle it. Rumor says that Monster Group only had members level 7 and above, absolutely terrifying. Maru's eyes widened in sheer panic. Hey, I busted my gut taking that thing down. He clutched his head in regret. Because I ran off like a coward, I cannot claim any of the glory. Nam Yu-hyuk remained clueless. A desperate thirst for validation washed over him. Maru cursed his own foolishness, craving the team's recognition. Meanwhile, Kang Chana kept her eyes locked on the disgusting monster. Seriously, what on earth is that Rakshasa doing? Right before their eyes, the beast was hugging itself tightly, aggressively rubbing its own body. Why does it keep scrubbing its armpits? She asked in disgust. Stepping up like a true hero, Maru spoke with ice-cold confidence. Stand back, you two. I will handle this freak. Kang Chana gasped in shock. What? Nam Yu-hyuk was in absolute disbelief. You are level 1. How can you fight a level 2 Rakshasa? Pointing proudly at his chest, Maru declared, leave it to me. The stinky Rakshasa continued rubbing its armpits inside the yellow dust. Oozing with confidence, Maru stood fiercely in its path. It finally noticed him. Maru slicked his hair back dramatically. A glowing pentagonal mirror materialized on his forehead, reflecting everything in sight. The legendary reflection Rakshasa ability had activated. He smirked triumphantly. It was finally his time to shine. After defeating that beast on Inkwang Mountain, this reflection power boosted my strength immensely. Unconsciously, his hands moved to tightly grip his own armpits, mirroring the monster perfectly. I am no longer the useless deadweight of this squad, he told himself. Mimicking the beast, he aggressively rubbed his armpits, generating an equally revolting stench. The foul odor began to spread rapidly. The monster froze in sheer disbelief. Swinging its arms wildly, it unleashed a massive wave of identical stink and roared. The horrific smell smacked Maru right in the face. Sweating profusely, he gagged. Ugh, this is absolutely repulsive. His face turned red as tears streamed down. Clenching his fists tightly, he readied a devastating strike. I refuse to lose. He swung his arms, firing back his own bioweapon stench and roared. Move in and strike. The colossal beast stood completely paralyzed. Behind them, Nam Yu-hyuk pinched his nose in absolute horror. Good lord, is this Rakshasa's supreme ability seriously just bad body odor? Talk about a literal biological weapon. Kang Chana could not take it. Swaying dizzily on her feet, she almost passed out. Nam Yu-hyuk frantically grabbed her arm, utterly bewildered by the madness. Snap out of it. How can an almost level 7 hunter faint from a little stench? Meanwhile, Maru and the monster were having a literal stink-off. Kang, Chana, and Nam Yu-hyuk watched helplessly. Tears streamed down Maru's face as he gritted his teeth, realizing this was failing. The whole squad will be wiped out. I need more power. Slapping his hands together, he unleashed a massive wave of stench roaring. Do not underestimate me. I am way faster than you." Despite his fierce determination, his face was a pitiful mess of tears and snot bathed in a glowing light from his forehead. The foul wave pushed him back, but he stood his ground against the beast. Man and monster relentlessly clapped their hands, creating a devastating storm of stench. It was a bizarre battle of odors, furious and refusing to lose. Maru clenched his jaw, his unwavering gaze locking on as he channeled all his aura for one final strike. Thrusting both hands forward, an overwhelming blast of toxic stench slammed right into the monster's face. Unable to endure it, the beast foamed at the mouth, shrieked in agony, and collapsed. Its massive body hit the ground with an earth-shattering thud. Panting heavily, Maru had finally defeated the demon. Bathed in the glory of victory, he turned around with a triumphant smile. "We won." Behind him, Kang Chana and Nam Yu Hyuk just stared with deadpan, speechless expressions. A short while later, the party gathered at a nearby stream to wash their faces. They desperately needed to scrub off that foul aura. After washing up, Kang Chana flicked her hands dry and glanced down at Maru, who was furiously rinsing his burning eyes. "Do you absorb Rakshasa abilities by literally eating them?" she asked. Maru looked up from the water and honestly replied, "Yes. The last demon I consumed possessed a reflection skill, so I could perfectly copy that sweaty armpit monster's power." Excitedly, Nam Yu Hyuk began mimicking Maru's ridiculous battle poses. "That is so me," Yu Hyuk burst out laughing. "I am dying over here. You sounded so epic, but your ultimate attack was armpit stench. What kind of bizarre system skill is that?" Flushing with embarrassment, Maru stammered, "Is it really that weird?" Kang Chana patted his shoulder with a warm smile. "No, you did great. Your leveling progress is impressive." His face instantly burned red. But just as his heart fluttered, her expression turned dead serious. "Though eating demon flesh is honestly horrifying." Her savage words struck him like a critical hit. Chana and Yu Hyuk then casually turned away. Walking off, they tossed him a quick farewell. "Good work today, get some rest. I will check the mana pollution monitors and head back." Watching them leave, Maru let out a defeated sigh. Humiliation washed over him. Of all the terrifying Rakshasas out there, I had to face that bizarre freak and lose my dignity. He scratched his head in bitter regret. This was supposed to be his epic awakening moment to erase his dark past and earn their respect. Suddenly, a massive imposing shadow loomed behind him. A commanding voice shattered the silence. "Are you?" Maru spun around. A sharply dressed man stood silhouetted against the light, asking, "You must be Han Maru." Han Maru, correct. Squinting against the blinding sun, Maru politely asked, "Who are you?" The blue-haired man observed him with piercing cold eyes and demanded, "Are you the one who soloed the level 5 Rakshasa on Mount Inwang?" He leaned in close, his oppressive aura making Maru freeze in place. The mysterious man slowly looked him up and down. With only level 1 stats, he questioned sharply. Maru frowned, hesitating. Yes, but..." A deeply amused smile crept onto the man's face as he straightened his posture. Reaching out a hand under the brilliant sunlight, he declared, "I want to recruit you into the elite Seoul squad." Han Maru's face completely froze, his brain failing to process this shocking revelation. Raising an eyebrow in utter confusion, Maru just blinked. Dong Inju smiled gently. "You have heard the rumors about the Seoul headquarters, right?" Hearing those words, reality finally hit. Han Maru flinched violently. Realizing he was acting like an amateur, he quickly backpedaled. "I have heard the legends. That team is full of absolute monsters. I mean the highest-ranking awakened elites." Still internally panicking, Han Maru's imposter syndrome kicked in. "Why would you want to recruit a low tier like me?" Dong Inju offered a crinkled, knowing smile, stating it like an absolute truth. "My unique skill allows me to see a person's hidden potential." This crazy claim only deepened Han Maru's suspicions, his eyes narrowing defensively as he tried to read the older man's true intentions. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his cheek. "Hidden potential," he gulped. Sometime later, back at the association headquarters, Director Yu Yang-eun hurriedly chased after Dong Inju's confident strides. "Chief," she called out loudly. Wearing a deep scowl, she furiously demanded, "Where on earth did you go that you had to delay the guild meeting?" Dong Inju remained entirely unfazed by her blazing anger. He casually shrugged off his coat. A few seconds later, he glanced back with a mysterious smirk, his tone laced with absolute amusement. "Ah, I just went to meet our newest recruit. A truly fascinating character." Yu Yang-eun's fiery expression cooled into an icy, emotionless glare. "Are you talking about your estranged son?" Her gaze drifted toward the high-priority dossier of CEO Seo Woo. "The mighty CEO Seo Woo, correct?" she asked flatly. Instantly, a shadow of genuine heartache crossed Dong Inju's face. Loosening his tie, he sighed miserably. "Ever since the divorce, he refuses to even look at me. The boy absolutely despises his father." Pulling out a chair, he dropped into it heavily. "No, I am talking about a completely different rookie." The legendary chief looked profoundly bored as he lazily flipped through the pages of a classified hunter profile. Yu Yang-eun lowered her eyes, probing for the truth. Do you still believe that Rookie is the reason behind that bizarre, anomalous outbreak of Rakshasa demons last time? In a flash, Dong Inju's eyes sharpened with dangerous intelligence. A sly smirk touched his lips. Yeah, my instincts say so. Deep down, the chief was already calculating his next grand move. For now, let us keep a close watch on Kang Chana to see if any new anomalies trigger. Meanwhile, at a completely different undisclosed location, something terrifying clung to the ceiling. An infinity of amber light swirled into an ominous vortex, radiating an overwhelmingly oppressive demonic aura. Out in the bleak corridor, a thick, suffocating brown mist steadily rolled in. The atmosphere was dripping with dread and unspeakable horror. A solitary, terrifying level 7 Rakshasa demon stood there, its grotesquely emaciated, twisted body silhouetted against the eerie glow of an open refrigerator. Bathed in the dim light, its monstrous face remained devoid of all humanity, tilting its head in disturbing curiosity at the strange object. Cutting back to the guild headquarters, the bright morning sun bathed the world in vibrant hope. Han Maru lounged in his chair, resting his chin on his hand with a starry-eyed grin. The main Seoul headquarters. Heck yeah, my glorious future as an S rank is finally beginning. He chuckled joyfully, stretching out his limbs. But then a terrifying realization struck, draining all the color from his face. Wait a minute, that elite division only handles the most lethal, catastrophic Rakshasa demons, right? All around the busy office, hunters typed away at their reports. Han Maru gulped. Safety first. Staying alive is my absolute top priority. Having made up his mind, he quickly returned to his smug, arrogant posture, practically glowing with pride. Whatever, they still recognize my hidden genius. I am basically destined for absolute greatness. I truly am built different. Suddenly, his arrogant chuckles were brutally cut short. Standing before him was Seo Wu, his face cast in terrifying, murderous shadows. With eyes completely devoid of warmth, the elite hunter growled. Hey, level 1 trash. Han Maru flinched in confusion. Veins bulged on Seo Wu's neck as he glared with razor-sharp hostility. Gritting his teeth, he spat. Why are you grinning like an idiot all day? It makes me sick. The terrifying elite hunter unleashed a suffocating wave of pure bloodlust, his venomous contempt sending icy shivers right down Han Maru's spine. Trash tier level 1s like you have it, easy desk duty is a total joke. Gavin sneered relentlessly, venting his endless frustration. Forget about joining the main headquarters. Harry took the harsh verbal beating but forced a confident smirk. He silently vowed to prove who the real deadweight was. Suddenly, Gavin slammed the desk. His eyes burned with absolute piercing fury. You little punk, what did you just mutter? Then he delivered a crushing verbal blow. Looking down on me, you only survive by exploiting monster weaknesses with that cheap counterskill. Critical hit. Harry flushed bright red as cold sweat drenched his back. How did Gavin know his secret? Feeling completely betrayed, he shot a deadly glare at Noah. He desperately wanted to strangle the loudmouth, but Noah was totally zoned out in his own little world, completely oblivious to Harry's blazing rage. Noah goofed off with Kyle and Julia acting like a total clown. Adding fuel to the fire, he pointed at Harry and burst out laughing. Harry was absolutely speechless. Even the old man chimed in. This squad was completely heartless. Thankfully, Julia aggressively stepped up, shouting, "Knock it off, you guys are way too loud. Stop picking on him." She then gave Harry a warm, encouraging smile. You did great. Touched, Harry smiled back until the captain loudly announced, just yesterday he was hiding in the bathroom. Now he is charging into battle. What a massive level up. Harry wanted the ground to swallow him whole. That false praise stung worse than an actual blade. Mortified, he looked away. Cheeks burning, he noticed Chloe slowly sipping her water with completely emotionless eyes. Being bullied was slightly better than being completely ignored. Defeated, Harry hopelessly checked his phone. Everyone here saw him as useless, incompetent trash. Scrolling to David's contact, he remembered the older hunter's promise. Call when you decide. A fierce determination ignited in his eyes. All right, time to bury this humiliation and march straight to the main headquarters. Suddenly, Chloe's voice pierced the room. Level 2 demon alert, I will handle it. Gavin's heavily veined hand seized her wrist, stopping her dead. His eyes darkened with intense killing intent. No, I am taking this one. He desperately needed to unleash his pent-up rage. Bloodlust leaked from his aura. I am absolutely sick of rotting in this boring office. Gavin smirked at Harry. Want to tag along, rookie? Let us build some teamwork. Harry was entirely speechless. Soon after, the scene shifted to a towering, jagged mountain range. Both hunters gasped for air during the brutal climb, yet Gavin looked utterly thrilled. Trailing behind, Harry's lungs burned. I do not want to spend another second with this psycho, he thought. Better clear this dungeon fast, then I will call the director. Reaching the peak, Gavin scowled in pure annoyance. What a massive pain. Wiping his dripping sweat, Harry asked. What is it? Gavin pointed toward an abandoned house swallowed by toxic brown fog. Are you blind, rookie? Look right there. Harry flinched in horror. Is that killing intent leaking from the house? Gavin puffed out his chest with absolute arrogance. Just follow my lead. Who made him the boss? Harry grumbled internally. They cautiously stepped into the blinding, corrupted mist. A terrifying concentration of demonic fog poured endlessly from the front door. The aura inside was suffocatingly dense. Could this be a level 4 demon or higher? The entire house was already swallowed by the demonic smog, choking the narrow hallways. Harry kept his guard high. Thank God no civilians are trapped here. Where is the target hiding? He tugged desperately at Gavin's sleeve. Hey, are you even listening to me? I told you to stay alert. The toxic mist flowed around their boots like a cursed river. Stopping before a menacing fog-sealed door, Gavin frowned. The target is definitely inside. He confidently grabbed the knob, but it would not budge. Huh. A locked door, panicking, Harry leaped in front of the entrance. Are you insane? Why are you rushing in? We have zero intel on this monster. But Gavin brushed him off. Move aside, rookie. He slowly strapped on his combat gloves. If a door is locked, I just shatter it. Crackling lightning enveloped his fists, his eyes blazing with absolute combat intent. Terrified, Harry curled into a ball, screaming for his life. But seconds passed and absolutely nothing happened. Gavin froze. Harry sighed in massive relief. Could not break it, huh? All bark and no bite. Ignoring him, Gavin peeked through the foggy keyhole. The entire lock was jammed with demonic energy. Through the haze, a pathetic level 7 hermit demon cowered in the dust. Harry provoked the furious fighter further. Let me see. He shoved his face right against the tiny crack. Weird. Why would a monster barricade itself? It looks incredibly weak. Gavin snapped back. You utter idiot. That aura is way beyond level 7. This is a catastrophic threat level. Harry jumped back in shock. What high-tier demons are spawning in this region? Gavin stretched his electrified arms with a wicked grin. Get ready, I have not felt this nervous in years. He roared with wild laughter, finally facing a worthy opponent. Harry, trembling violently, wanted to bolt. You maniac, we are out of our league. We need backup from the guild right now. But as he grabbed the main exit, the handle refused to turn. Wait, what? Total panic crashed over Harry. If the exit was sealed, they were trapped. He slowly turned around. Was this the hidden demon's trap? Gavin furiously battered the reinforced door, his fists striking like heavy artillery, completely ignoring the pain. Breakdown, his confident expression suddenly warped into dread. Stop hiding, you coward. Face me. Seeing Gavin lose his mind, Harry felt a wave of crushing regret. Why was he locked in a death trap with a battle-crazed maniac? A guy he absolutely despised, no less. Deep within the shadowy room, the cursed level 7 hermit demon sensed their desperate struggle. Its glowing eyes snapped open. Harry panted heavily, soaked in cold sweat. Facing a mutated hermit, demon was a nightmare level of bad luck. The creature's grotesquely twisted face materialized through the toxic fog. Its rotten lips twitched as its flesh horrifyingly warped. Yes. 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 The demonic whispers echoed endlessly. Its face began multiplying, mutating into an incomprehensible, terrifying mass of horrors. Gavin stared blankly at his own hands. All 10 fingers were shattered, bent at impossible, horrifying angles. His mind completely broke. Why is it not working? His bones were crushed to dust, yet the barrier had not even scratched. He slowly gazed up at the door, now sealed by a swirling golden sandstorm. What kind of dark sorcery is protecting this gate? Meanwhile, Harry's last thread of sanity snapped. Roaring in absolute desperation, he seized a heavy wooden chair and violently smashed it against the unyielding cursed door. Just shatter already. Pouring every ounce of his soul into the strikes, Harry relentlessly battered the door, his terrified screams echoing through the deadly silence. Yet despite his explosive power, the cursed barrier remained completely flawless. Gasping for air, he screamed internally as total despair washed over him. The doors, the solid walls, even the fragile glass windows were transformed into invincible shields. Was this demon's terrifying true power an inescapable lockdown zone drained of all color? Harry slowly turned around. A sharp pain struck his chest, sending him crashing heavily against the blood-stained wall. His entire body convulsed with violent tremors as he frantically clawed at his collar. His vision blurred in pure panic. Damn it, being trapped in this demonic domain for over an hour triggered a severe panic attack. The guild members must be terrified. He hovered at death's door for what felt like an eternity. 2 hours passed. Maru finally snapped out of his paralyzing panic attack. Biting his nails, fury blazed across his face. Did the guild abandon us? Those cold-blooded bastards. Meanwhile, back at the guild headquarters, Captain Go slammed his fist onto the desk. He roared in panic. Damn it, we are doomed. Ji-won spun around in absolute chaos, squeezing her eyes shut in sheer frustration. She screamed, how could we forget the Busan training camp? Instantly shifting into overdrive, she barked orders. Are the raid documents still not ready? Team leader Nam, where are the data files? Double-check this line for me. Yu Yuk replied frantically, I am on it right now. She pushed him harder. We are running out of time. He scrambled, done, sending it over now. At the very next desk, Channa unleashed a blazing storm upon her keyboard. Gripping a tiny flash drive, she shot up and tossed it straight at Captain Go. He barely caught it in time. She spoke coldly, "Captain Go. Here are the files." Snatching the data, Captain Go dashed out the door, waving behind him. "Thanks, everyone," he dragged out his farewell. "See you all tomorrow morning." Hearing this, Ji-won dragged herself to the nearest couch. She collapsed with a heavy, exhausted sigh. Phew. Let us wrap up the morning quests and grab some coffee. Moments later, sipping her brew, she rubbed her throbbing temples. Ah, finally, a moment of peace. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck the team. The faces of Channa, Yu-hek, and team leader Park completely froze in pure horror. Yu-hyuk panicked. "Oh crap, we forgot. How are those two holding up?" It has been over 3 hours. Ji-won was drowning in bitter regret. "I never should have sent 2 rookies on a raid alone." She leaped up, barking orders. "Yu-hyuk, you are with me. Team leader Park and Channa hold down the fort here." Channa grabbed her guild coat, her voice turning icy. "Let me join you too. Something terrible must have happened." Ji-won glanced at her, stepping closer with deep concern. "Are you okay?" "The dungeon is dangerously close to that place." But Channa stood firm. "Do not mind me. Let us roll out." Shortly after, they reached the zone where Maru and Seoul were trapped. Yu-hyuk breached the haunted house, scanning the eerie surroundings. Where are those two hiding? Just as he wondered, a bone-chilling noise echoed from the dark corridor. He stuttered in absolute terror. "What the hell is that?" Right then, Maru and Seoul emerged from the shadows. The 2 men shrieked desperate warnings. "No, do not close the door." But they were too late. Slam. The heavy door locked them in. Maru wailed in utter despair. "Oh God. Why did you guys come inside?" Behind him, Seoul looked totally crushed. Both of them hung their heads in sheer defeat. Ji-won stood nearby, completely baffled, and finally broke the silence. "What is wrong with you two? What happened?" After grasping the dire situation, Ji-won and the raid party approached the sealed door. Touching the cold surface, she glanced back. "So the Rakshasa demon is just camping in there, refusing to come out." Maru muttered softly, "Yes." Stepping forward, Channa raised her hand, signaling the team. Everyone fall back. The squad retreated. Suddenly, a blazing crimson sword materialized right from her palm. Her expression turned ice cold as she raised the legendary blade high. Murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She unleashed a devastating strike at the doorknob. But just like before, the enchanted door tanked the massive hit, standing completely unbroken. It was absolutely indestructible. Yu-hyuk gasped in awe. "Holy crap!" Ji-won calmly stepped up, rolling up her sleeves with quiet confidence. "Let me take a crack at this." A massive dark seal appeared on her slender arm. The mark writhed to life. Tiny shadowy tentacles erupted, forming a demonic black spider. She brought her summon near the keyhole, whispering softly, "Mimi, give it a try." The shadow spider instantly went to work, struggling to squeeze into the lock. She cheered it on. "That is it, good job." But the summon gave up, scurrying back. She brushed it off with a sigh. "Oh well, the gap is too narrow. Mommy loves you." Did that hurt? Maru watched his jaw dropping to the floor. Good lord, she even baby talks her demonic summons. So freaking weird. Seoul snapped, turning his frustration toward the team. "Hey team leader Nam, do something instead of just spectating." Yu bluntly fired back, "I do not have attack-type skills." Maru quickly jumped in to mock him. So coming to the dungeon raid was basically pointless for you, huh?" Seoul glared in sudden annoyance, roasting him right back. "What about you, Maru? If you are so great, use your gluttony skill or your reflection aura." Maru desperately scrambled for excuses. "If I cannot see the target clearly, or if it is too far, my system will not activate." Yu-hyuk smirked, flashing a wicked peace sign. "Looks like you were totally useless too." Sparks flew as the two clashed in a fierce standoff. Ignoring their pathetic squabble, Seoul turned his focus straight to Channa and Ji-won. "Is there anyone else back at the guild? A high ranker who can actually save us?" Ji-won squeezed her eyes shut in sheer helplessness. "The captain left for the training camp. He will not be back until tomorrow." Yu-hyuk beamed with sudden hope, turning around. "We still have team leader Park," right as the words left his mouth. The entire squad whipped their heads around. Like a ghost, team leader Park was suddenly standing right behind them. The team jumped out of their skins, screaming together. "Holy crap, when did you get here?" He replied with chilling calmness. "Nobody came back, so I tracked you down." The group stared at him with deeply unsettled eyes. Seriously, this guy moves with zero presence. Like an absolute phantom. Park scanned the area for an escape route. He fiddled with the unyielding door before suddenly dropping to the floor to inspect it. He just lay there motionless. Maru was utterly bewildered. What kind of weird skill is this? Did he seriously just fall asleep? Ji-won shrugged in total defeat. "Beats me." Team leader Park is basically a desk jockey. I have never once seen him use an awakening skill. Maru and Seoul turned completely pale. Their jaws dropped in sheer unfiltered disgust. What a total joke. Their morale plummeted into the darkest abyss. Watching Yu-hyuk and Park cluelessly inspect the door's magic structure, they groaned internally. The whole guild showed up for a rescue mission, and yet every single one of them was utterly useless. Suddenly, Ji-won clapped her hands to rally their spirits. All right, everyone, focus and find a way out. CEO Yu lost his patience completely. I already told you it is completely hopeless. Ji-won pushed back fiercely. Do you really want to rot in this dungeon? Yu Yuk casually chimed in. We just have to wait for the captain. Besides that, Rakshasa demon is just chilling. Maru lost all color in his face, trapped in a room with a boss monster for another day. Until tomorrow morning, a heavy silence fell over the raid party. Maru slowly turned toward Channa, who was quietly leaning against the wall in the corner. Wait, why is team leader Channa being so silent? While his mind swirled in chaotic thoughts, Yu-hyuk finally broke the tension. Guys, are you blind? Why is that Rakshasa demon just sitting there like a statue? How exactly is it going to kill us? He threw a mocking glance at the beast. The moment he spoke, a deafening roar shattered the silence. The entire dungeon quaked violently. While the group stood totally frozen, Channa bolted toward the boss room screaming. The shockwave is coming from inside. She slammed the next door open. Terror instantly paralyzed her entire body. The walls of the room were warping, completely twisted from their original shape. Her eyes widened at the collapsing ceiling. The squad rushed in, screaming in absolute panic. What the hell? The whole house is shrinking. Gong finally realized the Rakshasa's sick game. I get it now. This is the solitary Rakshasa's true objective. He stuttered, a cold sweat breaking out. It actually wants. The fiend stood frozen in the shrinking space. Staring deadly ahead, it slowly crushed its fist together. Watching the walls close in, Gong Yu's mind raced in pure dread. This entire house will vanish. Except for the exact room it occupies. He locked terrified eyes with the demon. Soon it would be the only thing left. Maru's soul screamed in silent, agonizing terror. Damn it. If we don't obliterate that Rakshasa right now, we'll be crushed into paste. Yet an invisible pressure locked them in place. Everyone stood completely paralyzed, unable to move a single muscle. Drenched in cold sweat, Maru desperately muttered. What do we do? Suddenly, memories flashed back to 4 years ago. In a quiet countryside garden, a grandmother and her grandchild sat peacefully. Channa approached from afar, waving with a bright, sunny smile. Grandma, her little brother Ayun beamed and sprinted toward her. Big sis. Their grandmother watched the siblings embrace in pure, heartwarming joy. A warm feeling completely melted her heart. You made it, my dear Channa. As dusk fell, the gentle grandmother ushered them indoors. That night, the little boy was too buzzing with excitement to sleep. He rolled over, his eyes sparkling in the dark. I wish we three could sleep together like this forever. The sweet boy gently tugged her sleeve. Whenever you have a college break, you must come visit us. Channa smiled warmly, softly ruffling his hair. I know, I promise. But suddenly, a strange detail captured her absolute attention. It was a crayon drawing of their trio sketched directly onto the wall. 3 bright, happy stick figures smiling back. Chuckling, she asked, What is this masterpiece? Grandma will absolutely scold you for ruining the wall. Her brother's eyes curved into joyful crescents. No way, he sat straight up, bursting with absolute pride. Grandma actually praised my awesome art. Besides, this is our ultimate happy family portrait. That beautiful memory burned brightly in Channa's mind. Suddenly, a suffocating storm of yellow sand viciously swallowed the precious mural. The foul corruption rapidly devoured the sacred room of her childhood memories. Watching the relentless sandstorm erase everything, shock completely froze her body in place. No. I won't allow this. Refusing to let this monster destroy her sanctuary, she roared in utter defiance. You can't take this. She savagely bit into her own hand, crimson blood violently erupting. The fierce crimson liquid quickly forged into a blindingly red blood blade. Grasping the divine weapon, she violently stabbed the encroaching sand. Veins popped wildly on her straining arms while the blade furiously vibrated. Her weapon savagely carved a massive canyon across the corrupted wall. Stomping heavily, she brutally forced the glowing blade upward. Crack. A fatal fissure spider webbed across the steel. Desperate, she bit her finger hard. I must feed this blade more blood. Devouring the fresh crimson drops, the sword explosively expanded, its devastating power doubling. However, pushing past her absolute mortal limits carried a deadly price. Her trembling arms literally fused with the demonic hilt. The uncontrollable chaotic energy violently crawled up her neck, invading her face. Spotting the horror, Ji-won desperately screamed. Specialist Channa, stop right now. It's too dangerous. Without hesitation, Maru violently tackled her from behind. Throwing his entire weight, he desperately ripped her away from the cursed wall. Clang. The blood sword completely snapped in half with a deafening metallic shriek. Helplessly watching her shattered blade and beloved house slip away, absolute despair crashed over her. Breaking her stoic facade, hot tears aggressively poured down. She could only stare in soul-crushing agony as her brother's precious mural vanished into the abyss. The demonic yellow sand fully devoured her cherished home. Thank God, Maru miraculously dragged her to absolute safety. Just a fraction of a second before the collapsing walls crushed them into dust, Ji-won's entire squad roared in terrifying unison. Stop moving, groaning in pure agony. Maru weakly massaged his throbbing, dizzy head. Panic-stricken Juwon rushed over and gently tapped Chaina's pale face. Zero response. Coughing violently, Maru quickly deduced the grim reality. Her mana core is completely drained. She violently overused her awakening powers. But why would she risk her actual life for this broken place? Jiwon's eyes darkened with absolute sorrow as she revealed the tragic truth, because this was her grandmother's precious house. Maru gasped in total shock. The next devastating sentence struck Maru like a brutal lightning bolt. She lost both her grandmother and baby brother right inside these exact walls. Slaughtered by a vicious Rakshasa standing right where we are. That unspeakable tragedy forcibly triggered her brutal system awakening. The traumatic nightmares of that blood-soaked night remained permanently etched into her fractured soul. The sickening image of the horrific beast butchering her grandmother relentlessly haunted her. While she was completely paralyzed on the floor, drowning in sheer helplessness, a heavy, heartbreaking silence fell as Maru whispered, "So that's her curse." Beside them, Chana gasped for precious air, thrashing violently in a sweat-drenched nightmare. Stroking the corrupted wall, Yu Hyuk released a heavily shaking breath. Thank the heavens. I seriously thought this entire dimension would implode. Nodding in absolute agreement, Jiwon cautiously pressed her palm against the magical barrier. You're absolutely right. We need to completely evacuate before this hellish trap activates again. Snatching a shattered magical rock from the debris, she cast a mysterious glance. Have you ever heard the ancient saying? A confident smirk elegantly danced across her fierce face. Relentless water eventually shatters the hardest stone. As agonizing hours ticked by, pitch-black night swallowed the dead world. Deep inside the ruined stronghold, a chilling metallic scraping brutally echoed against the cursed walls. Countless deep gashes scarred the corrupted stone while desperate hands relentlessly hacked away with heavy blades. Completely exhausted, Gong Yu aggressively gasped for air, his stamina core totally drained. This is absolute madness, he furiously roared out. We'll die of old age before breaching this magic barrier. The surviving squad behind him looked completely half-dead, weakly slumping against destroyed furniture to regenerate health. A heavy tool viciously slammed into Maru's chest. Jolted awake, he grunted in pure confusion. Gong Yu glared down, his pale face totally stripped of its usual arrogant swagger. Pointing at the damaged wall, he choked out. Maru, tag in. It's your shift. Jumping up in complete disbelief, Maru screeched at the top of his lungs. Are you freaking kidding me already? Grumbling bitterly, he painfully dragged his heavy body upward. His muscles screamed, his stomach growled, and his throat burned. Suddenly, a gentle hand firmly grasped his combat blade. Freshly recovered, Chana stepped heroically forward. Stand down. I'll shatter this myself. Maru blinked in absolute pure astonishment. Whoa, you're awake. Please rest your mana core. But she stubbornly stood her ground. My stats are fully restored. Ignoring his protests, she fiercely hacked at the barrier. Awkwardly scratching his head, Maru nervously shifted his gaze. So the squad told me this was your grandmother's sanctuary. He cautiously scanned the dark, desolate room. It's completely abandoned yet suspiciously spotless. I was totally wondering, have you been secretly maintaining this place? Her face remained completely unreadable as she kept her back turned. Because I've been patiently waiting for a specific moment. Confused, he tilted his head. Waiting for what exactly? Slowly, she spun around, her blazing eyes, locking onto an invisible, hated enemy. The hellish abomination that forever scarred my very soul. The exact Rakshasa that brutally slaughtered my entire family. I knew that bastard would return to this exact spot. Sending chills down his spine, Maru hesitantly asked, How are you absolutely sure? As suffocating childhood nightmares aggressively clawed back to life, the icy grip of death choked her throat. Cold sweat cascaded down while her traumatized body violently convulsed. Her dilated pupils permanently locked onto the towering monstrosity. An overwhelmingly massive frame writhing with razor-sharp blade tentacles. It wielded a terrifying blood-drenched greatsword. Staring in pure horror, her hunter instincts immediately screamed that this supreme predator was completely different from lower-rank mobs. A towering shadow slowly materialized from the devastated apocalyptic ruins. A gigantic dark silhouette, its face scarred with demonic markings, while its eyes violently glowed with hellfire. Shattered by overwhelming fear, helpless tears continuously poured down her frozen face. It glared down with absolute cold-blooded malice, its raven hair violently whipping in the deathly wind. Gritting her teeth, she permanently burned that majestic aura into her memory. This boss monster possessed supreme intelligence completely unlike those mindless Rakshasa grunts. Those terrifying eyes burned into her memory. It did nothing but reach out its hand. It was the one monster she desperately hunted, especially since humanity just realized that within a year, a demonic horde would descend. That beast would definitely return. Han Maru suddenly asked, Is that why you stayed with Team Konghua, even with your rank 7 awakening? Her gaze turned freezing cold. Are you disappointed in my patience? I only care about the demon that slaughtered my family. Realizing his mistake, he quickly changed the subject. Not at all, I have no noble ideals as a civil servant either. I was just forced into it. Plus, the pay is great. Before he could finish, she cut in. So you were transferring to the Seoul headquarters. I hear the salary there is insane. He flinched in shock. How did you know that? She smirked. I briefly went back that day. I caught you talking with CEO Yu. Your plans are obvious. Busted his face, flushed red as he stammered. Wait, no, I still have not decided yet. Instead of mocking him, she smiled softly. You will do great over there. She then glanced at the wall, ready to resume her mission. Before he could say another word, a massive crash shattered the silence. It grabbed both their attention. The entire team stared in absolute dread. Nam Yu-hyuk panicked in sheer terror. What the hell is that? The dungeon is shifting again. The building twisted as everyone screamed. It is starting. Evacuate to the hallway now. Han Maru and Kang Chana sprinted forward. Yet he gritted his teeth in bitter frustration. What else was she going to say? I could not hear it. He desperately wanted to scream for her answer. The deafening chaos echoed through the entire night. By dawn, the first morning light pierced through the completely devastated ruins. After surviving a hellish night, everyone panted heavily in the eerie silence. Seeing that the spatial anomalies stopped, CEO Yu commanded, "Stand down." Nam Yu-hyuk asked in utter exhaustion, "Our only hope is the team captain now." "But where the hell is he?" Another hunter replied. "He said he would show up exactly at clocking time." He definitely got completely lost in Busan. The team collapsed in the hallway, resting while staying on high alert. Only Han Maru turned to stare at the man passed out on the floor. A bright yellow jacket covered his face. He glared at him with pure envy. Specialist Kim Yi-park is sleeping like a corpse, while the rest of us are fighting for our lives. Suddenly, another massive boom shook the entire building. Everyone instantly sprang up, staring at the cracked ceiling. Damn it, not again. Han Maru scrambled to his feet. I have to wake up, Specialist Kim Yi-park. But before he could even move, he froze in horror. Kim Yi-park was completely covered in disgusting green moss, his face deathly pale. He stood there, like a lifeless zombie. Han Maru shrieked in absolute terror. What the hell happened to your face? Kim Yi-park flashed a mysteriously dark grin. The time has finally come. Suddenly, a massive door violently blasted open. A grotesque demonic beast charged out. Its head was covered in the exact same green moss. It shrieked as it lunged at the team. Everyone assumed Kim Yi-park had triggered this absolute disaster. They desperately shook him and yelled, "What did you just do? What kind of awakening skill is that?" Kim Yi-park just chuckled calmly. Turns out even that monstrous beast can feel pure terror. He scratched his head with a smug grin. I fired my fungal spores through the door crack. This skill requires a long casting time, so I rarely ever bring it out in battle. The parasitic spore skill, a true silent assassin. The team immediately surrounded him with high praise. That was incredibly badass. Why did you not tell us sooner? He just smiled with absolute satisfaction. My bad, guys. But CEO Yu and Kang Chana stayed deadly serious. Save the celebration for later. Look at that thing. The monstrous beast was sobbing like an infant wailing in agony. Papa, please, Papa. Suddenly, from the dark doorway, dozens of horrific hands began to reach out. A massive swarm of demons crawled from the shadows. Shrieking and limping, they slowly turned their terrifying heads in unison. And then they charged straight at the hunters. Han Maru watched the tidal wave of monsters approach. He wanted to scream his lungs out. What the hell is going on? I thought these demonic beasts were solitary hunters. But this is a massive demonic family unit. The monstrous horde attacked like a ruthless avalanche. He could not hold back his terrifying scream. An entire army of level 7 threats. How the hell do we fight this? Seeing the demonic tide rapidly closing the distance, the hunters in the backline screamed in sheer panic. They are right on top of us. The two vanguard fighters immediately stepped up. Kang Chana and CEO Yu split into formation. They lowered their stances, ready to unleash a devastating counterattack. Kang Chana swung her arm backward as her palm magically transformed, morphing into a razor-sharp blade. She roared to rally her team. I will slice them apart. Everyone stay completely calm. In the face of absolute danger, Nam Yu-hyuk held his ground and violently thrust both hands toward the sky. System skill activation. I am deploying the shield. His invisible aura instantly manifested, forming an impenetrable barrier of compressed air around the entire squad. Nam Yu-hyuk anchored himself to maintain the protective domain. But Kang Chana was standing entirely outside the safe zone. Her sword manifestation was completely formed. She unleashed a battle cry and charged straight into the demonic horde. With a single devastating horizontal slash, the beast in front of her was brutally cleaved in half. However, her swing was way too wide. The blade violently lodged itself deep into the concrete wall. She cursed under her breath. Damn it all. This hallway is way too narrow. My blade is completely stuck. The demonic monsters possess chilling intelligence. Capitalizing on her fatal mistake, another beast stepped right onto her trapped blade and lunged forward. Kang Chana glared in pure defiance, her teeth gritting in extreme tension. I cannot dodge this attack. The vile creature unhinged its jaw wide open, revealing a horrifyingly pitch-black tongue, dripping with a foul gray and putrid acidic slime. Right at that heart-stopping moment, Han Maru exploded into action. He tackled the beast and viciously bit down onto its bony shoulder. The demon convulsed in absolute agony, unleashing an ear-shattering screech. Its skeletal arm violently reached toward the heavens, aiming straight at the ceiling. It clenched its mangled fingers into a tight fist. Having cast its final desperate skill, the beast collapsed dead from Han Maru's fatal strike. Simultaneously, the entire dungeon structure rumbled violently. The tremors rapidly escalated into a devastating earthquake. Nam Yu-hyuk screamed in utter despair. "We are doomed." That bastard triggered a ceiling collapse. Han Maru ripped his teeth from the beast. Dripping with foul demonic blood, he rose to his feet. Time was completely out. He successfully absorbed the monster's awakening skill. His eyes glowed with an intense new aura. He roared at the top of his lungs. "I have no other choice." He locked his fiery gaze onto the crumbling ceiling above. A blinding golden light erupted from his forehead. He bellowed like a beast. Demonic reflection skill fully activated. "Hold up that ceiling." Nam Yu-hyuk looked up in shock as Han Maru dropped into a fierce martial stance. Back straight, arms rigidly locked, high single-handedly supporting the falling roof. Honestly, the pose looked unbelievably ridiculous. Yu-hyuk shot him a quick thumbs up, playfully teasing him mid-battle. "I looked a bit pathetic yesterday, but you are doing an amazing job right now." Watching the remaining demonic horde rush closer, Han Maru practically cried in sheer panic. He screamed desperately for backup, "But I am completely locked in place. I cannot move," just as those words left his mouth. The leading demon's neck was brutally twisted backwards, instantly popping its head right off CEO. Yu cracked his knuckles with lethal intent. He glanced back at Han Maru. "Hey, rank 1, hunters are too fragile. Get inside the barrier." Han Maru quickly shot him a terrified look. Seeing a monstrous shadow creeping up behind CEO Yu, he immediately screamed a desperate warning. "Hey, wait, watch your own damn back first." But it was a split second too late. The lurking demon viciously sank its fangs deep into CEO Yu's shoulder. He let out a suppressed groan of sheer agony. Ugh. Sensing blood, the rest of the pack swarmed and pinned him down. CEO Yu violently spun around forcefully, throwing them off his back. He cursed in blazing fury. Damn it all. The two demons were sent flying. But midair, something horrific, violently skewered right through their twisted bodies. They were instantly slaughtered before they could even scream. Two massive razor-sharp arachnid legs belonging to a gigantic, terrifying boss, spider towering right behind him. Yu Ji-won activated her system skill, closing her eyes. 6 golden spider eyes blazed on her forehead. She pushed up her glasses. Perfect inside Nam Do-hyuk's barrier, they were completely safe. He urged Seo Woo to assist Kang Sana. "Hurry up, we must protect Han Maru." Meanwhile, Kang Sana showed absolute mastery in close-quarters combat. Her flashing blades sliced the monsters in half instantly as Seo Woo quickly joined the slaughter. Standing back-to-back, the duo flawlessly wiped out the demon horde. The three inside the barrier watched in silent awe as they harvested monsters like wheat. Han Maru awkwardly locked eyes with Yu Ji-won. The tension was palpable. He chuckled nervously. "Haha, she fights so cool." Nam Do-hyuk shamefully deflected. "Yeah. We are not hiding in fear. This is tactical defense." Through her spider eyes, Yu Ji-won silently surveyed the battlefield from above. Spotting an anomaly, she muttered in confusion. "How strange. Why do demons keep pouring from that room?" Hearing this, Han Maru did not hesitate for a second. Making a split-second decision, he abandoned his posts supporting the ceiling and sprinted out of the protective barrier. Nam Do-hyuk jumped in sheer panic. "What the hell is he doing?" Han Maru dashed straight toward the fighting duo and roared. "Let me into that room right now." Kang Sana and Seo Woo instantly understood the assignment. They cleared the path, letting Han Maru charge forward. He leaped straight through the demon guards, crashing into the room. He landed heavily, stumbling before regaining his balance. But as he opened his eyes, he froze in horror at the sight of dozens of Rakshasa demons. Crowded in the pitch-black room sat the true body of their attacker. Crouched like a fetus, pulsing blood vessels sprouted from its body, connecting directly to the other demons. Realizing the truth, Han Maru roared, "You bastard, you just hide here controlling clones. You coward." The demon ignored him, entirely focused on spawning more terrifying copies. Boiling with rage, Han Maru raised his hand. The ceiling trembled violently. He slashed his arm down to collapse the roof. The monster shrieked, "You will never escape." As the demons lunged in unison, he spun around and sprinted. The ceiling crumbled. With the exit mere inches away and dust blinding him, he gritted his teeth and pushed his limits. Outside, Seo Woo and Kang Sana were waiting. As the collapse accelerated, they reached out and yelled together. Han Maru jumped, pushing off the ground. He desperately extended his hand. Their hands collided and locked tight, gritting his teeth. Seo Woo yanked him out with massive force. Han Maru went flying forward, planting his face hard into the dirt. A second later, the entire building caved in. Any slower and he would have been buried alive. Han Maru struggled to sit up, staring at the smoking ruins alongside Seo Woo. Gasping for air, they realized the nightmare was over. 0 casualties. The team cheered wildly as Yoo Ji-won and Nam Do-hyuk quickly gathered around their battered comrade. They praised him. Your reflection skill is absolutely legendary, totally different from that mountain demon fight. Han Maru beamed with pride, completely ignoring the blood streaming from his nose. He laughed awkwardly. Please do not praise me too much. But in contrast to the joyful mood, Kang Sana stood in absolute silence, staring deeply at the empty hallway. In her memories, that exact spot held a beautiful family and a warm meal she could never forget. Han Maru noticed her melancholy and thought, Special Agent Kang Sana, that demon is dead. You do not have to worry anymore. His gaze shifted. Touching his forehead, he felt the Rakshasa's energy fading rapidly. He stared at the demon's corpse. Suddenly, Nam Do-hyuk watched in absolute disgust as Han Maru bent down and consumed its flesh. He pinched his nose, gagging. Gross, what the hell are you doing? Han Maru stayed silent, wiping the blood from his lips. His eyes glowed with a new color as he reached his hand forward. Thank God, there is still smoke. I can use this. Captured by his awakened power, the hallway walls shook violently before being dragged backward by a massive distance. Seo Woo and the others were left utterly speechless. Channeling his aura, Han Maru moved the wall further, creating enough space for a person. Drained, he leaned heavily against the concrete. He tried to push further, screaming in his mind. Just a little more. Suddenly, a warm hand gently touched his, and a soothing voice broke the tension. That is enough. Kang Sana looked deeply into his eyes and softly thanked him. As their gazes met, a relieved smile graced her lips. She turned toward the small room. What Han Maru fought to restore was the memory she had carried for half her life. On the floral wallpaper, the childish scribbles of a family drawing remained intact. Eventually, the mission concluded and the squad returned to base. Before he even appeared, Captain Go Dokman's loud voice echoed into the office. Holding 2 fragrant boxes, he announced, I am back. Brought some Busan specialty cakes. But seeing the empty room, he blinked. Frustrated, he pulled off his sunglasses. I went through hell to buy these. Where did everyone go? Go Dokman wandered over to the break room and called out, Is anyone in here? He grabbed the handle and twisted it. At that exact moment, his phone rang loudly. The captain answered, Long time, no see, Director. What is the matter? Jung In-ju from the ISA replied. I offered Han Maru a transfer to main headquarters, but he rejected it. I am calling to find out why. Go Dokman held the phone in silence. He glanced at the scene before him and sighed deeply. Before his eyes, the 2 ladies, Kang Sana and Yoo Ji-won, were fast asleep, hugging each other on a warm bed. Meanwhile, 4 grown men were uncomfortably crammed onto a thin floor mattress, sleeping while practically crushing one another. Yet they looked like a true family. The captain chuckled softly to Jung In-ju. I guess he just got used to our Gang Wadu squad. Suddenly, a blinding light slashed. It cut through the air, violently slicing Han Maru's body into pieces. A devastating scream tore through the silence. Han Maru, 7 hours earlier. Han Maru yawned lazily, dragging his feet. His face was a picture of absolute exhaustion as he grumbled. I never realized it as an unemployed student, but working life is pure torture. He kept muttering to himself with heavy steps. His stamina was still completely drained from battling that introverted Rakshasa demon. Suddenly, a sound behind him made him turn around. A sleek white car pulled up right beside him and the window rolled down. Inside, Seo Woo glared at him with absolute contempt. The image of the Kang sisters flashed through. Seo Woo barked impatiently. Get in. Han Maru leaned over, flashing a sly, flattering grin. Good morning. Let us ride together, since we are heading the same way. Seo Woo looked at him with utter disdain. His sharp eyes delivered a freezing warning. Get lost. With that, he sped off, leaving a furious Han Maru choking on dust. What a heartless jerk. Right on cue, Nam Do-hyuk strolled up, crossing his arms in sheer admiration. So jealous. What a luxurious ride. Han Maru jumped in surprise as he continued. But a rookie driving a luxury car, isn't that suspicious? Han Maru nodded in agreement. Right, his personality is totally bizarre too. Nathan pulled off his headphones and scoffed. Exactly. What a terrible attitude for a newbie. He smirked coldly. Seriously. Even if he is handsome. Money and brains mean absolutely nothing with a trash personality like that. I bet he has 0 friends. Han Maru laughed along with Nathan, but his inner thoughts were entirely different. I don't have any friends either. Why do I feel like such a loser? I'm insanely jealous of Li Yang Unlis's. Meanwhile, at the main Seoul headquarters, Han Maru and Nathan walked in looking gloomy. Hey. Good morning, everyone. Go Daikman flashed a massive grin, throwing his arms wide. Oh, you finally made it. Our brand new level 7 awakened expert Han Maru quickly dodged Go Duckman's bear hug, looking completely bewildered. A level 7 awakened Li Yangun kindly stepped in to explain. You absorbed a level 7 demon's power using your devouring skill. Congratulations, man. Suddenly, Godekman slapped him on the back with bone-crushing force. I honestly thought you were super weak. Who knew you actually had it in you? Han Maru blushed deeply, his heart swelling with pure joy. Earning the team's respect felt absolutely incredible. Nathan rested his chin on his hand, genuinely impressed. Your devouring skill is seriously overpowered. It's the only ability that infinitely scales. Suddenly, a hand slammed brutally onto the desk. The loud impact shattered their conversation. Li Yang Unlaces glared at them, his voice dripping with venom. Get to work, stop wasting time gossiping. An oppressive aura flooded the entire room. Han Maru gritted his teeth in frustration. Oh, why glare at me? I wasn't even talking. He looked down on me as a level 1 and now he still treats me like trash. Does he just genuinely hate me? Suddenly, someone gently tapped his shoulder. Han Maru looked up to see Chloe still catching her breath from a run. Hey, can we talk for a second? Chloe grabbed a drink from the vending machine and handed it over. Han Maru took the can, asking curiously, "What's up?" She fidgeted shyly. "I wanted to properly thank you for saving my grandmother." Han Maru looked away in absolute embarrassment, scratching his head with a goofy grin. "Oh, it was nothing. We are teammates, right? It was my duty." But Chloe wasn't finished. "Because of what happened, I am completely certain about my theory." She suddenly leaned in dangerously close, her eyes locking onto his. "About you, Han Maru." His heart raced in sheer panic. What?" His jaw dropped as his mind short-circuited. "Thinking about me." Could it be a confession? Chloe's expression turned dead serious. "I don't think you were just a level 1 awakened." The statement completely derailed him. "Huh, what do you mean?" She crossed her arms. "Your terrifying regeneration speed and that bizarre ability to devour demonic beasts. That definitely isn't level 1 power." The revelation hit Han Maru like a truck, draining the color from his face. "Wait, so that level 1 demon wasn't the devouring type?" Chloe nodded firmly. "Exactly. Think back carefully. Before you joined the agency, did you ever encounter another demonic beast?" A wave of deep anxiety washed over Han Maru. "How would I even know? Would I really forget something that massive?" Suddenly, right behind Chloe's back, a sinister black and red mist began to materialize, growing thicker by the second. Han Maru's instincts screamed danger as a monstrous black claw breached the shadows. He froze in absolute terror. What in the world is that? A terrifying demonic aura exploded outward. Agonizing pain pierced his chest, and his vision turned icy cold. He gasped, choking on the overwhelming pressure. Not these hallucinations again. My panic disorder is flaring up. This is really bad." His strength vanished, completely sending the drink clattering to the floor. Chloe panicked. "Han Maru, are you okay? What is happening?" The pain only intensified. He groaned in agony, his voice trembling violently. Sometimes these horrifying memories just attack me." Chloe gently pried his clenched fists open, speaking with firm reassurance. "You are completely safe here. I am right here with you." Those gentle words left Han Maru utterly stunned. She thought to herself, there's definitely a dark secret in his past. Suddenly, Man's booming voice shattered the moment. "What are you two sneaking around for?" He leaned in with a teasing smirk. Having a little office romance, Han Maru turned bright red and yelled frantically. "What? No way. That is not happening." Meanwhile, Chloe remained completely unfazed, stating coldly, "In exactly 1 year, a demon wave will wipe us out. Who has time for dating? I don't care." That brutal rejection pierced Han Maru's chest like a sniper bullet, leaving him completely devastated. His inner thoughts screamed, "Hey, it's me you don't care about, not the dating part." Chloe simply turned away, ignoring both him and Man. Man snickered mercilessly. "Ouch, look who just got rejected in record time." Han Maru mentally cried. "I told you we aren't dating." Chloe walked off, completely ignoring him. The clock hit 5:12 p.m. Li Yang Yun grabbed his jacket, whining dramatically. "Ugh, why do I feel so emotionally exhausted?" High up on a rugged mountain, Chloe and Han Maru trekked endlessly. Han Maru was practically wheezing. "Come on, there is only 1 hour left until our shift ends." The rest of the squad was out inspecting the dust warning systems. Chloe stood before an iron pillar, meticulously logging data onto her report. Han Maru watched her hopelessly, overthinking. "What is this? Doesn't this feel exactly like a date?" Captain Man totally ruined the mood. He kept staring at her, his mind racing. But she is right. Just like Specialist, Chloe said the world is ending. I shouldn't be entertaining these foolish thoughts. Instead, I need to focus entirely on surviving this demonic invasion. The problem is we know absolutely nothing about the enemy. If only we could actually communicate with these monsters. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone shattered the silence. Han Maru blinked in surprise. Who is calling us now?" Chloe instantly answered her radio. A desperate voice screamed through the static. "We need emergency backup immediately." Chloe responded coldly. "This is Chloe speaking." The radio crackled again. This is Nathan from Sector 3. Things have gone completely to hell. A demon just ambushed us. Blood splattered across a nearby electrical box. Nathan clutched his deeply wounded chest, gasping for air. Captain Go-Deokman was hit too. I am heading your way. Please be careful, Chloe shouted in absolute panic. Nathan, do you copy? She trembled with pure dread, unable to process the horrific news. Captain Go-Deokman got taken down. A level 10 awakened Han Maru was equally paralyzed by fear, screaming in disbelief. What? That absolute powerhouse is a level 10. What the hell? Chloe gritted her teeth. That's right, and the monster is heading straight for us. Get ready. She instantly drew her weapon, eyes burning with killing intent. A beast strong enough to completely obliterate a level 10 awakened. Through the swirling dust storm, a towering black silhouette finally emerged. Han Maru and Chloe instantly dropped into a defensive stance. As the golden dust cleared, a horrifyingly unique demon stepped forward. It actually spoke. Hello there, everyone. Both of them froze in disbelief. The monster flashed a twisted grin. It is an absolute pleasure to finally meet you humans. Could we perhaps have a little chat? Han Maru's mind completely shattered. No way. That demonic beast is actually speaking our language. Chloe warned him. It is a vocal-type demon. The beast chuckled softly. Oh please, don't be hostile. I don't want to fight. I simply wish to talk. Hearing this, Han Maru demanded. Talk about what Chloe suddenly recalled Nathan's desperate warning. She urgently shouted to her partner specialist, Han Maru, do not engage in conversation with that monster. But Han Maru's expression turned intensely serious. This is our only chance to understand the enemy. These monsters exist only to slaughter us, yet we know absolutely nothing about them. Han Maru glared at the demon. Where are you from? We hail from Naraka, it hissed. Han Maru froze. Naraka, the monster smiled wickedly. The absolute abyss. A realm consumed by total darkness, it explained. A prison for absolute sinners trapped in eternal blackness after death, forced to slaughter each other forever. Wait, after death, cold sweat drenched Han Maru's face. Does that mean you Rakshasa demons were once? A blue-skinned monster flashed in his mind. Chloe realized the horrific truth too. No way. Were these nightmarish demons actually human once? Han Maru's stomach violently churned. He gagged, realizing the twisted truth. Then everything I killed. He violently threw up. The demon suddenly spoke. Is it my turn to ask? Han Maru looked up completely stunned. Chloe grabbed his arm in sheer panic. No, do not listen. She instantly slashed her own arm to stay awake. Do not let its friendly act fool you. It destroyed Captain Grant and Nathan. Summoning her weapon, Chloe shifted into a combat stance. The demon raised its hands playfully. Hold on now, I absolutely despise violence. Ignoring its lies, she dashed forward, closing the distance instantly. It smirked wickedly. Killing me will not bring your little brother back. It casually pushed her deadly blade aside, grinning from ear to ear. Because you were the one who murdered him, Chloe stopped breathing. Her brother taking that fatal strike for her. He turned his head, voice trembling violently. Sister, please run. Then he collapsed entirely. Chloe rushed to catch his falling, blood-soaked body. His hand dropped limply. He was gone. She screamed in pure agony, sobbing uncontrollably. Blood dripped from her mouth. The demon viciously twisted the psychological knife. He died protecting you. The older sister who failed him. Chloe collapsed to her knees. Han Maru panicked. Specialist Chloe. He caught her staring at a horrifying chest wound. Her heart is pierced. Seeing its arrogant smirk, he frantically wondered. How did it attack? I saw absolutely nothing. Is its awakening power bound to words? The demon spoke again. Now, where were we? Let us ignore this pathetic girl crying over her dead family, shall we? Han Maru growled furiously. Shut your mouth, he threw a massive punch, roaring loudly. Do not mock her pain, a direct hit landed. It slowly crawled back up. Han Maru charged from behind, but it calmly turned around, mocking him. Acting tough because a woman rejected you. His glowing fist stopped mere inches from its face. Han Maru panicked. My body will not move. A bright flash cut through his heart. What just stabbed my heart? Han Maru felt dizzy, violently coughing up blood. He glanced at the unmoving Chloe, thinking weakly in confusion. I never even had romantic feelings for her. I only saw specialist Chloe as a mentor. Tears streamed down Chloe's face as she apologized. Crimson blood poured like a waterfall. The mental attack's aftershock made him groan. The demon lifted a giant boulder. Emotions make humans weak. Then again, I never felt anything even when I was human. Han Maru's inner voice screamed in total despair. I am completely paralyzed. It screamed directly into his ear. Why are you ignoring me? Did you go mute? He gritted his teeth, realizing the dark truth. As long as we feel emotions, we cannot defend against its psychological system attacks. Remembering rank M, Captain Grant also lost despair washed over him. Let us end this. If you cannot talk, you are boring me to death. It raised the heavy boulder high. Han Maru surrendered. Unless a cold-blooded psycho immune to mental attacks saves us now, The massive boulder smashed down. Suddenly, a sharp noise echoed loudly. The Rakshasa demon's entire body twisted violently. A pair of black-gloved hands appeared from the shadows. Connor stepped forward, smirking. Napping level 1. Han Maru's eyes lit up with pure joy. "You finally arrived, our resident psycho." Connor furiously grabbed his collar. "Why did you lose?" "You absolute idiot. This is embarrassing." The demon spoke up, genuinely surprised. "I am still not dead." It snapped its neck back, grinning. "My vocal cords are incredibly durable. You low-level bugs need to try harder." Connor glared furiously. "What did you say?" Han Maru snapped. "Bugs." Both hunters gritted their teeth and roared in total unison. "You annoying loudmouth bastard!" Han Maru stared intensely at the towering demon, bleeding profusely. He warned his wildly unpredictable teammate. "It can read memories and launch psychological strikes. Be careful." Connor scoffed with ultimate arrogance. Stepping forward, he shot Han Maru a completely mocking look. "I do not need a weakling's advice. Go hide in a corner and pray." Han Maru's lips twitched uncontrollably, literally speechless from the sheer disrespect. Ultimately, he swallowed his raging frustration, gritting his teeth as he thought deeply. He talks just as much trash as that damn demon. Still, they were fellow hunters. Pushing his pride aside, Han Maru genuinely cheered. Connor stretched his limbs, his expression as cold as solid ice. He stared down the monster without a single ounce of fear. A sharp crack echoed. He ruthlessly snapped his own finger without blinking. Simultaneously, the bones in the demon's legs shattered completely. The beast's body violently convulsed. It desperately choked back an agonizing scream, yet still arrogantly provoked him. "Is that all you have got? Then your wonderful father will never acknowledge you." Connor remained completely unfazed. He walked forward slowly, systematically, snapping his own long fingers. The brutal crunch of breaking bones echoed. The demon writhed in absolute agony, its heavily veined neck twisting backwards sickeningly under the power. Despite the immense pain, its sinister smile stretched wide. "Ah, so you are an emotionless freak too." The demon invaded Connor's traumatic memories. It laughed maliciously, probing the deepest wound. As expected of the son of a pathetic woman, abandoned, driven so mad she killed herself. Connor's advancing footsteps suddenly halted. He slowly raised his head, forcefully dragged back to that horrific day. A young teenage boy standing paralyzed, staring at the cold, lifeless body swinging from a rope on the ceiling beam. Even Han Maru, who heavily disliked him, felt tragic horror. "Wait, he actually went through something?" That horrific Han Maru stared at Seoul in absolute shock. "I thought he was just a spoiled rich kid." Growing up in a massive chaebol family clearly did not prepare him for this nightmare. Han Maru felt a sudden wave of deep concern. Even a cold-blooded guy like him would shatter under that mental attack, but a sudden low chuckle completely shattered his impulsive thought. Han Maru blinked in pure bewilderment. Salim, the victim of the mind attack, was actually snickering with absolute mockery. "So what?" Seung lunged forward, his grip crushing the demon's throat. Without a shred of panic, he whispered, "I guess my only sin is having a weak mother." His sharp gaze flashed with absolute ice. Only the strong survive in this world. Yet even while being choked out, the beast refused to stop its verbal assault. "Then you will not survive for long, either will you." Its lips twisted into a wicked grin. "Because you will never be as strong as Han Maru." Susang, completely unfazed by his tragic past, instantly froze at those specific words. Seizing the opening, the demon blasted a golden beam straight toward his heart. Slash! The deadly blade pierced right through flesh and bone. A confident smirk appeared. "Gotcha." Han Maru had sacrificed his own arm to block the lethal strike. He locked his intense gaze onto the demonic beast. "So that is your hidden attack pattern." The demon kept its blade embedded, savoring the warm, dripping blood. Han Maru exposed its dirty trick. It uses mental manipulation to drop their guard, then pierces the heart. The razor-sharp tongue dug even deeper into his arm. In this brutal tug of war, his arm was dangerously close to snapping off. Suddenly, Channa Kang leaped in with a devastating slash. The demon's tongue went limp. Black blood erupted from the severed appendage. The monster shrieked, writhing and clawing at its own flesh. Channa glanced back. "Are you two all right?" Her beauty remained breathtaking. Her flowing raven hair could captivate 1,000 souls, including Han Maru. Forgetting his agonizing wound, he stared in awe. "She is incredible." But he quickly snapped back. He shook away the distracting thoughts. "Damn it, I need to focus." Seeing his comrade standing there like a soulless statue, he yelled. "Sound, snap out of it." Sesong looked like his soul had left his body, muttering in defeat. "I am not as strong as Han Maru." Han Maru was speechless. Did he mentally collapse over that? Despite the sheer absurdity, a smug grin forced its way onto Han Maru's face. He rubbed his nose proudly. "I had no idea he was that jealous of me." Soon completely short-circuited, crumbling to the ground like a lifeless puppet. "We are in a life-or-death crisis over something so petty." Han Maru violently kicked him. "Wake up." Realizing that was useless, he swallowed his pride and awkwardly offered a compliment. "Look, I am amazing, but you are way more amazing." Instantly, Seung sprang back to life. His handsome face glowed with confidence as if nothing had happened at all. Obviously, he declared, Han Maru could only bow his head in sheer disbelief. Holy crap! With their comedic breather over team leader, Channa took charge of the battlefield. Let us finish this monster and clock out. The darker it gets, the worse our odds. Han Maru nodded grimly, but the odds were stacked against them. How? We cannot even get close to that lethal tongue. Stepping up to the plate, Channa took the lead. I will handle the execution. It cannot use its mind control right now. But Seung's eagle eyes instantly locked onto the massive bloodstain, expanding across her uniform. Are you insane? You cannot fight in that condition, he warned. Han Maru's gaze snapped toward her, sheer panic gripping his chest. Her horrific wound was gushing blood. What is happening to me? Why is my auto-recovery failing? She gasped. Sassoon quickly caught Channa as her body swayed. Seeing their mighty leader drenched in crimson, Han Maru seethed. Damn it all. The curse from its mental strike prevents all healing. Without another word, Han Maru bolted away from his team, diving into the shadows. Think I need a flawless strategy to sever that cursed tongue. Making a reckless gamble, Han Maru became the ultimate human bait. Reaching a safe distance, he roared wildly. Hey, I am right here, you brainless freak. The monstrous beast was purely driven by rage, instantly taking the bait. Seeing the creature lock its gaze, Han Maru felt relieved. This is my golden opportunity. He launched forward like a fired arrow, screaming over his shoulder. Seung, protect team leader, Channa, I will use my new skill to obliterate it. Seung froze in his tracks. Huh, are you suicidal? That skill requires an enclosed space. Meanwhile, Channa desperately clutched her bleeding chest, panting heavily as her life force slipped. Forget me. Go back up Han Maru right now, she commanded weakly. Deep within the dark woods, a chaotic symphony of footsteps echoed violently, kicking up dust into the night. The terrifying appendages of the demonic beast chased relentlessly. Han Maru pushed his agility stats to the absolute limit. He frantically scanned the area but saw only endless trees. Panic set in. There are no abandoned buildings anywhere near here. I definitely cannot drag this monster into a civilian zone. Cornered by fate, he cursed loudly. Damn it. Suddenly, the deafening screech of tires ripped through the main road. A luxury car drifted wildly, the doors violently flying open. Seung burst out roaring loudly. Han Maru, get in. All four doors swung wide open like a mechanical trap. Han Maru instantly caught onto the brilliant strategy, sacrificing $1 million ride. His jealousy skyrocketed as he leaped forward. Must be nice being filthy rich. He dove into the backseat, the heavy doors slamming shut behind him, but the bloodthirsty demon refused to let its prey escape. It launched its razor-sharp tongue, stretching dozens of feet like a deadly spear. However, this was exactly what Han Maru was banking on. He vaulted over the seats with a cocky grin. The demonic beast crashed blindly into the vehicle. Lurking outside, Seung violently slammed the doors shut. Moving in perfect sync, Han Maru threw himself out, trapping the monster inside checkmate. But before the celebration could begin, the creature's lethal tongue exploded outward. It moved with such blinding speed. In an instant, Han Maru's body was sliced into gruesome pieces. Seung's blood ran cold as a gut-wrenching scream tore from his throat. Han Maru. The demonic beast burst from its metal cage, reveling in victory, its terrifying gaze now locked onto Seung. However, right before the monster could strike, an iron grip clamped down on the back of its neck. The creature whipped its head around in pure terror. Who was standing there? From the shadows of the back seat, Han Maru's pale face emerged. His eyes radiated a chilling, death-like aura. Suddenly, dozens of identical Han Maru clones materialized in perfect menacing formation. Packed tightly inside the enclosed vehicle, the shadowy legion simultaneously reached out their hands. Sensing an overwhelming apocalyptic threat, the demon desperately tried to flee. But its fate was already sealed. Dozens of phantom arms smashed through the shattered windows, dragging the beast violently backward. In absolute unison, the clones unhinged their human jaws. They were eating it alive. The invincible demon shrieked in unbearable agony. To think a mere human was savagely tearing it apart. The overwhelming power completely consumed the beast. Moments passed since the monster's apparent destruction. Yet, the vehicle's interior remained completely still. CEO Wu pounded frantically against the metal door. Han Maru, how long are you going to hide in there? He roared. Dead silence answered him. CEO Wu's expression darkened with mounting dread. Why hasn't that brat broken out yet? He muttered under his breath. Kang Chena quickly sensed the gravity of the situation. Rushing over, she demanded, what exactly is happening? Meanwhile, inside the vehicle's confined space, the Rakshasa demon had become mere prey, surrounded by a pack of ravenous wolves. Han Maru's shadow clones swarmed the beast. They tore through its demonic flesh, sending hot blood spraying everywhere. Clinging to its last breath, the monster begged, please, stop this madness. Let us just talk, it pleaded. Met with ruthless silence, it desperately switched to psychological warfare. Are you truly this violent? Just like your own father, it taunted maliciously. Han Maru's eyes shot wide open. His pupils shrank in sheer terror, his face draining of color. The demon's words violently unearthed deeply buried traumatic memories. He was just a frail boy then, powerless as his brutal father grabbed his collar and hoisted him into the air. He choked entirely unable to breathe. His breathing turned chaotic, his tear-filled eyes reflecting that terrifying man's shadow. Yet his father remained utterly merciless. He left him dangling there, slowly choking the life out of him. That is how it should be, the man had sneered coldly. Seeing through his emotional scars, the Rakshasa demon laughed triumphantly. How did it feel when your father finally vanished? Han Maru suddenly slammed his hands against his own ears. His awakened aura instantly ruptured his eardrums, sending fresh blood spilling down. A deafening ringing took over. He deliberately deafened himself, staring at the Rakshasa with absolute disgust. He coldly declared, "Never play games with someone else's trauma." The demon opened its maw to speak, but Han Maru denied it any chance. His clones relentlessly pinned the beast down. "If I cannot hear your lies, you are absolutely useless," he roared. Countless shadow arms dragged the demon's head down. He clenched his fists tight. A massive explosion violently ripped through the vehicle. Kang Chana watched the devastating blast erupt. Ignoring her own injuries, she lunged toward the flaming wreckage. "Stop right there," CEO Wu roared, forcefully pulling her back. "Get away from it." A terrifying chain of secondary explosions detonated. The shockwaves crushed the metal frame like melting wax. Suddenly, a sickening rupture echoed out, crimson blood sprayed like a torrential summer rainstorm, violently staining the white vehicle with a foul demonic red. Kang Chana's pale face froze in horror. The golden aura. It completely vanished. Shocked to his core, CEO Wu unconsciously let her go. She stumbled desperately toward the shattered car, gripping its torn metal roof. Jagged steel ripped into her skin, soaking her hands in warm blood, but she ignored the pain. She channeled every ounce of her strength into pulling the young hunter from the wreckage. "We have to get him out," she screamed. Unable to bear it, CEO Wu touched her shoulder. "It is too late. The kid is gone." But Kang Chana stubbornly refused to accept it. Desperately trying to convince both him and herself, she cried out no. His regenerative abilities are superhuman. She frantically dug through the explosive debris. If she could extract him before the golden dust entirely faded, a slim chance remained. CEO Wu stared solemnly at her relentless determination. Sighing heavily, he thrust his hands into the wreckage, tearing away twisted metal parts while bitterly complaining. "Unbelievable. Even in death, this brat causes us endless trouble." Meanwhile, contrasting the frantic rescue outside, Han Maru curled up inside the ruined car like a newborn child sinking deep into the ocean of his own consciousness. Pitch blackness surrounded him. No light, no sound, yet his mind remained strikingly lucid. He felt absolutely nothing in his physical body, his eyelids sealed shut. Panic set in. Am I actually dead, he wondered. He replayed the final moments before the devastating blast. He wondered blankly, what were that demon's absolute final words? Though deafened, he had read its lips. A T-I. His fragmented consciousness began to blur and twist wildly. Suddenly, the colossal Rakshasa demon materialized, lifting him into its massive palm. "This is your ultimate destiny," it echoed. His heavy eyes fluttered open, his mind spinning in chaotic confusion. "What destiny?" The beast roared violently. "Wake up right now." Han Maru's eyes snapped wide open. But this was not reality. It was a terrifyingly different mental realm. The dimension was drowned in blinding crimson, echoing with a deafening hum. He realized the terrifying sound was coming from his own stomach. Suddenly, a pitch-black arm lined with razor-sharp claws and demonic spikes brutally tore through his abdomen. A grotesque monster began crawling straight out of his body. Yet he felt zero pain. The creature stood, revealing a terrifying maw of fangs and a long tongue on its bicep. Trembling, cold sweat drenched Han Maru. "Where the hell am I?" The beast leaned down, toxic drool dripping onto his face. It grinned maliciously. "You finally remember me, right?" Han Maru's lips twisted in pure terror. Suddenly, a dark, suppressed memory violently resurfaced. He had once faced a towering monster standing 2.3 meters tall. It bore a terrifying wolf's head upon a body that radiated suffocating, murderous intent, resembling a living nightmare straight out of pure hell. It looked exactly like a soul-devouring, three-headed hellhound. Jaws unhinged and drool pooling, its ravenous eyes instantly locked onto him as its next meal. The young, defenseless Han Maru cowered behind his father's broad back, trembling helplessly. "Dad is a monster," he cried out. But his father did not flee. Instead, he grabbed his son's collar and hoisted him up. His expression darkened with vicious intensity. "You must fight it, never run away." Choking on his tears, little Han Maru sobbed. "What do you mean?" Glaring at his son's fragile frame, the man stated coldly, "Because you possess an awakened ability." He muttered darkly, "Only then will you have the power to enter ATI. Ignoring his desperate screams of "Please, let me go," the ruthless man mercilessly tossed him right in front of the raging beast. Han Maru collapsed hard. Covered in dirt and whimpering uncontrollably, he looked up with absolute paralyzing fear. As despair consumed his eyes, the nightmare creature lunged, pinning him down and snapping its massive jaws. Back in reality, CEO Wu gritted his teeth, snapping a steel bar in half. He held onto one final shred of desperate hope. There is still a trace of golden dust. We might still save him. Deep beneath the ruined wreckage, a faint signal suddenly pulsed. CEO Wu sprinted over violently, tossing aside the heavy shattered debris. Han Maru's blood-soaked body lay curled up, bathed in crimson. His joints were twisted at bizarre, unnatural angles. Kang Chana and CEO Wu froze entirely, staring in absolute disbelief at the horrifying scene before them. His index finger was unnaturally snapped entirely backward. Trembling, CEO Wu muttered, "It is no use. The golden dust is completely gone." Kang Chana desperately knelt to check his pulse, but CEO Wu forced himself to look away, utterly heartbroken. Despite his crushed, broken state, she tenderly cradled his mangled hand in hers. Gently stroking his skin, her voice cracked with impending tears. "Han Maru, can you hear me right now? Please answer me." Suddenly, his blood-drenched hand gripped hers with terrifying force. Both of them tensed up, staring wide-eyed at the impossible phenomenon unfolding. CEO Wu muttered in sheer disbelief, "This cannot be happening." Han Maru lay completely unconscious on the ground. Yet a thick, glowing golden dust began continuously pouring from his mouth and nose. CEO Wu panicked. Is he generating his own golden dust? Just like those demonic beasts. Without warning, Han Maru's utterly mangled body violently snapped upright. His lifeless eyes shot open. His jaw unhinged wide, as if desperately trying to devour the world's final drops of life force to miraculously resurrect himself from the brink. Rising from the bloody ruins, his entire body was coated in thick crimson gore. But right now, he resembled a ravenous, bloodthirsty monster. He hissed wildly, baring saliva-drenched fangs as he frantically searched for his next prey. CEO Wu and Kang Chana watched this horrifying spectacle in complete shock. They both shared the exact same realization: his shattered body was already fully healed. Han Maru stumbled forward, taking a few unsteady, erratic steps. Then he instantly collapsed, face first, into the dirt with a loud thud. Just as they panicked, assuming the absolute worst, they realized he was snoring peacefully on the ground, even drooling with an incredibly calm, deeply relaxed expression. The two of them stared at him, utterly speechless and unsure how to react. Suddenly, Gong Yu, furious that he was napping mid-battle, aggressively kicked him right in the side. "You lazy absolute bastard," he cursed loudly. "What the hell kind of freak are you anyway?" The harsh kick instantly jolted Han Maru awake. "Ouch," he yelped loudly. Gripping his aching back in pain, he turned around and complained. "What the heck did you do that for?" Sunwoo furiously grabbed his collar, pulling him up. "You just radiated a demon's aura. Is that the gluttony demon's power?" Han Maru looked completely lost. "Huh, gluttony demon." Suddenly, it clicked. Right. My lost memories are coming back. He remembered staring into the gluttony demon's eyes, witnessing its terrifying abilities firsthand. He realized this gluttony power was not a recent awakening. He had possessed it since childhood. That fateful day flashed through his mind. He had struggled against it completely alone while his father just watched from afar. His father had forced him to face a man with dead, empty eyes, void of all emotion. Why did his father do that? Suddenly, a phantom blade pierced his chest. He gasped in sheer agony. He collapsed, trembling violently on the ground. Sunwoo panicked. "Hey, what the hell is wrong with you? Talk to me." Kang Chana, familiar with this condition, pulled Sunwoo back. "Hold on, let him breathe. His panic disorder is acting up again." She shot him a warning glare. "What happened today stays between us." Sunwoo spun around in disbelief. "Are you seriously protecting this monster? Should we not report this to headquarters immediately?" She calmly raised a hand. "We still do not know why his aura awakened." Sunwoo's expression darkened. "What if he goes completely rogue like those demons?" With unwavering confidence, Chana firmly declared, "I trust Han Maru. He is not a threat." Defeated, Sunwoo glanced back at the gasping Maru before looking away. "Do whatever you want. I do not care what happens to him." He turned and walked away, leaving them behind. Yet even Chana doubted her own words. She sighed. "I said I trust him, but..." Sometime later, aboard a speeding bullet train, an exhausted Han Maru leaned his head against the window. Ignoring the stairs, he drifted into deep thought. What exactly is the gluttony demon? Have I truly become a monster? Suddenly, he glanced at the glass. The horrifying reflection of the gluttony demon stared back. He screamed in pure terror. Holy crap, he scrambled away from the door. Annoyed, someone barked. "What is your problem?" Maru looked back and saw Nam Uhyuk glaring at him. "You are on a public train. Keep it down and stop embarrassing me." Pale and sweating profusely, Maru flinched. "Ha, team leader Nam Uhyuk." Clutching his chest to steady his racing heart, he stammered, "I just hallucinated something." Brushing off the awkwardness, he softly asked, "Say, do you have time to chat?" Uhyuk turned away, holding up a hand. "No. My personal rule is zero non-work conversations with colleagues after hours." Those harsh words completely shattered Maru's spirit. "You cold-blooded jerk. And here I thought we were close. Right then, Woo-hyuk's phone rang and he answered. Kim Yoo-ju, why are you calling me? Cut to a bustling pub near the subway station. Woo-hyuk's face was flushed bright red from the beer. Annoyed and completely wasted, he pointed his finger. Just quit the Mount Gang squad, one resignation letter is all it takes. Yoo-ju hesitated nervously, glancing at the seat beside him. But, who is that guy sitting next to you? Woo-hyuk glared at Maru, who was chugging beer like he was mourning his life. Why the hell did you tag along, Han Maru? Drunk and covered in beer foam, Maru whined pitifully. I was just so lonely I did not want to be by myself. He drunkenly grinned at Yoo-ju. Wow, my first time meeting an officer from another squad. Why do you want to quit your job anyway? Yoo-ju hung his head in absolute misery. Well, there is some severe discord in our team. Woo-hyuk knew the dark truth. He furiously cut him off. Discord my foot, they are brutally bullying you. The shock sobered Maru up instantly. Wait, is this one of those legendary cases of workplace harassment? Yoo-ju crossed his arms with a bitter smile. Yeah. I am soft like clay. I do not dare fight back. Maru scoffed. Just stand your ground once and end it. Maru asked, wait, was Senior Woo-hyuk also in the Mount Gang squad? Woo-hyuk froze mid-reach for his glass. His expression instantly turned pitch black. Amid the heavy silence, Yoo-ju spoke up. Actually, Senior Woo-hyuk used to be their favorite target. Fueled by alcohol, Maru's fury ignited. Are you serious right now? What kind of trash makes up the Mount Gang squad that they constantly torment their own teammates? Recalling those nightmarish days, Woo-hyuk's eyes grew cold. A total gathering of soulless scumbags. They are nothing but demons wearing human skin. Maru was utterly stunned. Demons in human skin. His eyes blazed with rising anger. Even among awakened officials, absolute villains exist. Some monsters are far worse than the actual demons. Maru suddenly remembered Sunwoo's warning. What if he goes completely rogue like those demons? A chilling dread washed over his pale face. Could I eventually become as dangerous as a demon? After the drinking session, the trio navigated a dark alleyway home. Woo-hyuk strolled ahead confidently with his hands pocketed while Maru struggled under Yoo-ju's dead weight. Drenched in sweat and panting heavily, he groaned. Team leader Nam, are we there? Yet Woo-hyuk pointed at a warmly lit diner on the corner. We made it. This is his parents' restaurant. He pulled the door open and glanced back. Let's just hand him over to his folks and head home. But the sight inside drained all color from his face. A sinister voice echoed from the room. Well, if it is not Nam Woo-hyuk. Three imposing figures glared at him coldly. The atmosphere instantly plummeted. He tried to retreat, but before he could escape the doorway, he collided with someone. A bone-chilling voice sneered from above. Look what the cat dragged in. A towering red-haired man slicked back his hair, entirely blocking the exit. He flashed a wicked grin. Came here for Yoo-ju, but caught Nam Woo-hyuk as a bonus. Before Woo-hyuk could even react, the man brutally kicked him inside. Without hesitation, he stomped ruthlessly on Woo-hyuk's face. You pathetic bastard. If you wanted to vanish, you should have stayed gone. Utterly overwhelmed, Woo-hyuk could not fight back. He lay defenseless on the ground, groaning in pain. The attacker's rage only escalated, stomping down harder. You dared to set the office on fire. You are a dead man today. Han Maru lunged forward tightly, gripping the attacker's bicep to stop him. What the hell are you doing? You guys are supposed to be colleagues. The red-haired thug glared at him with piercing hostility. Who the heck are you? Maru replied firmly, I am team leader Nam's colleague. You must be the Mount Gang squad. A pitch-black smile spread across the thug's face. A suffocating murderous aura erupted from him. Oh, the squad full of absolute freaks. He spun around and launched a devastating punch straight into Maru's face. Who gave you permission to touch me, you filthy piece of trash? The devastating blow sent Maru crashing violently into the wall. The thug brushed off his own bicep in disgust. Absolutely gross. He then turned his sadistic fury back to Woo-hyuk, stomping on his face again. Fresh blood splattered across the floor. Just looking at you, useless, talentless runts makes me want to kill you, he roared. With every hateful word, his kicks grew deadlier. Woo-hyuk curled up defensively, shielding his vitals. The tyrant kept screaming, I pity the wretched parents who brought you pathetic losers into this world. Behind him, Maru slowly pushed himself off the ground, wiping the blood from his bruised face. A dangerous golden glow ignited in his cold eyes. Blood dripped continuously from his nose. His gentle demeanor was completely gone. Inside the gloomy alleyway diner, Han Maru sat in dead silence. Blazing fury flashed in his piercing gaze as he glared at the thugs. Golden sand slowly seeped from his mouth, ready to annihilate them all. Meanwhile, the red-haired punk relentlessly pounded Nam Woo-hyuk's face. The young man could only endure the brutal, agonizing torture. The bastard growled viciously. Because you snitched to main headquarters, our team was suspended for months. Do you hear me? He mercilessly crushed Nam Woo-hyuk's throat, choking the life out of him. Despite the victim's heavily bruised face, the attacker showed absolutely zero mercy. He spat out curses. We hunted you down everywhere to settle this score. Nam Yu-hyu wept in absolute despair, letting out weak, agonizing groans. The thugs cheered in the background, sadistically enjoying their captain's brutal execution. One lackey sneered. Never thought you would scurry away to that pathetic Gangwado squad. From the shadows, Han Maru slowly rose to his feet. Murderous intent erupted from his eyes as the golden sand multiplied. Suddenly, the diner door crashed open. The red-haired punk turned around in confusion. But before he could even blink, a heavy boot smashed brutally into his face, sending him flying across the room. Now it was his turn to taste the devastating pain he had inflicted. His goons instantly sprang up, roaring in fury. "Who the hell are you?" Song-yu stepped through the doorway. Veins bulged on his ice-cold face, vibrating with pure rage. He mocked their exact words. A member of the pathetic Gangwado squad. He glared directly at Han Maru, issuing a deadly warning. "Hey, if you unleash that golden sand, here I will kill you myself." Han Maru instantly snapped out of his trance. His overwhelming fury vanished, replaced by his usual clueless expression. Covering his mouth, he stammered awkwardly. "Oh, why are you here?" Seong-yu scoffed, without holding back. "I came to stop you from causing a massive disaster." Let us rewind to a few hours ago. Song-yu had spotted Han Maru desperately tugging on Nam Yu-hyuk's sleeve, but Nam Yu-hyu angrily brushed him off. Watching from the shadows, a petite figure hidden beneath a baseball cap caught Song-yu's attention. He instantly recognized Kang Chana. She flinched in shock as their eyes locked. Standing miles apart, they both had the exact same thought. "What the heck, I thought you did not care about Han Maru. Wait, did you not claim to trust him completely?" Snapping back to the present, Kang Chana stared in absolute shock at the ruined diner. She quickly rushed forward. She supported the heavily bruised and bloodied Nam Yu-hyuk. Panic laced her voice. "Team leader Nam Yu-hyuk, are you holding up okay?" Suppressing her burning rage over her battered comrade, she declared, "I do not care why you attacked him, but I am taking him out of here." Suddenly, a chilling voice interrupted. "Do you really think it is that easy?" A woman with dead, emotionless eyes stepped out. She gently grabbed the red-haired punk's arm. "You slaughtered half of our team and you think you can just walk away." Meanwhile, a massive brute with glasses blocked Kang Chana's escape path. His immense shadow loomed over her. "We still have unfinished business with this trash." Refusing to be intimidated by his crushing aura, she glared back with ice-cold defiance. "We are all special operatives here. Back off unless you want a severe disciplinary hearing." The emotionless woman crossed her arms, smirking. "You are the ones begging for a death wish." The red-haired punk finally stumbled to his feet, roaring in unhinged fury. "I do not give a damn." His face was mangled just as badly as Han Maru's, but his pride refused to break. "You are a dead man, you bastard." He launched himself fiercely at the completely relaxed Seong-yu. A thrilling smirk crept onto Seong-yu's face as he cracked his knuckles. "Deal. We are getting suspended anyway, so let us go all out." He blasted forward like a cannonball. It was an epic one-on-two brawl. Both behemoths charged at him simultaneously. Han Maru prepared to join the fray, but Kang Chana screamed from behind. "Han Maru, stay out of this." He froze in his tracks, utterly bewildered. She wasn't stopping him completely, but issued a strict warning. "Be careful. Do not activate your awakening skill." While Han Maru stood there utterly confused, the atmosphere around Kang Chana turned terrifyingly dark. Sensing imminent danger, her eyes flared with a brilliant crimson light. She ripped off her jacket, entering full combat mode. Taking advantage of Seong-yu's blind spot, the bespectacled brute locked his arms from behind. The red-haired punk smirked wickedly. "Yeah, pin that bastard down." He hoisted a heavy steel chair, aiming directly for Seong-yu's skull. "Die, you piece of trash." Suddenly, a blinding flash of silver sliced through the air. A devastating strike completely crushed the punk's ribs. He shrieked in agony as his body violently contorted. Kang Chana stood tall, twirling her combat baton with absolute mastery. Before the giant brute could even blink, she swept low and violently shattered his shin ard. He howled in excruciating pain, collapsing as he clutched his rapidly swelling leg. He rolled around the floor, screaming curses. Kang Chana coldly leveled her splintered, razor-sharp baton at the red-haired thug. "If you want to keep your life, stand down immediately." Just then, a sharply dressed man with an incredibly arrogant smirk strolled into the room. He completely halted the battle. "What on earth is going on here? I leave for one quick bathroom break and you guys are already slaughtering civilians." Kang Chana narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "Who the hell are you?" he replied with mock politeness. "Captain of the Golden Sand Response Unit from the Mountain Gang Division." Relieved to finally meet a rational equal, she quickly explained, "Thank goodness, we are from the Gangwado squad. This is just a misunderstanding." Stepping confidently past the thugs, she spoke with a calm, professional tone. "Your subordinates attacked my teammate without provocation. I expect you to discipline your men accordingly." But without a shred of warning, his fist brutally smashed into her face. A sickening crack echoed as she was sent hurtling backward. He flicked his wrist, casually watching her crash. "Oh, so you are an awakened." How dare a weakling touch my precious squad? His mocking gaze shifted to the agonizing Nam Yu Yuk on the floor. A twisted grin stretched across his face. Well, well, well. Look who we have here. Nam Yu Hyuk. It has been way too long, my friend. Watching Kang Chana brutally crash into the steel machinery, Han Maru froze in pure horror. Cold sweat poured down his face. Golden sand furiously began manifesting. He could not fathom this bastard striking down a comrade. Blood streamed from Kang Chana's nose as she lay completely dazed. A demonic growl ripped through Han Maru's throat. His absolute rage finally shattered his limits, fully awakening the Golden Sand system. His eyes dilated wildly with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. Veins violently bulged as a terrifying aura exploded around him. Song Yu watched in absolute panic as the Golden Sand storm intensified. He desperately reached out to stop him. Han Maru, you absolute lunatic. Do not do it. But it was too late. Han Maru instantly teleported before the arrogant captain. The captain flinched in utter shock. Huh, who the hell is this insect? Before he could even finish, Han Maru unleashed a god-tier punch fueled by pure unyielding wrath. The devastating impact sent the captain spinning. His skull violently slammed into the concrete, creating a massive crater. He obliterated the tables before crashing heavily into the wall, leaving a gruesome blood trail. His rage-spent Han Maru finally snapped back to reality, but it was too late. Aura dust poured endlessly from his mouth, flooding the entire restaurant. The red-haired thugs and Noah watched in absolute shock at his terrifying power. Staring at the swirling golden grains, Noah thought in sheer panic. What the hell is this? Why is aura dust appearing here? Gavin facepalmed hard, completely helpless against his teammates' reckless outburst, completely oblivious to the absolute disaster he just caused Han Maru. Anxiously checked on team leader Chloe. Are you okay? Regaining her senses, she wiped the blood from her nose and scolded him. I told you not to summon the aura dust. Knowing you messed up, you could only apologize. Seeing you get hit made my blood boil. I lost control. I am sorry. As he helped her up suddenly, a mocking laugh echoed from the enemy captain. Haha, he greedily inhaled the aura dust, his eyes rolling back in pure euphoria. Springing to his feet, he grinned wildly. Holy crap, he is not an awakened demon, but he can generate aura dust. He swaggered right up to Han Maru, his eyes gleaming with intense interest. Who are you? How did you summon that dust? He slung an arm over his shoulder like an old friend. Want to join my squad? Han Maru's mind immediately flashed back to Noah's terrified eyes and the absolute scum that made up this wretched team. They were simply monsters in human skin. Veins popping, he fiercely rejected him. Bullshit, I would never join a squad of literal trash. Knowing Han Maru would not submit easily, the captain backed off. Is that so? What a pity. Flashing a calculating smirk at Han Maru's group, he continued. It really is a shame, so I cannot let you guys walk away that easily. Glancing at the aura dust flooding the room, a twisted idea sparked in his mind. Since we have the perfect arena, how about a deathmatch? The Iron Peak squad versus Vanguard. He threw his arms wide open in pure thrill. Fighting awakened demons gets boring anyway. His insane proposal left Han Maru's crew completely speechless. They stared at him like he was a total lunatic. Seeing the enemy's glowing eyes and wicked smiles, they all shared the exact same thought. This restaurant is packed with absolute psychopaths. A blood-boiling clash was about to erupt. The Iron Peak captain casually snacked on seaweed right in front of them, completely ignoring the fierce protests from Han Maru's team. He just barked his orders. All right, everyone line up. Wanting to avoid a massive bloodbath, Chloe quickly raised her hand. Hold on, we cannot do this right now. But before she could finish, he raised a finger, hijacking the rules. Here is how we play. Licking his lips with a highly punchable smirk, he laid out his twisted conditions. We fight 3 rounds. The winning squad gets to take Noah with them. He treated the boy like a mere trophy, completely ignoring Noah's pale, terrified face. Cold sweat poured down his cheeks at those words. If you win, we will completely forgive Noah's past mistakes. He then shifted his menacing gaze straight at Han Maru. And you the fake demon kid. Hearing that ridiculous nickname, Han Maru's eyebrow twitched in pure annoyance. Fake demon. The captain mockingly clarified. You know your little aura dust trick. If headquarters finds out, they will never leave you alone. Smirking like a true mastermind, he pressed a finger to his lips. Accept this duel, and I will keep your secret. Chloe frowned deeply, her expression darkening as she cursed internally. Damn it, he is not listening at all. What a garbage captain. Gavin's voice turned ice cold as he asked her, shall we just assassinate their leader right now? Knowing his murderous intent, she quickly warned him. No, his squad will not just sit back. It will turn into an all-out bloodbath. Meanwhile, the enemy captain spoke smoothly, as if this lethal duel was just a friendly greeting. Gesturing to his fierce crew, he smiled. Let us just treat this as a friendly sparring match. First team to surrender loses, but he added a seemingly hypocritical absolute rule. No killing allowed, guys. That would be way too inhumane. Han Maru's entire team stared at the most inhumane guy in the room, jaws dropping as they cursed in their minds. What an absolute joke. Sighing helplessly, Gavin took off his hat and slipped on his combat gloves to keep the enemy's blood off his hands. He exhaled sharply. Guess we have to fight. I wanted to test my skills against some capable, awakened anyway. Hearing this, Han Maru stepped up and blocked him. Are you crazy? Are you stooping to their trashy level? But Gavin was not the only one ready to brawl. Chloe rested her chin on her hand, her gaze turning dead serious. We accept your challenge. Gavin was utterly shocked, his cool facade cracking. What did you just say? Before the clash began, she flashed a secret tactical hand sign behind her back, signaling the boys. Stall for time during the fight, Han Maru and Gavin exchanged totally confused looks. Her voice was ice. Just fight, you will understand later. Who is going first? Gavin smirked like a true predator. Time to warm up. I will take the vanguard. I hate waiting anyway. On the enemy side, the smug captain turned to his vicious subordinates. Who from our squad is stepping up first? A bespectacled thug slowly removed his glasses. His awakening energy surging, black veins pulsed around one eye, a golden streak igniting his pupil like a demon scanning its prey's soul. Using his analytical skill, he warned his crew. His fighting style involves breaking his opponent's limbs. The red-haired brute sneered confidently, stepping into the arena. Let me crush this arrogant punk. Finally, a chance for sweet revenge. He tightly clenched his mutated wooden fist and roared. This guy has been pissing me off. I will teach him his damn place in the food chain. His wooden arm violently sprouted into massive branches. Razor-sharp vines lunged at Gavin like a bloodthirsty monster, but the fierce vanguard fighter stood his ground completely motionless. Just as the deadly spikes reached his face, he casually cracked a single knuckle, his eyes completely dead. An invisible force effortlessly severed the massive branches in midair. They crashed uselessly to the floor. Gavin slicked back, his hair yawning in extreme disappointment. Weak as hell. But the red-haired enemy smirked wickedly, channeling an even darker aura. You think you are tough. The severed branches instantly mutated, spawning endless vines that fiercely locked Gavin in place. Caught completely off guard by the relentless sneak attack, he could not dodge. The brute cackled maniacally. I can still control the broken pieces, you fool. The thorny vines choked his neck. Gavin was completely immobilized, wrapped tight like a helpless mummy. The villain slowly approached, sadistically morphing his arm into a deadly drill and pressing it right against Gavin's eye. Ooh la la, cannot even move a single finger now, huh? How will you use your little power now? He mocked, tasting absolute victory. You are not going to surrender that easily, right? Despite the fatal drill at his eye, Gavin actually chuckled. Obviously, I still have one joint left to pop you, moron. He bit down hard on his jaw. A sickening crack echoed out. An overwhelming invisible aura exploded outward. It instantly shattered the vines, creating a massive shockwave that forced the brute to shield his eyes. Seizing the ultimate opening, Gavin grabbed his throat like helpless prey. First strike, a light snap to your fifth vertebra. His voice was angelically soft, but his execution was merciless. He ruthlessly cracked his finger, snapping his spine in half. The brute unleashed a blood-curdling scream, legs giving out. Showing zero mercy, Gavin lifted him higher to savor his total dominance. Passing out already, come on, stand up straight for me. The broken enemy could only groan in sheer agony. Gavin smiled like the literal Grim Reaper. Next up is your neck bone. The red-haired punk stared in pure terror. Please stop, he begged, gasping for air. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Gong Yu's wrist, halting his strike. Kang Chana glared with blazing fury. Enough. Are you trying to commit murder right here? Losing interest, Gong Yu casually tossed him aside and turned away. The battle is over, Kang Chana announced loudly. Victory belongs to us. The red-haired loser collapsed like he had just escaped hell, violently, dry heaving in absolute horror. Ugh, it hurts so damn much, the enemy captain observed with chilling indifference. How amusing, he scoffed. Let the next match begin. Without hesitation, Kang Chana stepped boldly into the arena. She tied her hair up for battle. Walking past Gong Yu, she clicked her tongue. Your strike was too destructive. You barely stalled for time. He let out a deeply defeated sigh. I literally stalled. What more do you want? Radiating a freezing aura, she stepped forward. Stop wasting time, she demanded. Send out your next fighter. The spectacled scout activated his clairvoyant skill. She possesses the iron attribute, manifesting blades using her own blood. A sinister smirk crawled onto his face as he glanced at their sole female member. Your turn now. A perfectly matched duel. The wicked woman shoved past her lackeys. Reaching into her flesh, she violently ripped out 2 of her own ribs. Blood cascaded endlessly as she crouched low. Gripping bloody bones like twin daggers, she prepared to strike. Kang Chana offered an honorable warning. We should avoid lethal weapons. This is far too dangerous. The psycho ignored the warning, fully awakening her terrifying skill. Massive jagged bones erupted from her spine, forming nightmarish spider legs. I do not give a damn, she shrieked, launching herself forward with monstrous speed. Refusing to hold back, Kang Chana brutally bit her own arm. Crimson blood spilled as she cursed, "You psycho bitch." She materialized a massive blood sword just in time to block. The overwhelming impact made her bones tremble, sweat pouring down. Suddenly, a rogue bone sneaked around her defense, slashing viciously across her waist. Crimson droplets scattered. "Ugh," she gasped, intense agony tearing through her. Her face paled dramatically. "If this continues, I am dead." Breaking the fatal deadlock, she unleashed a devastating sweep, forcing the monster back. Seizing the opening, she leaped forward. The enemy fired bone spears from afar, but Kang Chana gracefully evaded every lethal strike, formulating a plan. "I must shatter her guard and force a retreat." Dashing like lightning, she delivered a brutal frontal slash. The deep laceration sent enemy blood splashing over her horrified teammates. "Team Leader Park," they screamed in absolute terror. "Are you all right?" Realizing she struck too deep, Kang Chana's eyes widened. "Are you okay? I lost control of my aura." Yet the two male villains behind the wounded woman merely chuckled. Meanwhile, Gong Yu started a slow mocking clap. "Wow, spectacular job stalling." Han Maru chimed in deadpan. "Yeah, a whole 10 seconds. Blushing deeply, Kang Chana stared at the ground. "I have never dueled a human before," she defended innocently. "I only ever slaughtered Rakshasa demons." While the trio bantered casually, one enemy goon watched them completely drenched in cold sweat. "What the hell is going on here?" he panicked internally. Rumor said only pathetic trash ever joined the Ganghwa Du squad. Watching his team suffer two humiliating defeats, the enemy captain sighed. "Well then," he drawled, shifting his dark gaze. "That just leaves little Han Maru, right?" Kang Chana froze in absolute shock. "We just won 2 out of 3 matches. Why keep fighting?" she demanded. The villainous leader hid nothing of his twisted intentions. "Because I am dying to witness Maru's awakening power firsthand. That is why I waited so patiently." His tyrannical aura flared as he laid down an insane ultimatum. "Let us bet 3 points on this grand finale." "What?" Kang Chana screamed. "That makes zero logical sense." Before she could protest, Han Maru strode forward, overflowing with fearless confidence. "It does not matter. I accept. Bet the 3 points." He pointed straight at the alpha predator. "But on one condition. I fight you directly, Captain." The air was sucked from the room. Nam Ilyuk and Kang Chana's jaws dropped. "Have you completely lost your mind?" they screeched. Gong Yu aggressively massaged his temples. "Mother," a profoundly sinister grin stretched across the captain's face. Meanwhile, the spectacled scout stealthily activated his analytical eye but instantly flinched. A demonic entity materialized, roaring viciously. Ghostly claws dug violently into his retinas. "RG!" he shrieked in soul-tearing agony. Black blood streamed from his eye sockets. His comrades rushed over in absolute panic. "Are you okay?" "What happened?" Shivering violently under a cold sweat, he stammered out pure dread. "Is he even human?" In his vision, a colossal purple void with fangs, like a monster's maw, loomed right behind Han Maru. He choked on his own overwhelming terror. Just what kind of monster is he? The arrogant captain chuckled, strolling lazily right up to Han Maru's face. "You actually want to fight me? I am afraid that simply will not work out. Rather than dirtying my own hands, I will let a true prodigy handle your execution." Flicking his wrist, he ordered his thugs to drag out a substitute. The trembling figure shoved into the brutal arena was none other than Kim Yuzu. A hulking brute violently dragged the bewildered boy to the front lines. "Captain, what is everyone doing out here?" he stammered, entirely clueless. Pure terror seized his heart, his mind flashing to his vulnerable parents inside their small shop. "My parents," he babbled helplessly. But the twisted captain casually threw an arm around the boy's frail shoulders. Stroking Yuzu's pale cheek, he whispered, "Hush now. Your shift is officially over. There is nothing for you to worry about." With a vicious shove, he launched the boy forward into the deathmatch face Kim Yuzu. "The strongest awakened in my guild." Caught completely off guard, Yuzu stumbled, crashing painfully onto the harsh concrete. Ga Yuzu cried out in misery. Seeing his innocent friend tossed into a deadly system duel, Nam Il-hyuk sprang to his feet. "Please, you have to stop this madness," he begged desperately. But the captain's aura instantly turned pitch black and murderous. "Shut your damn mouth." "I will deal with you later," he growled with killing intent. Instantly flipping his personality, he cheered for the terrified boy with his sickening bribe. "Give it your all, Yuzu. Put on a magnificent show today. Win this and I will promote you." Han Maru stood totally paralyzed in sheer disbelief. The friend he happily shared drinks with hours ago was now his mortal enemy. Han Maru's eyes widened to their absolute limits. What the hell? Suddenly, a colossal nightmarish phantom head materialized before him. The entire upper half of its skull was horrifyingly hollowed out. He thought grimly, "Is this my newly awakened demonic system power? Can it read the current situation?" A shadowy parasitic demon clinging to Kim Yuzu's back began spewing venomous curses. "You absolutely pathetic, filthy black pig," it screeched relentlessly. If you are this pathetic, just drop dead. Why are you so horrifyingly useless? Just die. You achieve absolutely nothing. Your mere existence is a total waste of oxygen. Every time that phantom jaw snapped open, tragic visions assaulted Han Maru's mind. He saw heartbreaking flashes of Kim Yuzu sobbing at the tavern, followed by the sickening malicious grins of the captain's crew. He even witnessed endless loops of Nam Il-hyuk being brutally bullied. These are the traumatic memories of civil servant Kim Yuzu. A sinister presence within his own body was hijacking his vocal cords. Panicking, Han Maru desperately clamped his hands over his mouth, but the supernatural force was too strong. Blood poured relentlessly from his mouth. He panicked wildly. Was I really about to spew those vile words? This is terribly wrong. I must forcefully shut down this skill right now. But the inner demon forcibly hijacked his voice, sneering at the broken boy. Are you having fun? You certainly looked incredibly amused when Nam Il-hyuk was getting violently bullied. All color drained from Kim Yuzu's terror-stricken face. The monstrous presence refused to stop unrolling a grotesquely long tongue as it pressed the psychological attack. Do you not feel agonizing despair being such a weak, useless parasite? Fighting a desperate internal war, Han Maru roared, "Stop it right now." Suddenly, that demonic tongue transformed into a razor-sharp spectral blade. It shot forward like lightning, brutally impaling Kim Yuzu straight through the heart. Before he could react, coughing up a fountain of crimson blood, Yuzu choked. Realizing the catastrophic disaster, Han Maru dove to catch the collapsing boy. Why did this demonic aura act on its own? Tears and sweat cascaded down Kim Yuzu's fading face as he whispered with agonizing regret, "I am so sorry." Those final tragic words left Han Maru stunned. What? Before his brain could process it, a volatile explosion of green slime blasted into him. It was Kim Yuzu's awakened skill, a demonic, highly corrosive acid that instantly began melting Han Maru's flesh. Toxic smoke billowed from his corroding body as he unleashed a blood-curdling scream. Pure chaos erupted. Han Maru Kang. Channa bolted forward in panic. "Are you all right?" She rushed toward the arena, but the sinister captain instantly blocked her path. Refusing to let anyone ruin his twisted entertainment, his aura flared menacingly. "Stay exactly where you are. Interfere in an official match and you die." Casually scratching his chin, he sauntered over to where Han Maru knelt in agonizing defeat. "Does it hurt, kid? Still hanging in there?" He sneered down at Han Maru's bloodied form. "Being kind, that lethal poison is melting your organs. You get that right." Agony ripped through Han Maru. The acid ate away at his flesh, exposing white bone. Barely registering the villain's taunts, he gritted his teeth and fired back. "I will never surrender to you." The captain's eyes darkened. His mock sympathy vanished into thin air. "All right then. Show me what you have got." He pointed at Isaac, who was cowering in the distance. "Want to win? Strike him down and end this game." Golden sand poured relentlessly from Han Maru's mouth. Thanks to his demonic aura, his shattered body began to regenerate. Rising slowly, he growled, "To hell with your twisted rules." Victory. Fueled by blazing rage, he spun around, aiming a devastating punch right at the captain's face. "Crushing you is how this game ends." The captain did not even flinch. "You think it is that easy? Every game has rules." He tapped his tie exactly 8 times, then tightened it like a noose. Mid-charge, Han Maru was slammed face-first into the concrete by an overwhelming force. Both Han Maru's crew and the weaker grunts were violently crushed to their knees. ARG Chief Executive Ulysses gritted his teeth, struggling just to lift his head. "This pressure. It is crushing my chest. I can barely breathe." Nathan gasped for air, warning the team. "It is Captain Garrison's gravity manipulation. Take short breaths to survive." Everyone stared up at the captain, who looked down like an arrogant god. He possessed a Stage 9 demonic core, granting absolute control over gravity. Smirking, he mocked them. "Watching you bugs grovel like this is truly entertaining." He casually strolled through the golden sandstorm, approaching Han Maru. "This is thrilling. You are still conscious. Your regeneration skill is actually quite impressive." Admiring Han Maru's rapidly healing wounds, a wicked idea crossed his mind. Gripping his tie, he laughed maniacally. "Let us see how your little healing trick handles a massive gravity boost." Bam! A crushing weight slammed down Han Maru's spine, shattered with a sickening crunch. Tears of pure agony streamed down his face as blood erupted from his lips. The captain touched the thick golden dust, sneering at the fallen boy. "The more pain you feel, the more golden sand you puke out. Is this your awakening ability? Uniquely pathetic." Pinned to the floor, Han Maru's mind raced. A terrifying demon with razor-sharp fangs flashed through his consciousness. Is this captain, seriously, this overpowered? He desperately analyzed the situation. "I can see his energy flow, but the gap in our levels is too massive. I need a game-changer to seal his skills. I have to distract him, find his fatal flaw." Refusing to yield to despair, Han Maru glared fiercely at his tormentor, even as his broken body trembled. He forced his head up, activating his analytical eye, but the floating spectral head behind the captain revealed 0 memories, leaving Han Maru completely baffled. "What the hell? Why is my demonic sight not picking up anything?" His eyes widened in horror. This monster had absolutely no psychological weaknesses to exploit. He is a total psychopath with a flawless defensive aura. Losing patience, the captain drew a tactical combat knife, aiming the lethal blade right at Han Maru. "Do not make me repeat myself," he threatened darkly. "If I get bored, you die. This golden sand. How did a trash tear like you awaken it? Spit it out, or I will slit your throat." He pressed the cold steel against Han Maru's neck. Panic surged. Suddenly, the blade snapped in half. Chief Executive Ulysses activated his skill. Now is the time, Han Maru roared. Seizing the opening, Katrina bit her own wrist, forging a crimson blade from her blood. Gripping her weapon, she forced herself up. She launched herself like a human missile straight at the captain. But as her blood sword neared his heart, he calmly adjusted his tie, amplifying the gravity zone by 20 times. The crushing force pulverized Katrina's defenses, instantly knocking her out cold. Chief Executive Ulysses and Nathan choked on their own breath, collapsing in agony. The captain stood up, kicking her blade away. "Relax," he stated coldly. "Under extreme gravity, oxygen fails to reach the brain. You will all sleep soon." Seeing her lifeless form, Han Maru screamed desperately. "Katrina!" Ripping the weapon from her limp grip, he turned his chilling gaze back to Han Maru. A sinister smile crept across his face. "Well now, no one is left to interrupt us." Watching the boy fight for every breath, he chuckled darkly. "Shall we resume our little chat?" Han Maru gasped heavily, his stamina hitting 0. "Damn it, this gravity field will knock me out. What do I do?" Suddenly, a heavy knock echoed through the room. One of the thugs yelled out in confusion, "Who the hell is visiting at this hour? We are closed." But the shadowy figure outside remained utterly still. An eerie pitch-black liquid began seeping under the door, rapidly swallowing the bodies of everyone lying on the floor. The thug backed away in terror. "What is this dark slime?" Barely conscious, Katrina managed a faint smile. "Took you long enough." Suddenly, a specialized strike squad breached the room. They scrambled to secure the fallen, awakened officers. "This is bad. The situation is escalating out of control," someone shouted. An agent frantically sent a distress signal straight to Captain Go Deok Man. Captain Go Deok Man stood ominously in the hallway, engulfed by the swirling golden sand. Black abyssal liquid bled from his pitch-dark eyes. Shadow core awakening, Han Maru felt himself drowning in dark energy. His survival instincts screamed in terror. What kind of insane power is this? The enemy thug was instantly consumed by the void, completely paralyzed by fear and confusion. Within seconds, the dark matter swallowed the thug whole, leaving only his floating head above the terrifying abyss. What is happening? Is this absolute darkness? The thug sensed impending doom but could not comprehend the sheer scale of it. Han Maru was equally trapped in the suffocating void. He could not hear, he could not smell. It felt like his very existence was being erased, losing all 5 senses. This is psychological torture. He clutched his head as tears fell. What kind of nightmare domain is this? The bewildered thug stared blankly at his own knife, completely missing the shadow hand materializing behind him. Go Deok Man snatched the blade and choked him. The thug blacked out instantly. Target neutralized. Go Deok Man then shifted his hollow gaze toward Han Maru, whose mental defenses were rapidly crumbling under the overwhelming aura. Han Maru viciously bit his own arm just to feel something, but pure panic set in. Absolute numbness, Go Deok Man materialized like a ghost, grabbing the boy's throat and pinning his bleeding arm. "Stop," that was Han Maru's final thought before darkness took him. Unfazed, Go Deok Man reached into his tactical vest, pulled out 2 blood-soaked ocular spheres, and calmly inserted them into his own empty sockets. The moment the physical eyes clicked into place, the abyssal domain shattered. The terrifying void dissolved into dark smoke, retreating swiftly back into Go Deok Man's restored pupils. The specialized agents, Han Maru, and the enemy thugs all lay unconscious on the cold floor. Go Deok Man let out a heavy sigh. Looks like that annoying golden sandstorm is finally over. The remaining backup teams slowly regained their senses, assessing the chaotic aftermath. "You finally made it." Go Deok Man just stared up at the ceiling, tapping his forehead with extreme exhaustion. Special agents Kang, Chana, and Chiao-ngu. "Why keep me in the dark about Han Maru?" He spun around, his eyes blazing with absolute fury. "Do you want to lose your badges?" Kang Chana bowed her head in deep submission. "I am truly sorry. But if you spoke with the Gieson squad captain to settle this..." Go Deok Man cut her off, his glare freezing the air. "This cannot go unpunished." Moments later, the scene shifted to headquarters. Han Maru was completely sealed inside a high-security glass cell. Dozens of guards tracked his every single breath. Bound to a heavy steel chair, his wrists were heavily cuffed. His usual grumpy expression was now completely overshadowed by pure panic. What do I do now? Elsewhere, deep inside the facility, an incredibly tense meeting was underway. Yul slammed her demands onto the table. "From this moment on, we take full control over Han Maru." Go Deok Man instantly rejected the idea. "Absolutely not." She shot up from her seat, practically spitting venom. "That brat manifests demonic golden sand. You know how catastrophic his power is, yet you still defend him. She slammed her fist against the desk. Just look at the disastrous clash with the Gisan squad. What if he unleashes that monstrous ability in public? Go Deokman remained unfazed, brushing off her wild accusations. That will never happen. This whole bloodbath started because the Gisam squad struck first. He shot a sideways glance. Surely you are already aware. Their captain only recruits absolute scumbags. Isn't it the director's fault for letting such a raging psychopath join the ranks? Yule boiled with rage. How dare you speak like that in front of the director? Unlike her director, Indu calmly waved it off. Let it go. Kang Chana stepped up, her voice steady. I firmly believe that for our special task force agents, a flawless personality is not truly essential. Indu chimed in. Whether the Gisan captain is a lunatic or not does not matter. He is a vital weapon we desperately need in this bloody war against demons. A sly smirk crossed his face. Better than Captain Go escaping to Ganghwa Island. Go Dokman shot back. The exact same principle applies to Han Maru. He is an absolutely vital asset in hunting down demons and causes zero issues in daily life. These two can easily handle him. The three of them share an incredibly tight, unbreakable bond. He dragged his stunned teammates into the crossfire. Kang, Chana, and Cheong Yu gasped. What? The director's voice dropped dangerously low. So if Han Maru ever goes completely rogue, will Captain Go take full responsibility? Absolutely. Go Duke-man confirmed without hesitation. Yes, no matter the deadly cost. Now am I finally free to leave? The intense meeting came to a close. The trio stood up to exit, but before they could reach the door, the director called out, Chong Yu, stay behind for a moment. Chong Yu slowly turned around. Pure annoyance flashed across his face. Remaining completely silent, he stepped back into the tense boardroom, letting Kang Chana and Go Deokman walk out ahead. Once free, Han Maru desperately sprinted after them. He asked with a pounding heart, how did it go? Am I going to survive this mess? He even mockingly praised the captain's supposed top-tier fashion sense. But what is up with that tragic tie? Go Deokman simply loosened his collar. His emotionless face delivered words that pierced like a cursed blade. 3 months of strict probation. All of you are taking a massive pay cut. Han Maru froze like solid stone, comedic tears streaming down his face. Heavens beat me up, but do not ruin my bank account. The captain sternly replied, listen, kid, you should consider yourself insanely lucky. He was utterly exhausted from constantly carrying these absolute walking disasters on his back. We barely escaped this time because the Ganghwa Island squad took the blame. But if you dare cause another catastrophic scene, I cannot guarantee your survival. You better tread carefully. Never forget just how terrifying Director Indu truly is. Meanwhile, Indu tilted his head. Unleashing an overwhelmingly oppressive aura, he handed Cheong Yu a deadly ultimatum. If Han Maru ever loses his mind and goes on a rampage, his gaze turned deadly serious. Can you terminate him? Cheong Yu tensed up desperately, masking his inner turmoil with a bitter tone. Seriously, he sighed heavily. I really do not want our first reunion in 25 years to be about such dark matters. I am leaving. He adjusted his collar to leave, but Indu commanded with chilling ice, sit down. This is not a gentle plea from a father. This is an absolute order from your director. He rested his chin on his hands, radiating pure, suffocating authority. Han Maru is no longer viewed as a legally sanctioned user of demonic powers. A human who naturally manifests the cursed golden sand is no different from a bloodthirsty monster. He firmly reiterated, he could very well become our most dangerous enemy. Contrasting the suffocating tension inside, Han Maru was playfully goofing off with his teammates outside. Go Deokman aggressively ruffled his hair. Did you hear me? Han Maru laughed it off brightly. I heard you loud and clear. Suddenly, in a flashback, Han Maru's thoroughly crushed body shot straight up. His soulless eyes snapped open, mouth gaping wide, as if trying to devour the world's last drop of life force to heal his shattered vessel. Rising from the blood-soaked rubble, fully drenched in crimson gore, he transformed into a terrifying, bloodthirsty beast. Baring his dripping fangs, he viciously hunted for prey. Xiaomu and Kang Chana watched the horrifying spectacle in total shock, both struck by the exact same terrifying thought. His mangled body is regenerating at an impossible godlike speed. Han Maru staggered forward for a few dizzying steps before instantly collapsing face first into the dirt. A heavy thud echoed, making everyone brace for the absolute worst. Yet he was simply snoring soundly on the cold floor, drooling like a baby and looking utterly at peace. The duo stared blankly at this absurd sight, completely dumbfounded and unsure of how to react. Seeing him casually nap mid-battle, Changwu fiercely kicked his ribs. You crazy bastard, just what the hell kind of freak are you? The brutal kick startled Han Maru violently awake as he shrieked loudly. Ouch. He clutched his bruised spine in agony, glaring back indignantly. What was that for? Changwu furiously grabbed his collar, hoisting him up for an interrogation. You just summoned the demonic golden sand exactly like a Rakshasa. Could that truly be the legendary power of the Gluttony Rakshasa? Han Maru looked utterly clueless. What the Gluttony Rakshasa? Then, like lightning striking his brain, realization dawned. Ah, that is right, my completely forgotten memories have fully returned. The memories he meant were of seeing the Gluttony Rakshasa's true face, witnessing exactly how that demonic beast wielded its ungodly power. He finally understood. This terrifying gluttony ability was not some recent awakening. He had carried this curse since childhood. He vividly recalled that fateful day, desperately fighting back against the overwhelming demonic presence all by himself. Meanwhile, his father simply sat far away, coldly observing him. Back then, his father mercilessly forced him to confront a hollow, soulless man who displayed absolutely zero emotion. He agonized over why his father committed such cruelty. Suddenly, an invisible blade seemingly pierced his chest. He groaned in sheer agony. He curled up violently, trembling on the ground. Chang Yu flinched in absolute panic. Hey, what is suddenly wrong with you? Speak up so I can help. However, Kang Chana was already deeply familiar with Han Maru's terrifying episodes. She quickly pulled Chang Yu back. Hold on, let him breathe for a second. His severe panic disorder has been triggered again. She then issued a deadly serious warning. What happened today stays strictly between the three of us. Chang Yu whipped around in pure disbelief, fiercely questioning her. Are you seriously trying to cover for this ticking monster? Shouldn't we report this catastrophic threat to headquarters immediately? She calmly raised her hand to shut him down. We still do not know the real reason he manifested the golden sand. Xiaonu's face darkened with looming dread. What if he truly evolves into a merciless slaughterer like those demonic Rakshasas? With unshakable confidence, Kang Chana firmly declared, I completely believe in Han Maru. He will never become a deadly threat. Left with no other choice, Xiongnu sighed in crushing, absolute defeat. He glanced away from Han Maru, who was gasping for air behind him. Let the kid do whatever he wants. I could not care less. He turned his back, leaving Chloe and Han Maru behind. Even Chloe secretly doubted her own judgment. She let out a heavy sigh. I said I believed him, but... Later aboard the speeding bullet train, a completely exhausted Han Maru rested against the door. What exactly is the gluttony fiend? Has my body mutated into a literal monster? Suddenly, a horrifying reflection caught his eye. The hideous gluttony fiend stared right back at him. Holy crap, Han Maru screamed, stumbling backward to escape the cold glass. What is your problem? A passenger snapped. Han Maru turned around, locking eyes with a visibly annoyed Nate. Keep it down. We are on a subway. Stop embarrassing me. Han Maru went completely pale as cold sweat drenched his back. Team leader Nate. He clutched his chest, trying to slow his racing heart. I just saw something terrifying. Hoping for some guidance, Han Maru practically begged. Hey, do you have a minute to talk? Nate instantly turned his head and held up a hand. Absolutely not. My strict rule is zero fraternization with coworkers after hours. That brutal rejection hit Han Maru like a truck. His soul was completely crushed by the cold shoulder. What a heartless jerk, and I actually thought we were getting close. Suddenly, Nate's phone began to buzz. Kevin, what do you want right now? Cut to a dimly lit pub right near the station. Nate's face was flushed, completely red from the alcohol. Clearly drunk, he pointed an angry finger across the table. Just quit the Vanguard squad already. One resignation letter and you are free. Kevin hesitated, glancing nervously at the extra guest. Wait, who is sitting next to you? Nate glared at Han Maru, who was chugging his beer like a miserable stray dog. Why the hell did you follow me? Completely hammered, Han Maru wiped the foam off his mouth. I am just so incredibly lonely. I cannot stand being by myself. He offered Kevin a goofy, drunken smile. You are the first hunter from another squad I have ever met. Why do you want to quit your job? Kevin lowered his head in utter defeat. Well, there is some serious conflict within our unit. But Nate knew the dark truth. Conflict my foot, Nate furiously interrupted. Tell him the truth. You are being relentlessly bullied by those scumbags. That shocking revelation snapped Han Maru right out of his drunken haze. Wait, is this a real-life toxic workplace scenario? Kevin defensively crossed his arms. Yeah, I am a total pushover. I simply do not have the guts to fight back. Why not just explode on them once and end it? Wait, was team leader Nate also in the Vanguard squad? Nate froze his hand, hovering right over his glass. A shadow fell over Nate's eyes and a heavy silence consumed the table. Kevin finally broke the tension. Actually, Nate was their absolute favorite target. The alcohol fueled Han Maru's rising fury. Are you serious? What kind of psycho trash runs the Vanguard squad anyway? Horrific memories flooded Nate's mind, his expression turning downright murderous. They are a pack of heartless monsters. Literally demons wearing human skin. Han Maru felt a chill run down his spine. Actual demons, his golden eyes began to ignite with pure rage. Some awakened hunters are utterly corrupted. Some are even far worse than the gluttony fiends. Han Maru suddenly recalled the CEO's dire warning. What if this kid becomes a threat? Panic began to claw at his chest. Am I destined to become a mindless beast too? Later that night, the trio stumbled down a dark alley. Nate confidently led the way. With his hands shoved into his pockets, Nate ignored a groaning Han Maru. Han Maru was sweating buckets, carrying a passed-out Kevin on his back. Team leader, are we almost there? Nate pointed toward a glowing diner at the end of the street. We made it. This is Kevin's family restaurant. He pushed the door open. Let's drop him off and head home. But the sight inside drained all the blood from his face. Is that Nate? A menacing voice echoed. 3 hostile figures glared at him with pure malice. This was a deadly trap. Nate instinctively turned to run but crashed into a massive chest. He gasped in terror. A sinister voice hissed from above. Well, well, look what the cat dragged in. A hulking red-haired thug blocked the only escape route. He slicked back his hair with a demonic grin. We came for Kevin, but hit the absolute jackpot with Nate. Bam! The thug mercilessly kicked Nate back inside. His heavy boots stomped brutally on Nate's face. If you wanted to run, you should have stayed hidden, you worthless trash. Nate hit the floor completely defenseless against the brutal onslaught. The red-haired monster kept stomping on him. You dared to report our guild. You are a dead man today. Enough. Han Maru charged forward, grabbing the attacker's massive bicep in an iron grip. What the hell is wrong with you? The thug slowly turned his deadly gaze. Who the hell are you? I am Han Maru from team leader Nate's squad. A sickeningly dark aura erupted from the red-haired giant. Oh, you mean that pathetic garbage dump of a guild? In a flash, he unleashed a devastating right hook straight into Han Maru's jaw. Take your filthy hands off me, you insect. The explosive impact sent Han Maru crashing violently into the brick wall. Disgusting piece of trash, the thug spat, wiping his arm. He instantly redirected his bloodlust back to Nate. Another brutal kick connected with Nate's face, sending crimson blood splattering. Just looking at you, pathetic losers, makes me want to commit murder, he roared. A relentless storm of kicks rained down. Nate could only curl into a desperate ball, shielding his vitals. Your parents must be so incredibly ashamed of you weaklings. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Han Maru slowly pushed himself off the ground. His golden eyes glowed with a predatory, dangerous light. Blood poured steadily from his nose, but the goofy kid was entirely gone. The air inside the small diner grew impossibly heavy. Han Maru remained dead silent, his expression at absolute zero. A terrifying, bone-chilling wrath radiated from his glare. Pure, unadulterated killing intent leaked into the room. He was fully prepared to slaughter every single one of them. Oblivious to the danger, the red-haired monster continued pulverizing Nate's face. Nate was hopelessly trapped in a living nightmare of agonizing pain. The villain snarled with sadistic glee. You reported us to the main headquarters. We got suspended for months because of your pathetic crying. He showed absolutely zero mercy. His massive hand clamped down on Nate's throat, cutting off his oxygen completely. Staring at Nate's bruised face, the thug spat with venom. We have been hunting you down for payback. Completely broken and gasping for air, tears of sheer helplessness streamed down Nate's face. The thug's lackeys roared with twisted laughter. They absolutely loved watching their captain break a man's spirit. We never imagined you would scurry away to that pathetic vanguard squad, one mocked. But in the shadows behind them, Han Maru's towering silhouette slowly rose from the ground. A blinding golden aura of death exploded from his body. Suddenly, the diner's front doors blasted wide open. The red-haired tyrant paused, turning around in utter confusion. Before he could even blink, a devastating kick smashed directly into his skull. The giant was sent flying across the room. Now he would taste the exact same agonizing pain. The ultimate tables had finally turned. His panicked lackeys scrambled to their feet, screaming in horror. Who the hell are you? Out of the shadows, the boss made his epic entrance. Veins pulsed beneath his icy expression. He echoed the red-haired Gangwa Do member's curse. Damn it. He then got right into Han Maru's face. Summon the yellow sand here, and you are dead meat. Han Maru snapped out of his rage. His goofy innocence returned instantly. He covered his mouth, stuttering. Wait, why are you here, Seong? You scoffed without hesitation. To stop you from causing a total disaster. Let us rewind a few hours. Seong Yu spotted Han Maru begging and tugging at Nam Ju-hyuk's sleeve. Du-hyuk furiously shoved him away. Meanwhile, a small silhouette in a baseball cap caught Seong Yu's absolute attention. It was Kang Channe. She spun around, her eyes widening as their gazes locked. From across the distance, they thought the exact same thing. I thought you didn't care about Han Maru. I thought you trusted him completely. Snapping back to the present, Channa stared at the chaotic restaurant in pure shock. What on earth was happening? She sprinted over to a heavily bruised and bleeding Nam Ju-hyuk. Panic laced her voice. Team leader Nam Ju-hyuk. Are you badly hurt? Furious at her comrade's state, she forced her blazing anger down. I do not care why you fought, but he is leaving with me right now. A chilling voice sliced through the tension. Not so fast, little girl. A woman with dead, emotionless eyes stepped up. She gently grabbed the red-haired thug's arm. She sneered. You slaughtered half our squad, and now you want to run. Meanwhile, a massive brute wearing glasses blocked Channe's escape path with Du-hyuk. We still have unfinished business with him, the giant growled. But Channa refused to be intimidated. Her chilling gaze pierced right through the imposing brute. "We are all special agents here. Stand down before disciplinary action falls on you." The dead-eyed woman crossed her arms. "Actually, you are the ones facing the penalty." The red-haired thug finally scrambled up. "I do not give a single damn." His face was completely battered, but blinding rage fueled his next vicious outburst. "You are a dead man." He lunged straight at the casually standing Seong-yu. Seong-yu just watched the pathetic charge, clapping his hands with battle-hungry excitement. A wicked smirk crossed his face. "Since I am getting penalized anyway, let us go totally wild." He blasted forward, taking on both enemies single-handedly. Both thugs attacked him at once. Han Maru prepared to join the fray, but Channa screamed out, "Han Maru, stay out of this." He froze awkwardly. She was not stopping the fight entirely. "Just do not unleash your awakening power here." Han Maru stood utterly bewildered, trying to process her strict warning. Suddenly, the atmosphere around Channa plummeted. Her crimson eyes glowed with fierce intensity. Sensing the approaching danger, she tossed her jacket aside for combat. The bespectacled brute exploited a blind spot, wrapping Song-yu in a crushing bear hug. The red-haired punk smirked evilly. "Yeah, keep that rat pinned down." He hoisted a heavy steel chair overhead. "Time to die, you absolute mutt." Suddenly, a blinding silver flash erupted. A projectile smashed brutally into his ribs. He howled in pure agony, his spine twisting from the devastating impact. It was Channa twirling her baton with master-level precision. She charged the giant brute next. She swept low, shattering his kneecap. Arj the giant shrieked in torment. He collapsed, clutching his wildly swelling leg, screaming endless curses. Channa pointed her shattered weapon forward. She leveled the jagged edge at the thug. "Back off, unless you want more." Suddenly, an immaculately dressed man strolled in, but his face reeked of supreme arrogance. His voice halted the chaotic battle. "What is happening here? I take one quick restroom break and you are already assaulting innocent civilians." Channa shot him a suspicious glare. "And who are you exactly?" Yellow Sand response. "Captain Mountain Division," he replied smoothly. She exhaled, relieved to find a reasonable officer. "Thank heavens," she quickly explained. "We are from the Gangwon-do squad. There has been a huge misunderstanding." She stepped past the battered thugs, speaking diplomatically. "Your subordinates attacked my team first. Please control your men." Bam. Before she could even blink, his fist brutally smashed into her face. She flew backward in agonizing pain. He dusted his knuckles off with chilling indifference. "So you are an awakened one. How dare you touch my squad?" His arrogant gaze then fell upon the bleeding Do-hyuk. A twisted, mocking smile crept onto his face. "Well, if it isn't an old friend Nam Ju-hyuk, it has been far too long." Meanwhile, Channa lay crumpled against the distant AC unit. Han Maru watched in pure, paralyzed horror. The golden sand began swirling around his boots. This monster just struck a woman. Channa struggled to breathe, blood pouring down her deeply bruised face. A low, demonic growl escaped Han Maru's throat. His total restraint completely vanished. The yellow sand awakening fully activated, his widened eyes flashing with pure, murderous intent. Veins bulged viciously across his entire neck. Golden energy violently whipped through the air. Song-yu panicked at the rising power level. "Han Maru, you absolute maniac, stop this right now." Before Song-yu could react, Han Maru vanished and appeared before the captain. The arrogant captain gasped. "Who the hell is this punk?" Crash. A monstrous fist completely obliterated his face. All of Han Maru's blazing fury exploded. The inhuman impact sent the captain's spinning skull slamming into the concrete. Boom! The sheer shockwave shattered the solid floor. The captain demolished tables before his bloody head cracked the wall. Han Maru's blind rage finally faded, but the damage was done. Endless waves of yellow sand erupted from his body, completely burying the entire restaurant. Do-hyuk and the enemy squad were absolutely paralyzed by this godlike display of power. Do-hyuk stared at the swirling golden energy. What is happening? How can he control the yellow sand? Song-yu just sighed in utter defeat. He facepalmed at his friend's reckless outburst. Completely oblivious to the catastrophe caused, Han Maru knelt anxiously beside his wounded leader. "Channa, are you okay?" She wiped away her nosebleed with a groan. "I specifically forbade you from using the sand." Guilt washed over him, and he bowed his head in deep apology. "Seeing you take that brutal hit, I completely lost my mind. I am so sorry." As he helped her up, a psychotic chuckle echoed from the debris. "Ha ha!" The captain inhaled the swirling magical sand. His eyes rolled back in pure twisted ecstasy. He leapt to his feet, absolutely thrilled. Holy crap, a mere human summoning the yellow sand. He strutted up to Han Maru, fascinated. "Who exactly are you? How can you command this divine energy?" He gripped the boy's shoulder like an old comrade. "Hey, how about joining my elite squad?" Han Maru remembered Do-hyuk's terrified expression. He glanced at the surrounding thugs. This entire crew was just a pack of absolute demons disguised as humans. Disgust completely consumed him. Sounds like absolute trash. "I would never join a squad of pathetic losers. The captain grinned fully, expecting the harsh rejection. Is that so? What a massive shame. A deeply sinister smile crept across his bloody face. Since it is such a shame, none of you are leaving this place alive. Surrounded by golden sand, a sick idea formed. He smirked. Since yellow sand is here, how about a clash? Mount Gang versus Ganghwa, spreading his arms. He added, fighting Asura demons gets utterly boring anyway. Han Maru's crew stared in sheer disbelief like watching an escaped lunatic. Seeing their glowing eyes and wicked grins, one thought echoed. This is a squad of absolute monsters. Inside the diner, explosive tension filled the air. Yet the Mount Gang captain calmly picked up a piece of seaweed, casually eating right in front of them. Ignoring Han Maru's protests, he barked out a direct order. Come on, everyone, line up. But Kanchana desperately wanted to avoid this pointless chaos. She raised her hand. Hold on, this is impossible. Before she could finish, he raised a finger, interrupting her to set his twisted rules. Here's the game. Licking his lips with a punchable smirk, he laid out his terms. We fight 3 rounds. The winner takes Nam Yu-hyuk. He treated the boy like a mere trophy. He ignored Nam Yu-hyuk's pale, sweat-drenched face. If you guys win the match, we will completely overlook whatever mess Yu-hyuk caused in the past. Glancing at Han Maru, he sneered and added, and you over there, the Asura guy. Hearing that ridiculous nickname, Han Maru's eyebrow twitched in pure, explosive rage. The Asura guy? He offered a fake friendly warning. That yellow sand ability. If the headquarters finds out, they will never leave you alone. He smirked arrogantly, making a shushing gesture. If you accept this duel, I promise to keep your secret. Kanchana frowned, her face darkening as she cursed under her breath. Damn it, the guy was not listening at all. What a garbage captain. Seo Wu turned to her, asking coldly, should we just crush their leader first? Knowing his impatience, she warned him. No, his crew will not sit back. They will all jump in. Meanwhile, the enemy captain spoke with eerie calmness, as if this deadly clash was just a casual greeting. Pointing at his thugs, he smiled. Think of it as a friendly sparring match. First team to surrender loses. But he added a hypocritical rule. No killing allowed, guys. That would be way too inhumane. Han Maru's squad glared at the psychopath preaching about humanity. Jaws dropped in utter disbelief. What absolute bullshit. Seo Wu sighed, taking off his hat and sliding on his signature gloves to avoid getting enemy blood on his hands. Sighing, he muttered, guess we fight. I wanted to test myself against decent awakened users anyway. Han Maru blocked his path, yelling, you think you are so tough. Are you just like that trash? But it was not just Seo Wu seeking battle. Kanchana rested her chin, her eyes turning deadly serious. We accept your challenge. Seo Wu was truly shocked. What did you say? Before stepping up, she flashed a hidden hand signal, silently ordering the 2 guys to stall for time. Han Maru and Seo Wu exchanged confused looks. She whispered coldly, just fight and you will see. Who goes first? Waiting for this exact moment, Seo Wu smiled ruthlessly. Cracking his knuckles, he declared, I will take the vanguard. I hate waiting. On the enemy side, the captain turned to his vicious subordinates. Who wants the first blood? A guy with glasses slowly removed them, awakening his system skill. Pitch-black veins surged around a glowing golden pupil. A demonic shadow in his eye seemingly analyzed every weakness. Relaying the system data, he warned, his attack method breaks body parts from afar. A red-haired thug cracked a confident grin and stepped forward. Let me crush this fool. It was the perfect chance for revenge. Clenching his wooden fist, he roared, this punk has been pissing me off. I will teach him a brutal lesson. His wooden arm extended like vicious branches, sharp thorns lunging at Seo Wu like a bloodthirsty monster. Yet the main character stood perfectly still as the deadly spikes approached. With dead cold eyes, he simply cracked a single knuckle. An invisible force cleanly sliced the branches, dropping them to the dirt. Seo Wu arrogantly pushed back his hair. Fucking weak. The red-haired enemy flashed a sinister grin, clenching his fist to unleash his true power. You thought it was that easy. The severed branches instantly spawned countless vines, tightly binding Seo Wu. Caught totally off guard, he could not react in time. The thug gloated, I can control even my broken pieces. The thorny vines brutally choked his neck, forcing a painful grunt. Seo Wu was entirely paralyzed, wrapped up like a helpless mummy. The villain slowly swaggered toward him. Thrilled, he morphed his arm into a deadly wooden drill, pressing it against Seo Wu's eye. Oh my, you cannot move a single finger. How will you use your power now? Claiming absolute victory, he sneered. I bet you will not surrender that easily, right? Even with a drill at his eye, Seo Wu actually chuckled. Of course not. I still have one more joint to crack, you complete idiot. He bit down hard on his jaw. A loud crack echoed and an overwhelming invisible force erupted outwards. The vines shattered instantly, unleashing a shockwave that forced the red-haired thug to cover his face. Seizing the moment, Seo Wu grabbed his throat like a helpless prey, his aura freezing. First strike, let's casually snap your 5th spinal vertebra. His voice was angelically soft, but his action was demonic. He cracked his finger, literally snapping the enemy's spine in half. The thug screamed in pure agony as his legs collapsed entirely. Seo Wu showed zero mercy, hoisting him up with sadistic joy. "What, passing out already? Stand up straight," he groaned weakly. Smiling like the Grim Reaper, Seo Wu whispered, "Next up is your neck bone." Under the red-haired guy's terrified gaze, he begged desperately. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Seo Wu, pulling him back. Kanchana glared with furious authority. "Stop it right now. Are you trying to murder someone here?" Instantly losing interest, Seo Wu dropped the broken man and turned away. Kanchana loudly declared, "This battle is over. The victory belongs to us." The red-haired guy gagged in horror, feeling like he just escaped hell. "It hurts so fucking much." The enemy captain watched coldly. Chuckling with dark amusement, he nodded. "Fine, then let us begin the next round." Kanchana stepped up, tying her hair into a high ponytail as she walked past Seo Wu. She scolded him. "That attack was way too brutal. You barely stalled any time," he sighed helplessly. "I was definitely stalling. What more do you want?" She walked forward confidently. "Next opponent, step out right now." The glasses guy used his system analysis eyes. She possesses Iron Tier power, forging deadly swords from her own blood. He smirked wickedly. Turning to the only woman in their group, he ordered, "Your turn now." A perfect match. She squeezed through the crowd, reaching into her shirt to forcefully rip out 2 ribs. Blood poured endlessly from her torn flesh. Crouching low, she readied the bloody bones as lethal weapons. Kanchana offered a final warning. "I think we should avoid using actual blades. It is way too dangerous." The crazy woman ignored her, activating her twisted power. Massive spider-like bone legs erupted from her spine. Crouching on her skeletal limbs, she screamed, "I do not give a damn." She lunged violently. Showing no mercy, Kanchana bit her own arm, letting the blood flow. She cursed, "You crazy bitch." Summoning a brilliant blood sword, she blocked the heavy strike, sweating under the overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, another vicious bone leg launched a sneak attack, slashing across her waist. Blood splattered everywhere. Groaning in agony with a pale face, Kanchana realized the chilling truth. "At this rate, I am dead." To avoid being cornered, she swept her blade, forcing her opponent back. Seizing the opening, she launched forward. The enemy fired bone projectiles, but Chana dodged them flawlessly, calculating her next strike. She had to break her guard. Dashing in with blinding speed, she delivered a brutal frontal slash. Blood sprayed from the deep wound, splattering the terrified underlings. "Team Leader Park, are you okay?" Realizing she had gone too far, Chana panicked. "Are you hurt?" "I lost control of my awakening powers for a second." But the 2 men behind her were clearly amused. Sun Wu clapped mockingly. "Wow, what a great way to stall for time." Maru casually counted 10 whole seconds. Chana flushed bright red, lowering her head in embarrassment. "Because I have never fought a human before, I only hunt Rakshasa demons." While the trio joked around, they completely ignored a thug from the enemy group who was now sweating bullets. "What the hell is going on?" he thought in panic. "I heard the Gangwa Island squad was full of weaklings." Seeing his side lose twice, his arrogance shattered as he yelled at Maru's group. "All right, only Maru is left, right?" Chana stared in absolute disbelief. "We already won 2 out of 3 rounds. Why do we still have to fight?" The thug sneered, hiding nothing. "Obviously, I have been sitting here patiently just to see what kind of system skills Maru possesses," he demanded with absolute arrogance. "Let us make this the grand finale. Bet 3 points on this match." "What? That is ridiculous," Chana screamed. But before she could argue, Maru stepped forward with unbreakable confidence. "Fine by me. Let us bet the full 3 points," he pointed straight at the man. "On one condition. I want to fight your captain directly." Sun Wu and Yu Yu froze in absolute shock. Chana dropped her jaw. "Have you lost your damn mind?" Sun Wu helplessly face-palmed, muttering a curse. Meanwhile, the enemy captain smirked with wicked satisfaction. The spectacled thug secretly activated his appraisal skill but instantly winced. A demonic illusion screamed into his vision, its claws practically shredding his retinas. "Ugh!" He shrieked in agony as blood poured from his eyes. "Hey, are you okay?" "What happened?" Trembling uncontrollably and drenched in cold sweat, the thug stuttered in absolute horror. "Is that guy even human?" Through his bleeding eyes, he saw a massive purple void of razor-sharp fangs lurking behind Maru. "Who the hell is this monster?" he whimpered. Hearing this, the captain stepped up. Strolling up to Maru with a cocky grin, he sneered. "You seriously want to fight me? That hardly seems fair. Instead of me crushing you, let us bring out a true expert." He snapped his fingers, ordering his grunts to drag out a substitute. The person violently tossed into the arena was none other than Yuzu Kim. A hulking brute had physically thrown him forward. Looking completely lost, Yuzu stammered. "Captain, what is everyone doing here?" Trembling with fear for his family inside the shop, he choked out, "My parents." But the captain casually threw an arm around Yuzu, chillingly stroking the poor guy's cheek. "Your shift is over. You do not need to worry about a single thing." With a vicious shove, he threw Yuzu toward Maru. "Fight Yuzu Kim. He is the strongest awakened in my squad." Caught off guard, Yuzu tripped and slammed onto the concrete with a painful cry. Seeing his friend used as a mere fighting pawn, Yu-Hyuk bolted upright in desperation. Please stop this. But the captain's face darkened with lethal intent. Shut your mouth, I will deal with you later. He then chillingly cheered for Yuzu, dangling a twisted reward. Do your best, Yuzu, win this match for us. And I might just consider giving you a promotion. Maru stared in disbelief at the man who had been drinking with them hours ago, now forced to be his enemy. His eyes widened in absolute shock. What is going on? Suddenly, a colossal hollowed-out skull materialized right in front of him. Maru's mind raced. Is this the demonic system power I awakened? Can it analyze the situation? The dark entity hovering behind Yuzu started spitting venomous insults. You pathetic, miserable black pig. If you are this pathetic, just die. Why are you so damn useless? Die. You cannot do anything right. Your entire existence is a waste of space. Every time the beast opened its maw, Maru saw flashes of Yuzu's tragic memories. From his drunken tears at the bar to the cruel mocking grins of his captain's squad. He even saw Yu-Hyuk being relentlessly bullied. The realization hit him like a truck. These were Yuzu's traumatic memories. Something inside Maru's body was trying to take control. He desperately clamped a hand over his mouth, but the force was overwhelming. Blood poured from his lips as panic set in. Was I about to spit those curse words? This is bad. I have to suppress this dark aura immediately. But the inner demon mocked him, forcing his voice out. Yuzu Kim, are you having fun? You sure enjoyed watching Yu-Hyuk get tormented, did you not? Yuzu's face drained of all color. The entity relentlessly pressed on, rolling out a grotesquely long tongue. Does it not agonizingly hurt knowing you are nothing but a useless weakling? Maru fought frantically to regain control. Stop it. But suddenly that razor-sharp tongue lashed forward like a spear, piercing straight through Yuzu's heart before anyone could blink. Yuzu coughed up a fountain of blood, groaning in agony. Knowing he caused this disaster, Maru rushed to catch him, terrified by his own awakened power running wild. With tears and sweat streaming down his face, Yuzu whispered a regretful, I am sorry. Maru froze in utter shock. What? Before he could process it, a vile green explosion engulfed him. It was Yuzu's awakening ability, a highly toxic demonic slime that began melting Maru's flesh like pure acid. Steam hissed from his burning skin as Maru unleashed a blood-curdling scream. The team behind him panicked. Maru-Channa rushed forward in terror. Are you okay? But the enemy captain instantly blocked her path. Refusing to let anyone ruin his twisted entertainment, he warned. Stay right there. We are in the middle of a match. Scratching his chin, he casually strolled up to the kneeling, agonizing Maru. Hey kid, does it hurt? Can you still handle it? He looked down at the blood-soaked boy with fake sympathy. That lethal poison will melt your internal organs into soup. Got it. Maru was in unfathomable agony, his flesh dissolving down to the absolute bone. Ignoring the taunts, he let out a low growl, but still fiercely fired back. I will never surrender to the likes of you. The captain's eyes gleamed with twisted excitement. Dropping his fake pity, he coldly declared, very well. If you have any hidden talents left, you better show them now. He pointed at the shivering Yuzu in the distance. If you want to win, strike him down and end this pathetic match. Dark aura poured endlessly from Maru's grinding teeth. Thanks to his demonic system, his ravaged body began regenerating. Slowly standing tall, he glared with burning fury. To hell with your stupid rules. You want a victory. Channeling an explosive rage, he pivoted and aimed a devastating punch straight at the captain's face. Beating your ass is the only endgame here. The captain effortlessly dodged, sneering. You think it is that easy? A game must have rules, understand. He adjusted his tie exactly 8 times, tightening it as if strangling an invisible throat. Charging forward, Maru suddenly felt a crushing gravitational force slam him from above. He collapsed face first into the dirt with a heavy grunt. Maru's entire team, along with the weaker enemy grunts, were violently pinned down. The mysterious gravity forced everyone to their knees in sheer agony. Samu gritted his teeth, struggling to lift his head. This overwhelming pressure is crushing my bones. I can barely breathe. Yu-Hyuk gasped for air, urgently warning the group. That is Captain Jizen's gravity awakening. Take short, shallow breaths to survive it. Everyone gazed up in dread at the untouchable captain towering above them. Looking down like an absolute god, he wielded stage 9 gravity manipulation. He smirked wickedly. Seeing you bugs crawling on the ground is pure entertainment. Stepping through the golden sand, he approached Han Maru with manic excitement. Still holding on, kid. I genuinely underestimated your insane regeneration skills. Watching the boy's wounds, a twisted idea sparked in his mind. Gripping his tie with a sinister grin, he whispered, let us see what happens when gravity doubles. How long can you survive? Crushing force slammed down instantly. His spine shattered with a sickening crack. Tears of sheer agony blurred his vision as blood erupted. Swiping at the dense golden sand, he sneered in disgust. The more pain you feel, the more golden dust you bleed out. Is this your demonic power? How uniquely pathetic. Han Maru lay completely paralyzed, tears streaming down his face. A terrifying demonic visage with razor-sharp fangs flashed in his mind. Is this captain truly an unstoppable monster? His mind raced. He saw the dark aura, but its sheer power was completely overwhelming. He desperately needed a sudden breakthrough. To seal that demonic power, I must break his concentration and find his fatal flaw. Refusing to yield, he glared with freezing intensity, ignoring his violently trembling body. He forced his head up, but his skill and the floating specter behind him remained totally silent, revealing zero past memories. Confusion struck him. What is going on? With my aura reading ability, why is his past completely blank? His eyes widened in absolute shock. The horrifying truth dawned on him. This lunatic possessed zero mental weaknesses, a pure psychopath wielding flawless demonic power. Watching the arrogant captain, he kept analyzing. Losing patience, the villain drew a sharp dagger, pressing it against Han Maru's throat. Do not make me repeat myself, or you die right now. That golden dust. How did you awaken it? Speak before I slice your throat open. He sadistically pressed the blade closer. Han Maru panicked inwardly. This guy is absolutely insane. Snap. The blade against his neck suddenly shattered, misusability. Now is the time, he roared. Seizing the opening, Kang Channa bit her own wrist, forging a blood-red blade. Forcing herself up, she lunged toward the evil captain with explosive speed. She thrust her crimson blood blade forward, but he calmly adjusted his tie, unleashing his dark power. 20 times normal gravity crushed down, shattering Kang Channa's bones. She instantly blacked out. Miss Yu and Nam Yu collapsed in pure agony. He slowly rose to his feet. Kicking her blade aside, he stared coldly at unconscious Kang Channa. Under intense gravity, your lungs collapse. Without oxygen reaching the brain, passing out is your inevitable, pathetic fate. Seeing her completely motionless, Han Maru screamed in terror. Kang Channa snatching her weapon, the villain turned his chilling gaze back to the boy with a victorious smirk. No one can interrupt us now. Watching him gasp, the psycho smiled. Shall we continue our chat? Han Maru wheezed, completely drained. Damn it, this gravity will surely knock me out cold. What now? And knock echoed. The narrow-eyed thug called out surprised. Who is visiting this late? He growled in complete mounting impatience. We are closed. Behind the locked door, a shadowy figure stood dead still. A mysterious pitch-black fluid slowly seeped through the tiny cracks. It quickly engulfed the fallen bodies. The lackey frowned suspiciously. What is this black stuff? Spotting it, Kang Channa weakly smiled in relief.
Finally here. Took you long enough. A squad suddenly breached inside, rescuing the fallen special agents. Someone spoke in deep, utter panic.
This is bad, it will escalate. An agent frantically texted Captain Gordiakman. Outside, Gordiakman stood quietly, completely surrounded by swirling golden sand. His eyes were pitch black, dark liquid weeping out. Shadow demon art. For the first time, Han Maru sank deeply into his captain's terrifying abyssal fluid. His instincts screamed pure danger. What is this? The lackey was also trapped, completely covered in dark slime and absolute utter confusion. Soon only his head remained above the sinking abyss. Panic consumed him. What is this? Pure darkness. Something is horribly, horribly wrong here. An unexplainable dread washed over him. Han Maru felt equally terrified. He could hear absolutely nothing. His sense of smell completely vanished. He felt entirely erased from reality. This sensory deprivation was pure agony. Gripping his head, tears forming, he panicked. What on earth is happening? The lackey stared blankly at his dagger, completely missing the shadowy hand emerging behind him. Gordiakman seized the blade and choked him out effortlessly. He instantly collapsed. Threat neutralized. Gordiakman shifted his cold gaze to the violently trembling Han Maru. On the brink of madness, the boy bit his own hand, bloody, desperate to feel any sensation. Pure panic, he felt absolutely nothing. Gordiakman materialized instantly, gripping the boy's throat while restraining his bleeding arm. Enough! The command echoed as Han Maru finally lost consciousness. Unfazed, Gordiakman casually reached into his chest pocket. He pulled out 2 bloody eyeballs and flawlessly reinserted them. As his eyes locked in the pitch-black domain, instantly vanished. The infinite void dissolved into black smoke, absorbing straight into his eyes. All the special agents, including Han, Maru, and the lackey, lay totally motionless. Gordiakman sighed heavily. The golden sandstorm has finally settled now. The backup agents slowly regained their senses quickly, assessing the chaotic situation. You finally made it. Tapping his forehead, Gordiakman stared up in deep frustration. Agent Kang Channa, miss you. Why did you hide the incident regarding Han Maru from me? He turned blazing with fury. Want to lose your badges? Kang Channa bowed respectfully. I apologize. If you talk to the Gisan captain directly, to fix it. Gordiakman interrupted, glaring coldly. This cannot be forgiven. Soon the scene shifted straight to the main agency headquarters. Han Maru was locked inside a reinforced glass cell, heavily monitored by dozens of guards. Shackled securely to his chair, he sat completely immobilized. Despite his grumpy expression, internal panic consumed him. What do I do now? Elsewhere, a highly intense executive meeting had just truly begun. Ueo declared sternly. We will control Han Maru now. Gordiakman rejected it instantly. That is completely impossible. Furious, she leaped up from her seat. That boy summons demonic golden sand. You know he is highly dangerous. Smashing the table, she yelled. Look at this massive disaster with the Gießen squad. What if he unleashes that power before ordinary civilians? Gordiakman calmly brushed it off. That will never happen. This entire mess started because Gießen's squad attacked us first. Glancing sideways, he scoffed coldly. Do you not realize that their captain intentionally recruits the most villainous scumbags available, allowing a psychopath to join his management's failure? No, Ayueo exploded. How dare you insult the director? Yet Director Indu calmly waved his hand, totally unfazed. It is fine, Hannah spoke up. For special agents, personality hardly matters. Director Ian agreed. Whether Captain Gideon is a psychopath or not, his skills are essential for the war against demons. He smirked. Better than Captain Derek fleeing to Gangwa Island. Derek quickly fired back. Han Maru is the exact same. He is vital for fighting demons and functions perfectly fine in daily life. These two can handle him. Their bond is incredibly strong. Dragging them into this caught Hannah and Sean completely off guard. Huh, the director's voice darkened. So if Han Maru causes trouble, Captain Derek takes the fall. Derek did not hesitate. Absolutely. Either way, are we done here? The tense meeting finally concluded. The trio stood to leave, but before they crossed the threshold, the director barked. Sean, stay. Sean turned around, visibly annoyed. In silence, he stepped back inside, letting Hannah and Derek leave. Meanwhile, a newly released Han Maru desperately chased after the duo. How did it go? Am I in the clear? He asked frantically before buttering up the captain's immaculate fashion sense. But what is up with that tie? Derek loosened his collar, delivering a cold, dagger-like verdict. 3 months probation. All of your salaries are docked. Han Maru froze like a statue, tears streaming down. Good heavens, punish my body but leave my wallet alone, the captain snapped back. Listen up, kid. You got off easy. He was sick of carrying these lunatics. Gangwa Island took the blame, so you survived this time. But if you cause another incident, heaven help us all. Watch your back. Director Ian is an absolute monster. Meanwhile, Ian radiated a crushing aura, offering Sean an ultimatum regarding Han Maru's potential rampage. His dead serious gaze pierced through Sean. Can you eliminate him? Sean masked his soaring tension with a scoff. Unbelievable. If we are discussing this after 25 years apart, I am leaving. He adjusted his collar, but Ian's icy voice struck. Sit down. This is not a father's request. It is an absolute order from your director. He propped his chin up, deadly serious. Han Maru is no longer a sanctioned demonic energy user. A human spontaneously spewing golden sand is essentially a demon. His tone darkened further. He could easily become our ultimate enemy. Unaware of the heavy stakes, Han Maru goofed off outside. Derek aggressively ruffled the kid's hair. Did you hear me? Han Maru laughed playfully. Loud and clear. Later, Han Maru's face twisted in pure disgust, utterly horrified. This was Gangwa Island's base. The room was a disaster zone with filthy dishes and laundry everywhere. Empty bottles and trash littered the floor. He mentally judged his host fiercely. Even my college dorm was cleaner. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed behind him. You made it. Derek appeared out of nowhere, lazily stretching, wearing nothing but questionable floral boxers. From now on, you live with me. Han Maru's jaw dropped, his mind spiraling into sheer panic. What are you touching? He shrieked internally, finally stammering out. Is this really necessary? Ignoring the kid's total horror, Derek let out a massive yawn. Yep. Only way to monitor your reckless tendencies. A carefree smirk crossed his face. We commute together and we relax together. 24/7 surveillance. Blind to Han Maru's profoundly traumatized glare, Derek smiled while Han Maru's soul screamed. Absolute madness. Morning broke at the agency headquarters. Han Maru could not focus at all, sensing a terrifying dagger-like glare burning into the back of his head. The murderous intent was suffocating. Trembling, a coworker threatened him. Listen here. If you spew that golden dust indoors, I will end you. Natalie quickly intervened. Back off. What if your yelling triggers an awakening? Han Maru glared back with immense frustration. You started this mess. His face scrunched up, letting out a heavy sigh. Suddenly, Kevin leaped forward, dramatically covering his mouth in horror. Was that a sigh? Han Maru flinched. Huh. Derek lunged over instantly, aggressively squishing Han Maru's cheeks. A sigh. Let me inspect. He pried the boy's jaw open. You better not be exhaling any sand. Pushed beyond his absolute breaking point by this insanity, Han Maru furiously made up a pathetic excuse and bolted for the exit. Damn it, am I forbidden from breathing now? Being treated like a monstrous threat was maddening. Suddenly, right by the restrooms, he bumped into Sean. Ugh. Sean's previous chilling warning echoed in Han Maru's mind. He is no ordinary awakened. A human spontaneously manifesting golden sand dust is extremely dangerous. Basically a Rakshasa demon. He might inevitably become our deadliest foe. Now they were face to face. Sean stared with his unreadable dead fish eyes. Irritation flaring, Han Maru snapped aggressively. What are you here to monitor me too? Surprisingly, Sean's response was completely unexpected. None of my business. I do not care about you. Han Maru watched him walk away, cold sweat dripping down his temple. Why is he acting so weird today? Usually, he wants to rip me to shreds. Before he could even exhale, another voice chimed in. Are you all right, Han Maru? His rage finally peaked. Enough with the stalking. But seeing Hannah standing there, he froze entirely. Agent Hannah. She gracefully turned to Julia beside her. Since he is the newest Ganghwa Island rookie, feel free to ask him anything. Julia bowed respectfully. Understood, Agent Hannah. Turning back to a dumbfounded Han Maru, she leaned in close. Let me inspect your eyes. Caught completely off guard, he yelped. Ah. Han Maru obediently bent down to her eye level, glancing away shyly. My eyes relax. No golden sand storms will happen here. Her mind remained an absolute mystery. Sensing his awkwardness, she offered a gentle smile. Do not take the team's overreactions personally. They are just terrified that if you rampage, our squad cannot protect you. Her soothing voice eased the tension. Han Maru scratched his head. I guess, but still. Back in the gloomy office, Han Maru slumped into his chair. Forcing me into desk duty is pure torture. This is agonizing. Endless paperwork and mind-numbing printing awaited him. Gripping the massive stack of documents, reality hit him. The captain claimed responsibility but benched him entirely to prevent any catastrophic dungeon awakenings. Suddenly, the door crashed open. Two men in crisp suits stomped in their faces, practically dripping with murderous intent. Mark blinked in confusion. Out of habit, he politely bowed. Excuse me, but who are you guys? Before he could even finish, the guy in the pink suit launched a devastating right hook. Mark smashed face first into the copier. His vision spun dizzily. The suited maniac grabbed his collar, cackling like an absolute psycho. Come on, show us that golden dust. Blood gushed from Mark's nose. His face darkened with blazing rage, but Carter's warning echoed in his mind. He knew the terrifying consequences if things escalated out of control. The Guardian squad absolutely could not protect him. Rationality clawed its way back. He forced himself to swallow his anger. But the pink-suited lunatic was just getting started. Another merciless punch slammed right into the exact same spot. He viciously taunted him. Hurry up and transform, otherwise I will completely pulverize your face. Before Mark could even react, the man in the blue suit stepped up. He delivered a lightning-fast roundhouse kick. The sheer force was absolutely terrifying. One wrong move and his neck would snap. The pink-suited guy collapsed, desperately gasping for air. Shockingly, the blue-suited man politely helped Mark back onto his feet. Please excuse him. My partner is incredibly reckless. His tone shifted to absolute professionalism. We are special operatives from Capitol Headquarters. This is a strictly classified top-tier lockdown situation. Still stinging from the brutal beating, Mark scoffed angrily. Capitol Headquarters. Did you bastards come here just to test me? The blue-suited agent crossed his arms calmly. Correct, but my partner specifically wanted to meet you. He is utterly obsessed with your unique awakening skill. The pink-suited maniac sat up. Blood streamed down his chin, yet his eyes burned with manic excitement. I have been dying to meet you in person. The legendary King Mark's mind was screaming in total chaos. Who on earth were these psychotic twins? He nervously raised his hand to pause them. Wait a second. Who the hell is King Mark? The psycho who just beat him half to death was now inspecting him like a prized artifact. You are way stronger than Director Ian. You can actually manipulate golden dust. Startled by the sudden invasion of space, Mark trembled. Wait, you mean me? The maniac casually flashed a massive thumbs up, praising him like a childhood friend. Exactly. You are the absolute strongest among all demonic aura users. It is breathtaking. Mark stood frozen in complete disbelief. I am the absolute strongest. His mind floated in the clouds until his shift finally ended. The impossible thought looped endlessly in his brain. There is simply no way. His coworkers completely ignored his days, casually clocking out for the night. See you all tomorrow. Suddenly, Mark noticed something extremely suspicious. Kevin was awkwardly wringing his hands in a dark street corner. Mark cautiously approached him. Hey, what is going on over here? In the distance, pale moonlight swallowed the mountain peaks. Shadows deepened menacingly. Mark crouched beside the heavy iron pillar, desperately punching buttons on the control panel. The digital meter was completely dead. It refused to budge, even an inch. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, why the hell is the system offline? Kevin looked incredibly guilty, bowing his head in shame. I am so sorry, I think I accidentally shattered the mana scanner earlier today. I was terrified of the punishment, so I kept my mouth shut. Mark forced a reassuring smile to calm him down. The Guardian squad will not execute you over a simple mistake. They are actually pretty reasonable people. But as the words left his mouth, a shadow of doubt crept in. Right, Kevin looked as if a massive weight had vanished. He smiled brightly. Thank you. I never even properly thanked you for saving me last time. Mark awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Oh, it was really nothing. so please feel completely free to use your golden dust in front of me." That unexpectedly intense comment made cold sweat drip down Mark's spine. "Wait, what golden dust?" Kevin gasped in pure shock, staring at the glowing golden particles scattered across the dirt. "I thought you activated your skill. If it was not you, then where did this golden sand come from?" Mark whipped around instantly. A horrifying demonic beast had silently materialized from the forest shadows. The cowardly Kevin dove behind Mark's back, his eyes welling up with sheer terror. "We are dead. Because I broke the scanner headquarters, never got the monster alert." Mark kept his cool, analyzing the threat. "Judging by this aura residue, it is merely a level 1 demonic beast. Leave the heavy lifting to us." The unwavering confidence of that psychotic-suited man suddenly echoed loudly in his mind. "You are the absolute strongest among all demonic aura users. It is breathtaking." Those words ignited a raging fire within his soul. He explosively dashed forward. "Because I am the legendary King Mark." Mark charged like a thunderbolt. He bit ferociously into the beast's armor. Channeling every ounce of his strength, he mercilessly ripped out a chunk of flesh. Corrupted blood sprayed everywhere. Even against a level 1 beast, he remained entirely vigilant. To secure an instant kill, this was the absolute only way. The monstrous trio collapsed, completely devoid of life. Kevin clapped his hands in absolute awe. "Wow, you obliterated them in a single strike." But before Mark could celebrate his victory, an impossible sight made his blood run cold. "Wait a second. What the hell is happening?" The slaughtered beast's corpse violently ripped itself in half. A completely new monstrosity crawled out from the ruined flesh. Cold sweat cascaded down Mark's trembling face. What kind of nightmare is this? He thought he had delivered a fatal blow, but incredibly, the monster was actively resurrecting from its own gruesome remains. One of the crimson cores on its chest had shattered, yet it emerged infinitely more lethal than before, right before Mark's completely horrified eyes. The creature had successfully evolved into a level 2 threat. Mark dropped to one knee, unconsciously wiping the cold sweat from his brow. But how is this logically possible? Based on his rapid combat analysis, this demonic aberration was steadily multiplying its power. It stalked slowly toward them, radiating an aura of unfathomable danger. Kevin's face drained of all color. "What do we do now?" It looks like it has already reached the 5th evolution stage. Without a single second of hesitation, Kevin turned and sprinted away. "I will go call for backup." Mark desperately whipped his head around, roaring, "Watch your back." Before Kevin could even process the warning, the demonic beast launched itself right at him. Its razor-sharp claws slashed forward with the speed of blinding lightning. Kevin could only let out a terrified shriek. Staring down an attack, moving at godlike speed, Kevin's ultimate survival instincts finally awakened. He dropped low to the earth, erupting with a blinding surge of highly corrosive green venom, blasting the terrifying monster at point-blank range. Drenched in the melting acid, the beast clutched its skull. Howling in pure agony, Mark watched the gruesome spectacle with unbearable tension. Is it mutating again? The more fatal damage it absorbed, the more exponentially its power multiplied. The beast's outer shell rapidly petrified into solid stone. Preparing for yet another resurrection, its monstrous skull violently cracked open. An entirely new demonic entity ripped its way out of the shedding husk, leaving Mark utterly paralyzed with shock. With every single rebirth, its evolutionary power grew infinitely more devastating. Mark glared at the towering nightmare. It now possessed the heavily muscled build of a grown man. Kevin trembled pathetically behind his back, whispering, "That is the 6th stage. Just how much stronger can this thing get?" Suddenly, a terrifying revelation struck Mark like lightning. The 6th stage, staring at the glowing crimson cores embedded in its chest, he realized one vanished with every single evolution. A chilling electric shock surged straight up his spine. At this rate, it will evolve at least 10 times. He shot a cautious glance at the shivering Kevin. This is a guaranteed death trap, he thought grimly. I have to make him evacuate immediately. Spreading his arms wide, he shielded Kevin while formulating a desperate strategy. "While I hold the line against this freak, you need to run and bring the entire squad here. I cannot stall a monster of this level forever, so you need to move like your life depends on it." Betting his entire life on Kevin returning in time, Mark forced a confident grin to mask his fear. "Do not panic. I know my absolute limits in a fight." With those final words, he aggressively charged straight into the danger zone. Kevin hesitated for a fraction of a second, screaming, "You insane bastard!" But Mark tuned out the world, his mind locked into absolute combat focus. "I have devoured high-tier demons before. I can definitely consume this bastard too. If I inflict a lethal wound, I will absorb its monstrous power and ascend." He explosively launched himself into the sky, entrusting everything to his awakened potential. He channeled raw aura into his fist for a devastating preemptive strike. But Mark completely underestimated its new evolutionary stage. The creature effortlessly dodged the meteor-like punch, leaving Mark suspended in absolute shock. What its speed and raw strength have multiplied tenfold. This is mathematically impossible. Wasting no time, the beast delivered a devastating blow to his gut, rupturing his internal organs. His physical form was mutating, but his endurance was still pathetically human. Coughing violently, the excruciating pain brought him to his knees. To win, he had to find its weakness and force his own evolution. He collapsed on the dirt, groaning in absolute agony as tremors racked his broken body. Suddenly, the monster readied another lethal strike, showing zero mercy. Han Maru's vision blurred. He was not coughing up white fluid anymore, but crimson blood. The situation was spiraling out of control. His bones were completely shattered. Strange marks mirrored the Rakshasa beast, spreading across his chest. His body was finally reacting to the absorbed monster cells, but doubt gnawed at him. Why was his power not spiking? Gritting his teeth against the pain, he analyzed his stats. Perhaps his regeneration speed was simply too fast. Did that delay his leveling trigger? Staring up at the darkened sky, a truly suicidal plan formed in his mind. He roared out, "Just kill me already, you bastard." In response, the beast unleashed a fatal strike aimed right at his head. Suddenly, Kim Yuzu sprinted forward in panic. "Watch out," Han Maru screamed back. "Stay away." But Kim Yuzu lunged, unleashing a toxic barrage straight at the monster. It halted its advance, but the poison was utterly useless. Trembling in sheer terror, Kim Yuzu watched as the Stage 6 beast locked onto him instead. The poison failed. With one devastating swing to the skull, the beast instantly took him down. It mercilessly pummeled Kim Yuzu's face, sending blood flying from his crushed features. The terror in his eyes slowly faded to black. Han Maru could not just watch. He leaped, grappling the monster's neck and savagely bit down, ripping off its flesh. Blood sprayed everywhere as it shrieked in agony. Suddenly, the wound crystallized, triggering its terrifying regeneration and evolution. Han Maru caught his comrade. "Hey, are you all right?" He stared in disbelief. "Why did you come back to save me?" Kim Yuzu gasped weakly. "I caused this mess. How could I just run? My cowardice dragged you down." Pushing past his fading life force, he whispered, "Han Maru, you have to survive. Get out of here." With those words, he lost consciousness. "This is incredibly bad. If I leave him here, he is definitely going to die." Draping his jacket over Kim Yuzu's battered body, Han Maru calculated his odds. Waiting for backup was not an option. "I have to finish this myself." Ripping off his tie, he braced for a deathmatch. The roaring beast still had 3 evolution stages left. Han Maru charged first. "I cannot let it reach stage 10. He unleashed a relentless barrage against the monster's chest. His eyes burned with resolve. "I must crush its core before it evolves." The beast's ribcage cracked open, exposing a glowing crimson void. The pulsing, life-filled energy core was right there. Han Maru gasped for air. "Thank God I stopped its evolution." Plunging his hands into the chest cavity, he prepared to devour the core raw. "I need to absorb its power immediately." But the creature was not dead. It smashed its fist straight into his chest. The brutal arm pierced entirely through his body. Han Maru blacked out, coughing up fresh blood. Crumpling to the dirt, a gaping hole remained in his chest. The monster had successfully evolved, and Han Maru's fatal wound rapidly began turning to stone. Mirroring the beast, he had consumed his own regeneration process, finally activated. He offered a helpless smile. It already evolved. "I am completely powerless right now." The beast grabbed his skull, hoisting him high into the air and hurled him with the terrifying force of a professional athlete. Sent flying through the air, Han Maru screamed as fresh mutations warped his body. Suddenly, he saw the beast turning toward Kim Yuzu. Fully petrified, he could only roar. "No!" He crashed violently into a massive tree trunk. His body was completely petrified, but the evolution timer had not finished. Finally, his stony outer shell cracked wide open. Han Maru had resurrected from the brink of death. Panic struck as he remembered the dual-headed Rakshasa advancing toward his friend. There was zero time to waste. He blitzed down the mountain, desperately praying, "Kim Yuzu, please let him be safe." Glancing down, shock washed over him. He was moving so incredibly fast, the ground became a blur. Its evolution speed was simply too terrifying. Anxiety choked him. "At this rate, I might be too late," he screamed, "Agent Kim." But arriving at the scene, it was completely empty. Only a black and white bag lay abandoned in the dirt. Han Maru scanned the area in utter confusion. Wait, did the golden sand demon vanish? Where did it go? Suddenly, his phone buzzed. The system notification answered his question. Sector 12-8. He flinched. Did it really migrate to the next zone already? The screen flashed an incoming call from Godiokman. The usually gruff manager sounded dead serious. "Han Maru, did you encounter the Stage 7 demon?" He reported back grimly. "Yes, sir, I was just about to alert the guild." Godiokman assessed the crisis quickly. "The situation is under control now, just stay put. We are deploying backup immediately." Without giving him a single second to reply, the line went dead. Han Maru gritted his teeth in frustration. He hung up. He had crucial intel to share, but the ticking clock allowed zero hesitation. Finding his fallen comrade was the top priority. The guild members were already en route. "I need to secure Agent Kim and move him to a safe zone immediately." A familiar warning beep echoed nearby. His eyes snapped toward the sound. Peering through the dense foliage, he spotted Kim Yuzu lying completely motionless beneath the branches. He must be unconscious. Agent Kim Yuzu Han Maru desperately sprinted over, scooping his friend up. Are you okay? Where are you hurt? His hands were instantly slick with blood. Scanning the horrific damage, Kim Yuzu's face was utterly crushed, reduced to an unrecognizable mask of crimson. Absolute panic seized his heart. This cannot be happening. He murmured his name in shock. Agent Kim. His mind raced chaotically, desperately clinging to hope. I just need the golden sand to trigger his recovery. Wake up, open your eyes, do not leave me like this. His voice cracked with sheer desperation. Please. But Kim Yuzu's lifeless arms slipped away, hitting the ground. The healing sand was utterly useless now. He sat in dead silence, cradling his comrade's freezing corpse. His shadowed eyes hid an unfathomable storm. Moments later, he gently covered Kim Yuzu with his torn shirt and stood up. Looking down at his fallen brother, a terrifying thirst for vengeance consumed his soul. Without looking back, a sinister black aura erupted from his body, warping his very presence. Meanwhile, Kang Chana finally reached the mountain trail, activating her comms. I am in position. Is the captain here yet? Gripping his steering wheel tightly, Go Deokman replied, I am approaching now. He stared grimly at his system radar. Stage 9. How the hell did a demon like that spawn here? He barked an order. Kang Chana, do not engage alone. Wait for my command to launch a strike. Suddenly, a massive shockwave shattered the mountain peak. Kang Chana whipped her head around as thick dust swallowed the summit. Down in the town, terrified civilians began to panic. What is going on? Is it an earthquake? Kang Chana checked her system interface, her eyes widening in pure horror. Stage 10. Even the veteran Go Deokman completely lost his cool. A Phase 10 demon in Ganghwa, Li Yang-un, grabbed his head in sheer panic. If this thing isn't stopped, everyone is dead. But he was stuck on a public subway. Yelling would only cause a panic. He desperately urged the driver step on it. The driver calmly nodded. Trapped in endless traffic, Li Yang-un grabbed his head in absolute frustration. A red light, damn it. Hannah sprinted toward the epicenter of the tremor. In this critical situation, waiting for backup was simply not an option. I need to track down that demon before it reaches the civilian zone. She froze in her tracks. Something was lurking within the thick golden dust. Found it, but her eyes widened in shock. Wait, Maru. Hearing his name, Maru turned around as Hannah screamed out, don't come any closer, stay back. But she refused to listen. What are you talking about? What are you doing? He desperately warned her, run away right now, I am losing control. He roared right at her. I will slaughter this demon right now. Hannah was completely confused, yet she calmly placed a hand on his shoulder. Hey, just take a deep breath and talk. I am not leaving until you explain exactly what happened here. Left with no other choice, he revealed the grim truth. That thing is a monster. It evolves into a higher tier every time it takes fatal damage. She gasped in absolute disbelief. A demon that can actually evolve. Through the swirling golden sand, a menacing silhouette finally emerged. A pale Rakshasa demon bulging with unnatural muscle. Hannah shuddered. It has reached Phase 10 evolution. Were you the one fighting it all alone? Maru gripped a wooden stake, his eyes completely hollow. Let me handle this. I must annihilate that beast. Suddenly, he aimed the sharp stake directly at his own chest. Hannah lunged forward violently, slapping the weapon away. Hold on, what the hell are you doing? Maru coldly replied, I absorb an evolving demon, just like that one. If I take fatal damage now, my power will skyrocket too. Hannah realized the horrifying truth. Pure panic set in. His mind is completely breaking down. What kind of hell happened here? She desperately tried to save him. Stay calm, just wait. Our strike team is almost here. But his voice shifted into something chilling. I do not need anyone's help. Hannah's temper flared. Are you just going to throw your life away? Do you have a death wish or something? But Maru didn't hesitate for a second. Even if I die, I will drag that demon to hell. He ruthlessly impaled his own chest. High-pressure blood sprayed everywhere, splattering across Hannah's face. She stood frozen in absolute shock as he collapsed to his knees. The golden dust began to settle, revealing the grim battlefield. Cold sweat dripped down Hannah's face as she stared at human-shaped boulders scattered everywhere. Just how many fatal blows has he endured to survive this? While she was paralyzed by fear, the Rakshasa demon flanked her from behind. It readied a lethal strike aimed at her head. She flinched hastily, raising her guard. What a sneak attack! Suddenly, a hand intercepted the deadly blow. It locked onto the monster's pale wrist. Maru had completed his regeneration. He dashed in to block the strike. His newly awakened strength was terrifying, crushing the beast's muscular arm. Even Phase 10 must submit. He violently tore its arm off. Blood painted their emotionless faces. The beast instantly countered. It grabbed his throat with its remaining hand, lifting him high before slamming him down. The brutal impact shattered the bedrock. Yet Maru's expression remained dead. Feeling absolutely zero pain, he locked eyes with the monster. Disgusting tendons extended from its severed stump. Calmly, he gripped the hand that was choking him. Gasping for a breath of air, he watched the abomination in awe. The arm he just severed was rapidly regenerating. Captain Go Deokman scowled, panting heavily. Damn it all, how did this nightmare happen? Another massive shockwave made him flinch. What in the world is that noise? Hannah watched in sheer panic, flashing back to the old Maru she once knew. He used to be so timid and easily frightened. This wasn't the Maru she remembered. He mercilessly smashed his fist into the Rakshasa's face. His escalating power threw the beast entirely off balance. Maru leaped into the air, radiating overwhelming killing intent. Hannah watched the entire spectacle, completely stunned. This is the first time I have ever seen him look so utterly heartless. How could he change so drastically overnight? Maru spun into a martial stance, readying his next devastating strike. Meanwhile, the beast fully regenerated its severed limb. Clenching its giant fist, it launched a brutal counterattack to his gut. Phase 10's physical power is absolute. That single punch sent him flying hundreds of meters. The sheer force of Maru blasting through the forest canopy created a massive shockwave as he crashed violently into a gigantic boulder. A deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield. Unable to watch anymore, Hannah rushed toward him. But Captain Go Deuk Man intercepted her just in time, pulling her back with a desperate roar. Agent Hannah, stay right where you are. That is a Phase 10 demon. It is pure suicide. Hannah finally snapped back to reality, quickly asking, what is our casualty status? He gripped her arm tightly, veins popping furiously on his neck. Why the hell is Maru out here? He was supposed to be on house arrest. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, Joel completely lost his cool, screaming at the monitors. What a Phase 10 demon in Gangwa, an anonymous operative confirmed through the screen. That is correct. I just received the intel from Captain Go Deuk Man. Sitting in the command chair was a silver-haired elder, the Incheon branch director, Mary Ju. She calmly steepled her fingers. The Incheon branch has already deployed backup. I will notify Chief Dominic immediately if our forces fail to neutralize this threat. Joel acknowledged the heavy order and responded. You heard the report right, Dominic. Dominic was lazily scrolling on his phone. It really has been 2 whole years, hasn't it? Since that Phase 10 nightmare at Mount Gai. Joel fell into a grim silence. Back then, the entire assault squad was wiped out and the civilian casualties were catastrophic. Yet Dominic remained utterly unbothered, smirking faintly. Stop worrying so much. The Gangwa squad will be perfectly fine. They have Captain Go Deuk Man leading the charge. His lazy eyes sharpened. Besides, they have that crazy kid. The kid he meant was none other than Maru. Right now, his expression was ice cold, his eyes burning with pure hatred. He relentlessly marched toward the Phase 10 beast, taking slow, menacing steps. Go Deuk Man watched in absolute horror. What a lunatic. Don't tell me he is going to. He roared wildly, fall back, Maru. But ignoring him, Maru bolted forward, leaping high into the sky. The beast glared up at his aerial assault. Refusing to back down, it clenched its massive fist. They unleashed a synchronized explosive punch. Their clashing arms generated a terrifying shockwave. But the Phase 10 demon had the upper hand. Its direct blow completely shattered Maru's arm into pieces. The kinetic rebound sent him flying backward. Triumphant, the beast hoisted him up by his throat. Seeing the critical danger, Go Deuk Man prepared to charge in. This is bad. I cannot let him fight like this anymore. However, Maru had entirely forgotten the concept of pain. He dug his fingers into the beast. Driven by madness, he raised his mangled arm, curled upward, and shoved his broken fist straight down its throat. Blood-soaked golden sand spewed from his lips. His regeneration speed skyrocketed. Golden sand swirled around his shattered arm. The destroyed flesh reconstructed itself at an impossible godlike pace. His bare hand pierced the beast's skull while his eyes remained cold. Go Deuk Man covered his mouth in absolute horror. He crushed a monster unarmed. Han Maru ripped his hand back as both crashed down. In a brutal final strike, his teeth sank into the monster's neck, tearing out massive flesh. Kang Channa finally spoke. Its regeneration is completely broken. But Han Maru did not stop. Like a madman, he raised his blood-soaked fists toward the fallen beast. His face was terrifyingly blank. He mercilessly pounded the creature's face into ruin. Seeing his total loss of control, Go Deuk Man desperately screamed, Han Maru, stop it. Kang Channa stepped forward in absolute silence. Her blade cleanly severed the beast's head. It rolled across the earth, snapping Han Maru out of his violent trance. His fist froze in midair. Staring at his own blood-drenched hands, a heavy tremble took over his body. Kang Channa gently embraced his dazed figure, softly whispering, everything is finally over. Just then, Ji-won and Song-yu rushed onto the battlefield. Panting heavily, Ji-won yelled out, is the nightmare here over? Song-yu scanned the brutal aftermath. The captain and Agent Kang did not take down this demon. Go Deuk Man looked away, deeply shaken. It was Han Maru. He slaughtered that demon all alone. Song-yu whipped his head around in pure disbelief. He soloed a level 10 demon. Han Maru's eyes remained completely hollow. He stared into the void, lost in darkness. Kim Yuzu's funeral was arranged immediately. Thick incense smoke drifted around his gently smiling portrait. Below the altar, his devastated parents wept until their souls shattered. The tragedy of parents burying their child hung heavily. The Gangwa-do squad arrived in somber silence. Every head bowed in unrestrained sorrow, while Nam Yu Hyuk stood paralyzed by cruel reality. Leaning against the cold wall, Kang Chana asked quietly, "Are you holding up?" Crouching low, Godiokman replied with a trembling voice, "I still cannot erase that memory." "How is Kim Yuzu's case being handled?" He let out a heavy sigh. "Headquarters dispatched cleaners for everything." Thank heavens, his body remained intact from beasts. He nervously played with his hair. With eyes glued to the floor, he suddenly stood up. "Honestly, nowhere is safe anymore." Kang Chana's expression darkened as she reminded him, "And Han Maru, we still cannot reach him." The image of his hunter badge and resignation letter flashed in her mind. He had simply walked away. "This is extremely critical. We must report it." She refused to give up. Pleading with deep desperation, she begged, "Please give me time to bring him back." But Godiukman cut off her hopes with absolute certainty. "He is never coming back. I know that exact feeling of despair." He finally unveiled his darkest trauma. Back in Seoul, when a level 10 demon descended, countless comrades were slaughtered in battle. I was the sole survivor. His voice carried zero emotion as he turned away. "Watching your brothers in arms get butchered like that, it crushes your very soul." He walked off, leaving Kang Chana entirely alone. "The nightmare of that bloody reality will haunt me forever." Empty cans littered the cold floor. Han Maru lay motionless in bed, slowly drowning in absolute despair. That hollow, shattered gaze remained etched on his face as if his soul never returned. Ever since witnessing that devastating moment, but completely blind to his surroundings, he failed to notice a purple spatial rift tearing open behind him. A blood-drenched hand crept out. It gripped the wall like a grim reaper, demanding a soul. Han Maru flinched in absolute horror. The spatial crack violently expanded as Indu stepped right through the wall. His blood-stained, handsome face twisted into a smirk. "I simply came for a chat. Did I scare you?" Paralyzed with fear, Han Maru scrambled backward on his bed, completely speechless. "How in the world did you get in here?" Indu casually rolled his bloodied sleeves with a grin. "I warped right over after slaughtering a field demon." He casually grabbed a blanket to wipe the fresh monster blood from his face. "I heard that after Kim Yuzu's tragic end, you locked yourself in isolation." Trembling in the corner, Han Maru clutched his knees. Dripping with cold sweat, he asked, "Did you come here to punish me for the disaster I caused?" Checking his now clean face in the mirror, Indu nonchalantly replied, "Not at all. That guy was simply too weak and died. Such fate is utterly unavoidable." Han Maru whipped his head around, eyes blown wide in pure shock. What insane nonsense was he spouting? Dropping the blanket, Indu's gaze turned incredibly sharp. "My only concern is your destined path." He sat beside Han Maru, leaning uncomfortably close to the boy's terrified face. "I refuse to let you walk down the same doomed path that destroyed your father." Staring into the imposing eyes right before him, Han Maru choked out, "You knew my father." Indu's expression grew heavy. "Yeah, your old man and I commanded a platoon together. We served in the exact same company." Seeing the veteran's sudden silence, Han Maru gasped, "Are you serious?" Indu bowed his head into dark memories. "When demons first invaded our world, we fought side by side." The world dissolved into a flashback of 1999. Deep within a pitch-black forest, an assault rifle was raised high. A bullet exploded outward. Bang. Gunfire instantly shattered the night, followed by blood-curdling screams echoing through the dead woods. A red flare streaked across the sky. 30-year-old Indu stood fully geared in combat uniform. Gripping his smoking weapon, he cursed in fury. "Damn it all, what is happening?" 3 lethal shots fired. But an ancient armored demon casually raised its monstrous hand to block. The bullets simply vaporized into thin smoke. 30-year-old Han Suan charged directly into chaos, roaring with legendary authority. "Focus fire right now." He noticed Indu stumbling back in pure terror. Dashing over, he violently grabbed Indu by the collar before he could even blink. Han Suan screamed right into his face. "Snap out of it, Captain Indu platoon. 6 engage immediately." A young soldier with glasses took a devastating slash. Han Suan instantly ripped a grenade pin and hurled it. "Throw all grenades." A brutal rain of explosives flew. "Get down." A catastrophic explosion rocked the forest, plunging everything into blinding fire. As the ash slowly cleared, Han Suan stood up to check the blast zone. Sweating bullets, Indu watched in disbelief. Half the monster's colossal body was blown to bits, yet it remained standing. Faint golden sand drifted from its mortal wounds. Indu froze, his mind completely short-circuiting. What on earth is this golden sand? Seeing the demon's ruined muscle fibers violently weaving back together, cold dread hit him. Its body is regenerating. He roared. Squad fire. Endless bullets rained. But one swing of its newly regenerated arm sliced multiple soldiers clean in half. Han Suan's eyes widened in absolute horror. "No, this is impossible." In humanity's very first clash with demons, Indu and Han Suan's entire platoon was mercilessly wiped out. Blood pouring down his forehead, Indu staggered up, staring blankly at the scattered corpses. The battlefield was a terrifying river of blood. Dragging his battered body, he called out, "Captain Han Suan, are you okay?" Han Suan mumbled through his shattered soul, "Everyone is dead." What happened? Suddenly, golden sand violently surged forward. Indu froze in his tracks. "What is that golden sand?" Han Suan's eyes bulged with pure dread, his voice trembling. "This nightmare is not over." He screamed in pure terror and bolted. Indu froze, then shouted, "Captain Han Suan, get back here." After a mad dash, Han Suan suddenly halted. With a twisted grimace, he reached out. "I searched everywhere." Why vanish into the dead woods? Indu sensed a chilling aura and stopped in absolute horror. Looming in the shadows was a colossal beast. Grotesque, starving eyes covered its horrific body. Seeing Han Suan walk right toward it, panic gripped Indu's soul. "Captain Han, get away from that monstrosity right now." But Han Suan just turned his eyes dead. "No. To survive, I must embrace this. It is the only path." Indu charged forward in furious desperation. "Damn it, what nonsense are you spouting?" Suddenly, thick purple smoke erupted, completely swallowing Han Suan whole. The beast mutated grotesquely. Lethal tendrils whipped out as demonic eyes snapped open. In a flash, a massive claw pierced Indu, striking far too fast to dodge. Blood sprayed from his lips. Back in the present, Indu clasped his hands. "That was when the demon struck us. You have felt that power too, right?" He pressed a heavy hand to his chest. "When that demonic blood fused with my veins, legendary power awakened. I gathered other awakened ones like me, forging the special task force." Han Maru sat there completely stunned, and my father Indu's gaze grew distant. I went to his home. I begged him to build this anti-demon vanguard, but my words failed. Seeing Han Suan twisted by demonic energy, your father's mind completely shattered. Indu's eyes darkened with heavy memories. Back then, your father had only one burning obsession. Indu dropped a world-shattering bombshell. He wanted to enter the underworld. Han Maru's breath hitched in disbelief. "Wait, you mean actually marching into the underworld?" Chilling memories flooded his mind. Being violently dragged, shoes tearing off, screaming, "Father, please let me go." Indu's voice cut through the nightmare. "Your father chose to become a demon himself. If he could not defeat the darkness, he would join it." Han Maru erupted in blazing fury. "What the hell do you mean, become a demon?" Indu frowned, breaking down the harsh truth. "For those of us who awaken demonic arts, cursed blood courses through our very veins. Because of this dark taint, the gates of the underworld are always open to us, and we can fully transform into fiends." Han Maru shuddered, picturing the grotesque horrors lurking within the endless abyss. Outside his apartment, dead silence ruled the night. He stared at an old photograph completely hollow. The warm smile of his father carrying him felt like a cruel joke now. Did his father truly become a monster and vanish into the underworld? Indu's parting threat echoed like a death knell in his mind. "If you abandon this holy war against the demons, I will hunt you down as one of them. Will you throw away your humanity just like your father?" Those heavy words crushed his spirit. The next morning, golden sunlight bathed the headquarters. Go Duke Man peeked over at Han Maru's empty desk. He sighed in utter defeat. He skipped work again today, pushing his chair back gloomily. He muttered, "I will head to the Incheon branch to process Han Maru's resignation papers." Go Duke Man glanced up as Kang Chana grabbed her jacket, their eyes locked in an intense standoff. She adjusted her collar with cold resolve. "I am going to drag him out of his house." Before she could finish, a familiar voice rang out. "My apologies." Dressed in a sharp suit, he rubbed his neck awkwardly and stepped into the room. "I am late." The entire squad froze in absolute shock. Blushing fiercely, Han Maru hurried to his desk. A fierce vow burned in his chest. "I will stay with the task force. I will uncover the absolute truth. There is no way I will believe Indu's claim that my father morphed into a beast." Meanwhile, Indu marched toward a hidden location. Each step radiated an overwhelming mountain-like presence. Heavy iron chains rattled in the eerie darkness as he surveyed the gruesome scene with ice-cold eyes. "The grand ritual is almost complete. It is time to pierce the underworld." With those chilling words, Indu glared downward, staring at a monstrous demon bound by enchanted steel. Outside, the sky was a brilliant, peaceful blue. Yet, inside the headquarters, a suffocating, soul-crushing gloom choked the entire team. Heavy sighs filled the dead air until Ji-won suddenly leaped to her feet. Shattering the depressing silence, she clapped her hands. "Hey, it is almost noon. Let us grab some lunch and recharge." But Han Maru just kept his head glued to his desk. I think I will pass. You guys go ahead and eat without me." Out of a squad of nearly 10 elites, only 4 lonely figures dragged themselves down the hallway. Trudging toward the cafeteria, Ji-won broke the silence. "So it really is just the 4 of us today. Ever since Kim Yuzu's catastrophic accident, Han Maru's shattered spirit is seriously scaring me." Kim Yuzu nodded in solemn agreement. Kang Chana threw a sideways glance at the silent Nam Il-hyuk, her mind racing with dark thoughts. "It is not just Han Maru. This whole squad is drowning in grief. Later, a pitch-black night swallowed the city, neon lights flickering across the apartment complex. Go-Deok man stepped out of the shower, a towel draped over his broad shoulders. Seeing Han Maru staring blankly at the wall, he barked, "Hey, Han Maru. While the ramen boils, take out the trash. Will you hauling the garbage out?" Han Maru froze in his tracks. Kang Chana was stepping out of the unit right across from his. Agent Kang, you live here too." She turned casually, tossing her hair back. "Yes. It is tactically close to headquarters. Perfect for emergency deployments. The rest of the Vanguard unit lives in this building too." Kang Chana listed them off. "Not just me. Agents Jiwon and Kim Yu-bak live downstairs too." Han Maru finally understood. "Oh, so that is why." Kang Chana suddenly reached for one of his trash bags. "Let me take that." He flinched, waving his hands. No, I got it." Her eyes turned ice cold. "Let me help if you are exhausted. And stop burying yourself in guilt over Kim Yuzu's tragedy. That failure belongs to the entire Ganghwa task force." The words struck him like a physical blow. Han Maru lowered his head, his voice trembling. "No, that was entirely my fault. Please do not pity me." Kang Chana strode ahead, her aura practically freezing the air. "It is not pity. It is survival. That is how everyone in this brutal line of work keeps going." Suddenly, she stopped and glanced back over her shoulder. Every single awakened fighter in the Ganghwa squad has lost someone irreplaceable to the darkness. As they descended the shadowy stairwell, her heavy words echoed in Han Maru's mind. Lost someone irreplaceable. What kind of tragic past was she hiding? Suddenly, the garbage bags felt like lead. "Wait, a little help here. These are super heavy." The tense atmosphere instantly shattered. Red alert sirens suddenly shrieked through the base. Go-Deok man vaulted over the tactical briefing desk. "We have a Class 6 demonic threat. Agents Nam Il-hyuk and Han Maru deploy immediately." Il-hyuk groaned, clutching his stomach in agony. "Oh, my gut is killing me. Was it that shady meat from yesterday?" Han Maru just chuckled, shedding his suit jacket for battle. But Songwoo, completely silent until now, abruptly shot to his feet. "Sir, I will take Han Maru's place in the vanguard." He kept his head down aggressively, packing his combat gear. If Han Maru screws up and gets someone killed again, it will be a total disaster. Those toxic words struck like a critical hit. Han Maru collapsed into his chair, looking absolutely soul-crushed. Kim Yuzu and Jiwon rushed over in pure panic. Jiwon scowled fiercely and snapped back. "What the hell did you just say?" Shrugging on his tactical combat gear, Songwoo glared at Han Maru's pathetic state and scoffed. "He pisses me off." Jiwon's aura flared dangerously. "Watch your damn mouth, rookie." The strike team charged straight into the demon zone. Jiwon fiercely reprimanded Songwoo on the run. "Agent Songwoo, fix your trash attitude. Did you not see how much your words broke Han Maru?" Songwoo tightened his combat gloves with absolute disgust. "Why coddle that pathetic weakling? We need to focus on hunting this beast." But suddenly, a lethal streak of dark aura blasted straight toward his skull. Seo Gongwu crashed to the ground, his vision fading. Biting back the agonizing pain, he forced his heavy eyes open. Clutching his injured leg, he muttered, "What the hell just happened?" A chilling presence crept up his spine. Gongwu snapped his head back. A grotesque blood-red monster loomed in the shadows, its predatory gaze fixed on the unconscious Nam Il-hyuk. "Damn it, it found us." He launched himself forward like a coiled spring. With one clean strike, the beast's head flew off, but as crimson blood sprayed, confusion hit him. "Wait, what?" Ji-won groaned, rubbing her aching head. "What's going on? Is the monster dead already?" Gongyu nodded grimly. "Looks like it." Crouching down, she carefully inspected the gruesome remains. Nam Il-hyuk blinked, utterly bewildered. "Huh." Instead of a monster, a chubby cat bounced around the tree roots. He gently scooped the furball into his arms, leaving Ji-won completely speechless. "What in the world do you know this stray?" Ignoring his bleeding leg, Il-hyuk's face lit up with pure joy. "It looks exactly like my pet cat back home." "How did you even get here?" He cradled the feline affectionately. "Let's head back to headquarters. I'll get you some food. It's too dangerous to roam around these parts." "Boy, you are one heavy kitty." Gongyu suddenly gripped his shoulder, his tone dead serious. "Wait. You're bringing that thing to the guild?" Ji-won couldn't help but chuckle. "Why not? It's completely harmless." Back at the guild hall, Il-hyuk proudly held up his prize. "Hey Chana, look what I found on the mountain." But as they saw it, Chana and Han Maru froze in absolute terror. "Drop that thing right now." Chana roared, her eyes wide. "Agent Nam Il-hyuk, that monster has completely messed with your mind." Il-hyuk blinked innocently. "What's wrong? Isn't it adorable?" Suddenly, the beast lunged from his arms. Deadly venomous needles erupted from its deceptive body. Il-hyuk shrieked in absolute panic. In a flash, the toxic barrage struck the entire team. The creature hit the ground and bolted into the shadows. "Get back here," Il-hyuk yelled, sprinting desperately after it. "River, come back." The beast darted into a dark alleyway. Il-hyuk chased blindly, screaming the name. Turning the corner, a horrifying sight stole his breath. The monster had morphed into a grotesque, fleshy wall, oozing a strange, hypnotic golden mist. Nearby Go Diok man groaned, clutching his pounding skull. My head. What kind of hellish fiend was that? Back in the briefing room, the tension was suffocating. So you carried a lethal monster straight into our base, Deokman growled. The entire squad fell dead, silent, glaring suspiciously at a sweating Il Hyuk. Wait, it's not my fault, Il Hyuk stammered desperately. We all saw it disguised as my cat River. The whole assault team was tricked. Why am I the only one getting grilled? Plus, Agent Yule was the one who enough G1 cut him off sharply. Forget the blame game. That golden mist is still spreading. The beast is trapped inside. Secure the east sector door. With absolute focus, she pushed the heavy doors open. Keep your guards up. It uses high-level illusion magic. Weapons drawn, the strike squad stepped into the unknown void. They stepped straight into an ancient forest. Il Hyuk's jaw dropped in awe. Is this whole dungeon an illusion? Incredible. But a sinister chill pierced the air. China's battle senses flared. Target spotted, right ahead. Through the creeping fog, a colossal silhouette materialized. A bone-chilling screech echoed through the twisting woods. The spider demon, a towering nightmare of crimson-bladed limbs. Tangled beneath its horrifying feet lay a mother and child. The sight violently triggered Ji-won's darkest trauma. Terror completely paralyzed her soul. Cold sweat drenched her face as she trembled. No, it can't be. The phantom voice of her little boy crying mommy echoed in her mind. Past nightmare and present reality brutally collided. Tears streamed down Ji-won's face as logic shattered. She lunged blindly toward the monster. Chana grabbed her with superhuman grip. Agent G1 snap out of it. It's a trap. Let me go. G1 sobbed hysterically. That's the very first rift. My baby boy is trapped in there. Chana shook her violently. Get a grip on reality. Open your eyes. It's a fake, a mind-bending illusion. Suddenly, a chilling realization hit Chana. She remembered the moment the beast's toxic needles had pierced their skin. The mist. It infected us to hack into our deepest trauma. Maru locked his gaze on the towering nightmare. Pointing a trembling finger, he asked, so that giant boss monster. Is it fake too? Gongwu calmly adjusted his combat gauntlets, his eyes lethal. No, that thing is totally real. It birthed a physical clone using the demonic energy in our bloodstream. The pieces finally clicked for Maru. He recalled Commander Im Do's dark warning. Awakeners who harness demonic skills have monster blood running through their veins. They were walking incubators for evil. A horrifying epiphany struck him like lightning. Wait, does this system summon the exact beasts that granted us our powers? Chana's arm morphed into a terrifying demonic blade. Exactly. Captain Dukeman's Tier 10 nightmare is lurking here. And obviously, the beast that gifted you your gluttony skill. Staring down the monstrous spider, Chana gritted her teeth. If they failed here, their worst fears would spawn. Gazing at the towering abomination, Maru felt absolute dread freezing his blood. If we don't annihilate this thing right now, my gluttony demon will manifest. Crushed by despair, he dropped to his knees, clutching his head. If that apocalyptic boss spawned, how could the guild possibly survive that level of destruction? Suddenly, a steady voice broke his panic. Captain Diokman extended a solid hand. Stand up. Nobody dies on my watch. We hold the line together. In a flash of lethal aura, Chana and Gong Yu launched their counterattack. Gripping her enchanted blade, Chana vaulted into the sky. With one breathtaking mid-air spin, she completely decapitated the massive spider. The monster's head crashed down in dark blood. Chana landed with feline grace. Their flawless synergy crushed the boss. But warping back to base, the hypnotic golden mist reformed into another ominous gateway. Gong Yu whipped around, raw fury burning in his eyes. Another damn portal. Where the hell is the main body hiding? Chana knelt beside a heavily panting G1. Hey, are you holding up? Wiping away her tears, G1 nodded weakly. I'll survive. Watching the two hunters limp away, Maru's heart grew heavy. Had Agent Ji-won really lost her beloved child to those monsters? A burning, unyielding rage ignited within his soul. Meanwhile, Gongwu slammed his hand against the mystic portal. Let's hunt that bastard down right now. It's the only way to survive. He kicked the doors open, revealing a horrifying massacre of scattered corpses. Surveying the bloodbath, Maru shuddered. This is Agent Kim Yi-bag's darkest memory. Crushing sorrow washed over Kim as he whispered, honey. A vivid illusion of his beautiful wife gently grasping his hand flickered into view, capturing the exact moment their world fell apart. But Il-hyuk's sharp shout shattered the painful illusion. Heads up, the boss is on the ceiling. Clinging to the shadows was an emaciated goblin-like freak coated in toxic green moss. It violently shook its horrifying frame, raining a deadly glowing powder down on them. A speck slipped past Maru's lips. He gagged instantly. Crap, those are poisonous spores. I swallowed it. Horrifying green tendrils violently erupted from his mouth, forcing him into a bloody coughing fit. The parasite, it's taking over my lungs. He desperately scanned the room for his squad. But it was a total wipeout. His elite team writhed on the floor, suffocating from the venom. Tears blurred his vision. Am I really the only one with a high-speed healing buff? With sheer willpower, he brutally ripped the parasitic roots from his throat. Then I have to solo this boss. Explosive aura surged through his legs as he rocketed upward. Tackling the beast, he savagely sank his teeth into its flesh, ripping it apart. He crashed hard into the dirt. Demonic shrieks echoed through the thick dust. As the smoke finally cleared, he sat up savagely, tearing into the demonic flesh. Was absorbing demonic energy completely impossible? This was exhausting. Seeing his comrades finally stirring, Han Maru quickly turned. Is everyone all right? Namil Hyuk looked deathly pale, violently emptying his stomach. I really thought I was a goner. Spitting out the foul taste, Kang Cha now weakly called out. Hey Han Maru. They both froze, staring at Kim Yi-bak's completely shattered expression. She stepped forward with a heavy heart. Officer Kim's wife was slaughtered by that exact demon. Tears streamed down the man's face as he stared at the haunting illusion in the black smoke. Han Maru clenched his trembling fists. He remembered Chana's grim warning. Every single member of the Gangwa assault squad had lost someone precious to these monsters. I am not the only one carrying this agonizing pain. I must stop torturing myself over the unchangeable past. Noticing his blank stare, Seo Wu sharply nudged his shoulder. Hey, snap out of it. Watching the guy walk away so casually, Han Maru glared with blazing fury. He gritted his teeth, fists shaking with rage. He just had to interrupt my awakening moment. Seo Wu coldly shot back, stay out of my way. As he reached to push the heavy door open, Han Maru lunged forward and grabbed his arm. Stop, we have no idea what nightmare is lurking inside. Seo Wu scoffed in pure annoyance. We are here to slaughter them anyway. Any monster in my path dies. The massive doors violently swung open. A blinding, gentle light spilled out, revealing the silhouette of a young boy. The glaring light was overwhelming. Han Maru shielded his eyes, squinting into the brightness. Who the hell is standing there? That boy was actually a younger Seo Wu. Han Maru frantically pointed at the vision. Wait, is that your past memory? Why are you just standing there? Seo Wu scowled deeply. My head is splitting. Damn it, fall back. Suddenly, a horrifying hand pierced through the golden mist. A grotesque, twisted monstrosity emerged. A ravenous ghoul. The young Seo Wu pleaded desperately. Grant me your demonic aura. I must become stronger than my father. Witnessing this twisted memory, Han Maru grabbed his head in utter disbelief. What the hell? He willingly asked for a monster's power. Absolute insanity. The young Seo Wu stood firm. It is the only way I can defeat him. Without warning, the ghoul violently lashed out, striking his leg with devastating force. Seo Wu let out a blood-curdling scream. The beast flashed a sinister grin and prepared a lethal punch. Watching this nightmare, Han Maru let out a heavy sigh. Enough of this pathetic illusion. With a single snap of his fingers, the ghoul's wrist violently twisted backward. Seo Wu swung his blade with killing intent. Drop dead, you monstrous freak. But the creature merely shrugged it off instantly, regenerating its severed limb. A horrifying cluster of extra fingers sprouted out, channeling its foul aura. Ghoul unleashed a relentless barrage of long-range strikes. Seo Wu's body was pushed to its absolute limit. He coughed up blood and collapsed. Seeing their strongest fighter go down, pure panic gripped the squad. Han Maru immediately charged forward. Chana, activate your awakening skill. Now. Gripping his blade, dripping with dark aura, Quan rolled up his sleeves. He and Go Deokman fearlessly charged into the bloodbath. All over the ghoul's massive body, hideous extra hands rapidly formed, preparing to unleash absolute destruction. Han Maru's face drained of all color. Cold sweat drenched his back. The danger level was off the charts. The creature extended its repulsive appendages, blasting the entire team from a distance. Agonizing screams echoed through the chamber. Han Maru gritted his teeth with iron resolve. We have to obliterate it right now. But the grim reality crashed over him. This monstrous ghoul was entirely out of their league. The beast suddenly gripped its own twisted arm. Han Maru whipped his head around only to see Seo Wu completely grounded. What the hell is that arrogant punk doing? He roared at the top of his lungs. Hey, why are you just playing dead over there? Seo Wu, looking surprisingly unfazed, slowly shifted his gaze to Han Maru. Why is that annoying bastard screaming so loud? I truly desired to wield an overwhelming dark aura just like my father. But right now that goal seems completely out of reach. He watched Han Maru desperately dodging the lethal attacks. Seo Wu tightly clenched his fists. Without a counter system against these vile monsters, even a legendary dark aura is utterly useless. Suddenly, the colossal ghoul raised its grotesque arms high. Han Maru instantly dropped into a defensive stance and fell back. The creature snapped its hideous fingers. An explosive wave of agony struck Han Maru. His lungs felt crushed. My body will not move. It felt like an invisible titan was crushing his very soul. He gasped violently for air. If this unseen pressure continues, I am completely defenseless. Before he could finish the thought, his knees gave out, collapsing forcefully to the ground. The towering ghoul casually marched right past his paralyzed body. Straining his neck, Han Maru desperately roared, Captain Deokman. You have to do something now. The captain grunted through gritted teeth. My entire body is paralyzed, I cannot break free, and my regeneration stat is way too low for this. Han Maru's pale face contorted in utter despair. Absolutely useless. He violently turned his head toward the younger fighter. Seoul, are you just going to lie there and watch us die? Slowly, Seoul began to push himself off the bloody floor. The monstrous ghoul loomed over Nam Il-hyuk and Ji-won's squad. Pure terror locked them in place as they stared at the blood-drenched nightmare. The beast extended its grotesquely long limbs, instantly sprouting dozens of parasitic nightmare arms. It was charging up the exact same paralyzing skill. Chana furiously bit her lip until blood spilled. She exploded forward with a lightning-fast slash, severing one of the ghoul's massive arms. She landed heavily her legs, trembling from the sheer recoil. Launching herself back into the air, she delivered a devastating vertical strike to its shoulder. It is not enough. My attack stat is too low to land a lethal blow. She gritted her teeth, gripping her trembling blade. Suddenly, dark aura erupted as the ghoul mercilessly seized her by the throat. Hoisted high into the air, Chana looked down in absolute confusion. What on earth is happening to my body? Han Maru stared upward in sheer disbelief. Officer Chana, is she literally levitating in midair? How is that even physically possible? Then the horrifying truth hit him. Wait, she is not floating. Seowu, wiping blood from his mouth, stared in sheer horror at the massive gash Chana had carved into the beast. The demon's toxic blood had pooled on the floor. From that crimson puddle, dozens of blood-red spectral hands erupted. They viciously coiled around her limbs and throat, violently twisting and crushing her. Chana let out an agonizing scream. Witnessing her torture, Han Maru completely lost it. Let her go, you bastard, he charged wildly at the demonic entity. But the creature merely flicked its wrist. A spectral hand shot out brutally, choking him and hoisting him into the air. What the hell is this broken skill? Why is the attack completely invisible? He choked out through suffocating breaths. What kind of unseen telekinesis is this? Suddenly, Seowu's eyes widened. He finally decoded the monster's dark aura pattern. If I can just synchronize my awakening with its exact wavelength. His mind raced as he tore off his bandage with his teeth. I can hijack its system. Seowu ruthlessly bit into his own flesh. Crimson blood spilled rapidly, snaking its way directly toward the towering ghoul. He forced a direct connection with its demonic network, turning its own spectral hands against it. Now he roared with absolute authority. A blinding projectile launched forward, blasting a massive hole right through the monster's throat. A critical hit. The colossal nightmare finally crashed down in defeat. Standing triumphantly behind it was a monstrous spiritual spider summoned by Ji-won's unique awakening skill. They actually took the boss down, but their mana was completely drained. The raid squad had barely survived the impossible boss fight, collapsing to the ground in utter exhaustion. Slumping heavily against the cold wall, Seowu fell deep into thought. That near-death encounter was the ultimate catalyst. I finally unlocked the true nature of my awakening system. Suddenly, a sharp voice shattered his focus. Seowu coldly shifted his gaze. Han Maru was towering over him loudly, cracking his bruised knuckles. You saw my epic moves back there, right? You better level up your game next time. He shot Seowu, a fierce glare, aggressively pointing a finger right at his chest. Seowu's face twisted into absolute disgust. You are the one lagging behind the party. You are nothing but dead weight slowing us down. Han Maru's veins popped as he clenched his fists. What did you just say to me, punk? Ignoring the outburst, Seowu simply turned his back. He dropped a single icy word. Get lost. Shortly after, the weary survivors regrouped before the ominous gates of the next boss room. Everyone stared in paralyzed dread at the imposing threshold. The air was suffocatingly heavy. Han Maru's gaze turned hollow, cold sweat pouring down his face. Nam Il-hyuk's face was completely drained of blood. What terrifying sounds are coming from inside that chamber? Chana, equally pale and trembling, responded. That grotesque noise. It has to be the gluttony fiend. Han Maru swallowed his mounting fear. Is it finally my turn to face the nightmare? He stepped toward the massive gates, deeply carved with a horrifying demonic visage. Toxic brown mist seeped through the cracks as he firmly pushed the heavy doors open. Suddenly, a desperate voice pierced the gloom. Dad Han Maru froze in absolute shock. Through the haze, an illusion manifested. A father holding his young child's hand, walking straight into the jaws of the gluttony fiend. A pitch-black head and blood-red body. Disgusting long tongues lashed from its multiple mouths. It lurked in the shadowy bushes. An eerie incense smoke filled the air. Nam Ju-hyuk, Ji-won, and Kim Yu-ju gasped in shock. Han Maru pushed the door open. They were suddenly teleported to a strange forest. Ju-hyuk cried out, "Is that a gluttony demon? But why does it have eyes?" Songwoo and Kang Chana glared. A man was brutally dragging a terrified child by the collar. The frightened kid struggled to breathe. He grabbed the man's shirt, begging him to let go. The man's face darkened with pure malice. He opened his massive mouth. How can we enter the underworld? To protect my loved ones, I need absolute power. I must awaken. Han Maru stood in the shadows, hearing every single word. He stared at the man in confusion. This contradicted Director Inju's claims. Do you want to lose your humanity like your father? Maru's mind drifted into a flashback. Indu was covered in blood. With his hands in his pockets, he spoke to Maru. Why did the director insult my father? Maru remembered Indu tapping the desk. Many special agents awakened this year, but numbers mean nothing. Juminju, the father of CEO Indu, scoffed. He threw the glowing files onto the table. Their combat power is pitifully low, especially the Incheon branch. Chairman Juminju glared coldly. It cannot be helped. These awakened hunters need more time to level up. I have a plan. Indu clasped his hands with a sinister smile. Juminju glared in anger. What do you mean? You want to let monsters torture them? Just to force more powerful awakenings, Juminju slammed the table in absolute fury. Countless innocent civilians will die. Do you realize how catastrophic this action is? Indu listened in deadly silence as she yelled. Suddenly, a frantic knock interrupted their fiery clash. The secretary rushed in. The requested system files are delayed. We lost all contact with the Ganghwa branch. Juminju pointed her finger in blazing anger. Reconnect immediately and check their squad's status. The scene shifted back to the present. The Gluttony demon roared. Its razor-sharp fangs gleamed from the countless mouths covering its body. Oh man, this situation has escalated to a deadly level. The squad froze in pure terror. The monstrous demon was ready to strike. Han Maru sighed internally. I just want to clock out of work. The team trembled against the overwhelming aura of the Gluttony demon. Suddenly, Nam Ju-hyuk shouted at the top of his lungs. Wait, look at that, he pointed at the beast. The monster was fading. Its grotesque body began to melt away. Blood-red liquid dripped from its flesh and vanished entirely. It left behind a glowing red magic circle. The hunters were stunned. Why did it vanish instead of fighting? Ji-won asked in absolute confusion. Han Maru's expression darkened. The pieces of Destiny's puzzle aligned. Its form was totally different from normal beasts. He laughed nervously. Thank goodness I did not want to fight that nightmare. The red circle expanded into a massive blood pool. Kang Chana flinched when Ji-won called her name. It looks like it is the agent's turn, Ji-won told her. Chana stared intensely at the door, radiating dark demonic aura. Chana's eyes burned with fierce determination. Everyone stay put, I will handle this alone. She activated her blood awakening skill, forging a crimson blade. Ji-won yelled to stop her. Maru was absolutely shocked by her reckless choice. What, going solo is suicidal? He tried to block her path. I need to kill it myself to level up my skills. Chana turned back with an unyielding glare. Gripping her glowing blood sword forged by demonic energy, she pushed the cursed door. I am going in. She marched forward bravely, leaving the squad totally speechless. Maru ran to the door in frustration. Soloing a boss? Are you kidding? Even Sungwoo lost to the hunger demon. How could she possibly win? He carefully cracked the door open. I better keep an eye on this deadly situation. He decided to secretly monitor Kang Chana's epic battle. Sparks exploded from the abyssal darkness. Another hunger demon lunged forward. Its body was blood-red like the defeated beast. It ruthlessly blocked Chana's devastating sword strike. Maru peeked through the gap in sheer horror. What? There's another demon. It stood in the shadows. A terrifying crimson aura blazed violently around its massive body. Its piercing yellow eyes glared at the door. Maru and Songwoo watched through the crack, shivering in dread. But then the demon started fading away, just like the Gluttony beast. Its crimson body boasted an insane 8-pack physique. Suddenly, it began melting into a pool of blood. But in a flash, it effortlessly shattered Chana's blood blade to pieces. The monster was gigantic. Its hands gripped a brutally reinforced greatsword. Maru slammed the door open and screamed in panic. Agent Kang, watch out. Stay back, she roared at him. I told you I will handle this. Maru pointed frantically at the demon. No, look closely and learn. Check out its iron armor. The armor had cracks, glowing fiercely like burning red-eye sockets. Agent Kang, you can copy that defensive skill too. Use your awakening system to adapt. Chana's eyes widened as the truth struck like lightning. Meanwhile, the heavy door started slamming shut. Maru turned to Songwoo. Why close it? We cannot see the raid status. He was totally confused. It is fine, she has everything she needs to win now. Songwoo replied calmly, keeping his hand on the door. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupted. The heavy door trembled violently. The squad watched in awe as the gate slowly creaked open. A demonic arm with razor-sharp, terrifying claws reached out from the endless darkness. It gripped the frame. Maru was stunned to his core. It was Kang Chana. She stumbled out, utterly exhausted and drenched in fresh blood. She smiled faintly. Boss cleared. Her legs gave out, collapsing into Maru's arms. Agent Kang, he caught her in sheer panic. Songwoo stood nearby in absolute awe. Incredible. That demon usually requires a full raid team. Yet Agent Kang soloed the entire dungeon, Ji-won asked with a tense voice. So, there are only 2 hunters left to test, Captain Go-deuk Man and Nam Ju-hyuk. Ju-hyuk nodded. Yes, but why are there no portal doors left? He glanced nervously at Seongwoo. Seongwoo replied calmly. The first mountain demon we fought had skills identical to Agent Nam's powers. How incredibly bizarre. The shadowy figure of the pitch-black demon flashed through Ju-Yuk's traumatized mind. Ah, that is right. He recalled the horrific incident from 1 year ago. While searching for his lost pet on the mountain, fate intervened. He encountered a hunched demon. Its skeletal body was clad in eerie white pants, exuding pure death. Ji-won crossed her arms and asked, "What about Captain Go's shadow demon?" Go Deok man yawned lazily and scratched his belly. "Beats me. The mimic monster probably recreated it." The team stared at their sloppy captain, losing all their hype. How is that even possible? He did absolutely nothing this raid. What a useless leader. Ju-Yuk sighed reluctantly. All right then. Thank goodness we avoided the terrifying 10th tier demon. Go Deok man smirked and teased them. Exactly. The only thing that matters is our guild's survival. He laughed loudly. Yeah, the captain is right. As long as everyone survived, it is a massive victory. Maru supported Chana and looked at his guildmates. Everyone pushed past their deadly limits today. We must level up and grow stronger, he muttered. Kim Yuzu asked Nam Yu-hyuk if he found the cat. Crossing his arms, he nodded respectfully. Yeah, it is safe at home. The golden dust scattered. The demon's presence vanished completely. The empty, spotless hallway reappeared as the terrifying demonic gate faded into a cloud of glowing golden smoke. Agent Kang must have eliminated it, Go Dukman declared. Han Maru gently laid Kang Chana down, using his folded jacket to cushion her head. Go Dukman smiled brightly. Raising his hand, he announced, all right, let us get her to the hospital first. You all fought hard, barbecue is on me tonight, he invited the exhausted squad. Bam! A ruthless fist smashed directly into Go Dukman's face. Han Maru's devastating punch sent the captain flying. The entire squad froze in absolute shock. Han Maru pinned Go Dukman down furiously, gripping his collar. You are a demon, are you not? Ji-won desperately grabbed his shoulder. Han Maru, are you crazy? That is the captain. Nam Yu-Yuk panicked, completely frozen in confusion. Han Maru turned his fist, trembling with rage. That is a fake. The real captain got food poisoning from barbecue yesterday. How could he eat meat again? Realization struck the team like lightning. The fake Go Dukman blinked cluelessly. Food poisoning. Instantly, the squad mercilessly stomped the imposter. Die, you filthy demon, they roared. Only the exhausted Kang Chana sat out. Kim Yuzu watched in sheer bewilderment, yelling, wait, the battered fake captain frantically waved in surrender. The beating stopped. The imposter's expression turned sinister as it suddenly bolted. The squad gasped. Damn it, it is escaping. They furiously chased the fake captain outside. A sudden scream pierced the air. Stop right there. Screech. A white car violently rammed into the imposter. The driver, the real Captain Go Dukman himself. He gasped in shock. What just happened? Who did I hit? The fake captain disintegrated into golden ash, revealing a grotesque baby-like demon beneath the disguise. The red six-legged monstrosity vanished into thin air. The real Go Dukman yelled, I was dying in the hospital and you guys dragged a demon back to base. The defeated squad gathered inside the briefing room. Go Dukman crossed his arms, his aura grim. If headquarters finds out about this blunder, our entire year of salary is gone. Understood, he warned, radiating a terrifyingly heavy pressure. This disastrous incident stays an absolute secret. The devastated squad hung their heads in gloomy, defeated silence. They looked like condemned sinners. Sai finally off duty. An exhausted Kang Chana stumbled toward her sleek black car. A sudden voice called out. It was Seonwoo. We need to talk. His eyes held a dead serious intensity. That terrifying demon from your memories. I encountered the exact same monster in my past. Kang Chana gasped in shock. What where? Bathed in the sunset, Seonwoo shoved his hands into his pockets. It was Director Indu. 25 years ago, flashback to a luxurious mansion hidden within lush greenery. A young Seonwoo gripped a wooden training sword, slowly pushing open the heavy oak door. Peeking inside, he whispered, Dad, are you working in the basement again? But his father was nowhere to be seen. Only a frail woman lay resting. She turned away bitterly. Yes, your father does not care about us, so ignore him. Hearing those heartbreaking words, little Seonwoo dashed out of the room. Sneaking toward the basement window hidden in the backyard garden, he pressed his tiny face against the glass, wiping away the thick layer of grime. Peering into the dark depths, his innocent expression suddenly morphed into pure horror. A chilling sight unfolded before his very eyes. Down in the shadowy basement stood his father, the perfect family man. But Director Indu was completely unrecognizable in that terrifying moment. A suffocating demonic aura engulfed him. He opened his mouth, exhaling a storm of glowing golden sand. Kang Chana snapped out of the flashback, completely horrified. Her eyes widened in absolute disbelief. Director Indu, the haunting image of that golden-eyed, wind-swept demon from her childhood memories, violently resurfaced. Are you saying he is the nightmare from my past? Seonwoo maintained his freezing gaze. Yes. That demon was the only thing in my father's basement. But seeing Agent Kang's memory today confirmed my darkest suspicions. He stared at her, devastated expression. A tidal wave of crushing sorrow washed over Kang Chana's soul. She furiously denied it. If Indu was that monster, why did he just watch my family get slaughtered? Sanwoo tightened his grip on his own wrist, speechless. That is exactly what I need to find out. He lowered his intense gaze. I joined this special division solely to uncover his twisted secrets. Director Indu. If I awakened overwhelming demonic powers, he stared deeply into his trembling palm. I knew I could infiltrate the main headquarters. Kang Chana fiercely stepped forward, their shoes practically touching. She glared up into his eyes with burning intensity. Blindly trusting an old memory is not enough. Where is the hard proof? Seong-woo remained unshaken. I will prove my theory is the absolute truth. He thoughtfully scratched his chin. But I need something first. Need something. Shortly after, deep inside a heavily fortified skyscraper, Kang Chana sat beside Han Maru with a deadly gaze. Han Maru looked around totally baffled. Why are we here? Her expression was terrifyingly cold. I already explained everything on the way. Han Maru jumped up furiously, aggressively pointing at Seong-woo, who sat with his arms crossed. He glared at the calm man. That is my point. Why am I dragged into this insane suicide mission just because of his crazy delusions? Before she could even respond, the heavy doors clicked open. Director Indu stepped inside with an imposing aura, casually adjusting his perfectly tailored tie. Apologies for the wait. The executive meeting dragged on. He walked with absolute authority immediately, taking his rightful place at the head of the table. So what is this urgent matter? Han Maru, suddenly intimidated by the boss's suffocating presence, awkwardly scratched his cheek. Ahaha, well, the thing is, cutting through the awkward tension, Seong-woo dropped a bomb with a freezing glare. When Agent Kang Chana awakened her demonic powers, you were at the scene. Am I right? Han Maru almost had a heart attack. Dude, are you insane? Indu rhythmically tapped his fingers against the mahogany table. Hmph. Meaning what exactly? Kang Chana spoke with deadly calmness. There was another monstrous demon in that room. And I heard it was you, Director. The entire room instantly froze. Indu rested his chin on his bulging, vein-popping hand. His voice dripped with dangerous mockery. Ha, so you all believe Sanwoo's pathetic delusional fantasies. He dropped his hand, glaring back with absolute malice. Blaming your mother's tragic death on your own father. The shocking family secret was out. Han Maru's jaw dropped. Father Seong-woo violently slammed his fists onto the table, jumping to his feet with blazing fury. Keep my mother out of this. I just want your true identity. He turned to Han Maru with a demand. Unleash the golden sand to expose the director's true identity. Han Maru flinched, gripping his chair. He cursed through gritted teeth. Did this lunatic drag me here just for this? But seeing CEO Wayne's golden sand trap, Ian remained perfectly calm. He just crossed his legs with an arrogant smirk. Han Maru, if you use that power outside an official mission, the Vanguard squad will permanently expel you. The heavy threat worked. Cold sweat drenched Han Maru as he trembled. Chloe gently reached out, resting her hand on CEO Wayne's shoulder. That is enough. I desperately need the truth about my family's massacre, but we cannot drag Han Maru into this. She spoke right from the bottom of her shattered heart. Han Maru froze completely at her words. Flashbacks of her devastated, blood-stained home crashed into his mind from their past mission together. Do you genuinely want to know the absolute truth? He whispered. He remembered the demonic beast slaughtering her family while she stood utterly helpless. His white-knuckled grip finally loosened. The brutal truth of that bloody day. He stood up beside her. After a tense silence, Han Maru violently ripped off his jacket. CEO Wayne, I will take full responsibility now. Radiant golden sand exploded into the air. Seeing Han Maru's resolve, CEO Wayne slipped on his combat gloves. Murderous intent radiated from his terrifying glare aimed at Ian. Of course, Ian slowly rose to his feet, silently watching this pathetic rebellion unfold. Ah, what a massive headache. Plotting against your own father, he sighed in exhaustion, casually running a hand through his hair, projecting pure, untouchable dominance despite the absolute chaos. CEO Wayne completely snapped. You stopped being my father the day you abandoned my mother and me. He cracked his wrists, eyes burning with decades of absolute unbridled fury. Fueled by that ancient hatred, he charged like a raging beast. The massive glass window behind Ian instantly shattered into a million pieces from his overwhelming aura, yet Ian stood entirely unfazed. CEO Wayne closed the distance in a flash, slamming a devastating blow that sent his father crashing backward. Ian plummeted into the empty sky amidst raining glass. CEO Wayne lost his footing, slamming heavily onto the floor. He glared down at the falling Ian. Just you wait. Chloe and Han Maru rushed over, staring down in absolute horror. Are you trying to assassinate the director? Han Maru panicked wildly. There is no golden sand out there. But CEO Wayne ignored them, absolutely certain Ian was a literal demon in human skin. He stared intensely at Ian's plummeting figure and exhaled sharply. Ah, Midair, Ian snapped his glowing blue eyes open, oozing demonic wrath toward his son. This is so incredibly annoying. Suddenly, an earth-shattering boom erupted right above them. CEO Wayne's face twisted in grim anticipation. He looked up at the ceiling and roared, "Here the monster comes." The trio looked up in sheer terror. A massive purple anomaly floated above, radiating a sinister pitch-black fog. It was Ian levitating completely upside down, glaring dead at them. His widened eyes revealed glowing, monstrous golden pupils. His jaw unhinged, spewing a suffocating storm of golden sand. Chloe and Han Maru recoiled in pure horror. Han Maru suddenly remembered Wayne's warning. "He is summoning the sand exactly as you predicted." Just then, the office doors burst open. Elena stormed in with two massive enforcers, her voice dripping with extreme hostility. "What in the world is going on here? Why is there golden sand?" She froze at the terrifying spectacle and screamed, "Director, what is the meaning of this madness?" She watched in utter shock as Ian gracefully descended to the floor, completely engulfed by a dreadful pitch-black purple aura. But despite her frantic screaming, no one offered a single explanation. Chloe stood firmly behind the director, her voice entirely frozen. "We are having a very private conversation. Director, you were directly involved in the brutal slaughter of my family." Ian simply shifted his demonic purple gaze toward her, standing majestically within the swirling golden sandstorm. Instead of answering, he posed a chilling question. "Is it just you three bugs suspecting me, or the entire Vanguard squad?" Han Maru, Wayne, and Chloe remained dead, silent, strictly on guard. Far from panicking over his exposed identity, Ian radiated absolute disgust. "Silence means yes, am I right? Ha, the younger generation these days is truly beyond saving." He mockingly slicked back his hair. Without warning, he slammed his hand downward, unleashing his overwhelming power. Blinding purple lightning gathered in his palm, striking the floor with catastrophic force. The purple energy exploded aggressively, distorting the fabric of space itself. "Spatial leap," he whispered. In an instant, the entire group was teleported to the rooftop of an abandoned skyscraper. Elena and her two hulking guards were dragged along effortlessly. Totally disoriented, Han Maru glared furiously at the monstrous director. "What the hell? Why did you warp us all here?" It turned out Ian had forcefully relocated them to an unfinished construction site. Han Maru's desperate scream echoed widely, but Ian's face had returned to an infuriatingly cold calmness. He stood silently, staring into the abyss, the chilling wind violently whipping through his hair. Standing far away, Elena screamed in sheer confusion. "Director, what on earth are you planning?" He casually placed a hand behind his neck, speaking without an ounce of pity. "Since you dared to question me, I have absolutely no other choice left to make. Plus, I cannot let your filthy blood and guts ruin my pristine office." Lifting his chin with cruel arrogance, he raised two fingers. Searing purple flames ignited, literally tearing space apart. He softly whispered his deadly technique. Void Slash. Ian flashed a truly sinister demonic smile as his two fingers drew a perfect line through the empty air. Having served him forever, Elena instantly recognized the incoming slaughter. Her face twisted in sheer panic as she screamed a desperate warning. "He is ripping space itself. Dodge it now." Hearing her frantic cry, Wayne and Han Maru instantly hit the deck, barely dodging the devastating purple rift that sliced the air right above them. Han Maru spun around, his heart pounding out of his chest. Miraculously, everyone evaded the fatal strike by a mere hair. They crouched low to the ground in a perfectly straight line. The massive surrounding concrete pillars were flawlessly sliced in half, miraculously levitating under that power. Yet Elena still could not comprehend his sudden psychotic break. Clenching her trembling fists, she glared right into his soul and bellowed, "Director, have you completely lost your damn mind? What the hell are you doing?" In response to her pleas, Ian merely curled his lips into an evil smirk. He looked down from his supreme throne, speaking like a god, delivering absolute justice. "I am simply exterminating the rotten weeds. Some pests have seen things they definitely should not have. It is just a pity that you, Elena, and the vice minister got dragged in. All for absolutely nothing." Those merciless words struck her like a devastating lightning bolt. Her anxious brow remained tightly furrowed, and her bleeding lips had not even begun to heal yet. The two elite enforcers flanking her glared at him with immense, bloodthirsty hostility. Unfazed by their killing intent, the director continued his terrifying monologue without a single care in the world. "You all fought incredibly hard against the demonic beasts." Pausing, Ian suddenly shifted his piercing gaze toward Han Maru. He let out a heavy sigh and declared, "This trash must be eliminated too." Honestly, finishing Han Maru here is perfect. If a demon ever captured you, it would be a huge headache. Hearing this utter disrespect, extreme wrath and humiliation violently erupted inside Han Maru's soul. He pointed at his own chest, roaring back furiously, "Why the hell would a demon ever capture me?" At that exact moment, legendary purple aura furiously swirled and erupted from Ian's left hand. He gave her a short, chilling reply, mocking human frailty. Suddenly, his hand materialized directly behind Mason and Chloe. A sinister purple aura bathed their bodies. Only then did Chloe sense the lethal presence looming right behind her back. Trembling with absolute terror, she slowly turned her head. But in a split second before anyone could even process the nightmare unfolding, Chloe and Sean's heads were cleanly severed from their shoulders. Mason turned around, stepping right into this devastating blood-soaked slaughter. His eyes widened in sheer horror as their warm blood splattered across his face. Meanwhile, Deputy Director Elena raised a hand armed with razor-sharp claws. She stood at a distance, terrifyingly calm compared to her panicking subordinates. Without hesitation, she violently plunged her claws straight into her own chest. Crimson blood sprayed everywhere, yet her expression remained unnervingly stoic, shrugging off the fatal pain. Suddenly, glowing countdown numbers materialized in thin air, hovering right over her beating bloody heart. 3, 2. Right before it hit 1, her blood-drenched hand crushed her own heart. 1, 0. Time completely froze. The countdown locked at 0. Instantly, the entire world, every person and object became trapped in absolute stasis. Only she remained free from the freeze. Raising her hand, she ruthlessly activated the Time Demon skill. Her voice echoed, "I sacrificed 5 years of my lifespan to rewind 5 seconds of time." The moment the forbidden skill triggered, the frozen world, shattered time, violently spiraled backward, snapping to the exact second before Chloe and Sean were decapitated. Director James still had his hand raised, ready to repeat his lethal strike, but suddenly, he froze mid-motion, sensing the shift. His eyes held a terrifying calmness. Slipping one hand into his pocket, he turned around with a mocking smirk. "Give it up. Stop wasting your pathetic efforts." Deputy Director Elena just burned her lifespan using the Time Demon to rewind the clock, did she not? He glared down with absolute arrogance. Elena had already forced Sean and Chloe to the ground, barely dodging his malicious attack. Realizing he had seen right through her desperate timeline manipulation, she frowned deeply. Giving her no room to breathe, he roared, "Deputy Director." Mason, standing right beside her, stammered in absolute shock. How is this possible? He stared in total disbelief at Sean and Chloe, who were miraculously breathing before his very eyes. They were completely dead a second ago. How are they alive? Hearing his shock, Elena was equally stunned. Her jaw dropped as a terrifying realization hit her. Director James, noticing the time shift, made sense, but how could Mason remember the erased timeline? It defied all logic, but there was zero time to process this anomaly. Elena's 2 loyal enforcers violently launched themselves forward. One of them roared with burning resolve. "I do not care what kind of monster he is." They locked onto James. Charging toward the curb without a single shred of hesitation, they screamed, "We are done holding back." They unleashed their explosive fists simultaneously. But they instantly skidded to a halt, jaws dropping at the empty space ahead. James had teleported, his overwhelming presence now looming right behind them. Hands in his pockets, he casually strolled past them like they were mere insects. He took massive strides straight towards Sean. Seeing this godlike arrogance, Sean gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling with rage. Head bowed in disbelief at such cold-blooded cruelty, he muttered, "I died just now, did I not? Yes." Burning with fury, Sean violently snapped his own finger, screaming, "Are you even human?" Father, instantly, James's fingers and arm twisted into grotesque angles, reflecting this self-inflicted damage. He stared blankly at Sean's shattered expression, remaining completely silent. Then, with a chillingly gentle smile, he spoke words that made Sean's eyes widen in absolute horror. With eyes full of absolute disgust, he whispered a mind-shattering truth. "I am not your father." At that exact moment, an intensely dark, suffocating aura erupted from his fingertips. Mason's group pushed their agility to the max, sprinting furiously towards Sean while screaming his name, "Sean." Thank the heavens, Chloe and Mason aggressively tackled Sean to the ground, barely dodging the lethal purple streak aiming for his neck. As Sean tumbled backward, the other 2 crashed down with him. Mason glared at Sean, yelling frantically, "Snap out of it, do you want to die again?" As Chloe and Sean scrambled to their feet, Elena suddenly materialized behind them, barking a supreme command. "Capture Director James alive. I have a mountain of questions for him." She continued her furious rally. The very second she spoke, her 2 enforcers tightly locked hands. Between their clasped fingers, an unbelievably blinding light exploded into the atmosphere. They roared in unison, "We do not know if this will work." Releasing their grip, thick blood-red threads of energy stretched out, linking their fingertips together. Each grasping one end of the crimson lifeline, they widened their battle stance with rock-solid resolve. "But we are going to try." Instantly, the mullet fighter blitzed forward like a missile. Unfazed, James announced coldly, "I will make the first move." He kicked off the ground, levitating high into the turbulent sky. The fighter cocked his glowing fist, bellowing attack power times 2, speed times 2. Bloodline awakening, watching the mullet fighter close the distance. James unleashed his aura, drawing a perfect horizontal line with 2 fingers. In a flash, absolute darkness condensed into a razor-sharp, flawless black slash. The mullet fighter met the exact same doomed fate as Chloe and Sean. James's flawless technique cleanly severed his head from his shoulders. Witnessing this brutal execution, Chloe, Sean, and Mason watched the massacre in absolute suffocating dread. But shattering all logic, the headless mullet fighter's fist kept surging straight toward James, successfully landing a devastating hit right on his cheek. Crashing into James's flawless face with maximum catastrophic force, the punch sent the godlike director reeling backward. Miraculously, the mullet fighter was still completely alive despite his head being totally detached. Feeling his fist connect with James, he roared in bloody triumph. "We got him." From the far end, the bald fighter revealed their terrifying system secret. None of us can die unless the bloodline thread is completely severed. Hearing this crucial weakness, James instantly calculated the perfect method to annihilate them. He carved another devastating spatial line through the air, slicing straight through their glowing crimson bloodline thread. But within a mere heartbeat, the severed blood thread rapidly regenerated. Seeing this troublesome glitch in his flawless plan, James furrowed his brow, recalculating his strategy. The bald fighter smirked, preaching their martial philosophy. A true bloodline is an unbreakable destiny that is the ultimate truth. Just as his words echoed, the mullet fighter screamed, "Thanks for everything, Director. But now it is time for our final goodbye." He manipulated his body, charging straight into the bloody fray. Maru stood outside, absolutely stunned by this. Realizing their suicidal plan and what they were about to do, he gasped, "Incredible brothers." But before he could even finish his sentence, Siwoo ruthlessly cut him off, perfectly predicting Inju's next calculated move. He can absolutely use the dark dimension to dodge our attacks. At this critical moment, Chana Kang, finally breaking her long silence, coldly declared, "Attacking him is not our actual goal." That cryptic statement left Siwoo and Maru completely baffled, turning to stare at her. She yelled loudly, "Look over there." They watched as the bald and mohawk fighters unleashed their glowing bloodline threads. The glowing threads bound Inju tightly. Inside the trap, the two fighters pushed their limits. The bald warrior viciously bit down, stretching his bloodline thread to the max, signaling his mohawk partner. The mohawk warrior instantly understood the assignment. He fiercely grasped the remaining threads, dashing away at a blindingly fast speed. Inju was completely immobilized, his arms violently pulled and stretched to both extreme sides. Seeing the almighty Inju heavily suppress Yong-un clutch her bleeding chest, enduring the devastating self-inflicted wound she used to save Siwoo and Chana, she raised her trembling hand and roared her command. "Now obliterate the director's arms," she screamed the absolute order. Hearing this, Chana rapidly dashed forward, mercilessly severing one of Inju's arms. Working flawlessly together, Siwoo violently snapped his own finger, which grotesquely twisted Inju's remaining arm into a deformed mess. Yong-un watched the director's pathetic, struggling state after losing both his hands and shouted, "He cannot use his arms anymore." But suddenly, Inju's jaw horrifyingly unhinged, blasting a massive, suffocating wave of golden sand. Yong-un reacted instantly, pointing directly at the monster and ordering Maru, "Agent Maru, bite his flesh right now. Stop the director from using his system to regenerate his body." Maru obeyed without a single hesitation, lunging straight at Inju like a beast. "Damn it, this is my first time eating human flesh," he cursed loudly. Suddenly, Inju's eyes terrifyingly snapped wide open. His demonic pupils glowed with a blinding, eerie light. In a flash, his tailored business suit violently exploded into tiny shreds, blowing entirely off his transforming body. His entire face horrifyingly shifted into a pitch-black abyssal void. A sinister, arrogant smile crept across his lips. Siwoo's team was utterly paralyzed by this unforeseen nightmare, watching his monstrous awakening and collectively thinking, "So it is actually true." Simultaneously, Maru faced imminent crushing death. Inju fully regenerated his arm and unleashed a devastatingly epic attack. Maru desperately raised his arms to block the blow. Terrifying streaks of black light hurtled toward him. He cried out in absolute chaotic panic. The dark rays violently erupted, swallowing Maru whole. Moments later, the sinister light completely vanished, taking Maru along with it. The glowing demonic aura around Inju's hand finally faded away. The terrified group stared at the awakened monster before them in absolute horror. They all knew exactly where Maru had gone, silently dreading. Maru was forcefully dragged into the inescapable dark dimension. Inju had completely metamorphosed into an unimaginable, nightmarish entity that defied all logic. He flashed a wickedly arrogant, spine-chilling smirk, admiring his newly awakened body before glaring menacingly at the group. Yong-un was shell-shocked. The man she had respected as director had become an unrecognizable, terrifying stranger beyond her worst nightmares. She demanded at the top of her lungs, "Director Inju, what is the meaning of this absolute madness?" He scoffed, revealing the cruel truth. "My deepest apologies, branch manager Yong-un. I had genuinely planned to keep up that pathetic disguise until the very end." Hearing this villainous confession, Chana and Siwoo's absolute worst fears were instantly confirmed. They silently panicked. "So that monstrous awakened form is his actual true body." Siwoo frowned, struck by a horrifying, world-shattering revelation he had blindly ignored for so many years. "He is not my father. What in the world happened to him?" Meanwhile, Inju rested his chin on his hand, feigning deep sorrow as he mocked them. "What an absolute pity. to personally exterminate the very combat weapons I created. Chana froze completely, the terrifying implication of his arrogant words, striking her like lightning. She stood absolutely paralyzed for a long time, staring at him in utter disbelief. Created. Do not tell me. Her mind spiraled into complete and utter chaos. Seeing his sinister grin, she heavily worried about her most dreadful, heartbreaking theory. He did not even bother to hide the dark truth. Exactly. I personally summoned the demons to your house. That cruel confession ignited a blazing, unstoppable fury within her soul. He reminisced, continuing his twisted, villainous monologue. A naturally gifted athlete. I knew immediately you would become an overwhelmingly powerful pseudo-demon. Hearing this devastating truth, Chana's blazing rage completely shattered all logical limits. She explosively leaped into the air, lunging fiercely straight at Inju. Yong-un saw her reckless move and desperately reached out. Stop right there, Agent Kang. But the urgent warning came far too late. Chana was already right upon him, gripping her razor-sharp blade for a lethal, devastating strike. Yet in stark contrast to her blinding, uncontrollable fury, the ultimate mastermind, Inju, remained chillingly calm. He actually smirked with twisted psychopathic excitement, raising his demonic hand to unleash his overwhelming power. Damn it, Chana cursed loudly, but her face completely distorted under his crushing, godlike gravitational force. In a mere split second, her entire upper body obliterated explosively, spraying a gruesome shower of crimson blood absolutely everywhere. Yong-un, standing right next to the horrific bloody scene, also lost an entire arm to his devastating, overwhelming shockwave. The sickening stench of blood completely filled the air. Crimson splatters painted the entire battlefield. She stared at Chana's severed lower half, which had been completely torn apart in a bloody explosion. Suddenly, the chaotic spray of blood miraculously froze in midair. Yong-un violently plunged her trembling hand into her own chest, once again forcibly rewinding the flow of time. She watched the fading ghostly illusion of Chana charging at the monster, desperately manipulating the complex temporal flow. Her eyes snapped wide open. 5 seconds ago, the entire world rapidly rewound exactly 5 seconds. Yong-un aggressively grabbed Chana's arm. Just as she was about to launch her reckless attack, warning her fiercely, "Do not engage. We will all die." But at this moment, Chana was completely consumed by blazing wrath, losing all reason. She turned back, glaring with frustration. Then what should we do? Yong-un could only reply with agonizing despair, "I do not know." In his awakened true form, his power level is unimaginably overwhelmingly high. My strength is completely useless. Her devastating words struck a chord of absolute soul-crushing despair in everyone. Even just approaching the director is virtually impossible now. Despite her absolute desperate warnings, Chana stubbornly refused to accept this heartbreaking, brutal reality. She stood her ground firmly. No, Maru might find a miraculous way out to bring us hope. Yong-un's face grew deathly pale. Feeling the exact same soul-crushing sorrow, she whispered weakly, "It is impossible. Once sealed inside Inju's dark dimension, absolutely no one can ever escape alive." Meanwhile, trapped inside Inju's pitch-black dimension, Maru stumbled forward, desperately searching for an exit. In that abyssal, suffocating darkness, he suddenly lost his balance, crashing heavily to his knees. He braced his exhausted body with his elbows groaning in agonizing pain. He finally gave up running, collapsing, utterly exhausted into the suffocating, endless void. Having sprinted endlessly since being swallowed by the trap, his stamina was completely drained. Panting heavily to catch his breath, he realized that despite running forever, there was no end in sight. Suddenly, he lifted his incredibly heavy head to look forward. Pure, unadulterated shock perfectly reflected in his trembling pupils. Just ahead, a faint, mysterious glimmer of light miraculously pierced the absolute darkness. Stunned, he forced himself up. Wait. Light. Mark gathered all his courage. He stepped toward the glowing light. Hope sparked in his chest. He dashed forward blindly, never looking back. Reaching the light's source, Mark froze in pure shock. Before him hung a skeletal man, frail as bone, with long blue hair flowing down his waist. Recognizing that familiar silhouette, he gasped, "Director James." The captive director slowly opened his eyes, having been suspended in the dark for an eternity. Seeing a living human, James asked in disbelief, "How did a mortal enter this abyss?" Mark quickly explained his grim situation. "I was dragged here while fighting your exact clone." Mark stared at the frail man, his voice trembling. "Who the hell is that monster?" James's pale lips trembled weakly. "He is a high-ranking demon, an escapee from the underworld." Recalling the beast's terror, he paused. Mark's mind reeled in pure shock. "A literal demon. But it has eyes. It can speak," Mark argued. James remained calm, revealing the monster's true terrifying identity. He is one of the 8 warlords, A being far above lesser fiends. James continued with a heavy sigh, one of the chosen 8 granted absolute power by the great demon king. He shuddered, remembering the mindless lower-tier demons. Unlike those driven only by mindless bloodlust, this warlord possesses extremely high intelligence and his own sinister will. Meanwhile, right outside the dark dimension, the fake James smiled wickedly, slowly raising a single finger. Seeing the lethal threat escalate, Chloe tightly gripped her sword and charged forward. She screamed, "Baldy, fall back and guard branch manager Ivy. If the manager dies, we are all doomed. Protect her at all costs." Suddenly, the demon unleashed a devastating long-range strike. Ivy watched in absolute horror as fresh blood splattered across the battlefield. Desperate, she plunged her hand into her chest, rewinding time by 5 seconds once again. But destiny was cruel. Chloe's severed head still hit the ground. To rewrite this tragic fate, she relentlessly crushed her own heart, 5 seconds back. Suddenly, a blinding, intense light flashed before their eyes. In an instant, Luke's severed arm violently crashed to the floor. Moments later, he and the rest of the squad were brutally slaughtered again. While the special squad fought a truly hopeless war outside, Mark listened intently to James's warnings. Because they possess the Great King's dark demonic energy, their destructive power is overwhelmingly absolute. If you face the 8 warlords, never attack recklessly. He warned grimly, an awakened human with mere lower demon powers can never defeat a warlord. Back outside, after watching Ivy rewind time over 100,000 times, the demon finally lost its patience and mockingly sneered at the manager. "Ivy, how many loops has it been now? Why not just give up and die?" Ivy was now completely drained, her life force hollowed out by the constant rewinds. Dark blood dripped from her lips as she thought in sheer exhaustion. "What have I even accomplished? I ordered my special agents into the meat grinder to fight demons based on that monster's orders." The warlord smirked at her stubborn resilience. What impressive tenacity it praised with toxic amusement. "In that case, let's play a much more entertaining game." Raising both arms high into the air, the demons summoned countless identical spatial portals, instantly warping the very atmosphere above them. The sinister gates completely surrounded the squad, striking absolute terror into their souls. They instantly huddled together, standing back to face the unknown threat. In a split second, grotesque demons of every twisted shape and deadly power poured out from the massive portals. Luke looked up in pure dread. Seeing the nightmare unfold, he cursed. "Damn it, a demon ambush." Chloe gripped her blade, shifting into a combat stance, roaring, "Brace yourselves, everyone." Meanwhile, with Mark, he was still desperately gathering intel from James. Spreading his arms in frustration, Mark demanded, "What is the Void Demon's ultimate goal? If he's a warlord, why fight his own kind?" James lowered his head, his voice heavy. "Ever since he escaped the underworld, he became the Great Demon King's sworn enemy. He wants to drag humanity into his holy war." A chilling realization struck Mark's core. So the special agents are just the Void Demon's pawn army. He looked up urgently, demanding, "If we kill the Void Demon, will this apocalyptic war finally end?" James replied with devastating calmness, "No, it's far too late. We are already trapped in the underworld's eternal war." Those crushing words struck Mark's core. He stared at the ground in deep thought. After a heavy pause, he asked, "Even so, if the Void Demon dies, you can reclaim your body, right?" He desperately grabbed the director's frail arm with both hands, shouting with burning resolve, "You have to escape this hell with me." But James brutally rejected the idea. "My soul is forever chained to this dimension. I can never leave." Mark slowly looked down at the man's arm. The exact spot he touched began crumbling into digital dust. Refusing to accept this tragic fate, Mark pleaded, "Do not give up. Your son is still waiting for you out there." Just as Mark hoped, mentioning Luke struck a powerful chord. Hearing about his son, James's hollow eyes widened in sudden shock. My son." A sad, faint smile formed on his lips. A 5-year-old kindergartner came to this dangerous wasteland. He muttered in pure disbelief. Hearing this, a shocking truth dawned upon Mark. Mark stood completely frozen. James weakly continued, "Speaking after so long is exhausting. I need to go back to my wife and boy." Fired up, Mark gripped his shoulders tightly. He roared with unyielding spirit, "Then we must get out. There is always a way." But the director just stared back with soul-crushing despair. "No, there is no escaping this cage." Back at the ruined construction site, Chloe's squad was desperately fighting a bloody battle for their very lives against the terrifying demonic hordes summoned by the fake James. The imposter stood in the distant shadows, quietly observing the slaughter between humans and monsters. He coldly whispered, "Well now, with this many fiends." A wicked laugh erupted from his throat. "Let us end this pathetic struggle." Meanwhile, Chloe swung her heavy blade, landing critical strikes on the monstrous swarm. Suddenly, she whipped her head around her eyes, widening in absolute horror. The demon was channeling pure, dark energy, firing massive purple death rays straight at the squad. The terrifying beams pierced through the crumbling ruins. With a sinister smirk, the demon crossed his arms telekinetically, guiding the destructive light's deadly path. The purple energy completely trapped Chloe's team, violently compressing the space around them. "The spatial field is shrinking," she panicked. Ivy stared at the incoming doom, her soul trembling with bitter regret. Is this really the end, just as everyone embraced their brutal demise? A mysterious hand smashed through a spatial gate. It was Mark. He had finally returned from the pitch-black dimension. Landing flawlessly from the portal, he stood fearlessly before the demon. The ambush was too sudden. The demon could only turn its head in pure shock. Maru's explosive entrance left Kankana completely speechless. Plunging from the sky, he roared, "Great escape, successful." Right before Kankana's eyes, Maru unleashed a fist packed with deadly killing intent. Rewind a few minutes. Trapped in a pitch-black dimension, director Dong Inju whispered in despair, "No, there is no escaping this place." "Do not say that. We will break out," Maru frantically declared. Suddenly, a shadowy claw gripped his shoulder. A grotesque drooling beast snapped its jaws. Sensing the deadly killing intent, Maru pivoted and slammed his fist into its hideous face. The monster instantly dissolved into black ash. "Wait," what he gasped. He frantically scanned the shadowy void. Are there monsters lurking in this dimension? Suddenly, a chilling memory from the dining hall hit him. Panic flooded his veins. "The monolith gate stays open for 3 entire days, right?" he had asked. Slurping noodles, the answer was casual. "Yeah, but something bizarre happened down in Busan. A monolith gate appeared there. Luckily, the director locked it using his dark dimension." Her face glowed with pure, undeniable hero worship. Director Dong Inju is simply on another level. Back in the present, Maru sprinted like a madman, grinding his teeth. Damn it, so that is what happened. A brilliant golden portal pierced the suffocating darkness. He sprinted toward the glowing anomaly, panting heavily. Jackpot. The exit is actually right here. What nightmare waits on the other side? Maru reached toward the light. This is my only shot at survival. Stepping through, he crashed into a crimson wasteland. Taking in the apocalyptic landscape, Maru froze in pure bewilderment. What on earth is this hellscape? He stood upon a jagged cliff edge. Colossal dead mountains stretched into the cursed horizon. Only a ghostly wind howled through the canyons. Suddenly, his lungs burned. He clutched his throat, coughing violently. Gasping for air, his vision blurred wildly. The toxic yellow dust was dangerously thick. Suddenly, utter clarity struck him like lightning. "Wait, I am back." Looming ahead was a monstrous blood-red demon. Matted hair veiled its horrifying face. Emitting a bone-chilling screech, it snapped its neck up, revealing hollow green eyes. A chorus of demonic screeches echoed around him. Countless fiends rose from the shadows, flashing nightmarish fangs. The ground quaked violently. Maru fought to keep his balance. "The earth is splitting apart." "What kind of monstrous stampede is this?" he yelled. The entire wasteland blurred as a massive horde of bloodthirsty demons charged. Absolute terror gripped his soul. Maru whipped around, sprinting for his life. "I must escape." Scanning the demon-infested wasteland, panic set in. But where do I run? Out of nowhere, another brilliant golden portal materialized, another monolith gate. That is my ticket out. Maru channeled power into his legs and launched into the sky. He dove straight toward the glowing salvation. Razor-sharp demonic claws slashed inches from his back, but he gritted his teeth and pushed through. "I am going to live." Blinding golden energy swallowed him whole. Bursting back into the real-world battlefield, he roared. The great escape is a success. The fake Dong Inju glared coldly at him. Igniting his demonic aura, Maru torpedoed straight at the imposter, but the villain effortlessly vaulted into the sky, dodging the fatal blow and staring down with zero emotion. Maru locked eyes with the enemy, their minds racing with lethal battle tactics. Seeing Maru alive, the squad was utterly dumbfounded. "Agent Maru, you made it," Yu Li Yang-un gasped. Flashing a heroic grin, he asked, "Is everyone still breathing?" Bathed in the dramatic light of the setting sun, he made an epic declaration. "I am taking over." The CEO instantly snapped, roaring in frustration. "Cut the arrogant nonsense. You cannot even scratch him." Maru simply smirked, tilting his head toward the heavens, standing unshakable. Absolute confidence flared in his soul. "With my current stats, victory is guaranteed." The hovering imposter looked down. "Agent Maru, how did you break out of my dimension?" Suddenly, a terrifying surge of aura spiked behind the monster. Whipping around, the fiend met a colossal beam of pure energy. It was way too fast to dodge. The devastating blast hit him. "What is this?" the imposter hissed. The red fiend roared wildly. "I found it." Its eyes flared, making him clutch his arms, screaming. Glaring down, he saw the real Dong Inju's shadow trapping him. Realizing he was perfectly cornered, he triggered a massive aura burst. "I must seal the monolith gates." The massive portals in the sky began to shrink. Knowing the gates were collapsing, the monster horde scrambled. Panic-stricken Yu Li Yang-un shouted, "The entire demon army is fleeing." The director is force-closing the monolith gates. The imposter burned every ounce of mana to seal the rifts. Slowly, the terrifying red glow was swallowed by the void. Only its blood-curdling screams echoed through the dissipating shadows. The devastated battlefield was now completely littered with the grotesque remains of the shattered demon army. Sensing a drastic drop in his stats, the imposter realized the truth. A massive chunk of the great Rakshasa King's aura was stolen. Quivering with pure wrath, he snapped. Pointing a deadly finger, he roared, "You ruined everything." Exploding with dark energy, he launched a fatal strike. "Maru, watch out," the CEO screamed. "Dodge it," begged Yu Li Yang-un. But it was too late. The blade of dark aura sliced clean through his neck. Witnessing the gruesome execution, branch manager Kang cursed viciously. Time was ticking down. She ignited her aura for a final strike, but Kang grabbed her wrist tightly. "Hold on," she stated with chilling calmness. "Branch manager, look at the body." The decapitated figure was not his real physical body. Crack. The headless corpse suddenly petrified into solid stone. In a spectacular explosion, the clone shattered into a million pieces. Maru burst forth from the crumbling debris. He closed the distance in a flash, but the boss casually swung another wave of dark aura, slicing Maru's torso completely in half. Crimson blood sprayed wildly from Maru's mouth. Watching the horrific slaughter, Yu Li Yang-un's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. "No way. How is he just dying like that?" she stammered. The monster obliterated his fallen body with dark blasts. The veteran awakeners grabbed their heads in pure shock. Is Maru even human? Watching the carnage, the CEO just smirked. The battlefield was now littered with shattered stone clones. Exploding from yet another shell, the real Maru charged forward. His eyes blazed with resolve. "This is my ultimate finishing strike." The ultimate clash erupted. Infuriated by his failed attacks, the imposter lost his mind. Just die. But Maru flawlessly dodged his expression, forged from pure, unbreakable steel. Defying logic, Maru lunged and grappled, the monster viciously sinking his teeth straight into its shoulder. He refused to let go. Behind him, Kankana's jaw dropped in pure shock. He actually landed a bite, she thought wildly. Staring at Maru violently biting the fake Dong Inju, a sudden wave of chilling confusion hit her. Wait, something is completely off. Even though he activated the Gluttony skill, the aura flow felt wrong. Analyzing the bizarre scene, she noticed Maru's eyes glazing over. He slowly released his grip, leaving a curse mark. Suddenly, Han Maru plunged into an endless void. What is this place? Why am I back in the dark realm? The demon materialized behind him, whispering coldly, "You will regret this." Hearing that, Han Maru turned around. The monster smirked with arrogant mockery. "If you use gluttony on me, you will pay the ultimate price. You possess the demonic skill to devour every power in this world." Han Maru froze in absolute shock. The creature looked down, flashing a deeply sinister and twisted smile. "Did the Rakshasas send you to the human realm just to hunt me? How long will you play their fool?" Thinking of the demon-infested wasteland, he scoffed. "Do you really want to return to that giant underworld prison? A realm swallowed by endless shadows where death loops for all eternity." Han Maru clenched his fists, spinning around and roaring fiercely. "Just go back to the underworld." Before he could finish, the beast choked him. Han Maru coughed violently, his face twisting in pain. The demon leaned in close, spitting with pure rage. "Not you. I am talking to the ancient gluttony sleeping inside your very veins." It shrieked wildly. "Haven't you stolen this mortal shell yet? You are one of the legendary 8 legions." Han Maru widened his eyes in sheer horror, cold sweat drenching his face. Suddenly, the gluttony demon inside his core began to violently awaken. Its eyes glowed brightly, bearing razor-sharp fangs. The monster kept choking him, but Han Maru refused to yield. Suddenly, demonic hands burst forth, frantically screaming with unstoppable bloodlust. Suffocating, his face turned deathly pale. Gluttony was about to break free. Watching Han Maru thrash around helplessly, the enemy laughed with sick pleasure. "Stop struggling," he provoked him endlessly. "Humans who absorb power from the 8 legions will eventually lose their minds. So join forces with me to destroy the underworld." The gluttony demon within him was tearing his control apart. Trembling with chaotic energy, the fiend sneered wickedly. "Break free from your chains and obliterate that cursed prison." In that exact moment, gluttony fully began its terrifying awakening. He bellowed loudly. Use the mortal boy phantoms of every demon Han Maru had ever devoured flash rapidly before his eyes, snapping their hideous and bloodthirsty jaws. Half of Han Maru's face corrupted into a demonic state. Grotesque mouths sprouted across his flesh, rolling out terrifyingly long tongues. "No," he agonized, tears streaming down as he screamed in absolute despair. Han Maru gripped his wrist tightly, screaming, "Never." He leaped up, aiming to lock his legs around its neck. "Stop laughing. That will never happen." He mercilessly kicked the monster right in the face. Han Maru snapped back to reality, yelling fiercely, "Do not ever underestimate humans," he declared with iron will. "I will stop him from taking my body." Pushing through the pain, he forced his way closer. "I will devour you and eradicate him forever." He opened his mouth wide, lunging at the creature's furious teeth-grinding face under the fading crimson sunset. Han Maru viciously ripped a chunk of flesh from its shoulder. Crimson blood erupted like a geyser. He swallowed the demonic meat whole as blood heavily stained his chin. Looking up at the sky, the fiend whispered, "Foolish, I won't." But before he could finish, a fountain of blood sprayed into the air. The deed done, Han Maru lost his balance and collapsed backward. Seeing both combatants hit the ground hard, the squad rushed over in total panic. Connor frantically caught his body, crying out with deep concern, "Han Maru." The hero was utterly exhausted, his eyes tightly shut. Across the battlefield, the demon's corpse constantly emitted pitch-black smoke. Sean silently observed the harsh aftermath. He stared at Donald's withered, bone-thin body sprawling on the cold dirt, completely stripped of clothing. Without a single word, he removed his jacket and gently covered the man's frail form. Everyone stood by quietly witnessing Sean's respectful gesture. The bald elder scanned the ruined area and asked, "Is it finally over?" The mullet elder nodded deeply. "Yeah, Han Maru took care of everything." Gazing at Donald, lying motionless beneath the borrowed coat, Irene stood in a daze. She anxiously thought to herself, how will the Special Operations Bureau survive after a devastating tragedy like this? With that heavy thought, she watched her battered comrades help each other up. Hours later, the dark night swallowed the city as apartment lights flickered on. Inside a messy living room, the surviving crew gathered around a glass table. Someone finally broke the silence. Director Donald was part of the 8 Legions Go. Daekman looked completely stunned in absolute disbelief. "That is impossible," he continued. "I knew something felt off, but I never expected him to be a demon." Suddenly, the bald elder casually remarked, "This room is quite nice, but it smells incredibly weird." Breaking the tension, Irene locked eyes with Go Deokman and seriously called out Captain Go Deokman. He stayed silent, avoiding her gaze. She continued, explaining the grim situation. "We should have called an emergency meeting with the regional chiefs. But honestly, I thought it was best to discuss this with Senior Go Deokman first. What do you think we should do?" He looked flustered but tried hard to remain calm. "If we report this truth, it will spark massive outrage and panic. The government definitely will not just sit back and watch." Irene lowered her head, adding grimly, "The entire organization could be shaken beyond recovery." Go Deokman simply crossed his arms, feeling completely and utterly helpless. "Until we figure out a real solution, we must keep this a strict secret. Causing panic right now is completely useless. Word absolutely cannot leak outside these walls." Nearby, the bald elder turned to the mullet elder, loudly complaining, "Hey, you really should clean this messy room." The man replied without a care, "It is totally useless. That is just the natural scent of a single man." Afterward, Irene was the very first to leave, slipping into her red heels. She turned back to remind them, "For now, just rest up here for the night." Everyone slowly followed suit. The bald elder fumed with obvious annoyance. "Let us go home." The mullet elder grumbled angrily, "I never want to come back here again." Go Deokman called out firmly Irene. She instantly paused. He remained silent for a moment before saying, "You worked really hard today." Flashing a confident expression, he added, "From now on, stop calling me senior." Go Deokman teased her. Is it because Vice Director Irene suddenly aged so fast? What a terribly annoying personality he has. Outside in the dark sky, a bright full moon hung high alongside sparkling stars shining down on the apartment. Sean crashed on the sofa while Han Maru spread a blanket out on the floor. Staring blankly at the ceiling, Han Maru glanced over and asked, "Why didn't you go home? Why sleep here?" Sean lay perfectly still in a gloomy mood. "I have zero energy to walk home." Sean waved him off grumpily. "Go sleep in your room. I cannot sleep with another guy next to me." Hearing this, Han Maru angrily fired back. "My room is basically a storage closet. I always sleep in the living room anyway. I don't want to sleep near a guy either." Suddenly, he sat bolt upright. "Hey, are you asleep yet?" Sean was too annoyed to keep talking. "Just shut up." Han Maru hesitated for a second. "The truth is, I actually met your father." Hearing those exact words, Sean's eyes widened in massive shock, instantly shooting up in panic. "What did you say?" Han Maru looked down and revealed the whole hidden truth. After the dimensional demon swallowed him, he was trapped inside that eternal darkness. "I desperately tried to pull him out, but I simply couldn't." Pausing there, Han Maru gripped his blanket tightly. Looking over with heavy guilt, "I am so sorry, Sean. I am truly sorry." Sean was completely paralyzed, unable to believe the devastating words he just heard. He stayed silent, biting his lip for a very long time. Then he collapsed back onto the sofa, coldly turning his back. "Stop talking." Han Maru pushed on gently. "Your dad said he misses you and your mother deeply." Remembering Donald trapped in the crushing abyss and his soulless expression, Han Maru tried to comfort him. "Because of that, please don't hate your father anymore." Hearing this, Sean remained dead silent, his mind sinking deeply into an ocean of conflicting thoughts. Shortly after, Han Maru lay back down on his blanket. Staring up at the dark ceiling, he wondered, what are we supposed to do now? But the dimensional demon's final warning continued to mercilessly haunt his echoing thoughts. "Very soon, the 8 legions sent by the underworld will hunt you down. Now you have to fight those nightmares without my power. You fragile humans have reached your absolute end." He flashed one last, mocking sneer. Han Maru suddenly jolted awake, his face drenched in a cold sweat. Can humanity truly defeat the 8 legions, ancient beings 1,000 times stronger than regular demons? The villain's taunting words echoed like a dark curse. "Come to me, inheritor of my supreme power. Face them." The demon gazed at the ancient armored warrior. The time to descend had finally arrived. That legendary figure was none other than Suan, his expression cloaked in heavy shadows. Beneath the bright morning sun, absolute chaos erupted. Inside the headquarters meeting room, Go Deokman screamed in pure frustration. Director Dong Inju is completely dead. How on earth could this happen? Sitting at the head table, Young Yoon calmly spoke. Just as I previously explained, the 8 legions wield power far surpassing any ordinary demons. Hearing this absolute nightmare, her eyes widened in pure, terrified disbelief. Yu Young-un coldly declared, "He is the exact monster who murdered Director Dong Inju." As those heavy words dropped, the tension inside the emergency branch directors meeting of the National Special Task Force fell into dead silence. Hearing this, Bae Mi-shik burst into tears, completely heartbroken. Oh heavens, our incredibly poor director Dong In-ju. Suddenly, a sharp voice shattered the heavy grief. Branch Director Bae Mi-shik, this is no time for endless mourning. We must immediately elect a new commander. To violently combat the 8 legions, Branch Director Kang Woo-hyang slammed the table, springing up. Branch Director Seo Jang-pil furrowed his brows in sheer annoyance. Forget a new director, we must figure out how to report this mess to the government. Hearing this cowardice, Kang Woo-hyang roared furiously. What does the government even know? The 8 legions have already descended upon us. Seo Jang-pil fired back. Did you forget who funds our survival? Do you want our entire squad to face disbandment? The two factions clashed fiercely, neither side backing down. Amidst the blazing argument, someone roared out, "Shut your mouths." But the chaos only escalated further. Watching this madness, Lee Young-yoon sank into deep, heavy thoughts. Without Director Dong In-ju leading the room, this guild is completely uncontrollable. She grabbed her head in absolute frustration. If they ever uncovered Director Dong In-ju's darkest secret, all hell would truly break loose. And Maru's truth too. Suddenly, a voice shattered her thoughts. "Hey sister." Yu Young-yoon violently flinched. Staring at the overwhelmingly gloomy Bae Mi-shik, she snapped firmly. "Do not call me sister, address me as Branch Director Yu." Without warning, Bae Mi-shik fiercely slammed her fists down, demanding intensely, "Which member of the 8 legions slaughtered our director?" Meanwhile, back at Maru's chaotic office, he fiercely hammered his keyboard, sweating bullets as he cursed. "Damn it all." Ji-woo aggressively waved a document in the air. "Listen up, team. Finish your reports immediately unless you desire brutal overtime." Maru typed furiously, thinking deeply. The 8 legions are approaching, yet here I am fighting a life-or-death battle against endless paperwork. Reading the room's misery, Ji-woo fumed with rage. "You still must finish those damn reports?" Maru sighed internally. Is this the legendary civil servant life? He dragged his mouse across the screen and clicked submit with a sigh. Mission finally accomplished. He collapsed into his chair, utterly drained. Wow, that was actually faster than hunting demons. Go D-Uk man. Finished his tasks and stretched his stiff muscles. Great work, surviving today, everyone. Let us head home. He loosened his tight tie. Time swiftly passed by. The heavy veil of night swallowed the brightly lit apartment complex. Seo Woo and Yu Young-un dragged their suitcases inside in absolute silence. Go D-Uk man laughed cheerfully. To prepare for the 8 legions invasion, these 2 elite hunters will be living with us. And perfectly, the attic space is totally empty. Hearing this, Maru's eyes practically sparkled with pure joy. Can I claim the attic then? Go D-Uk man lifted his shirt to scratch his back, casually interrogating him. What do you hate sharing a room with me? Staring at the catastrophic mountain of dirty laundry, Maru scoffed internally. You already know the answer. Maru clapped his hands, walking right past him. Then Seo Woo, you can share a room with the branch director. Seo Woo's face instantly darkened. He gripped Maru's shoulder with freezing intent. Are you insane? Go survive in that literal pigsty. That freezing aura left Maru completely paralyzed. Meanwhile, those harsh words shattered Go D-Uk man's pride. A pigsty. The 3 warriors immediately initiated a high-stakes rock-paper-scissors battle. Yu Young-un's jaw dropped in shock. Wait, I have to play too. Maru's fighting spirit blazed. He clenched his fist with resolve. Anyone backing out loses. Seo Woo shifted into a deadly combat stance. Auras exploded as they scowled, fully committing to the battle, rock, paper, scissors. In a flash, Seo Woo and Maru threw rock while Yu desperately played scissors. Defeated, Seo Woo collapsed in pure agony. Maru roared in absolute triumph. Stripped of pride, Seo Woo silently turned and dragged his suitcase away. Much later, up in the quiet attic, the 2 warriors dragged their luggage inside. An awkward tension settled over Maru. Honestly, surviving in the same room as this brat is brutal. He narrowed his eyes sharply, analyzing every micro-expression on Seo Woo's face. Watching him drop his heavy suitcase, Maru felt a pang of sympathy. Ever since Director Dong In-ju's tragedy, a dark cloud of sorrow surrounded him. Reaching out a comforting hand, he called out, "Hey." But before he could finish, the doorbell abruptly shattered the quiet tension. Utterly confused, Maru abandoned his luggage and cautiously opened the front door. Who is it? Suddenly, the squad stormed in carrying massive bags, screaming joyfully, "Surprise housewarming party." Maru's face instantly darkened as he forced a polite tone. "Guys, a massive housewarming party is seriously overkill right now. Staring at his clueless expression, Jiwoo glared seriously. Have you no heart? Han Maru Maru is clearly drowning in sorrow. So it is our absolute duty to lift his broken spirits. Watching his comrades laugh warmly, a gentle realization hit Maru. Ah, I see. The members of the GA squad are truly wonderful comrades. Suddenly, a beer glass went flying. Jiwoo panicked. My hands slipped. Before Maru could react, the liquid crashed onto the hardwood floor. He sighed softly. I will clean this up. Hearing the commotion, Godag Man poked his head out from the kitchen. Han Maru, how dare you spill and waste precious alcohol? Ignoring the chaos, he shoved a spoonful of stew towards Seowoo's face. Here, Han Maru, taste this masterpiece. Seowoo instantly rejected it, furiously scrubbing the sticky mess on the floor. No thanks, let me clean this up first. Watching him do chores, Bake suddenly emerged from the bathroom. His face flushed crimson with pure embarrassment. Why is the water not flowing? The toilet is completely clogged. Without hesitation, Seowoo equipped rubber gloves and charged into battle. He cursed furiously through gritted teeth. Damn this world. Watching him violently plunge the toilet, Jiwoo chuckled softly. It seems our gloomy Seowoo is finally overflowing with vibrant energy. Maru stared in disbelief. Energy suddenly sensing a missing presence. He silently questioned the void. Wait, where did Han Maru Kang Chana disappear to outside under the haunting moonlight? Kang Chana stood silently against the rooftop railing, letting the freezing winds whip her hair around. Maru stepped onto the cold roof. Han Maru Kang, what are you doing out here? She glanced back with a hollow expression. I just wanted to feel the breeze. Sensing her heavy soul, Maru carefully probed her defenses. Is something heavy weighing down your mind? He pushed further. Lately, your aura feels consumed by darkness. Kang Chana hesitated, her voice trembling. Well, now that I finally slaughtered that spatial demon, the absolute monster who massacred my family, I thought I would feel peace, but instead I feel completely lost. She sighed in despair. I achieved my revenge, but my precious family is never returning. Suddenly, she swallowed her sorrow and offered a heartbreakingly tender smile. Leaning back against the freezing metal railing, she tried comforting him instead. Please do not worry, my heart is just wandering through a momentary storm. Her gaze instantly sharpened into ice. Are you surviving this, Maru? Maru let out an awkward chuckle. Honestly, I have been fighting desperately to block it out. He confessed with utter helplessness. Those cursed souls who inherit the demonic powers of the 8 legions are ultimately doomed to have their minds devoured. Suddenly, Seowoo stepped out, shattering the melancholic vibe. Do not let that terrifying thought consume you. He casually offered brutal reassurance. I will punch you so unimaginably hard that the demons will never claim your mind. Hearing this insane logic, Maru scowled in pure annoyance. Say what? Seowoo smoothly joined the conversation. Actually, there is one massive threat we truly need to worry about, he asked coldly. The headquarters basement, Yvonne explained. Director Donald is not here. It is the monster concealed by the spatial demon. Even the branch managers remain completely clueless. Go Dio, Command asked in utter shock. Why go to such lengths to hide it? Who exactly is this guy? She looked up with chilling calm. Even I do not know. The spatial demon kept it secret. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed, but seeing it bound by those heavy chains, Yvonne touched the cold glass, recalling the exact moment they snatched the fiend from the underworld. It made a vow. Humanity will face total annihilation. Those chilling words snapped the 3 envoys back to reality. Go-Diok Man peeked his head out. What are you doing out there? He urged them excitedly. Stop standing around, get inside. The trio finally headed back. Mark thought to himself, he is right. I need to stop worrying. Throwing his doubts away, he joined the party. Soon dazzling neon lights blanketed the city. Julia kept pouring drinks for the squad, whispering, letting loose once in a while is not a bad idea. By now, Mark was completely wasted. Even with liquor splashing his face, he laughed loudly. Nothing bad is going to happen tonight. Meanwhile, a blinding golden aura erupted. A massive armored foot slammed down with earth-shattering force. Silas stood at the very top, fully clad in battle armor, his cape thrashing in the wind. His cold, dead eyes locked onto the prey below. He pulled down his heavy visor. The time for absolute slaughter had arrived. Suddenly, a devastating explosion ripped right through the headquarters roof. Massive concrete slabs and thick dust exploded outward. A gigantic crater tore open, revealing the pitch-black night sky above. A young staff member was utterly paralyzed by the terrifying scene. Important files slipped from his trembling hands. His legs completely gave out. Cold sweat drenched his pale face as he stared in pure horror at the colossal silhouette looming before him. The absolute unit blocked out all the light. What in the world is that? After an agonizing moment of stuttering, the terrified boy finally managed to force the words out. His eyes practically lost their soul. Towering at over 10 feet tall, a monstrous humanoid figure stood before him. Covered in impenetrable armor, its eyes radiated an overwhelming murderous aura. The demonic beast ignored the screaming mortals around it. It marched relentlessly forward, driven by a singular terrifying objective. With every earthquaking step, a suffocating wave of golden smoke rolled out. The terrified crowd pressed hard against the walls, too scared to even breathe. How did a monster bypass security? Such catastrophic destruction instantly triggered the surveillance room. The entire computer network flashed blood red. Deafening emergency sirens echoed everywhere. Alert! A demon has breached the main headquarters. All awakened personnel report to floor 51 immediately. An operator slammed his fists on the desk, watching the chaos multiply on the security feeds. Another staff member squeezed his eyes shut in pure panic. Where on earth is Director Yvonne right now? Meanwhile, over at the National Intelligence Agency, the midnight sky was pitch black, illuminated only by a solitary glowing moon. The national flag flapped aggressively in the freezing wind outside the glaringly bright building. Inside the conference room, the tension was suffocating. Yvonne sat directly across from three high-ranking political figures. The man in the center, the Secretary of Defense, radiated an imposing veteran aura. But as he spoke, his heavy voice could not hide a deep underlying anxiety. Director Donald has been killed in action. The 8 legions are responsible. How do we counter this? Yvonne replied with ice-cold logic. Judging by the destructive capabilities of the 8 legions, our entire combat paradigm will have to change. Her expression remained completely unreadable as she cut straight to the brutal truth. The potential for massive civilian casualties is incredibly high. Therefore, we need an immediate national countermeasure. The Secretary of Defense furrowed his brows instantly, shooting down her proposal. No, we do not need to change our protocols. We sweep it under the rug, just like always. The Army Chief of Staff agreed with a soulless stare. Maintaining absolute secrecy is our top priority. We are not at war. Yvonne saw right through their cowardly hesitation and instantly pivoted. What about the global situation? The United States is not the only country dealing with these monster outbreaks, right? The Director of Intelligence shot her a deadly, threatening glare. Director Yvonne, that is above your pay grade. She was being blatantly disrespected by all 3 of them. Yvonne clenched her jaw in pure fury, her face darkening as she cursed internally. Damn it. Are they really keeping their own field agents completely in the dark? Just then, her smartphone buzzed violently with an urgent emergency alert. She stood up sharply. Excuse me, I must take this. Out in the desolate hallway, her normally composed voice cracked with absolute shock. You've got to be kidding me. Hearing the catastrophic report, Yvonne squeezed her phone until her knuckles turned white. The 8 legions have breached our main headquarters, the panicked voice reported. We are currently falling back to the emergency stairwell on floor 49. A capital defense team is gearing up to engage the 8 legions threat right now. Back at the breach headquarters, 4 elite awakened stepped up to the front lines. Staring down the colossal demon beast, their eyes showed zero hesitation or fear. Suffocating yellowish-brown mist swirled all around them. One of the Han Marus smirked casually. So that big guy is from the 8 legions. The demon glared back, its glowing amber eyes narrowing. Unable to read its mind, the squad quickly analyzed the threat. Its eyes are mutated. The pink-haired sniper observed cautiously. This golden sand aura is too thick. We do not know its awakening ability yet, but the blue-haired speedster refused to wait. A cocky grin spread across his face as his eyes flared. White-hot electricity spiraled wildly around his arms, radiating pure, destructive energy. He laughed arrogantly. All I have to do is slice off its ugly head. Activating his Gale Force skill, he vanished into a blur. In an absolute flash, the demon's massive head was severed. Gripping his crackling blue aura blade, the speedster slid to a halt. The giant severed head crashed violently onto the concrete. The pink-haired girl gasped in sheer disbelief. Was it really that easy? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. The sniper stared in pure horror at the gruesome scene. A massive pool of blood expanded on the floor as the speedster collapsed violently, coughing up blood. Agonizing tears streamed down his face. The decapitated demon head was brutally siphoning the flesh and blood from his body. Unable to fight back, his face contorted in unimaginable torment. The remaining 3 teammates froze in utter dread, watching the nightmare fuel regeneration process. How is this possible? In mere seconds, their cocky comrade was reduced to a lifeless skeleton. Meanwhile, the 8 legions demon stood perfectly intact. Its massive bare chest now displayed a glowing cursed red sigil. Realizing the catastrophic danger, the sniper desperately drew her flaming bow. She screamed frantically, "We have to stop this monster at all costs." A blazing fire arrow pierced its flesh, engulfing the demon in raging flames, but the beast did not even flinch. Its massive body suddenly liquefied into a grotesque river of flowing blood. The immortal legend of the 8 legions was terrifyingly real. Emerging even stronger, its colossal arms were drenched in human blood. A sickening, malicious glint flashed in its eyes as it growled karmic retribution. The surviving teammates trembled violently, paralyzed by fear. The blonde mage gritted his teeth. "We cannot just kill it. This monster can speak. Having just casually claimed 2 human lives, the monstrous demon demanded, "Where is it? Where is the legionnaire hidden by the spatial demon?" Its piercing gaze radiated pure slaughter. Suddenly, heavy magical chains snapped tight. Blinding currents of mana surged from their hands. Pushing past their terror, the green-haired girl and blonde mage locked their determined eyes. They unleashed their ultimate chain-binding matrix, pushing their power levels. "I do not care what nonsense it is spouting. We hold the line right here. Strike together." The duo launched a devastating synchronized assault. But against all logic, the demon's massive body began pulsating with an eerie light. His eyes narrowed. A freezing bloodlust filled the air. Since words failed, the crimson sword crest on the Eight Realms demon physically materialized into a deadly glowing blade. He leveled the weapon, a crimson slash of light shattered the blue lightning. The pink-haired woman froze in absolute terror. "Ah," the Eight Realms demon narrowed his gaze, whispering with supernatural coldness, "Then perish." The blade instantly pierced through the 2 chain wielders. Time seemed to completely freeze. They stared down in utter total disbelief. The sword's terrifying aura completely obliterated the building. The massive shockwave split the very sky. Startled pedestrians panicked on the streets. What just exploded down there? Is it the foundation? A terrified crowd quickly gathered. The entire structure is collapsing. That overwhelming destructive energy caused the upper floors to critically fracture. "Everyone run for your lives. I will use my demonic energy to hold it." A restoration skill fully activated. The pink-haired woman desperately tried sealing the massive cracks, but her stamina was rapidly failing. Sweat poured down her trembling face. "Director Yangjin, please hurry up and get here." Speeding recklessly down the highway, Director Yangjin urgently checked the battlefield's live status. "What is the current combat situation?" The radio cracked. "It is catastrophic. The Eight Realms demon possesses an immortality skill. The headquarters defensive line was completely gridlocked. Blood flowed like a river. He is descending into the lowest levels, searching for the imprisoned demon." The 2 surviving staff members trembled in absolute sheer dread. They helplessly watched the monster march toward his goal. Yangin's eyes widened in realization. "He is targeting the basement entity." Checking her dashboard, she cursed. 20 agonizing minutes away. Scrolling with trembling fingers, she desperately called her senior Go-Deok man stationed elsewhere. Go-Deok man listened to the horrific report in dead silence. "I understand," he replied with heavy solemnity. Catching his grim tone, Yangon immediately panicked. "Captain, what is wrong? Did something happen?" Go-Deok man's face twisted with extreme complicated anxiety. Carrying an impossibly heavy burden, he forced the words out. "The demon attacked Seoul headquarters." Maru scowled in absolute shock. "He broke through that fast." Go-Deok man locked eyes with him. "Maru, teleport us to Seoul instantly." "Can you still use your spatial skill?" Maru leaped to his feet. "I will push my limits." He inhaled deeply, his eyes glowing with piercing amber. A mesmerizing golden and purple aura erupted around him. Spatial magic activated. A violet blood mist materialized in the void. Instantly, it shattered into countless radiant starlights. A brilliant, sprawling cosmic galaxy projected right before Maru's eyes. The sheer dimensional scale left him completely, utterly breathless. Cold sweat drenched his back. Are these all possible teleportation nodes? It is too complex. Suddenly, Maru coughed up a violent spray of blood. The team gasped. Crimson poured relentlessly from his nose. "Maru, we're out of time. Adapt to your awakening," Go-Deok man roared. Ignoring the extreme hemorrhage, Maru extended his shaking hands. "Here goes nothing." The very second as will focus, the room's dimensional fabric warped violently. Sensing the fatal distortion, Yangon screamed in pure panic. "Wait, stop the cast." Before her warning finished, reality completely shifted. A random teenage boy froze, staring at the elite strike team who just materialized inside his private bedroom. The situation devolved into total chaos. "Cast it again, hurry," Yangjin shrieked. Go-Deok man desperately covered his face with a random shirt, offering the confused kid an incredibly awkward apologetic grin. "Sorry, so sorry." Panic consuming him, blood pouring from his face, Maru forced another warp. This jump was catastrophically worse. They instantly crashed directly onto a furious gang's drinking table. The baffled mob boss exploded in absolute fury. "What the hell? Where did you punks just spawn from?" The team frantically screamed at Maru. "What the heck is your aim? Taking a cab would be faster. We could literally walk there." The gangsters relentlessly cursed them. "You want to die, trash?" Face entirely drenched in crimson blood, Maru bitterly smiled. "Damn it. How do I even control this spatial system?" Elsewhere, the white-haired girl gasped in horror. "Impossible. The soul candle remains, but the flame is entirely gone." The pink-haired woman pressed down her trembling hands. She broadcasted the grim reality. "Excluding us, 3 non-combatants, only 2 awakened users remain alive near staircase 8 on floor 25. That is our entire surviving force." On that floor, the 2 agents stood paralyzed before the Eight Realms demon. His freezing voice dripped with arrogant disdain. How incredibly pathetic, fighting mere mortal humans. The agents gritted their teeth in fierce defiance. A murder of dark demonic crows swirled around one agent. The alpha bird locked onto its prey, crimson eyes blazing with lethal intent. The agent thrust his hand forward. Strike. The beast shot toward the demon like a lethal bullet, but the monster casually ducked effortlessly, dodging the strike as the agent lunged forward. Gripping his blade for a devastating clash, he fiercely summoned his Iron Fist Awakening. His fingers transformed into indestructible steel. An epic collision seemed completely inevitable until disaster struck. The Iron Fist aura abruptly, inexplicably vanished. The agent completely froze in absolute terrified shock. Above his head, his spiritual life candles slowly flickered and permanently died out. The vital flames turned into cold ash. "This makes absolutely no sense," the white-haired girl cried out. "The candle remains, but his life fire is gone." The pink-haired woman updated the despairing terminal. "Only 3 of us remain in the entire base." Suddenly, a massive drop of dark blood splashed down. The girl gasped in pure horror as Maru violently collapsed, hemorrhaging heavily from his face. Frantically wiping the blood, she cried out with tearing eyes, "Are you okay? Please stop if your core is breaking." Maru checked his failing internal system status. Despite the agony, he offered a reassuring smile. "No, I can do this." Forcing himself off the ground, his dilated pupils scanned the warping dimensional fragments. "I finally grasped the system's flow." The spatial mysteries finally clicked inside his mind. He just needed one more crucial second. Summoning a radiant violet crystal, he flawlessly warped them back to headquarters. Yet the catastrophic reality remained. Only 3 survivors left. Maru braced for a desperate leap. Suddenly, a freezing voice forced them to look up. The 8 Realms demon slowly descended the stairs. "Answer me, and you live. Where are the imprisoned demons?" "Senior, keep restoring the foundation," Maru whispered physically, shielding the 2 girls. The demon raised a terrifyingly sharp spear and hurled it with apocalyptic force. Godeok Man desperately braced himself against the overwhelming impact. The spear vanished into thin air. The demon smirked in mild amusement. "Oh, quite impressive." Reaching slowly behind his back, his eyes glinted. "Then try blocking this." He drew a massive dark bow. Godeok Man's eyes bulged with absolute terror. Sweating profusely, he gritted his teeth for the ultimate defense. The demon snapped his fingers, instantly igniting the deadly arrowheads with hellfire. Flaming arrows, Godeok Man thought in pure panic. A blazing projectile struck the blonde girl directly in the chest. She gasped in absolute suffocating terror, even without feeling physical burns. Sinister smoke poured from her invisible life candle. Godeok Man spun around, screaming, "No, you cannot." Outside, the horrified spectators watched with trembling, dilated pupils. This is the only desperate choice left. Pressing a glowing diamond crystal to her forehead, she whispered, "I offer my life force to you." Her soul candle flared violently. Her eyes widened in unimaginable, agonizing pain. "Gah, what is this?" She collapsed, clutching her stomach. She stared in sheer absolute horror. Her companion had completely vanished, leaving only empty clothes. A soul-crushing realization hit her. "Could it be Godeok?" Man frantically roared. "Activate your awakening skill now." "The entire structure is falling," he screamed. The blonde girl slammed her hands onto the crumbling floor. "Damn it all," she cursed bitterly as devastating tears streamed down her face. She cursed under her breath. Bappo calmly drew his bow. Godeok Man froze as the arrows closed in a terrifying speed. He stepped back in dread. Flaming arrows again, he raised his shield, but it wasn't enough. Godeok Man closed his eyes. "Is this the end?" Suddenly, a voice echoed. "You are safe now." Godeok Man's eyes widened. Maru stood tall before them, deflecting Bappo's deadly barrage and altering their path. Bappo watched in absolute disbelief. A spatial demon art, a twisted smirk crossed his face. "You hold the gluttony skill, my demonic brother." Maru scowled with blazing hatred. "What nonsense is this? I am an only child," he declared fiercely. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged from the spatial rift. Maru materialized spatial energy into his spectral hand, gripping his enemy's wrist. Godeok Man desperately screamed. "Maru, stop right now. The system data says he is immortal. He cannot be killed. Severing his flesh will only..." Maru gasped in pure shock as his own arm vanished into thin air. An agonizing scream ripped from his throat as he collapsed. "He drains human blood to heal," Godeok Man warned. "You should have told me sooner," Maru cried out. Never dismember his physical body, Maru gritted his teeth through the pain. "Then how do we defeat him?" Bappo simply stared back with chilling arrogance. The immortal fiend stood perfectly still. His glowing crimson eyes locked onto Maru's squad with murderous intent. A heavy demonic voice shattered the suffocating silence. "Gluttony demon, where's our other brother?" Maru froze, utterly bewildered by the villain's agenda. His heart hammered against his ribs. Another brother? Does he mean his demonic subordinates? The monster took a menacing step forward. A wicked, bloodthirsty grin twisted his lips as he pressed for answers. "I must drag you both before the great Rakshasa king." Maru stood his ground, his gaze turning ice cold. "Who said I would ever follow you?" The immortal demon's aura darkened. His deep voice rumbled like an approaching storm. Then I will have to drag your corpse. Suddenly, he ripped weapons straight from his flesh. Two silver katanas materialized. Their razor-sharp edges gleamed deadly in the shadows, moving with godlike, terrifying speed. He rushed Maru like a lethal hurricane. The air shrieked under his blades. But inches from Maru's throat, the steel violently shattered into blinding shards of light. Seoul stood fiercely in the corner, snapping his own thumb. His piercing eyes blazed with desperate resolve to save his comrade. He clenched his bloody fist tight. Cold sweat drenched Seowoo's palms. I must execute him without decapitation, he strategized frantically. This monster's awakening power defies all logic. For lesser demons, destroying the brain halts their grotesque regeneration, but not him. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Kang Chana's hair whipped furiously as her system awakened. She launched herself like a human missile, packing explosive kinetic force into every single strike. Yet the demon parried everything with lightning-fast reflexes. A mocking sneer formed on his face. Out of nowhere, a deafening monstrous roar shook the arena. A colossal beast materialized behind the immortal fiend. It towered like a living mountain, its blood-red eyes radiating pure, unadulterated slaughter. It smashed the ground, triggering massive shockwaves and blinding dust. But the immortal demon gracefully dodged, moving through the debris like a phantom. A trembling yet resolute voice echoed. Everyone prepare for battle. Maru's entire guild tightened their grips, their eyes burning with undeniable fighting spirit, ready to clash at any moment. A black-haired agent cowered in the back, shivering as he whispered, just who on earth are these awakened hunters? What level is their power? Go Deok Man turned around with an unshakable, commanding presence. Are you civilians unharmed? He asked in a steady, calming tone. A pink-haired girl gasped, drenched in sweat. Which guild are you from? Go Deok Man replied with absolute authority. The Gangwa squad deployed directly by the European Union minister. I will evacuate you safely, but securing this zone is priority. Suddenly, Ji-won screamed in absolute terror. No, stop! Right before her eyes, the immortal fiend swung his blade at her, summoned giant spider. Her beloved familiar, clad in dark, glossy armor. The beast shrieked in agony. Tears flooded Ji-won's eyes as her heart shattered. Mina, she screamed, charging recklessly forward. Seeing her suicidal dash, Go Deok Man panicked. He yelled helplessly from behind. Agent Yoon fall back, but the immortal demon showed zero mercy, slashing his deadly blade straight toward Ji-won. The cold steel tore through the very air. Seowoo roared in warning. Dodge! He instantly snapped another finger, forcing the demon's own digit to brutally shatter. Black blood erupted from the wound. Realizing the minimal damage, Seowoo gritted his teeth in blazing fury. He mercilessly snapped his entire arm to multiply the curse. Finally, the demon's sword-wielding arm mangled and twisted. The blade clattered uselessly against the cold stone floor. He muttered with sheer, chilling annoyance. You insignificant pests are so annoying. Without hesitation, he pulled a razor-sharp spear from his own flesh, hurling it at Seowoo with horrifying velocity. Chana dashed in with superhuman speed to block. Luckily, the spear only grazed her skin, but explosive pain sent violent tremors down her right arm. She clutched her bleeding limb in shock. I barely deflected one strike. How can the system damage be this catastrophic? Seeing the demon advance on Chana, Seowoo screamed loudly. Agent Kang, watch out, but it was a split second too late. The monster closed the gap, weapon raised for a fatal execution. Suddenly, Maru blitzed forward like a phantom, unleashing his awakening skill to devour the demon's power. But the fiend instantly detected him. He spun around, choking Maru with an iron grip while his right hand leveled the deadly blade at Chanae. He spoke with absolute icy calm. Gluttony demon. Why do you fight for these weak humans? I just need to carve out your humanity right. Maru convulsed in sheer agony, gasping desperately for air. Suddenly, the immortal fiend shifted his gaze downward. A creeping pool of pitch-black blood expanded beneath his boots. Reeking of pure death and decay, Go Deok Man had unleashed his ultimate system ability. He held his own gouged-out eyes in his palms while dark blood cascaded from his sockets. The entire arena morphed into an abyss of black blood. The immortal demon scoffed with pure disdain. Another annoying trick. In a flash, he was swallowed into Go Deok Man's spatial dimension. My senses are vanishing. Where is this domain? The monster coldly demanded. Lurking in the shadows, Go Deok Man strategized. Slitting his throat won't work. I need a flawless execution. First, we need to secure the civilians. Inside Captain Go's spatial domain, everyone's minds hummed with energy before the scenery instantly warped. The squad was teleported just outside the facility. Il-hyuk snapped upright on the freezing concrete, eyes wide with shock. What the hell is this? Why are we back outside headquarters? Do-won wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This must be Captain Go's awakening ability, warping us out of the danger zone. Down at the base, sirens wailed. Police cruisers, ambulances, and fire trucks swarmed the perimeter, their flashing lights illuminating the chaotic night. Ji-hoon pushed himself up, voice steady with command. Lock down the perimeter first and evacuate all civilians near the building. G-Back immediately agreed. Team Seoul is securing the base. Team Gangwon move out. Il-hyuk stared back at the looming headquarters, his eyes filled with dread. Will they survive in there? Back inside, Maru lay unconscious on the freezing basement floor, barely breathing. Captain Go slapped his cheek repeatedly to wake him. Wake up right now, Han Maru. After a few harsh slaps, Maru's heavy eyelids finally fluttered open. He muttered through the haze. Where are we? We are in the underground bunker, Captain Go replied calmly. Maru clutched his spinning head. Why did we retreat down here? The captain explained. This is the only place to minimize structural damage. Seoul stepped forward, her voice trembling with anxiety. The battlefield is set, but how do we kill an immortal demon? Beheading him will not work. Maru's eyes flared with sudden realization. What if I use the spatial demon's skill? I can erase his entire existence along with this dimension. Chan-Ah panicked. Erasing space is way too reckless. You could wipe out the entire surrounding city. Captain Go narrowed his eyes, a brilliant strategy sparking in his mind. He locked eyes with Maru, speaking deliberately. Maru, from this moment on. Boom. The basement violently quaked. A massive figure crashed through the ceiling, shattering the concrete floor. Thick, suffocating dust swallowed the entire room. The immortal demon had arrived. He had tracked them down, his blood-red eyes glowing with pure malice. Chan-Ah and Seoul gritted their teeth in terror. He finally found us. The immortal monster stepped forward, each heavy footfall echoing like a death knell. His voice dripped with icy venom. Is my prey all gathered here? He glared at Maru, who was kneeling in a pool of sweat, desperately charging his spatial demonic aura. Still trying to block my path, he growled. Pulling two cursed katanas straight out of his own flesh, the blades gleamed with murderous intent. Humans truly never know when to quit. Did you really think 4 insects could defeat me? Despite the overwhelming pressure, Team Gangwon stood their ground. Maru smirked fiercely. Damn right. We have you completely outnumbered. Unleashing his core energy, he slammed his palms into the ground. Mass spatial teleportation. The structure violently convulsed, tearing the floorboards apart. Myung-sik recognized that overwhelming aura. This is Director Inju's ultimate skill. The ground beneath Maru roared with power. In a flash of light, Myung-sik's entire squad materialized in the bunker. Jae, her hair blown wildly by the shockwave, screamed, "What the hell is going on?" Maru's eyes burned with an unyielding, blazing resolve. He had successfully warp-summoned every single hunter in the headquarters straight into the basement. Ready to face the immortal demon, glancing at the newly formed army, the monster flashed a bone-chilling wicked grin. I was getting incredibly bored. But this just got a lot more entertaining. Myung-sik locked his piercing gaze on the immortal threat, his voice slicing through the suffocating tension. Is that one of the 8 demonic legions? Jae stood trembling, staring at Maru in sheer disbelief. Did that rookie really teleport all of us here? How does he possess Director Inju's divine authority? Captain Go stood there, an absolute mountain of calm amidst the chaos. His sharp gaze shifted. Branch Manager Myung-sik. Sweating under the pressure, Myung-sik forced a stiff smile. Damn, Captain Go. It has been a long time. Captain Go stepped closer, completely ignoring the pleasantries. Save the greetings for later. Extract my memories right now. Without a single second of hesitation, Myung-sik pressed 2 fingers against Captain Go's forehead. His eyes flared with a brilliant golden aura as he forcefully downloaded the captain's mental blueprints. Moments later, he pulled back, forehead dripping with sweat. System sync complete. Myung-sik clenched his fists, his voice booming like rolling thunder across the entire room. I am broadcasting the tactical memories to everyone. Instantly, the eyes of every single hunter glowed with a blinding golden fire in the dark. Myung-sik commanded with absolute authority. The data flooding your minds details everything that led us here. This is Captain Go's ultimate master plan. He paused, his intense gaze sweeping across the elite lineup. Branch Manager of Incheon. Branch Manager of Gangwon. Branch Manager of Jola. Execute your roles flawlessly. A short-haired veteran hunter sneered arrogantly. Popping a mysterious mana pill into her mouth, she scoffed under her breath. The sheer arrogance. A mere Gangwon captain giving me orders. Instantly, she slammed her palms onto the concrete, triggering a localized magical earthquake. The immortal demon watched from afar, sneering with absolute disgust. What pathetic parlor tricks are you pulling now? He manifested a colossal greatsword from his chest. The massive blade gleamed with a deadly freezing aura. Exploding off the ground, he rushed Myung-sik like a dark tornado. Myung-sik roared with sheer desperation. Shut up and raise your shields. Under no circumstances are you allowed to deal any damage to the immortal demon. In unison, the government hunters unsheathed their weapons. Blades and steel shields interlocked into an impenetrable fortress. Myung-sik commanded, we have to buy time. Just until the Incheon manager fully charges her awakening skill. Hold out for 1 minute. The immortal beast violently crashed into them, his monstrous blade tearing through the air. The hunters were brutally knocked back in a bloody storm of dust and debris. After sweeping aside the vanguard, the demon locked his lethal sights on the Incheon manager. He unleashed a devastating crescent slash, but suddenly his monstrous body froze midair. Myung's 6 telepathic command echoed forcefully in everyone's minds. At all costs, you must hold the line. Every single government hunter poured their aura into their weapons, barely blocking the demon's strike. The monster grumbled in extreme annoyance. Are you pathetic cowards only going to defend? Fine then. Instantly, countless razor-sharp swords erupted from his grotesque flesh, raining down like a devastating storm of steel. The sight drained the color from Chana's face. The floating weapons rapidly merged, forging a colossal greatsword that radiated an overwhelming, bloodthirsty aura. Brace yourselves, Godi Akman's roar shook the basement. The immortal demon swung his arm, bringing the greatsword crashing down, annihilating dozens of officers instantly. Crimson stained the stone floor. Chana raised her blade, barely blocking the devastating impact, but the sheer force dragged her backward across the ground. The demon's blades instantly locked onto the Incheon branch manager. Suddenly, a figure covered in shimmering serpentine scales lunged forward, perfectly parrying the fatal blow. It was Jung Pyo. Damn it, our defense is crumbling, his gravelly voice echoed. How much longer can we hold out? The manager gritted her teeth. Her eyes blazed with fury. So annoying. Kids these days have zero patience. Suddenly, bizarre green tentacles erupted from the shattered earth below. They slithered like vipers, lunging straight at the immortal demon. Without warning, a colossal, terrifying maw materialized directly beneath the monster's feet. It snapped wide open, ready to swallow him whole. Everyone watched, their hearts stopping. This was the Incheon manager's predator authority. Her commanding voice boomed. Phase 1 lockdown complete. We are out of time. Initiate the next step. Instantly, Huang Jiahe's massive summoned arms charged forward into the fray. They crushed the immortal demon in an iron grip. Phase 2 lockdown complete, she screamed. She turned frantically. Jalado, branch manager, hurry up. I can only hold him for 30 seconds. Jung Pyo muttered, hands in his pockets. Too close. Activating his Hellfire authority, he channeled explosive thermal energy. The heat surged into the demon's shell. Temperatures skyrocketed, turning the air into a blazing furnace. 10 seconds passed. Absolutely nothing had changed. 20 seconds. Dead silence. 29 seconds. Everyone braced themselves, cold sweat dripping down their faces. Then Jung Pyo roared, 30 seconds, incineration complete. The demon's armored shell instantly crumbled into ash, leaving behind a thick curtain of smoke. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Han Maru muttered internally. His heart pounded against his ribs. Was the immortal demon truly dead? Suddenly, his eyes locked onto something terrifying. Wait, he screamed. An officer with a beastkin awakening and enhanced scent trembled in terror. Something is wrong. The immortal demon's scent is still here. Streams of crimson suddenly slithered from the fallen bodies, snaking toward a single, severed digit on the ground. It was the immortal demon's finger. Sliced off earlier by a hunter's ability, the finger was now rapidly regenerating. Bones and flesh aggressively stitched together, gorging on the dead's life force. In mere seconds, a complete grotesque body of raw muscle materialized. He towered over them like an apocalyptic titan. Impossible, Maru choked out. In his horrifying true form, the immortal demon swung his colossal weapon, smashing it down from the upper floor. The entire underground bunker violently quaked. Debris rained down like meteors. Shield-class hunters instantly triggered their defensive barriers, desperately trying to withstand the catastrophic impact. Evacuate the area immediately, Ji-won shrieked from the perimeter, her voice cracking with pure panic. Acting fast, Maru grabbed Chana's arm. He and Silo sprinted out of the death zone. The demon's strike carved a massive apocalyptic crater right through the city center, kicking up blinding debris. Clutching a mangled corpse, the monster scoffed with absolute disgust. How utterly boring. His demonic eyes shifted. Now where is the gluttony demon hiding? Meanwhile, Maru, Chana, and Cello cowered behind a shattered concrete wall. Chana and Cello desperately clamped their hands over Maru's mouth to muffle his breathing. Failing to detect Maru's aura, the immortal demon walked away, dragging another demon's corpse. Before vanishing into a spatial rift, his chilling voice echoed out. I will return for the gluttony demon soon enough. The portal snapped shut, leaving behind absolute devastation. Maru, Chana, and Cello finally released their breaths. Cold sweat drenched their faces. Elsewhere, racing toward headquarters, Yang Un fidgeted in his seat, his mind spinning with absolute dread and crippling anxiety. His heart felt like lead. Within 10 minutes of the immortal demon's arrival, the entire Seoul headquarters had been reduced to a barren wasteland. Even the monster prophesied to bring humanity's doomsday had been stolen. They had completely lost. Back at the ruins, Maru stood amidst the rubble. His hollow eyes scanned the apocalyptic wreckage. A crushing question echoed in his mind, what on earth do we do now? Meanwhile, on the news broadcasts, a frantic male anchor reported under flashing studio lights, the Yellow Dust Countermeasure Bureau building under the Ministry of Environment has suffered a massive attack. What is going on? This is clearly a terrorist strike by enemy spies. Another news anchor, his hair completely disheveled, frantically interrupted the chaotic broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, this is practically an alien invasion. What exactly is this bizarre yellow sand phenomenon? He shouted, panic radiating through the screen. A deeper voice cut in, and the government claims this was a tragic gas leak explosion. In other news, victims of the recent rental fraud scams are steadily rising. Sitting silently in a bathroom stall, Maru stared blankly at his phone, the pale blue screen illuminating his deeply troubled face. He was completely speechless, his heart sinking into an abyss. Suddenly, his ringtone shattered the suffocating silence, making him jolt in the tight space. His mother's trembling voice poured through the speaker. Maru, are you safe? I just saw the news about the explosion at your yellow dust bureau. Masking his crushing exhaustion, Maru gently reassured her. I am stationed way out in Gangwon-do, Mom. I am perfectly fine. How have you been lately? She let out a shaky sigh. I am okay, but I walk past that building for work every single day. I was so terrified. Maru's eyes lost their focus. He thought to himself, what if the immortal demon had escaped into the streets? The horrific imagery of slaughtered innocents flashed. His eyes went wide, his stomach twisting in knots. Suddenly, a violent knock rattled the stall door, followed by a loud shout, Hey Han Maru! Maru flinched and yelped, ah. He slowly pushed the door open, his voice trembling. What is it? Two guys stood outside, one sporting a shiny bald head. The other rocked a trendy mullet. The bald guy crossed his arms and smirked down at him. How long are you gonna hide in there, huh? The mullet guy teased, planning to camp out all day. Maru awkwardly stammered. What is going on? The bald guy leaned in, his tone suddenly urgent. Branch Chief Yagan summoned him. The scene shifts outside Maru's office. He steps into a makeshift tent, the air heavy with damp earth and dust. Did you call for me? He asks hesitantly. Inside, a suffocating tension hangs over the branch chiefs and Gordy Achman. Gathered around an ancient wooden table, Ian glares with razor-sharp eyes. Well, civil servant Han Maru, we need some direct answers. The Incheon-chief adjusts his glasses, his voice freezing cold. Why establish a temporary headquarters? Here Bae Myung-sik angrily cuts in. Because the immortal demon swore to hunt Han Maru down. That is why, he scowls, eyes blazing with suspicion. He carries the 8 Legions' power too. Just like director Dong In-ju, Hwang Jia-hee crushes her soda-can, water exploding everywhere. She screams in absolute fury. This makes my blood boil. The head of our organization is a demon. Unbelievable. Bae Myung-sik wipes his tears, his voice cracking. I cannot accept this. We went to the sauna together. We shared meals, we shared everything. Jung Pai-oh violently cuts them off. Enough with this useless whining. Just stop it. He glares fiercely at Maru. Decide his fate right now. It will not be long before he completely loses his humanity too. Gordy Achman immediately steps up, his deep voice commanding respect. No. I have watched Han Maru closely. He controls the gluttony demon perfectly. He will not lose control. Besides, right now, we desperately need Han Maru's strength. He is the only one who can rival the 8 Legions. He wields their exact power. Instead of turning on our own comrade, we must strategize how to execute the immortal demon. Hearing this, the white-haired woman with bangs covering one eye slowly nods. You make a valid point, Captain Gordy Achman. A mere captain joining the Supreme Commander's strategy meeting Yoon Hyun smiles warmly. Before I became Supreme Commander, the captain of the Seoul base was Senior Gordy. He is more than qualified. Maru flinches, silently screaming in his mind. Wait, this heavy drinker, who constantly sleeps on the job, is actually a big shot. The white-haired woman catches Maru's expression and furiously roars. He abandoned his post to hide in Gangwon-do, and his last operation was a total failure. The immortal demon escaped, Gordy calmly replies. That happened because we struck too hastily. This time we will prepare flawlessly. Hwang Jia-hee aggressively interrupts. Prepare how exactly? Didn't you claim you had a method to destroy him? The exact second before he resurrects. The white-haired woman nods slowly. That was my thought too. We just need to completely paralyze the immortal demon. My awakening skill requires exactly 1 minute to fully activate. Bae Myung-sik points a trembling finger at her. That strategy failed before. Will it even work now? The Commander Link system is absolute garbage. Gordy and Jia-hee gasp in shock. The blonde woman kicks her chair back, slamming the table with sheer rage. Are you calling Dionea Moshipula garbage? Bae Myung-sik sneers with icy sarcasm. What do you even do? You are all talk. Seeing the explosive killing intent, Jung Pai-oh and Jia-hee scramble to separate them. Hey, back off. The tension reaches a suffocating boiling point. Maru watches from the sidelines hesitantly, raising his hand. Excuse me, what if I trap the immortal demon inside the dark space? Ian unfreezes deep in thought before demanding. What is the skill's exact cast time? Maru answers with absolute confidence. 5 seconds. Hold him down for 5 seconds, and I will seal him inside the dark space forever. The scene cuts to Mount Manigangwaido. Under pale moonlight, Maru pitches a tent. A chilling wind violently shakes the leaves. Huddled inside the tiny tent, he grabs his hair in despair. Being the bait is pure torture. Surviving alone up here. until that monster appears. But to keep the civilians safe, this is my only option. A crushing wave of absolute boredom washes over him. Nothing but falling leaves and echoing cries of wild animals. Maru drops his head in defeat. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. A noise outside, a silhouette looms outside, grabbing the tent flap. In the eerie darkness, it looks like a ghost. Maru screams in pure terror. Ah, the shadow screams back. You scared me to death. It is Kang, Chana, and G1. G1 crosses her arms. Why are you screaming, recognizing his allies? Maru blushes in embarrassment. What are you guys doing here? Chana flips her long hair, flashing a warm smile. Figured you were dying of boredom, so we visited. In the distance, the CEO's squad marches up the mountain, heavily loaded with camping gear. Chana continues. The whole squad came to camp out. Actually, we came to protect Han Maru. Maru feels his heart melt. You risked your lives for me. The CEO violently drops his water. Nope. Captain Gordy ordered me to babysit you. Afraid you would run away like during training. Maru freezes entirely. What he literally just said, he trusted me completely. He falls into deep thought. Well, honestly, I definitely considered running for my life. That immortal demon is an absolute nightmare. He mutters to himself, his voice trembling. Dying alone out here would be too tragic. Soon after, everyone begins assembling their gear for a massive campout. Ji-won turns to Kim Ji-back. Want some cup noodles? Nam Yu-hee grins. I will boil the water. Maru furiously yells from his tent. What, I am terrified for my life. And you guys are treating this like a picnic. The CEO glares back coldly. Hey, do you think you are the only one suffering, the only one fighting here? Chana, busy pitching a tent, jumps in. Exactly. The Gangwon-do squad will fight right by your side, so relax. Despite her words, Maru silently grumbles. You clearly just wanted a camping trip. But honestly, facing this nightmare together is a million times better. He sprints out yelling, Wait, where are my noodles? Holding his steaming noodles, Maru blinks. Wait, you all brought tents, right? Yu-hee shrugs. Civil servant Ji-won brought one. Ji-won shakes her head immediately. No way. I am sharing a tent with Chana. The three guys exchange devastating looks. So, the men have no tent inside Maru's incredibly tiny shelter. Four men violently shove each other for space. Yu-hee screams, move over. The CEO groans. Too tight, Maru is crushed into the corner, smashing his head. Boiling with rage, he curses internally. Can everyone just go down the mountain? He desperately prays. Immortal demon, please come already. Suddenly, a devastating wind strikes. Dead leaves swirled as a tiny golden spark ignited in midair. It erupted into a blinding portal. Golden light swallowed the Yang Ayuang headquarters. Crimson alarms blared through the room. She shot up from her seat, screaming. A yellow sand warning, she desperately turned to Godi Osman. What are his stats? She panicked. Unmeasurable, Godi replied coldly. It is him. The immortal demon stepped through the gate. His crushing killing intent instantly froze the air itself. The division commanders went on high alert. Absolute terror washed over them. The immortal demon glared at a faint purple spark lurking in the shadows. Were you waiting for me? The demon sneered. Maru stepped out from the void. His gaze remained fiercely locked and completely unbothered. Damn right. We have been dying to see you. Several hardened awakened materialized behind him. The immortal demon simply smirked with absolute disgust. The human wave tactic again, Maru stood firm. No, just the absolute elite today. The demon scoffed. You think a handful of bugs can actually defeat me? Not even 100 could. Maru stared him down, his aura flaring. Just watch. This battle ends differently. Maru locked eyes with the monster. His voice carried unbreakable resolve. The ultimate rematch had finally begun. The very atmosphere suddenly thickened. Suffocating bloodlust threatened to crush their lungs. Maru glanced back at his squad. His tone was dead serious. You all know the game plan. Hold that monster down for exactly 5 seconds. The slicked hair guy turned bright red with rage. Who the hell are you ordering around? You are just a grunt. Stop acting like a boss. Baldy and Mohawk chimed in together. Hey, Maru is the core of this raid. Shut up. Just stick to the plan. Slicked hair sighed heavily with pure frustration. Director Dong Inju is dead. The Yellow Sand Task Force is totally doomed anyway. Mohawk stepped up, his eyes blazing with fury. Cowards can stay behind. We are initiating the attack sequence right now. The two brothers shot toward the immortal demon like bullets. Mohawk roared with a mix of terror and hype. My heart is literally pounding out of my chest. The demon sneered at their pathetic charge. He ripped a frozen blade straight from his own chest. Cold steel gleamed. Suddenly, the entire sky pitched to pitch black. A torrential downpour began. But these were not normal raindrops. The water crystallized into solid stone, shackling the demon's legs like invisible heavy chains. 1. Maru counted internally, his pulse racing. Perfect. For this trap, we only need binding abilities. Their hunter rank does not even matter right now. The brothers fully activated their crowd control skills. They dive-bombed the immortal demon. Mohawk screamed at the top of his lungs. Maru, strike right now. Maru nodded sharply. Just keep him locked down. The brothers hit max speed. They dashed around the demon, wrapping his body and crushing invisible threads. Maru roared. Mohawk pulled the strings. Mohawk channeled every ounce of mana to pull, but the earth violently erupted beneath their feet. An overwhelming force completely paralyzed Mohawk with fear. Seizing the opening, the immortal demon unleashed a terrifying burst of raw power, shattering the bindings instantly. Standing at the edge, Slicked Hair adjusted his tie and roared. 20 times gravity field, a devastating bone-crushing pressure immediately slammed down onto the immortal demon. The demon's heavy blade violently crashed into the dirt. However, the brutal gravity field caught the two brothers too, forcing them straight to their shaking knees. The ground fractured into countless jagged pieces. Maru furiously grabbed Slicked Hair's shoulder. What the hell are you doing? Do you want to kill our own team? He scoffed with complete arrogance. I do not care. Locking down that demon is all that matters. Maru cursed silently in his mind. Cold sweat dripped down his face. Damn it, we have zero time to argue. I need to open the dark space now. He aimed his hand at the demon. His awakening power flared to life. Feeling the crushing weight, the immortal demon muttered with icy disdain. A gravity trap. Then my downward strike will be 20 times stronger. He raised his massive blade, locking onto Slicked Hair. An apocalyptic explosion violently shattered the air. The entire forest violently quaked. The shockwave knocked Maru completely off balance. His heart dropped into his stomach. Oh no, we are finished. The destruction rushed toward the civilian city below. Suddenly, an invisible mana barrier completely absorbed the earthquake. It was Huang Gahe's absolute defense. She screamed out loudly. Keep the shield up within a 500-meter radius. The government hunters instantly flared their defensive auras. Massive barriers stacked up, blocking the catastrophic fallout. Understood, Captain, the squad roared together. Yang Elng watched like a hawk and commanded. Force him into close combat. Do not let that monster gain any distance. She barked with extreme urgency. We must stop his long-distance resurrection this time. All tracking-type awakeners move out now. Yes, ma'am, the entire raid team shouted. Huang Gahe turned to Gotti Osman. It is time for Phase 2, right? Gotti nodded, his voice steady as stone. Let us just hope Mohawk keeps his cool. But Mohawk was already screaming like a madman. He clenched his fist and launched a devastating punch at the boss, but the demon effortlessly dodged the heavy blow. Mohawk refused to back down. He unleashed a relentless barrage of fists, roaring wildly. I will destroy you, but you are pretty tough. Want to go one-on-one? The immortal demon stayed dead silent. He simply thrust his blade straight through Mohawk's stomach. Blood sprayed everywhere. Yet Mohawk gripped the steel, flashing a psychopathic grin. I finally caught you. Right on cue, Bae Mi-kyung emerged from the blind spot. His eyes glowed with terrifying mystical power. He slammed his palm against the demon's skull, directly invading his corrupted mind. His voice echoed with terrifying authority. Good work, everyone. Leave this bastard to our squad. Behind him, the government's mental control unit funneled their mana together. A haunting hypnotic light completely engulfed the immediate battlefield. Inside the demon's mind, reality violently warped into a grotesque nightmare. The monster roared in fury. What is this? An illusion trap? Bae Mi-kyung spun around and screamed. Focus everything for 5 seconds. Maru slammed both hands into the dirt. Sweat poured down his face as he fully ignited his dark attribute authority. Dark Space Bae Mi-kyung commanded the squad loudly. Keep the illusion up while Maru casts his ultimate skill. Those 5 seconds felt like an absolute eternity. Trapped inside the mental labyrinth, the immortal demon went utterly berserk. He materialized countless weapons, violently stabbing the empty void and shaking reality itself. The support team for Bae Mi-kyung screamed in pure agony. Blood sprayed from their mouths, painting the ground crimson. He pushed through his hoarse voice, trying to calm the chaos. We must buy time for Maru. Hold the line. But within a single second, the support hunters collapsed one after another. Rivers of blood pooled around their lifeless bodies. Inside the illusion, the immortal demon unleashed a relentless barrage. The entire squad coughed up blood and fell. Then a blinding flash of light suddenly erupted. The world shifted, dragging them into an ancient ruined battlefield. Countless corpses littered the wasteland as fresh blood stained the very earth and sky. A blood-stained soldier bowed low. General, the enemy forces have retreated. The imposing commander mounted his massive warhorse. His voice cut through the air. Hunt them down. A young boy rushed forward, his eyes blazing with determination. I am coming with you, father. The mighty general secured his helmet, offering a warm, fatherly smile. Father and son rode into the blood-red sunset, chasing their prey. Shortly after, a drenched soldier approached them, dragging a heavy rope bound tightly around a group of captives. The soldier trembled as he spoke. General, sir, these civilians have surrendered to us, awaiting your command on their fate. The general's eyes turned colder than absolute zero. Slit their throats. Slaughter them all. The soldier froze in pure shock. Excuse me, sir. Murder innocent civilians, but why? A twisted demonic smirk crept across the general's stoic face, because watching them die brings me absolute joy. He slowly unsheathed his freezing blade. The gleaming steel reflected a terrifying, bloodthirsty grin. His dark voice echoed like a nightmare. I feast on the blood of the fallen. I am absolute, I am immortal. Suddenly, the demon's eyes snapped wide open, glowing blood red. The trembling soldier had plunged his blade straight through the general's spine. That soldier was actually Bae Myung-sik in disguise. He roared furiously. You sick, twisted lunatic. Black blood poured from the demon's wound, but he just smirked, still trying to fight back, using my fragile human memories against me. What is your pathetic little scheme? Myung-sik's eyes locked onto his target as he screamed to the squad. Restrain him now. Do not let him break free from this mental prison. 4 seconds left on the clock. Inside the memory realm, the illusionary captives suddenly lunged at the monster. The demon merely scoffed with pure disgust. Worthless trash. His sword flashed like lightning. With one devastating swing, he slaughtered the entire crowd, painting the illusory wasteland crimson once again. More shadows swarmed him, leaving tiny scratches that felt like mere mosquito bites. The immortal demon did not even flinch. He chuckled darkly. A mental attack. Really? He obliterated the phantoms clinging to his legs. You think this can hold me? Back in reality, Maru screamed with desperate urgency. The demon is waking up. Brace yourselves. The bald brothers charged in, ready to pin the monster down. Inside the dream space, the entity slammed his great sword into the earth. A colossal shockwave shattered the dimension. Dust blinded everyone. Wait, stop, Myung-sik roared. He was holding the illusionary son of the immortal demon. He pressed a blade to the boy's throat. Move, and he dies. But instantly a flash of steel cleaved through them both. Fresh blood splattered across the demon's face, making his terrifying grin even worse. Myung-sik stared in absolute horror. Wiping blood from his twisted mouth, the monster spoke softly. I am leaving this pathetic dream. The mental link shattered, breaking Myung-sik's grip on the demon's head. The monster's eyes snapped back to reality. But in that exact split second, the bald brothers tackled him down. Another hunter activated a binding skill, desperately trying to chain the monster's movements. Everyone pushed past their ultimate limits, but the beast shattered their hold. One devastating punch sent a hunter flying into a cliff, coughing blood. The slick-haired agent tightened his tie and roared. Gravity field. Before the spell could land, the demon ripped off his own left arm. Black blood erupted everywhere. The slick-haired hunter's arm suddenly went completely numb. He gasped in disbelief. Did you just sacrifice your arm to break my gravity lock? Without hesitation, the bald fighter charged for a counterattack. Do not engage, Maru screamed, watching their desperate teamwork. The demon chuckled. A pathetic strategy. Almost 5 seconds had passed. Maru's knees cracked under the overwhelming pressure. Gangwado squad, strike now, he prayed. The demon turned, but everyone had vanished into thin air. Nam Ju-hyuk had triggered his stealth skill, erasing the entire team's presence. In the shadows, Kang Channa's eyes locked onto the target with absolute resolve. Slicing her own palm, Channa morphed her flowing blood into a deadly drill. The blood weapon suddenly expanded, launching violently toward the immortal demon. It pierced right through his skull. The monster's eyes widened in shock. Exactly 5 seconds had passed. Drenched in sweat, Maru exhaled. Got you. Dark space activate. Pure darkness erupted from below, wrapping around the demon and swallowing him whole. Seal the dimension, Channa screamed. Maru clenched his fists, forcing the monster into the eternal void. The entity completely vanished. A haunting silence fell over the battlefield. Nobody dared to breathe. Maru collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. The commander frowned in disbelief. Is it finally over? Maru stared at his shaking hands. Did we win? But the dead silence felt unsettling. The dog-headed hunter sniffed the air carefully. His scent is entirely gone. Yang Un and Gordy Ackman shared a look of pure shock. Channa tackled Maru with a massive hug. Maru, you actually did it. Myung-sik slumped into the dirt, exhaling deeply. Thank heavens, we survived. But the white-haired elder narrowed her eyes. It is finally over, she muttered. The sky above Mount Mani cleared up, bathing the battlefield in pale moonlight. Maru slowly forced himself to stand. Suddenly, a soul-crushing agony ripped through his chest. He collapsed. From within Maru's very own shadow, the immortal demon manifested, pulling a dark blade from the main character's body. The monster whispered coldly, I came here for you. Gluttony demon. Maru's vision blurred as he crashed to the dirt. No. It cannot be. The monster stepped closer, aiming his blade to shatter the inner seal. Maru's heart stopped. Do not do it, he screamed internally. He is trying to awaken the gluttony demon. Watching Maru suddenly drop, Channa rushed to his side. Han Maru, she cried out with absolute terror. But Maru was drowning in pure despair. I was so wrong, I forgot the gluttony demon was sealed inside me, just like Director Dong Inju. If those two ancient evils unite, We are dead. Oblivious to the inner threat, Channa frantically shook him. Han Maru, wake up. What is happening? Maru's soul felt completely shattered. The immortal demon was trying to awaken the gluttony fiend. Inside the dark abyss, he slowly raised his hand. A shimmering dimensional portal materialized in midair. His voice was forged in absolute steel. I will eradicate that immortal demon. Kang Channa rushed forward, her eyes filled with dread. What, you can't go alone? Maru's eyes blazed with hellfire. This is the only way left before I completely lose myself. With those words, he vanished into the rift. Kang Channa and Seo Wu froze in shock. Without a second thought, they both plunged into the dark abyss after him. The moment all three crossed over the portal snapped shut, leaving behind a terrifying dead silence. Gaudy Achman suddenly arrived, roaring with pure fury. Gangwado squad, where the hell are you going? But by then, the trio was already deep inside the dark abyss. Absolute crushing darkness surrounded them without a single trace of light. Seo Wu asked with deep suspicion, "Is this the legendary dark abyss?" Seeing them follow, Maru wiped his brow, his voice laced with heavy guilt. "Why did you guys follow me?" Seo Wu slammed his combat gloves together, taking a battle stance as he roared, "If we let a fool like you go alone, what could you even accomplish?" Kang Channa's gaze turned razor sharp. "So do we have a strategy?" Maru stood tall, his voice echoing with absolute resolve. "Spatial erasure. In here, we won't destroy the outside world, so I can finally use that ultimate technique." Seo Wu frowned in deep concern. "Can you even match the immortal demon's speed? One single mistake and we are all dead meat." Kang Channa gripped her dagger tightly. "We don't have any other choice anyway." Without another word, the three heroes desperately hunted for the immortal demon. Suddenly, in a corner of the abyss, a blinding surge of corrupted light erupted, illuminating the entire cursed zone. It was the immortal demon trying to forcibly awaken the gluttony fiend back in the real world. Ianjin frantically commanded the government hunters, "Prepare for the immortal demon's arrival. Hold your defensive formations at all costs." Huang Jiahe roared in pure frustration. "Are they still not done yet? Damn it all!" Zhang Pio remained utterly silent, lighting a cigarette, to burn away his suffocating anxiety. The Gangwado squad was running out of time. Gaudy Achman clenched his fists, muttering, "Please, don't let the absolute worst happen." Nam Iu Hyuk asked in sheer confusion. "The worst scenario? What could possibly be worse than the immortal demon?" Gaudy Achman looked up at the sky, his voice trembling heavily. "Han Maru himself. If Maru gets fully possessed by the gluttony fiend, it is game over for us all." Meanwhile, deep inside the suffocating dark abyss, Maru's squad continued their desperate hunt. The immortal demon stood in the shadows, violently slashing at the Grand Seal. "Awaken," he bellowed. Suddenly, his sword-wielding arm twisted unnaturally. The demonic blade crashed down. He spun around only to see Maru's team. Seo Wu cracked his own knuckles directly, forcing the demon to its knees in sheer agony. He violently twisted his left arm, roaring. Neil Maru stood right behind, channeling massive mana into his spatial erasure, aiming straight for the immortal monster's core. But with godlike speed, the demon casually dodged the fatal strike. Maru gritted his teeth. He can even resist a spatial wipe. Kang Channa charged from the flank, gripping her dagger. She ruthlessly sliced her own palm. Her flowing blood instantly forged into a razor-sharp crimson blade. She dashed forward, muttering, "Think fast, Kang Channa," blinking right behind the demonic lord to strike. Sensing the killing intent, the monster roared, "You annoying little pests." He ripped a bone sword straight from his own body, but Kang Channa leaped back, screaming desperately, "Everyone get out of the way." A blinding explosion of aura completely shattered the darkness. The immortal demon unleashed a devastating slash. Kang Channa's energy shield instantly shattered into dust. Left defenseless, Maru and Seo Wu took the brutal hit head-on, blood sprayed as they collapsed. The immortal monster stepped forward, grabbing Maru by the throat and slamming him down. The cursed ground completely shattered beneath them. Pressing his blade against Maru's face, the demon sneered. "If you die right here, the gluttony fiend will awaken." He raised his sword for the kill. Completely paralyzed, Maru thought to himself, "I can't even move a single muscle. Is this really how I die?" But suddenly glowing crimson phantom hands erupted from the void. They firmly locked down the demon's blade. It was Seo Wu's ultimate ability. He coughed up blood and roared, "Maru, use your spatial erasure right now. This is your only opening." The immortal monster's sword arm trembled violently. He growled, "You rats have annoyed me way too many times. I will rip your flesh and drain your blood to teach you utter despair, won't I?" Suddenly, a crimson blade pressed right against the demon's neck. Maru's eyes widened in sheer horror. "Don't do it." Warm blood dripped heavily onto Maru's face. Kang Channa had struck, plunging her blood weapon straight into the demon's skull. She roared, "The immortal core hasn't fully awakened, so he can't regenerate from blood yet." She turned to Maru, screaming frantically, "Cast spatial erasure. Do it right now." Maru gritted his teeth in agony. "But if I erase this dimension, my two comrades will die along with him. If so, In that single heartbeat of absolute despair, Maru raised his trembling hand, forcefully activating a spatial teleportation. A massive rift tore open. Seo Wu screamed in disbelief. Spatial teleportation. What the hell are you planning? As the powerful portal mercilessly dragged Seo Wu away, he roared with broken fury, Han Maru. Kang Shanna stared in total shock. Don't tell me. Maru charged forward, shoving her violently into the swirling rift. Both of you survive, falling into the abyss. Kang Shanna shrieked in absolute despair. Han Maru. She watched his deeply sorrowful eyes as the magical gateway sealed shut. In just a fraction of a second, the dimensional barrier closed entirely, leaving Maru trapped alone with the immortal demon. Bloodlust exploded. They ruthlessly clashed, but the immortal monster's combat mastery was simply too overwhelming. He crushed Maru's skull, pinning him into the dirt. However, this was all part of Maru's grand master plan. He viciously bit into the demon's arm, drawing pitch-black blood. The monster flinched in shock. What? Maru casually wiped the blood from his mouth. I finally found the perfect way to execute you. The reality around them began to fiercely shatter. Maru roared, Immortal demon, my void collapses with this dark abyss. We will both turn to absolute dust here. Refusing to accept death, the desperate demon swung his blade cleanly, severing Maru's arm. But instantly, a brand new arm regenerated, mirroring the exact same immortal power. Maru whispered coldly, I possess an immortal body too. Your pathetic attacks are completely useless now. Just obediently die with me. Trapped inside the crumbling dark abyss, only Han Maru, the immortal demon, and the gluttony fiend remained. The immortal monster glared with glowing crimson eyes, sneering in pure, absolute disdain. You pathetic fool. Throwing away your own life just to kill me. Han Maru gritted his teeth, his voice violently shaking with pure wrath. I never wanted to die, if it wasn't for you. Before he could even finish his words, the immortal demon pressed his blade against his own throat, flashing a demonic grin. You will deeply pay. He suddenly killed himself. Pitch-black blood aggressively erupted. The blood dominion from Han Maru's palm instantly reacted, perfectly regenerating the immortal demon's severed head. Maru roared with overwhelming fury. Did you really think you were the only immortal here? Raising his hand, Maru declared his final absolute judgment. He only needed to absorb the flesh and blood, but suddenly the gore vanished from his hands. Han Maru froze as the immortal demon's body began to regenerate. The demon sneered with bone-chilling malice. Did you really think copying my power could defeat me? Your fake immortality is nothing. In a flash, the immortal demon drained every ounce of Han Maru's flesh and blood. Reduced to a mere hollow skeleton, Han Maru screamed in pure despair. Stop this. We are both going to die anyway, so why go to such extreme lengths? The immortal demon lifted Han Maru's skeletal frame, dripping with absolute disdain. Why go to such lengths? This is the ultimate price for daring to challenge the immortal Rakshasa. I will strip away absolutely everything from you, even your very soul. There is no next life for you. I will devour it all, repeating this cycle for all eternity. Right before Han Maru's skeletal remains could vanish into thin air, he roared in absolute terror. No, suddenly the gluttony demon's eyes snapped open violently, shattering its ancient seal. It lunged forward, sinking its teeth fiercely into the immortal demon's shoulder. The monster shrieked in shock. Gluttony, what the hell are you doing? The gluttony demon's eyes blazed with fury as it roared. You bastard, how dare you? In the blink of an eye, the gluttony demon completely devoured the immortal demon's body. A torrent of fresh flesh and blood surged back toward Han Maru. His entire body began to perfectly reconstruct. Watching this miraculous sight, Han Maru muttered in absolute disbelief. The gluttony demon. Is it actually trying to help me? Or does it plan to eat me alive next? As his physical form fully restored itself, the gluttony demon gently lifted him, wrapping him safely within an invisible barrier. Han Maru whispered softly. The dark dimension is slowly fading away. Is it truly over? Feeling the gluttony demon's tight embrace, a realization hit him. Could it actually be protecting me? Or does its survival depend entirely on mine? He closed his eyes, letting go of everything. It does not matter anymore. At least I got those two out safely. Now it is just me. Rewind to 10 minutes earlier. Kang Channa and CEO Yu were violently teleported outside. Gaudy Akman rushed over, screaming their names. V1 sprinted toward them, completely consumed by overwhelming panic. What exactly happened in there? You two diving into the dark dimension scared me to death, Gaudy Akman frantically demanded. But wait, where is Han Maru? Kang Channa choked back her devastating tears. He forced us out of the dark dimension. I think he plans to sacrifice himself to destroy the immortal demon. CEO Yu roared in absolute shock. But if he does that, won't he lose his spatial powers and be permanently trapped inside that hell? He gritted his teeth. That crazy bastard, is he really dragging the immortal demon down with him? The entire squad fell into a suffocating silence. The worst-case scenario flashed before their eyes. Kang Channa clenched her fists, her voice trembling with raw emotion. We cannot let him die like this. She suddenly held up a severed finger joint. her eyes burned with unshakable resolve. This is Han Maru's finger severed during the battle in the Dark Dimension. If he truly possesses the power of immortality, we can definitely use this to save his life. Nam Il-hee's eyes suddenly lit up with blazing hope. I actually think this might work. But wait right now. Where will we find enough flesh and blood to regenerate him? The squad exchanged knowing glances, sharing a single unspoken resolve. Without hesitation, they sacrificed their own flesh and blood, praying for Han Maru's return. Their eyes brimmed with desperate hope. Suddenly, deep within the suffocating darkness, a brilliant light flickered. Han Maru frowned in confusion. Is that light? He reached out, and his body was instantly pulled toward the glowing beacon. Glancing back at the gluttony demon, he extended his hand. Come with me. Together, they soared toward the radiant glow, where countless invisible hands desperately pulled Han Maru back to the realm of the living. He collapsed onto the solid ground, his eyes completely dazed. The squad erupted into deafening cheers. Han Maru. He is alive, can you hear us? Han Maru bolted upright, completely naked and utterly dumbfounded. How did I make it back? I clearly vanished alongside the collapsing dark dimension. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he looked at his team. Why are all of you missing an arm? Tears welled up in his eyes, his voice cracking. Did you guys do this just for me? Ruining the emotional moment, Nam Il-hee violently shook his shoulders. Cut the drama, man. Hurry up and summon the golden sand. We are dying of pain over here. Glancing at his totally naked body, CEO Yu aggressively tossed his coat at Han Maru, immediately turning away. My eyes are bleeding. Cover yourself up with this right now. Han Maru shrieked in absolute embarrassment. Yikes, my junk is out in the open. He quickly spewed out an endless stream of golden sand, rapidly regenerating everyone's missing limbs back to normal. Director Young Un's eyes sparkled with sheer awe. He actually managed to slaughter the immortal demon. The white-haired veteran nodded firmly. That is right. At long last, this absolute nightmare is finally over. Once everyone was fully healed, Godi Akman threw his arm heavily around Han Maru's shoulder. Today calls for an epic feast. We are celebrating your miraculous return from the dead. The white-haired veteran watched them, her tone growing incredibly solemn. Now that director Dong Inju is gone, is Han Maru truly our last remaining hope? A heavy contemplative silence settled over the entire squad. Just as the suffocating atmosphere took hold, an assistant frantically handed Yoon a ringing phone. It is an urgent call from the Seoul headquarters director. Yoon answered with composed authority. This is Director Young Un speaking. It has been a while, Jeju branch director. I am calling an emergency national summit to formulate a strike plan against the 8 legions. Every single regional director is required to attend. The voice on the other end commanded grimly. See you very soon in Seoul. Meanwhile, miles away, a mysterious figure stood overlooking a completely devastated apocalyptic wasteland of a battlefield. Puddles of dark blood soaked the shattered earth, and the air reeked of absolute death. He muttered softly, a bone-chilling smirk creeping across his face. The 8 legions sounds highly entertaining. Let us see just how insanely strong they really are. The sky soon surrendered to a pitch-black night glittering with a million scattered stars. At an isolated beach where the waves crashed violently, a lone silhouette waded into the freezing, unforgiving ocean. Long silver hair thrashed wildly in the howling wind. Her piercing, icy gaze locked onto the distant glowing city skyline. Bathed in the pale silver moonlight, a sinister smile painted her lips. It was a silent, undeniable promise. This legendary war was nowhere near its end. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through a massive chamber. The emergency summit officially begins now. Click! Here is the catastrophic damage report following the emergence of the immortal demon, one of the dreaded 8 legions. 90% of the Seoul headquarters' total military force has been completely annihilated. Our primary fortress in Jongno, Seoul, has been reduced to absolute rubble. If the immortal demon had not retreated to the abyss and pressed its assault, the entire city of Seoul would have suffered an apocalyptic level of destruction. I was completely powerless to stop it. The one delivering this soul-crushing report was none other than the Seoul headquarters director Young-un. Right now, an absolutely mandatory national summit of all branch directors was unfolding to counter the almighty 8 legions. These were the nation's most elite special agents cutting to the newly established Seoul base. A bespectacled young man voiced a burning question. What the hell is that demonic entity locked in the basement? I am talking about the top-secret weapon Seoul has been hiding all along. This sharp-tongued man was Daejeon's director, Lee Hying. Facing his aggressive interrogation, she replied grimly. Even the intel shared with me is strictly classified and severely limited. Former director Dong Jinju. No, the spatial demon herself once warned us, we must absolutely prepare for the day of prophecy. When demons will rain down from the sky like an apocalyptic storm, Yeongsang director Jeong Eul-hwa spoke up sharply. Do we have any further intel on the 8 legions? She responded coldly. The members of the 8 legions. Targets confirmed. We have already faced the immortal demon and the spatial demon. She clicked the remote. A massive projection of Han Maru illuminated the dark room. Furthermore, she declared the Gluttony demon's power now resides within our administrative staff. Han Maru, the Jeju Bureau chief. Edgy's voice cut through the heavy tension. Do we have any intelligence on the remaining 5 targets? They will definitely emerge from the shadows to hunt Han Maru down. Knowing this impending threat isn't our countermeasure completely obvious. Just hand him over as bait. We should surrender Han Maru to the abyss. While they are distracted and their guard is completely down after capturing him, we make our counterattack. We can use that time to mass-produce powerful, awakened hunters at rank 7 or higher. The white-haired woman slammed her fists down, screaming in fury. Are you seriously suggesting we sacrifice an innocent civilian? Are you taking the exact same stance as Director Jong? Inju Myung-sik aggressively chimed in. Besides all of that, you are telling us to abandon our only reliable ally in the absolute war against the 8 demon lords. That is an incredibly foolish way of thinking, Bureau Chief Jung Cheon-do. Bang Dong-sik brutally interrupted the heated argument. If we actually follow your flawless logic, then executing Director Jong In-ju was our true mistake. Because absolutely no ally was more terrifyingly reliable than that man. Myung-sik pointed a trembling finger at him, roaring in blinding fury. Are you implying Yang Gun made the wrong decision? Watch your mouth, Jong-sik. Yang Gun rested his chin, eyes dark with heavy calculation. Looking back, those harsh words are not entirely wrong. Our combat power is pitiful against the 8 demon lords' overwhelming might, which is exactly why we absolutely cannot let Han Maru fall into the 8 demon lords' hands. The scene sharply transitions back to Han Maru, who was currently being heavily monitored 24/7 by the organization's elite guards. From the deep interior to the outer perimeter, awakened agents swarmed the facility. He was boiling inside. How much longer must I endure this pathetic reality? They had trapped him inside this training center for days. They called it ultimate protection, but was this not just a prison without bars? The heavy steel doors hissed open. Cello stepped in carrying a large bag of supplies. Seeing him, Han Maru's dull eyes instantly sparked with desperate hope. He screamed out Cello. He threw his pride away, diving to grasp Cello's leg, wailing pathetically like a child. Hey Cello, answer me, how much longer am I stuck in this hellish cage? Cello clicked his tongue in pure furious disgust. How the hell should I know? Take your laundry and back off. Han Maru whined desperately. I just want to work. I need to breathe some fresh air. Rotting in this sealed bunker with a bunch of random middle-aged men I do not even know is completely destroying my soul. Cello sighed sharply to calm him. Do not be so ridiculously impatient. Every single hunter out there is walking through hell right now, not just you. Meanwhile, at the Ganghwa Island stronghold, chaotic chatter filled the room. I heard high-tier demons are swarming this zone. When will the 8 demon lords strike? I still have system paperwork at headquarters. How long must we run? A bulky agent grabbed a coffee. Complaining bitterly, is the supply drop with our lunch delayed again? Nam Yu-hyuk muttered, it is arriving soon. Ji-won groaned deeply. My peaceful civilian office life is completely ruined. COU stepped out from the shadows, expressing her sheer exhaustion. Team leader Han Maru is begging to return to active field duty. Go Docman gripped his hair, shouting in absolute panic. If he steps onto the battlefield and the abyss targets him, we are dead. Tell him to stay locked down for now. COU turned on her heel to leave the room. I literally just told him exactly that before warping back here. Suddenly, Eiji's cold voice pierced the room, calling out to Cello. You are the one who ruthlessly exposed Director Jong In-ju's demonic identity, correct? You executed your own biological father, just because he awakened as one of the 8 demon lords. Yet you protect Han Maru, who harbors that exact same cursed power. What an absolute hypocritical joke. The exact moment her mocking words ended, blaring red sirens completely shattered the silence. Ignoring the flashing emergency alarms, Cello marched straight toward Eiji with deadly, unbothered calm. Suddenly, a firm arm reached out, locking onto his wrist. It was Kang Channa. Using a stern voice, she warned, we are moving out. The scene cuts to a rugged mountain range. Hiking up the steep trail, Kang Channa glanced back. Our bureau chief, Edgy's toxic words still messing with your head. Cella's eyes remained hollow as he replied, I do not give a damn. What really blows my mind is how ridiculously young she is for a bureau chief position. Trailing behind, Nam Yu-hyuk chimed in. Rumor says she awakened at just 21 years old, the absolute youngest bureau chief in history. They say Director Jong In-ju treated her like his greatest masterpiece. COU suddenly turned around, furrowing her brows in sheer confusion. You mean the spatial demon, not the director, right? Nam Yu-hyuk scratched his head awkwardly. Ah, right. My mistake. While their guard was completely down, a terrifying dark shadow loomed above, tracking their every single movement like prey. Kang Channa froze abruptly. Her combat instincts kicked in as she barked. Stop gossiping and look straight ahead. It was the demons, and 3 massive ones had spawned at the exact same time. Her mind raced frantically. The Yuzumun gate is still wide open. How is this even possible? Muttering dark curses, she slashed a specialized hunting blade across her own arm. Crimson blood sprayed out, but instead of falling, the droplets defied gravity, shooting into the sky. Absolute shock washed over her pale face. What the hell? My own life force. Her glowing blood turned into crimson arrows hurtling straight through the dimensional rift. Dread pooled in her stomach. Is the Uzuman Gate actively devouring my aura? What catastrophic nightmare is happening? Miles away, Han Maru's hunter senses suddenly spiked with violent intensity. A cold sweat dripped down his neck. What is this disturbing pressure? Recently, my mana core has felt completely unstable. Ever since I annihilated the immortal demon, something feels terribly wrong. My golden sand ability refuses to answer my call. I must restore my power before the 8 demon lords inevitably strike. Meanwhile, right outside his secure containment zone, Myung-sik waved his hands. Enthusiastically, the second Han Maru stepped out. Hey there, humanity's last blazing hope. Take these combat rations and eat up. You've been rotting in that cell way too long. Cringing at being called such a legendary title, Han Maru thought to himself, humanity's hope. Did his brain fry from system feedback? Unbothered, the older hunter just kept aggressively rambling without pause. Sick of that processed bunker delivery trash, right? Once we hit Busan, I am treating you to god-tier food. Have you ever tasted authentic, soul-reviving pork soup? Busan's coastal zones have legendary sights. Have you ever scouted Haeundae or Gwangali? Best places to take a girl on a romantic date. I used to feast there with my wife all the time. We devoured raw fish right by the ocean waves and even lit fireworks across the beach. Listening to this endless slice of life monologue, Han Maru felt his soul slowly fading away. This old man's verbal assault is deadlier than a boss monster. Catching his deadpan stare, Myung-sik leaned in close, his cheerful aura dropping to absolute zero. Why the gloomy, stretched-out face? Is my backstory really boring you to death? Terrified by the sudden killing intent, Han Maru shrieked, No way, sir. I am deeply invested in your lore. The older man boomed with laughter. Ha ha ha. Behind closed doors, just call me Big Brother. The main character awkwardly forced a smile. Ah, sure. Ha ha ha. The man pressed further. More importantly, do you have a girlfriend yet? He stammered nervously. No, not yet. The man raised an eyebrow. Why not? Are you lacking charm, or are you still a virgin? You need to start dating immediately. Hurry up and have some cute kids. Want to hear the epic tale of how I wooed my wife? The protagonist felt utterly drained, yet completely unable to escape this social torture. He screamed internally, No, I absolutely do not care. Suddenly, the man shoved a photo into his face. Oh, want to see a picture of my precious daughter? She's gorgeous, right? Staring at a face that looked entirely like a middle-aged lumberjack, he questioned reality. That is a girl. Sensing the impending matchmaking trap, he quickly averted his gaze and deflected. But it seems like we are the only ones talking right now, right? Everyone else was dead, focused on devouring their food. Myung-sik's voice grew serious. Smile while you can. There are grueling trials ahead of us, so laugh deeply while you still have the chance. Hearing that ominous warning, he studied the older man quietly. Fast forward 1 month later. Slumping in a dark corner, he cursed internally. Grueling trials, my foot. Those bastards never even showed up. That damn 8 Legions alliance. The scene shifts to a breathtaking moonlit beach. A thug stood paralyzed, staring at pure death itself, his face draining of all color. Before him stood a terrifying demon. Its eyes burned with a hellish crimson glow as it hissed. That outfit. I like it. Rewind to a few minutes prior. A young guy in a floral shirt took a brutal punch to the face. The bully shoved his head into the sand, snarling. You damn junkie had your fun. Cough up the cash now, or you are sleeping with the fishes. Suddenly, another lackey spotted an eerie silhouette approaching from the shadows. Hey, what is that? The boss turned his gaze toward the dark waves. Some weird freak is approaching. He smirked wickedly. Nothing but total creeps tonight. Let me teach this trash a lesson. Without hesitation, he whipped out a sharp pocket knife. He stepped up, pressing the blade right against the demon's throat, barking. Listen here, you bastard. Expecting fear, he was met with a bone-chilling, arrogant grin. The boss flinched in shock. In a flash, the demon effortlessly hoisted him high into the dead air. The knife magically reversed its grip, now aiming dead at the thug's own jugular. With zero hesitation, his own possessed arm violently plunged the blade straight into his own neck. Crimson blood erupted like a geyser as his lifeless body crashed to his knees. The remaining thugs froze in absolute terror. The monster playfully twirled the bloody dagger. Then fast as lightning, it phased right past the other 3 men, leaving them staring in bewildered horror. In a mere fraction of a second, the trio was mercilessly slaughtered. Paralyzed by the gruesome bloodbath, the floral shirt survivor watched as the crimson-eyed demon slowly advanced. Shaking like a leaf, the survivor whimpered, Please spare my life. The fiend stared down with morbid amusement. I said, I like your outfit. Claiming its prize, the entity strolled down the shoreline. It muttered ominously into the wind. Now let us see. Where exactly is the gluttony demon hiding? The scene warps to a mysterious void. Han Maru's arm was suddenly bound tight by bizarre supernatural threads. He glanced down in sheer confusion. Panic laced his thoughts. What the hell is this? He could vividly sense it. Is this the gluttony demon's power? Why does it feel so incredibly distant? Endless phantom voices echoed his name violently, yanking him from the nightmare. It was all just an illusion. Xiao Wu kicked him hard in the ribs. Are you planning to sleep all day? Hurry up and move. Han Maru sluggishly sat up, rubbing his face in deep annoyance. What the hell? My body feels absolutely wrecked. I need more sleep. Xiao Wu scoffed. Pack your gear. This damn babysitting mission is finally over. We are heading home. Startled, he asked, home already? Stepping out into the hallway, he found the entire facility eerily deserted. Where did everyone in headquarters go? Outside the imposing main base, the white-haired director's voice echoed out. Everyone retreat to your respective offices. There was zero trace of the 8 legions. Yang Eng tried to intervene, but the deputy directors were locked down. The director grimly explained every single district is under a code-red emergency. Demonic energy signatures are skyrocketing off the charts. They are swarming endlessly. They strike regardless of day or night. Stepping into her transport, she warned Deputy Director Ayu, you should retreat too. Seoul has collapsed into total chaos. Watching the armored vehicle speed away, she muttered, are they seriously abandoning us? She turned toward Go Deokman inside. I guess we have no other choice left, especially with the 8 legions missing in action. He let out an exhausted sigh. Yeah, but this feels like the dead calm before a massive storm. I hate this. Something terrible is coming. Shifting back to Han Maru, he was glaring intensely at his phone screen, cold sweat dripping down his face. It is finally here. His trembling eyes locked onto the 1st of the month. Today was his birthday, a cursed day of absolute miserable solitude. Suddenly, his phone shattered the silence. The caller ID flashed. It was his mother. Taking a break from scuba diving, she cheerfully shouted, Han Maru, I am making seaweed soup for your big day. I am the only one who remembers your special day right. You have no girlfriend and 0 friends at all. Devastated by the emotional, critical hit, he sighed. It is fine, Mom. It is just a birthday. Besides, you cannot visit anyway. We are stuck under a strict state of emergency. She sighed softly. What a shame. Goodbye, then, honey. He glared at his blank screen again. Good grief, not even a single digital gift card. My coworkers are actual trash. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed loudly. The noise snapped him out of his pity party. Who the hell is visiting me? Opening the door, he jumped back in shock. What are you two doing here? The bald hunter spoke with deadpan seriousness. We relocated downstairs to guard you easier. The guy with the mullet eagerly interrupted. But more importantly, happy birthday, Han Maru. He was completely taken aback. Wait, how did you guys even know? The mullet guy grinned proudly. It was literally written in your official file. Come on, we should go somewhere incredibly special to celebrate. But before the words fully left his mouth, his bald partner delivered a devastating punch to his face. The bald man scolded him fiercely. You have 0 social awareness. Why would a young kid want to hang out with old geezers on his birthday? He then offered Han Maru a warm smile. Please try to understand him. Go ahead, meet up with your friends. He absent-mindedly wandered outside, completely lost in his own chaotic thoughts. Getting kicked out of my own house and right on my birthday too. How pathetic. I have nowhere else to go and absolutely 0 friends to meet up with. What should I do now? Suddenly, a loud rumbling noise echoed from deep within his stomach. He slowly glanced down. He seriously pondered. Is this the awakening of the gluttony demon's power? He scanned the brightly lit food stalls nearby and quickly brushed the absurd thought aside. Oh, I am just incredibly starving. It seems I have not eaten anything all day. He stepped into his spicy rice cake shop. One special portion, please, he thought to himself while eating. Thinking about it now, I cannot figure out what truly happened to the gluttony demon's power after escaping that terrifying dark dimension. And what exactly was that bizarre dream? I feel like my profound connection to the gluttony demon is rapidly fading. Should I try initiating a conversation with it? This feeling is way too dangerous. What am I thinking? Chatting with a system skill. For what? To become besties? While he was fully enjoying his delicious meal, a sudden mysterious voice echoed, long time no see. He sharply shifted his gaze toward the ominous sound. It was the exact same demon who stole the floral shirt guy's clothes. He smirked devilishly at him, his eyes narrowing as pure killing intent oozed out. He remained completely bewildered by the situation. He finally broke the heavy silence. Do I know you? His blunt words made the creature flinch. Wow, you seriously do not remember me? He panicked and replied, no, of course I do. It has been a really long time, haha. He cursed viciously in his mind. I have no clue who this creep is. The demon continued speaking. I almost failed to recognize you. He awkwardly scratched his head. Yeah, same here. He racked his brain for answers. Elementary school, middle school, or perhaps the military. Then the demon shifted his intense gaze, staring right at the spicy rice cakes on his plate with obvious curiosity. He quickly offered, do you want a bite? The demon's eyes lit up with excitement. Really, is that okay? Afterward, the two of them happily shared the delicious rice cakes together. Waiting a moment, he casually asked, "By the way, are you on vacation or something?" The creature pondered for a few seconds before answering. "That is right. It feels incredibly strange being all alone in the human world." Hearing this unsettling answer, he flinched and thought to himself, "The human world? What a seriously creepy and bizarre way to talk. Maybe I should not have asked." The demon smiled and continued, "Anyway, it is really great running into you." His strange words made him feel extremely awkward. The creature went on, "Actually, let us hang out today." As he spoke, he sneakily reached behind his back and tightly gripped a hidden dagger. The scene transitions to the guild headquarters under the crimson evening sky. Godeok Man stretched his arms, motivating everyone. "All right, let us wrap up. Non-night shifts, head home." Jiwon approached Seo Woo asking Inspector, "Seo Woo, you know today is Inspector Han Maru's birthday, right?" He coldly shook his head. "No." "Why on earth should I know that?" She pressed on. "But you two are literally roommates. You three are not on the night shift, so take Inspector Han Maru out to eat." Godeok Man grinned excitedly. "Great idea. We should totally throw a party for him." Kang Chan sighed in utter exhaustion. "What party?" "We are on red alert because of the 8 Legions Go." Deok Man pouted slightly. "Do not be such a massive buzzkill." "Fine, forget his birthday then." "You guys forgot my birthday anyway." Kim Ji-bak turned around and suggested, "Should we just send him a mobile gift card instead?" Nam Yu-hui quickly chimed in. "We already agreed not to do that. It is way too annoying." Seo Woo furrowed his brows, silently grumbling in his mind. Goodness, who in their right mind cares about Han Maru's birthday? Despite his harsh words, he was the absolute only one who prepared a gift immediately upon returning to their room. Seeing the mullet guy and the bald guy training like absolute maniacs, he gasped in shock. Did he already go out, spotting his sudden return? The bald guy threw his sweaty shirt over his shoulder and turned inside. "We are heading in. You take care of Han Maru." The scene completely shifted to the dead of night. The dormitory building's lights were still brightly lit. Inside, he gripped his phone tightly, pondering. It is already midnight. He usually crawls back home by this hour, right? Right as he tried calling, the automated voice coldly announced the subscriber was unreachable. He cursed in blazing anger. His phone is totally dead too. Impossible. But the absolute worst-case scenario flashed through his mind. Did the terrifying 8 legions actually capture him? Suddenly, the front door clicked open from the outside. Seeing this, Seo Woo dashed out like a raging hurricane. The absurd sight before his eyes made him grind his teeth in fury. What the heck? Han Maru and that demon were completely wasted. They just stumbled back into the room. He cheerfully waved his hand. "Hey, Seo Woo," Seo Woo demanded angrily, "are you drunk? Who is this guy? Dragging random homeless people inside now." "No." He instantly defended himself. No, he is my good buddy. We just had a few drinks." Seo Woo grabbed his collar, furiously roaring out loud. "Kick him out of here right now." He shot back with equal anger. "You are not my boss. This is my place too." He dragged the demon inside, muttering bitterly, "Cold-hearted jerk. He literally forgot my birthday even though we work together." Seo Woo raged, "Fine. It is best if you do not step a single foot out of your room." "Did you hear me?" Inside Han Maru's dark room, the two of them were already snoring peacefully. Deep in slumber, a terrifying shadowy silhouette suddenly loomed over. A menacing dark hand reached right in front of his face. He choked violently. I cannot breathe." This was no nightmare. That demonic creature was actually crushing his throat. The demon hissed a deadly threat. "All right, it is time to return to the abyss," he screamed in sheer panic. "The abyss? Who are you?" He tightly gripped his dagger, ready to strike. He immediately threw his arm up to block the lethal frontal assault. Crimson blood violently splattered everywhere, accompanied by an overwhelming explosion of swirling golden sand. Instantly activating the divine power of resurrection, he pulled a massive hammer from his waist and smashed it straight into the enemy's skull. The dizzy demon crashed heavily onto the floor. Hearing the explosive commotion, Seo Woo aggressively kicked the door open. "What is all that infernal noise? Why are you blasting golden sand in the middle of the night? And is that a freaking legendary hammer? Did you hit him?" He pointed furiously at the creature and roared. "He attacked me first." He babbled about returning to the abyss. Hearing those words made Seo Woo freeze in total shock. "What, I thought he was your drinking buddy? What kind of psycho enemy did you drag home?" He quickly refocused on the main threat. "Yell at me later." He immediately reached for his waist with his free hand, preparing to summon yet another deadly weapon. Seeing this, the furious demon groaned in sheer irritation. Hey, you seriously hurt me." With a smirk, the enemy charged like a lightning bolt, but Seo Woo instantly snapped his own finger. The sudden force sent the villain crashing down. Furious, he froze, then shot a death glare behind him. "Mind getting out of my way." Before his words even faded, a cold steel barrel pressed against his skull. Han Maru had his gun dead aimed. "Who the hell are you?" a demon Han Maru interrogated. "Why attack me?" The villain's chilling silence made the tension skyrocket. Seo Woo kept his guard completely raised. Finally, the enemy smirked. "Because I am also one of the 8 legions." He suddenly drove 2 fingers straight into his own throat. Blood erupted like a geyser, morphing into a suffocating crimson smoke. Red smoke, Han Maru gasped in shock. Without missing a beat, the demon gripped his blade and launched a lethal strike. No Xiao Wu roared, desperately trying to snap the demon's arm with his power, but his awakened ability completely failed. The cruel blade plunged deep into Han Maru's chest. Coughing up crimson blood, he staggered while Xiao Wu cursed in absolute rage. Is that demonic red smoke sealing our system's skills? Ignoring the pain, Han Maru lunged and savagely bit into the demon's neck. Leaping back, he thought, perfect, my gluttony demon skill triggered. He is finished, but suddenly a terrifying realization washed over him. Why isn't his life force flowing into me? Han Maru, watch out, Xiao Wu screamed. That red smoke completely nullifies our abilities. Rubbing his bleeding neck, the monster sneered. Stop this foolishness. You are ruining my outfit. This bastard possessed the absolute nullification skill. Exploding with killer intent, the demon charged again. Stripped of his powers, Han Maru could only dodge, stepping back inch by terrifying inch. He raised his firearm and pulled the trigger without hesitation, but the demonic entity casually snatched the speeding bullets mid-air. With a sinister grin, he thrust his blood-stained dagger straight at Han Maru's heart. Suddenly, a deafening metallic clash echoed through the room. Han Maru had desperately raised his rifle to block the fatal strike. As they fiercely locked eyes, Xiao Wu quietly grabbed a heavy hammer. Xiao Wu swung the weapon with all his might, but the monster sensed it, backhanding a brutal strike that sent Xiao Wu crashing into the wall. Seeing his comrade violently collapse, rage blazed in Han Maru's eyes. This ends now, he cursed, gritting his teeth to forcefully shove the demon back. Delivering a devastating kick, he sent the monster flying backwards. Glancing at the shattered window, Han Maru knew he had to change the battlefield. Just as he moved, a lethal blade pierced the floorboards where he stood. Bursting through the glass, our main character plummeted into the night. He slammed onto the concrete street below. Coughing up more blood, bone-crushing pain surged through him. Why is my system regeneration taking so long? My stamina has been trashed since fighting that resurrection demon. Suddenly, the nullification freak landed gracefully on a parked car above him. The monster glared down with absolute zero emotion. You are making this unnecessarily complicated. I plan to abduct you peacefully in your sleep. But now, look at this mess. Ripping the heavy car hood off with bare hands, he gave a twisted smile. Time to go home. He hurled the massive steel hood directly at Han Maru like a deadly projectile. Exhausted and trapped, our hero's eyes widened in absolute helplessness. Suddenly, a shadow dropped from the sky. The bald hunter delivered a crushing flying kick to the demon's arm, deflecting the metal hazard. The bowl-cut warrior followed up with a thunderous punch, but the demonic entity casually blocked the massive impact. The bald hunter desperately screamed. Han Maru, get out of here. We will hold this freak off, his partner echoed. Just then, an armored guild vehicle screeched to a halt behind them. Elite combat agents poured out, trapping the demon on all sides. Thrilled by the ambush, the monster chuckled, oh my. Activate the defense barrier, a commander roared. The Hunter brothers unleashed their ultimate thread-binding skill, but panic suddenly struck the bowl-cut warrior. Wait, our system aura. The entire squad felt the terrifying drain. Our skills are not working. It is his demonic red smoke, Han Maru warned frantically. He is sealing all our abilities. But before the words fully left his mouth, the nullification demon unleashed a devastating blow, sending the bald hunter crashing through a solid brick wall. Seizing the chaotic opening, he aimed a lethal roundhouse kick. The younger brother barely managed to block the incoming strike, but the sheer difference in stats was overwhelming, sending his body flying like a broken ragdoll. Smashing into the concrete, he violently coughed up dark blood. Scanning the helpless agents, the demonic freak smirked. Now let us have some real fun. A brave agent threw a desperate right hook, but the monster effortlessly slipped past, delivering a lightning-fast, bone-shattering jab straight to the man's throat. The elite agent collapsed instantly, entirely out cold. Groaning through the agonizing pain, Han Maru slowly forced himself up, his eyes blazing with absolute fury. In a matter of terrifying seconds, the monster annihilated the entire backup squad. Bored out of his mind, he tilted his head toward the night sky. How boring. Let us crank up the heat. With monstrous strength, he literally uprooted a massive concrete utility pole and stomped toward Han Maru. The surviving agents cursed in despair. Damn it all. The demon accelerated like a freight train. Refusing to back down, Han Maru charged forward, burying a desperate tackle into the villain's gut, forcing him to slide backwards. Creating some distance, our main character roared defiantly. You want to capture me? Come and get it, you demonic bastard. The villain chuckled darkly. With pleasure. Aura exploding the nullification, freak lunged for another kill. But this time, Han Maru spun on his heels and sprinted away. I have to lure this monster away from my guildmates. A towering dead-end wall suddenly blocked his path. Channeling his raw agility, he vaulted flawlessly over the concrete barrier, his mind racing for a tactical advantage. I need my 8 Legion system power to stop him, but as his boots hit the ground, devastating weakness consumed him. Damn it, with sealed stats, I cannot win a direct fight. Sprinting for his life, he finally broke out onto a deserted main highway. Frantically scanning the neon-lit streets, he muttered, I need to find cover and recover my stamina. He reached the gates of a nearby school. Perfect. He quickly vanished into the dark corridors, collapsing in a hidden corner to catch his breath. His mind raced wildly. How in the world was he supposed to defeat that monster without his gluttony demon powers? He desperately needed a plan. But time was a luxury he lacked. The demonic pursuer had already tracked him down. The dead silence of the shadowy hallway was abruptly shattered by the deafening crash of breaking glass. The terrifying enemy materialized right in front of him, instantly unleashing a merciless, one-sided physical beatdown. The monster loomed over his battered body, trying to provoke his inner demon. Are you coming out yet? Meeting absolute silence, he mockingly patted Han Maru. Hey, wake up, don't tell me you are already dead. Suddenly, Han Maru snapped his eyes open. He unleashed a desperate uppercut aimed at the jaw, but with depleted stamina. His fist was effortlessly caught in midair. A twisted smile stretched across the villain's face. Way too slow. He ruthlessly pinned Han Maru against the cold ground. With terrifying, overwhelming force, he easily ripped Han Maru's right arm completely out of its socket. An unimaginable wave of pure soul-crushing agony violently exploded inside his brain. His entire body froze in absolute shock before an agonizing, blood-curdling scream tore from his throat. The demon coldly inspected the severed limb. How bizarre. Even though my crimson smoke sealed your demonic core, a member of the 8 legions shouldn't be this pathetic. He glared down at the broken boy, bleeding out. A flicker of genuine shock crossed his eyes. Wait a minute. Have you completely lost control over the gluttony demon? Han Maru weakly processed the words. Lost control. Suddenly, his consciousness was forcefully pulled into a mysterious, otherworldly dimension. Thick, glowing, crimson threads tightly bound his entire body, with the other end stretching endlessly into the suffocating darkness. An eerie voice echoed through the void. Well, do not feel too bad about losing control. Once we cross over to the underworld, the gluttony demon will vanish into the abyss. The entity summoned a swirling dimensional portal and commanded, All right, it is time to depart. Refusing to yield, Han Maru immediately thrust his one remaining arm forward. Mysterious glowing tattoos began rapidly spreading across his battered skin. His voice dripped with absolute defiance. Hell no, you can go home alone. With a single glowing snap of his fingers, his entire body self-destructed. A cataclysmic explosion instantly engulfed the entire high school. The terrifying blast wave violently launched the demonic entity all the way across the school courtyard. He groggily pushed himself up, rubbing his ringing head and cursing loudly. What a massive pain. Where the hell did he run off to? Meanwhile, at the Delta base, a suspicious truck sat parked right outside the facility. Flashback to exactly 1 month ago, following their epic victory over the monster the city celebrated. Gojiokman smiled. Welcome back to life. He stroked his chin, his eyes turning deadly serious. I just had a crazy thought. If the 8 legions ever come back hunting for Han Maru, we need a solid backup plan. Gojiokman flashed a terrifyingly casual smile. Would you mind if I chopped off a few of your fingers? All the color instantly drained from Han Maru's face. The team immediately began strategizing. We must store the flesh in a freezing environment like a refrigerated truck. Nathan nervously chimed in. Okay, but who is actually going to chop off his fingers? Han Maru flinched in absolute horror. Wait a damn minute, you want to cut off what? And that was exactly how his severed digit ended up inside the freezing vehicle outside. Suddenly, mysterious energy erupted from that frozen, severed finger. Like a grotesque waterfall, the raw flesh and blood from the butchered pigs inside the truck were violently pulled toward it. Through this horrifying, miraculous system, his completely destroyed body was rapidly regenerating from scratch. Fully restored, he slammed his newly formed hands against the heavy steel doors. He tumbled out into the open air completely naked, shivering uncontrollably. Holy crap, it is freezing. Wasting zero time after escaping his icy resurrection chamber, he sprinted like a madman straight into the headquarters. Spotting him, Joanne shrieked in absolute shock. Agent Connor quickly rushed over to support his trembling comrade. What on earth happened? Han Maru gasped out through chattering teeth. They found us. The 8 legions are here. Meanwhile, miles away, Director Irene had arrived at the devastated crime scene. She spoke with grim authority. Intel confirms a Legion commander appeared at Agent Han Maru's house. What exactly went down here? Sean shook his head, looking completely bewildered. Honestly, I have absolutely no exact clue. Sean's mind raced. Don't tell me Han Maru actually invited that monster inside. Irene silently shifted her cold gaze toward the injured street thug currently groaning on the medical stretcher. A heavy wave of pure guilt washed over her tired eyes. I dropped my guard because this last month was so quiet and our main forces are inadequate. This is all my fault. Sean quickly interrupted her downward spiral of self-blame. Is Han Maru going to survive? She nodded firmly. The Delta base reported in. Our capital strike team is keeping him heavily guarded right now, But where in the world is Captain Go Man? He was strictly ordered to be here. Just then, glaring headlights from an approaching vehicle pierced through the thick darkness toward them. Go Man stumbled out of the car, reeking heavily of cheap alcohol. He slurred his incredibly anxious words. What the hell happened here? A short while later, the squad regrouped inside Han Maru's secure room. Go Man scratched his head, sounding incredibly guilty. Look, I messed up. An old academy buddy called me up for the first time in 25 freaking years. Trying to deflect, he forcefully elbowed Nathan, who was nervously standing right beside him. Nathan immediately exploded in defense. I called your phone, but you completely ignored it. Irene swiftly silenced their petty bickering. Enough, it doesn't matter anyway. Even if you were here, you could never have stopped this. This elite member of the 8 Legions possesses the absolute power to completely nullify our awakening abilities. Man's eyes widened in sheer panic. So against this monster, we are just utterly defenseless normal humans. Sean grimly nodded. Exactly. Only Han Maru has a fighting chance because he commands his own unique golden sand, but his demonic system is completely offline. Man frantically turned to face director Irene. He desperately demanded to know the villain's current location. She sighed deeply. Both capital forces are tracking him. If he unleashes his wrath in a densely populated area, the casualties will be unimaginable. Before she could even finish her sentence, a violent, frantic pounding echoed against the door. The second Nathan cracked it open, a terrified rookie agent sprinted inside, screaming at the top of his lungs. Deputy Director Irene stepped forward, her battle instincts flaring. Speak up, what is it? The trembling boy stammered out. You must see this yourself, because right at this exact moment, the legendary demon is standing downstairs. The monster's voice echoed with twisted amusement. I demand an audience with your pathetic commander. Back inside the control room, an incredibly suffocating, deathly silence crashed down upon the team. Irene's sharp eyes narrowed dangerously. So this is a supreme commander of the 8 legions. Their sole purpose of existence is the absolute annihilation of humanity. So why in the world would this bloodthirsty creature want to negotiate? After a bone-chilling moment of silence, the demonic entity finally spoke. Where is the gluttony demon? Irene fiercely held her ground, answering coldly. I will never tell you a damn thing. The monster smirked. That brat blew himself to pieces, so I know your guild is hiding his remains. His scattered remains must be nearby to fuel his terrifying regeneration. The demon's voice dropped to a bone-chilling whisper. How many pieces are we talking about, Captain? Go Man demanded. The creature's lips curled into a wicked smirk. Why so curious? I need to know exactly how many times I must slaughter him. Go Man stated coldly. 100 times over. The demon sighed, visibly annoyed by the sheer effort. What the hell? That is way too much work. Go Man instantly shifted gears. Is that the real reason you crawled out here? To gather intel? The demon scoffed. No. I am here to offer a permanent end to this endless war. The shocking declaration froze everyone in their tracks. What kind of trick is this? Yagun barked. The fiend leaned in with a sinister deal. Hand over Han Maru to the abyss voluntarily. A suffocating silence crashed over the room. The tension was palpable. Then the demon dropped another bombshell, and he will not be going alone. Every single awakened holding demonic energy must follow. All corrupt mana must return to the abyss. Outside, the night sky remained eerily dead and silent. Go Man stepped forward. Well, thoughts on this madness? Yagun gritted his teeth. I will need to consult the other deputy directors. But there is no way they will accept this. Over 1,500 officers serve in the special task force. Are we seriously supposed to end this war by feeding our own people to the abyss? Marching into the abyss is pure suicide. Who would agree to that? Regardless, we need time to process this insane demand from the 8-tribe demon, which means someone has to babysit this neutralized monster. Meanwhile, back in Han Maru's quarters, the door creaked open, revealing a familiar face. The demonic guest waved enthusiastically. Took you long enough. The one stepping into the room was none other than the main character, Han Maru himself. He instantly slammed the door shut and stormed off. He furiously roared. Captain, what the hell is going on? Am I supposed to babysit this freak? Go Man nodded grimly. Exactly. Everyone else is utterly useless against his power. Han Maru desperately argued back. But that bastard wants to drag my soul straight into the abyss. The captain offered a reassuring pat. Relax, we negotiated a temporary ceasefire. Han Maru was utterly floored. A ceasefire? Are you insane? We cannot trust a single word he says. This creep literally disguised himself as my old friend before ambushing me. Go Man ignored the complaint, lacing up his boots to leave. Look, the monster waves have completely stopped. He is giving us a grace period to decide. Oh, by the way, did you finish filling out your incident report? Han Maru's eyes twitched in pure annoyance. The traumatic flashbacks hit him like a truck as he realized the trap. Go Man turned back, roaring with laughter. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Have fun bonding with your new demonic roommate. Han Maru cursed violently under his breath. Fun? Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to shack up with a psycho who literally kidnapped me? He stomped back to his quarters. Throwing the door open, he was met with an absolutely infuriating sight. The demon was happily modeling his personal wardrobe. Hey, those are my clothes. He charged forward, screaming at the top of his lungs. What the hell are you doing? I bought those with my hard-earned blood and sweat. I have not even popped the tags off yet. The fiend merely chuckled mockingly. Oh my. Should we battle to the death over this jacket? That cocky attitude fueled Han Maru's blazing rage. Go straight to hell, you absolute. Before he could finish, the demon cut him off. I literally crawled out of hell, buddy. Han Maru's expression darkened into pure murderous intent. I seriously want to obliterate this guy. He is wearing my gear. He stole my damn bed. Yet Han Maru was completely powerless to do anything about it. Left with no choice, he collapsed onto the freezing floor. I am exhausted, but I cannot let my guard down. Maybe just a quick nap. But the second his eyes closed, a crushing weight pinned him to the floor. The demon was practically sitting on top of him. Han Maru violently kicked the freak away. What the hell is wrong with you? Can you not just sleep like a normal person? Annoyed by the sudden kick, the demon glared back. You want to throw down, because my fists are practically itching for a fight. The tension exploded as both sides clashed. You son of a bitch, let us end this right here, right now. The demon scoffed in pure amusement. End this. You are already beat to a pulp from your little self-destruct stunt, Han Maru roared back. I thought you wanted peace, then sit your ass down. He followed up with a brutal right hook straight to the demon's jaw. But the devastating strike did absolutely zero damage. The fiend leaned in dangerously close. I could wipe out humanity before you even blink. Meanwhile, the commotion inside grew too loud to ignore. Seo Wu slammed the door open, stepping into the chaos. The two brawlers froze, snapping their heads toward him. Seo Wu's aura was dark and deadly as he muttered, I ordered some fried chicken. The trio dragged themselves outside for a truce. Seo Wu glared at the monster. Choke on it. Though still boiling with rage, Han Maru grumbled at the demon. So was my bed comfortable? The demon shrugged. I need sleep to maintain this pathetic physical form without leaking black smoke. And since you cannot even manifest your golden aura, you are basically just a useless human who eats and sleeps. Han Maru scowled in pure disgust. Because I actually am a human, you dumbass. The demon paused, offering a condescending smirk. Oh right, my bad. But now that the gluttony skill has slipped from your control, it must be pretty hard to summon your golden aura. Seo Wu flinched, snapping his gaze to Han Maru. What the hell is he talking about? Did you completely lose control of your gluttony? Han Maru scratched his head awkwardly. Well, yeah. Ever since we broke out of the dark dimension, the skill has been ghosting me. My power level has tanked entirely. Seo Wu's eyes blazed with intense frustration. Why the hell are you only bringing this up now? Han Maru defended himself. I had absolutely no idea. Han Maru aggressively leaned toward the demonic entity. Hey, you freak. How do I rip back control over my gluttony? The demon raised an amused eyebrow. Why would you ask your sworn enemy for advice? He then shrugged nonchalantly. I literally have no clue. Han Maru pressed harder. How could you not know? You are a legendary 8-tribe demon. The monster just ignored him, happily devouring his fried chicken. Wiping his mouth, the demon sneered. Honestly, I have no idea why an overpowered skill like gluttony let a pathetic loser like you control it in the first place. It is just like that space demon. With your fragile human mental stats breaking, your mind should have been a walk in the park. The creature's voice dropped to a sinister growl. So tell me, what exactly did you do to gluttony? Creeped out by the sudden proximity, Han Maru shoved the fiend away. Back off, I did absolutely nothing. Finishing off the meal, the demon stretched lazily. Well, thanks for the free grub. Panic started bubbling in Han Maru's chest. Wait a second. What exactly happens next? What happens when gluttony completely breaks free from my authority? The demon flashed a truly villainous grin. Quit playing dumb. The answer is obvious. That skill is going to completely hijack your body. Meanwhile, moments later, Han Maru retreated to his room. He sank into the corner, his mind swirling with heavy thoughts. Suddenly, the door clicked open. Seo Wu stepped inside. Han Maru, get out here, he ordered. Dragging him to the next room, he added, get some sleep. I will watch that bastard. Are you sure? Han Maru asked. Being this nice is completely out of character for you. Instantly, a pillow slammed directly into his face. Shut up and sleep before I change my mind, Seo Wu snapped. But then the frail image of his own father flashed through his mind. Just do not end up like my old man. Those heavy words lingered in the air. Han Maru wondered, could this peace treaty actually work? Who knows, Seo Wu muttered. We can only wait for the verdict. Accepting this treaty means dragging every special agent straight into the abyss. Refusing means facing the 8 legions with just our mortal bodies. Honestly, since awakening my powers, this is the first time I have felt so utterly helpless. With that, he turned away. Just rest. Deafening silence reclaimed the room. Lying there, Han Maru let out a bitter sigh. Helpless. Yeah, I feel the exact same way. I was completely useless when Gluttony lost control. Now all I can do is sit here and wait for headquarters to make a move, and make sure this monster causes zero trouble in the human world. Whatever they decide, our future looks unbelievably grim. I just need to keep him distracted. At least the ceasefire calmed his rampage. I should probably relax and just endure this. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open. The demon was bolting away. Where are you going? In a single blink, the monster vanished completely. What the hell? Han Maru yelled. He is gone. In a flash, the beast had already teleported to a nearby apartment complex. Thrill coursed through the demon as he sprinted upstairs. His dark senses locked onto fresh prey. Countless red energy trails bled from the doors. Finding his target, he casually rang the doorbell. It was the calm before a bloody storm. The second the door creaked open, a gruff voice echoed, "Who is it?" Tasting the dark aura radiating from the man, the demon smirked. "I caught your scent." Without hesitation, the demon kicked the door with explosive force. The man flew backward, violently slamming into the hard floor. Seeing her husband assaulted, the wife released a blood-curdling scream. The demon casually strolled into the kitchen, his hand gripping a sharp blade. He lunged at the man for the kill, but Han Maru burst onto the scene. "What the hell are you doing?" he roared, shoving the beast backward. "Can you not stop your murderous rampage for 1 second? Is it your damn powers?" The demon scoffed. "Why does it matter?" He was about to turn into a demon anyway. Han Maru froze in pure shock. What suddenly, a frail voice whimpered from inside. "Mommy." A dangerously skinny boy stumbled out. "Mommy, I am hungry." Soon after, police swarmed the scene as neighbors began to whisper. "My God, they starved their own child. What kind of monsters do that? Who called the cops? How did anyone even know?" Han Maru glared at the demon, his fists trembling. "You bastard, what the hell are you playing at?" They lingered in the shadows for a moment, before finally walking away. As they moved, Han Maru could not erase that starving child's face from his mind. If it was not for this monster, would that kid have died? He violently shook his head. "No, I cannot let him fool me. I must not lose focus. Just because he stopped one criminal, am I seriously thinking he is a good guy? That is pathetic. This beast could snap at any second. If I drop my guard, it is over." Suddenly, the demon pointed straight at a figure waiting by their building. Han Maru followed his gaze. His eyes widened in absolute horror. It was his mother. He instantly sprinted toward her. "Mom, what is wrong? Why are you here unannounced?" She smiled warmly. "I wanted to make your birthday dinner." Han Maru glared at the demon, panic rising. With this monster here, his mother was in mortal danger. "Han Maru," a voice suddenly called out. He spun around to see Kang, Chana, and Seo Wu. "Are you guys just getting off work?" he asked. Chana nodded. Looking at the group, his mother asked, "Han Maru, who are your friends?" The two agents instantly bowed politely. "Hello, ma'am. We are Han Maru's colleagues from work." Unlike the respectful agents, the demon was practically drooling, his hungry gaze locked onto the grocery bags. Kang Chana smoothly stepped in to run interference. "Han Maru, escort your mother inside. We will handle this 8th Legion bastard." But suddenly, the demon dashed forward and hugged the bags. "What is in here?" the demon asked. "Bulgogi seaweed soup and braised beans," she replied. The demon's eyes sparkled. "That looks absolutely delicious." Acting completely at home, the monster smiled. "Please come in, ma'am. Let me carry these side dishes for you." His mother blinked in pure surprise. "My, how polite. Are you close with my Han Maru?" The demon beamed. "We are best friends. We go way back to our childhood days." That blatant lie made the three agents sick to their stomachs. Inside the apartment, a bizarrely cheerful dinner party was now underway. The demon laid on the charm thick. "Ma'am, your cooking skills are just as dazzling as your beauty." Faced with this overwhelming enthusiasm, his mother laughed, completely enchanted. Sitting across from them, Han Maru gritted his teeth in deep suspicion. "This demonic bastard, he has utterly bewitched my mother." Suddenly, the demon grabbed a pair of scissors. "The meat is a bit large. Let me cut it." Seeing the deadly weapon in his hands, Seo Wu panicked and intercepted him. "Give me those, I will do it." Sunbae Chana was sweating bullets. Then Han Maru's mother innocently asked, "Is something wrong at work?" Everyone flinched before forcefully smiling. "Oh, nothing at all." She turned to Chana. "You are his Sunbae, right? Please take good care of my boy." Saying that, she placed a tender piece of meat into Chana's bowl. Blushing with extreme awkwardness, the Sunbae stammered, "Oh no, actually. I'm actually the one who owes him my life." The mother smiled warmly. "You kids probably rarely get home-cooked meals. Please eat until you're completely full." Seo Yu awkwardly accepted a tender piece of meat. "Thank you, ma'am." The demon scratched his head, playing the victim. "I've never had a home-cooked meal. My parents passed away long ago." The three hunters froze, their expressions darkening instantly. This monster was lying through his teeth. Kang Chana had lost both parents, and Han Maru was missing his father. Seo Yu was completely orphaned as well. Ignorant to the tension, the mother offered a comforting smile. Despite all that pain, you've grown up to be so strong. Han Maru seethed with silent fury. He's not my friend, Mom. He came here to slaughter me. Suddenly, she shoved a massive piece of meat right into his mouth. Stop playing with your food and eat properly. She then piled more food onto their plates. Eat up, Han Maru. You've lost so much weight since I last saw you. Embarrassed by this babying, his cheeks burned bright red. I am eating, Mom. Please don't embarrass me in front of everyone. But she wasn't done yet. I'm just terrified. You'll relapse into your childhood state. The demon's eyes gleamed with dark curiosity. Oh, what happened back then, ma'am? She sighed. Han Maru suffered from severe anorexia. Han Maru blinked in absolute confusion. I did, his mother nodded solemnly. Yes. After returning from the mountains with your father, you completely stopped eating anything. Psychiatric tests showed absolutely nothing wrong. You became incredibly weak, barely able to move a single muscle. A shockwave of realization hit Han Maru's core. I don't remember any of this. Was I really like that? Oblivious to his inner turmoil, she stood up. I'll cut some fruit. You kids keep eating. Kang Chana immediately jumped up. Let me help you, ma'am. Seo quickly followed suit. Me too. The demon's eyes narrowed as the truth clicked. Ah, so that's how you acquired it. The chains of gluttony. You weaponize your own fading life force. Pretty impressive for a mere mortal child. Suddenly buried fragments of his dark past resurfaced. The inner demon had relentlessly whispered, eat. Consume it all. I'm starving. Feed me. Night soon fell over the city and the group walked his mother to her car. Drive safely, Mom. Call me if anything happens. Rolling down her window, she whispered conspiratorially, that Kang Chana girl. Is she single? He flinched in sheer panic. What? Why are you asking that? She smirked playfully. No reason. Just thinking she'd make a great match for you. Han Maru flushed deeply. Nonsense. Stop making things up and just go home. Stepping out of the shadows, the demon leaned into his ear. That won't happen. The one taking Han Maru away will be me. Straight into the deadly abyss. Oblivious, his mother smiled brightly. Take good care of him for me. The demon bowed respectfully. I absolutely will, ma'am. As the car vanished, Han Maru exploded with blazing rage. Stop messing with me. Acting like a saint to my mother while plotting to drag me to hell. Do you think this is a joke? What's so damn funny? The demon shrugged with chilling calm. I show basic kindness and you call it provocation. You manipulated her with lies. You acted more like a son than I ever did. One of the 8 Legion's deadliest monsters, hunting down a pathetic child abuser. And you even saved a dying kid. None of your actions make any sense. His mind was spiraling with unanswered questions. The demon let out an exhausted sigh. What? Don't tell me you actually think I'm the good guy here. Han Maru scowled defensively. No, but your actions literally prove otherwise. A heavy, suffocating silence immediately dropped over them. The tension turned incredibly awkward. The demon sneered with lethal mockery. Wow, you really are a complete idiot. Yet inwardly, the ancient being was utterly stunned. To think 2 of the 8 legions were actually defeated by this fool. Breaking the silence, Han Maru finally spoke up. Actually, if we really think about it, this so-called peace treaty only prevents civilian casualties. That might actually be a solid deal for us. The demon's aura suddenly erupted with pure hostility. Listen to me very carefully. Do not accept that cursed treaty, because it is already far too late. Meanwhile, in a distant forgotten realm, a deceivingly peaceful landscape stretched out. Suddenly, violent storms of golden sand materialized out of thin air. From the swirling dust, a terrifying radiant golden artifact began to manifest in the sky. Behind it stepped a majestic, queen-like demonic entity. Her overwhelming presence warped reality itself. Back in the human world, Han Maru frowned in confusion. Too late. What exactly do you mean by that? The demon simply stretched and turned his back. Ah, my stomach is full. Time for a well-deserved nap. Glaring at the monster's retreating back, Han Maru gritted his teeth. You absolute bastard. The demon whistled casually up the stairs until his cold eyes suddenly locked onto something. Time seemed to freeze. Just ahead, Kang Chana was lacing up her running shoes, preparing to head out. The demon slowly closed the distance, just as I suspected. Has the corruption already begun? Sensing his overwhelming predatory aura, Kang Chana instinctively leaped backward. Her fingers tightly gripped a hidden combat knife. Hearing the commotion, Han Maru rushed up the stairs. What the hell are you doing to her? What is going on here? He shoved the demonic entity away. Back off right now. The demon merely offered a sinister smirk, turning away to retreat to his room. Han Maru quickly checked on her. Are you hurt? Did that monster try anything? She forced a reassuring smile. I'm perfectly fine. More importantly, did you send your mother off safely? He sighed. Yeah. She kept rambling about my birthday, treating me like I'm still some helpless little kid. Her smile softened with a hint of sorrow. Honestly, I'm incredibly jealous of you. You actually have a loving family to celebrate with. A pang of guilt struck Han Maru's heart. Ah, yeah, I guess so. She turned toward the door. Anyway, I'm heading out for a morning run. Wait up, I'll join you. The two hunters hit the pavement, running together through the crisp morning air. Breaking the comfortable silence, he glanced over. Hey, Kang Chana. When is your birthday anyway? Let me throw a proper party for you. She kept her eyes forward. Don't bother. Birthdays hold absolutely zero meaning to me. If the Eight Legions treaty actually goes through, we're all dead meat anyway. Witnessing her fatalistic attitude, Han Maru sighed internally. Man, she's as icy and stubborn as ever. Suddenly, she shifted her gaze toward him. Speaking of survival. Are you holding up okay, Han Maru? He raised an eyebrow. Holding up with what? Her voice dropped. Entering the lethal abyss. I have zero attachments left in this world. But your mother, she's going to be terrified for you. As she spoke, her steady running pace began to falter. He quickly changed the subject. Let's worry about that later. The only person I'm worried about right now is you. He stopped in his tracks. Kang Chana was leaning heavily against a brick wall, gasping for air as her stamina completely crashed. He rushed over, panic rising in his chest. You're completely pale. Are you sick? She gripped her chest, struggling to breathe. For the past few weeks, I've been suffering from severe anemia symptoms. He asked if she had been pushing her limits on the battlefield lately. She shook her head. But something still felt completely wrong. During our last mountain raid, the gate absorbed my blood. I think that is the trigger. The horrific truth finally dawned on him. He quickly asked if the guild master knew about this. She nodded. Other strike squads were reporting the exact same nightmare. A heavy knot of dread twisted in his gut. What kind of dark omen was this? They barely had a moment to breathe. Pushing through the fatigue, she stood up with a confident smile. I feel much better now. Plus, I actually have tomorrow off. Do you want to grab dinner together? We still need to celebrate your birthday. The sudden invitation left him completely speechless. Was she dropping a hint? What kind of signal was this? He returned to his room, his mind spinning with endless questions. What should we even eat? Why is my heart racing so fast? It is just a casual dinner between guildmates. He tossed and turned. Damn it, I should just force myself to sleep. The scene shifts to the next morning. An ancient demon suddenly snapped its eyes open. So the awakening has finally begun. Deep inside a seemingly peaceful mountain, a terrifying demonic entity floated silently within an ancient tomb. Golden sands swirled violently through the chamber, refining a mysterious energy. Suddenly, a single drop of crimson blood shot up from the ground. The beast reached out and snatched the blood, condensing it into a glowing crimson sphere. Without a single second of hesitation, it tossed the bloody orb into its mouth, devouring it greedily. Meanwhile, Kang Chana froze as a sinister force seized total control of her body. Her eyes rolled completely white, locking onto the demon from afar. Back in the tomb, countless drops of blood began levitating into the air. The sheer volume was absolutely suffocating. The scene shifts to a bus station near headquarters. The driver glanced nervously at the passengers behind him. Dozens of high-ranking government hunters sat perfectly still. But their expressions were totally lifeless, like empty shells stripped of their souls. The Golden Fog Task Force. They must be elite state agents. Normal citizens whispered in confusion. Are they heading to some massive raid event? Inside the control room, Director Dong-sik watched the monitors in pure horror. What the hell is happening? Why are all the field agents swarming headquarters? Watching the mind-controlled army march into the lobby, a security guard rushed forward. Excuse me, what exactly are you all doing here? This is a highly restricted zone. But before he could even finish his warning, an awakened agent dashed forward, landing a devastating blow to his face. The attacker's eyes were completely glowing white. He ruthlessly pummeled the guard to the ground. Absolute chaos erupted as a massive guild war broke out. The situation completely spiraled out of control. In another sector, Yang Un gasped in pure disbelief. All 13 syndicate branches are under attack simultaneously. The comms blared with panic screams. We barricaded the gates, but our defense lines are crumbling. The white-haired commander demanded, what about the main base in Seoul? The executive room remained dead, silent, but down in the trenches, the Bald brothers were fighting desperately against their own brainwashed comrades. The bald hunter gritted his teeth. The field operatives are swarming like locusts. There are dozens of them, we cannot hold them back. Suddenly, a scout burst into the room. Director, we need to initiate an emergency evacuation right now. Yang unclenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. Damn it all. What the hell is triggering this nightmare? Her sharp gaze slowly drifted toward the glowing smartphone resting on the table. She barked into the receiver. Director Bang Dong-sik, give me a total damage report. I repeat, what is our current situation? Dong-sik's voice trembled through the speaker. We finally identified the source of this disaster. A colossal ancient tomb has just spawned in the Chungcheong sector. It brought an SRE rank gate with it. Hundreds of our elite agents are swarming the perimeter, acting like mindless puppets controlled by the system. This entire situation is catastrophic. We need your strike team here immediately. The energy signatures confirm it. Another supreme boss of the 8 legions has descended. It is the legendary subjugation demon itself. We played right into their trap. That cursed suppression demon completely manipulated us from the shadows. Upon inspecting the containment cell, Go Dagman realized the demonic entity had vanished without a trace. He stared into the dark horizon. A terrifying new bloodbath was approaching. Meanwhile, at Han Maru's apartment complex, his 3 guildmates stormed into his bedroom while he snored peacefully. Furious at his laziness, Seoul delivered a vicious slap to his face. "Wake the hell up, Han Maru," he rubbed his eyes in total confusion. "What is the emergency?" His squad mates frantically tore through the apartment searching for clues. The devastating update hit him like a truck. The suppression demon escaped containment. Seoul nodded grimly. "Exactly. And another general of the 8 legions just spawned in Gongju. They call it the subjugation demon." The mere name sent a chilling shiver down his spine. The subjugation demon Go Dagman quickly explained the horrifying mechanics. Lately, countless high-ranking hunters reported their blood being absorbed by the gates, and everyone who lost blood is now acting like mindless drones. They are receiving commands from the shadows. In other words, this boss monster controls victims through their blood. It is transforming our own hunters into a demonic army. A terrifying realization struck him. Kang Chana's blood was absorbed during the last raid. Her mana levels were already completely unstable. Panic gripped his heart as he screamed. Where the hell is Kang Chana right now? The rest of the squad exchanged clueless glances. An overwhelming wave of dread consumed him. He snatched his combat jacket and sprinted toward the exit. Go Dagman yelled from down the hallway, "Stop right there. Rushing blindly will not fix anything. She is totally gone from her apartment and the guild office." He turned back in pure desperation. Then where did she go? Deep inside the subjugation demon's ancient tomb, she stood perfectly still in a massive formation of corrupted hunters. Her vibrant eyes were now totally hollow and dead. Her consciousness had been completely erased by the system. At first light, the strike squad mobilized to track her down. He furiously pounded the dashboard. "Drive faster, step on it." Go Dagman snapped back with blazing fury. "You are breaking my focus. Shut your mouth, sit down, and buckle up." Suppressing his own rage, Yu Hyuk forced himself back into his seat. Damn it all. That peace treaty was a complete lie from the start. He turned to Seo Wu. "Wait, is Kang Chana the only one in our squad who got subjugated?" Seo Wu sighed heavily. "You are just realizing that now. The other 2 are fine. They cannot leave the office, so they are holding the line there." Go Dagman chimed in grimly. "We relied way too much on Kang Chana during our field missions. To think this absolute reliance would bite us back so hard." A deep, heavy sorrow suddenly flickered within Nam Yu Hyuk's trembling eyes. He lashed out in frustration. Why did she have to be the one subjugated? We dumped all the heavy lifting on her, and now look what happened. Seo Wu replied with chilling calm. "Even if I use my powers, I only suffer internal bleeding. My blood does not get drained. It is just that simple. You slept through the suppression demon's watch, so keep your voice down." Reality finally struck him. He gripped his head in bitter regret. She is right. My biggest mistake was trusting that bastard. I was completely naive. Panic set in as he urged them. Step on the gas. What if the subjugated victims marched straight into the abyss? Go Dagman roared back. "Silence," he stated with absolute certainty. "They will not be dragged into the abyss. At least not until you arrive at the scene." This shocking revelation left him stunned. "What do you mean?" Go Dagman darkened. "There is a massive chance the 8 Legion's true target has been you this entire time. They will use the subjugated agents as a human meat shield to counter your immortal awakening." Meanwhile, out on the desolate highway, 2 transport buses roared toward the ancient tomb at breakneck speeds. Inside, an agent shouted in disbelief. "What's still 0 movement on the radar?" "Keep your eyes peeled," Yang Eon observed from the side, a heavy realization dawning in her mind. Just as the terrifying system predicted, Senior Go Dagman's theory was dead on. The 8 legions were simply waiting for Han Maru to strike. Joshua panicked. "What on earth is our play here? If our own subjugated comrades attack, how do we even fight back?" she warned sternly. "Do not attack recklessly. If they draw our blood, the system might subjugate us too. Besides, we cannot slaughter our own allies. Total defense is our only option." He stared grimly through the bus window into the dark night. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Where is the Gang 1 branch director? We desperately need his awakening powers right now." The scene instantly shifts. Innocent kids were laughing around a city fountain. Suddenly, a young boy's gaze locked onto something terrifying in the distance. The towering branch headquarters, down below. A massive horde of awakened agents marched toward the building, their minds completely hijacked by the system. Zhang Shik's voice echoed over the comms. "They must be trapped inside. The other directors are facing the exact same nightmare. Damn it, we cannot even call the military or police for backup on this." Yang Eon's voice trembled with absolute despair. "The agents stuck here will have to survive this bloodbath alone." Zhang Shik continued to question the grim reality. "But why are the mind-controlled agents storming the headquarters?" she replied darkly. "They plan to wipe out every single uncorrupted demon power user left standing." Zhang clutched his head in pure agony. They already possessed suppression authority, and now they wield the power of absolute subjugation too. This is a damn nightmare. It is the absolute end for special agents. Suddenly, the bus doors hissed open. A towering presence stepped aboard, immediately catching Yang Yeon's eye. Gluttony's booming voice filled the silence. Are there really only two directors present? Seeing his intimidating aura, she gasped in pure relief. Did Agent Han Maru come with you? Hearing this, he glanced over his shoulder. Where the hell did that crazy bastard Han Maru go? Nam Yu quickly explained. He just charged straight into the danger zone completely alone. This reckless solo play instantly infuriated Go Deokman. What, he rushed a dungeon without a strategy? What is his death wish? He cannot solo an entire army of awakened humans. Yet, completely contrasting the veteran's deep panic, Seoul smirked with unwavering faith. Why not, right now that absolute madman has tunnel vision? He will destroy anything in his path. Cutting back to the battlefield, Han Maru unleashed a raging sandstorm that swallowed the entire zone, standing boldly against the corrupted agent army. Voices echoed through the dust. Where is Han Maru hiding? We're scanning the chaotic battlefield. His sharp eyes locked onto a hidden back door. The ultimate boss room entrance. Whatever. If I slaughter that 8 Legions elite, the mind control system breaks. Deep inside the subjugation demon sensed his terrifying immortal aura approaching. The demon smirked with twisted delight. You finally arrived, hero. Thrusting its dark hand forward, it issued a chilling mental command. Capture him. Drag his immortal soul into the abyss, my loyal puppets. Hearing the system's command, the brainwashed hordes swarmed him like mindless moths to a blazing flame. Without a shred of hesitation, they activated their awakening skills, perfectly unleashing a relentless barrage of devastating magical attacks. He refused to strike his comrades, relying purely on god-tier evasion. Just as he dodged the vanguard, a colossal monstrous maw ripped open right in front of him. It waited to swallow him whole. This gigantic beast mouth was another corrupted agent's deadly system skill. He instantly leaped backward with lightning speed. Narrowly dodging the fatal crunch, he spun around and dashed in another direction to break the encirclement. But the nightmare never stopped. More hijacked agents lunged at his blind spots, granting him zero time to breathe. A demonic hand armed with razor-sharp blade claws slashed directly at his throat. Trapped in an overwhelming storm of relentless attacks, perfect evasion became impossible. Deep, bloody gashes slowly began tearing across his battered body. But he could never be cut down. His passive immortality skill surged to life. Thank goodness, taking damage from them did not trigger the subjugation system. Push through at all costs. He just needed to breach the room and execute the subjugation demon to end this war. Sprinting fiercely forward suddenly, a sinking mud swamp materialized right beneath his boots, locking his legs entirely in place. He gasped in utter shock. My legs. Another corrupted agent's crowd control skill. It bound him down completely. A second later, countless massive kraken tentacles erupted from the cursed mud, violently wrapping around his entire body. In a flash, the toxic mud dragged him down. Completely paralyzed, furious curses echoed in his mind. I cannot move at all. He desperately ripped at a tentacle. Suddenly, a hand shot out and grabbed his collar, pulling him from the abyss. It was Seoul. They had tracked him down. His chilling voice pierced the chaos. Are you still breathing? Gasping for air, the main character shot back. Why are you here? Seoul scoffed. Isn't it obvious? You could never reach the dungeon entrance alone. Keep your eyes forward and run. I will shatter the legs of anyone who blocks your path. Feeling completely helpless, he had no choice but to trust this ruthless bastard. I am leaving it all to you. With those words, he ignited his aura and charged forward. Behind him, Seoul readied his stance, mana surging through his veins for battle. Brainwashed agents collapsed one after another beneath his overwhelming power. Seoul roared out, push through, do it again. His voice burned with absolute resolve. Go now, gathering every ounce of strength, our hero leaped, diving straight toward the dungeon gate. A triumphant smirk crossed his face. I made it. But from behind, Seoul screamed out, Han Maru, watch out, it was already too late. His eyes widened in pure horror. A colossal pair of jaws snapped shut around his entire body. Another corrupted agent had struck. Agonizing screams tore from his throat. Damn it all, this is an immortality skill. It drains the flesh of its victims. Without hesitating, he activated his own system ability. Clenching his fists, he triggered a massive mid-air self-destruction. Witnessing this brutal sacrifice, Seoul froze in utter shock. He bit his lip until it bled from sheer rage. Deep inside the headquarters basement, a familiar voice echoed. Holy hell, it is freezing. The revival system had brought him back from the dead once again. Scanning the area, confusion set in. Where am I? Mountains of slaughtered corpses painted the floor crimson. Terror gripped his heart as he choked out. What on earth is this? What kind of massacre happened here? A weak voice broke the silence. Han Maru. Snapping his head back, he searched for the source. Through the shadows, he spotted Director Myung-shik slumped against a blood-stained wall. Rushing over in panic, he pleaded, "Director, what happened?" The man coughed violently. "The Busan branch was ambushed. We had no time to react. They utterly crushed us." Without missing a beat, Han Maru unleashed his healing aura, bathing the director in light. "Please regenerate," but Myungshik smiled bitterly. "My recovery skills are failing. It is absolutely useless." Panic set in as Han Maru realized the grim truth. "This is insane. What can I even do to stop this nightmare?" Meanwhile, Seoul gritted his teeth. The mission is a failure. Han Maru was forced to self-destruct. A completely bloodless path was impossible from the start. But with Han Maru gone, will they issue a temporary ceasefire? They wouldn't dare waste their precious mind-controlled army just to fight empty air. However, shattering his logic, the subjugation demon roared from the heavens, "Slaughter them all, eradicate anyone resisting my control." Obeying that sinister command, a massive horde of brainwashed agents flooded out, charging like rabid beasts right towards Seoul. Facing the terrifying swarm, he cursed loudly, "You psychotic bastards." Miles away, Yang-eun received the horrific intel, trembling in absolute fear. What? The corrupted agents are launching a full-scale assault. Back on the battlefield, the surviving uninfected fighters brace themselves, staring down a tidal wave of their former comrades. With zero time to hesitate, Yang-eun screamed into her comms, "Fall back instantly. We must minimize casualties at all costs." But Jong-shik stood frozen, his mind spiraling into absolute chaos. "So we really have to use our awakened powers against our own blood. How did our world turn into this?" Cutting back to the deadly fray. Both sides clashed in an apocalyptic storm of blades and mana. An uninfected agent took a devastating slash, sending crimson drops flying through the air. In mere seconds, the dark system corrupted her soul. A rookie beside her froze in terror, completely missing his chance to evade. Her newly awakened demonic horn impaled his chest with a sickening crunch, instantly sending him straight to the afterlife. Driven by bloodlust, she lunged at the remaining survivors. But just before the deadly horn struck again, it shattered into a million pieces. The savior blocking the fatal blow was none other than Cello. The pink-haired girl nodded in deep gratitude. However, Cello's eyes remained utterly cold. "Savior, thanks. We are not out of hell yet." Enemies had swarmed them from every possible direction. "We are completely cornered." Cello's heart pounded violently. The situation was turning disastrous. I had to unleash my awakened skills to save everyone, even knowing the ultimate system backlash would be fatal. I would bleed out and become their mindless puppet. Right then, corrupted agents charged wildly at the pair. Rage ignited within Cello as he roared, "Damn it all." But right before the lethal strike landed, a furious arm intercepted the attack. It was Eiji arriving at the exact perfect moment to save the squad. Her voice radiated pure killing intent. "Tear them to shreds." The infected agent's body suddenly webbed with terrifying magical cracks. A split second later, the enemy shattered into countless bloody fragments. Witnessing this overwhelming class disparity, even Seoul felt a chill. What kind of monstrous power is that? As Eiji sprinted fiercely toward the front line, he chased after her, screaming, "Wait!" With her transcendent demonic abilities, she completely obliterated every enemy in her path. Suddenly, an infected agent morphed his arm into a massive battle axe, swinging downward. Displaying godly agility, she elegantly sidestepped the deadly blade, vaulting high into the sky before crashing down behind him. The moment her palm struck the beast's skull, a hurricane of explosive kinetic energy surged through his veins, detonating his entire body on impact, leaving the horde to watch their corrupted comrades get absolutely massacred. Seowoo's gaze completely froze. Eiji calmly wiped the fresh blood from her beautiful face, standing proudly and unstoppably right in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. Her divine power was absolute annihilation. He immediately rushed forward, demanding answers. "What the hell did you just do?" Ignoring his desperate pleas, Eiji just kept walking forward. She finally turned around, her voice utterly cold. "They are actively attacking us right now. We must strike back immediately." He frantically tried to explain the grim situation. "But they are innocent humans exactly like us. They are nothing but mindless puppets being controlled by someone else now." Eiji sharply replied, her piercing eyes showing zero emotion. So what if they are staring deeply into her ruthless eyes? A terrifying realization suddenly echoed within his racing mind. "This woman. Have you still not grasped the reality of this situation?" she sharply explained. "What good is knowing the absolute truth now? Just look around you. Does this apocalyptic scenario really need any further explanation?" At that moment, a horrifying image flashed into Seowoo's mind, sending devastating chills straight down his trembling spine. She turned back to issue a final warning. "Do not hesitate for even a single second. After all, you are Director Jong Inju's son." While his mind was still helplessly racing, a massive, terrifying maw suddenly lunged straight at his blind spot. In that exact life or death fraction of a second, a strong arm violently shot out and grabbed him, yanking him away from death's door by a mere millimeter. The heroic savior was none other than Nam Yu-hyuk. He and the remaining survivors had finally arrived. Seo Wu was utterly stunned by their sudden appearance. The Captain Special Agent Nam and the elite Huangsa Special Forces team were all here. Nam Yu-hyuk stood right beside him, raising his hand to signal absolute silence. Go Deok Man then stepped up to brief Seo Wu. Listen to me very carefully right now. We are the only awakened ones who can survive and clean up this catastrophic mess. Seo Wu questioned him with intense desperation. Do you actually have a master plan? He explained. I will fully unleash the forbidden power of the dark space. He slowly shook his head. It is fine. There is a secret way to activate this ultimate power without ripping my own eyes out. Seo Wu anxiously asked. Then what exactly do we need to do? Go Deok Man replied without a single ounce of hesitation. By dying. If I perish here, I can enter the ultimate dark realm with a completely perfected spiritual body. The realm of absolute death, where I am the sole existing soul. In that domain, my vision pierces through the absolute darkness, the terrifying image of him suppressing the enemy. The subjugation demon flashed ominously through Seo Wu's racing mind. He pressed further. And what happens after that? Will you return safely? Go Deok Man answered with a hopelessly heavy voice. There is absolutely no way to know for sure. I might end up trapped in that endless abyss forever. He then locked his intense gaze on Seo Wu. You must kill me. And you must do it without spilling a single drop of blood. He then pointed straight at Nam Yu-hyuk. I already asked this guy, but he claimed he absolutely could not do it. But I place my complete faith in you. Seo Wu stood paralyzed for seconds as the chaotic reality crashed over him. He suddenly remembered Eji's cold words. Do not hesitate. Having finally forged his absolute resolve, he shot back. What happens if we just wait here while they completely surround us? Go Deok Man immediately took over. When that time comes, every single one of us will be brutally wiped out. Even Director Yu and Bang will not be able to hold the defensive line much longer. In another corner of the battlefield, countless monstrous flying piranhas swarmed the sky, forming a massive flesh-tearing tornado. Deep inside this vortex, the master behind this terrifying skill was Dong Sik. Ironically, his core awakening ability was actually healing. Sensing the catastrophic shift in the battle, he turned and asked urgently, can we really withstand their relentless, overwhelming attacks? For how much longer can we survive this? Director Yang Eng's stoic expression remained completely unchanged, her eyes locked forward. Those vicious beasts were summoned solely for absolute destruction, and our defensive barriers will not hold them back for much longer. Her terrifying prediction was spot on. The subjugated officials had finally discovered the fatal flaw in their formation. They surged forward like a tidal wave, ruthlessly slashing through the Piranha swarm, causing their fragile defensive shields to rapidly shatter into a million glowing pieces. Watching the corrupted horde violently rush closer, she felt a crushing wave of despair. Exactly, we never truly had a choice from the very beginning. She instantly screamed out a desperate command. These monsters are no longer our trusted comrades. Do not show them even an ounce of mercy. Hearing her fierce order, both sides violently clashed together in an explosive, earth-shattering battle. The sheer intensity of the bloodbath was completely overwhelming. Meanwhile, in another shadowed corner, Seo Wu's trembling arm was now locked firmly around Go Deok Man's exposed neck. Heavy, exhausted breaths escaped his lungs as the horrifying reality of what he had to do sank in. Seeing Seo Wu fatally hesitate, Go Deok Man furiously roared, "Do it right now. Look at the sheer devastation around us. Our frontline forces are rapidly being slaughtered." Tears blurred Seo Wu's vision as he desperately scanned the chaotic battlefield, only to witness his precious comrades continuously dropping dead in pools of blood. His agonizing gaze returned to Go Deok Man standing right before him. He closed his eyes, surrendering to fate for just a few seconds. When his eyes snapped open, a blazing determination replaced his fear. But right as he prepared to deliver the killing strike, Nam Yu-hyuk violently grabbed his arm, stopping him. Absolutely not. Look over there. Following Nam Yu-hyuk's trembling finger, Go Deok Man let out a bitterly painful laugh. Ha, damn it all to hell. A horrifying figure was slowly advancing straight toward them, radiating a completely monstrous apocalyptic aura. Recognizing this catastrophic energy, Director Yang Eng flinched in pure terror. Is that the legendary Crimson Smoke? Wherever that demonic fog touched, their hardened defensive barriers instantly vaporized into absolute nothingness. Jang Suk panicked, sweat dripping down his face. Our magical energy is being rapidly drained away. The terrifying mastermind behind this absolute devastation was none other than the suppression demon. He casually strolled forward, a sickeningly arrogant smirk plastered across his face, witnessing his dreaded arrival. Go Deok Man stepped back in absolute shock. Why in the world is the suppression demon suddenly here? Nam Yu-hyuk gritted his teeth and replied. He undoubtedly came here to completely wipe us out. The demon advanced, unleashing a suffocatingly dense wave of toxic crimson smoke. I knew it. Once the blood begins to spill, even the crimson smoke cannot break the ultimate subjugation curse. This is truly where everything brutally ends. Without another word, the terrifying entity violently lunged forward, relentlessly attacking the other heavily corrupted officials. One by one, the corrupted awakened were completely obliterated with absolute ease. He viciously grabbed an official by the skull and mercilessly smashed him straight into the shattered earth. Nam Yu-hyuk watched in sheer panic, desperately asking, "What are we supposed to do now?" He is mercilessly slaughtering absolutely everyone. But suddenly, Go-Deok Man realized a critical detail. Wait a minute, he is not actually killing them. He is only knocking them completely unconscious. Whatever his twisted reasoning might be, this demon is actually saving our lives right now. Without wasting another precious second, he violently charged straight into the chaotic fray. This is our absolute best chance to turn the tide. Everyone quickly suppressed the corrupted directors. Instantly, the surviving hunters roared and charged forward with zero hesitation. They tightly bound the subdued officials hand and foot with reinforced zip ties to prevent any escape. Soon a massive crowd of mind-controlled officials was gathered together. Jane's eyes widened in pure shock, completely stunned by the unbelievable chaotic scene unfolding right before her. She pondered deeply. If the suppression fiend truly allied with us, is this our destined future? Standing beside her, Ezra was equally blown away by the surreal, unbelievable sight. After a brutal clash, the suppression fiend smirked and asked, "Is this the last one?" Go-Deok Men stepped forward, demanding answers. "Why exactly are you helping us out?" The fiend scoffed loudly. "Because I am absolutely furious. That wretched domination demon completely ruined my sacred transaction with the humans." Suddenly, the puzzle pieces finally clicked together. Go-Deok Man nodded slowly in realization. So that is the hidden truth. The demon stepped closer and asked, "Where is Han Maru? Did that coward really leave you all to die?" Instantly, a deafening roar tore through the sky above them. A massive transport helicopter hovered right over their heads, whipping the surrounding air into a violent, raging windstorm frenzy. Looking up into the sky, the exhausted group gasped in shock. Who is up there? It was none other than Han Maru himself. Without a single second of hesitation, he plummeted straight toward the empty clearing below. His explosive landing shattered the ground, kicking up a massive blinding dust cloud in every direction. Scanning the area, Han Maru looked genuinely surprised. The suppression fiend stepped forward and sneered. "You are quite late to the party. Were you planning to use that legendary revival skill to just teleport safely away?" Han Maru leaned in dangerously close, then coldly brushed right past the arrogant demon. "Thanks for the backup." He then confidently strode straight toward Go-Deok Man. "Captain, do you have a quick second to talk privately with me?" Go-Deok Man gave a firm nod of approval. They stepped away into a quiet clearing. Han Maru frowned deeply, sensing something was wrong. "Where is Director Clara?" Go-Deok Man scanned the area, shaking his head grimly. "She is not here." Mid-sentence, the horrific truth hit Han Maru like a truck. "I am going inside." As he turned around to leave, Seth was already standing there, stubbornly blocking his path. Han Maru glared at his companion. "What are you doing here?" Seth stood his ground firmly. "I am waiting to go with you." "Why?" Han Maru pushed past him. "Forget about it. What can a level 7 possibly do against a level 8 threat?" Insulted by the rejection, Seth flared with intense anger. "You arrogant punk." He aggressively grabbed Han Maru's arm. "Can you truly handle this living nightmare alone? You completely lost control of your dangerous gluttony aura." Han Maru did not flinch at all. "That does not matter, Seth. Do not follow me in there, do you understand?" Seth stared him down before finally yielding to the pressure. "Fine, but you better bring Director Clara back here alive. If you fail this mission, just leave your corpse behind." Hearing those harsh but caring words, Han Maru simply smirked and strode into the dark abyss. Cold echoing footsteps pierced the eerie silence of the underground tomb. After carefully navigating the shadows, Han Maru finally arrived at the dark heart of the ancient crypt. A chilling sight greeted his eyes. A massive line of brainwashed officials stood like statues guarding a menacing demonic figure lurking deep within the shadows. It sat arrogantly upon a wicked stone throne. Is that the domination demon? Did this monster enslave our elite forces just to use them as his own personal bodyguards? But where exactly is she? Director Clara was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a deadly flash of light erupted from the blind spot right behind his back. Han Maru sensed the terrifying killing intent instantly. He violently spun around to react, but a lethal silhouette rapidly dashed out from the pitch-black darkness. A ruthless blade pierced straight through his arm, making him roar in absolute agony. Staring Yizhen closely at his brutal attacker, the horrific truth shattered him. It was Director Clara. Her once vibrant eyes were now completely lifeless and hollow. She coldly ripped the bloodied sword from his torn flesh, immediately launching another lethal strike. Han Maru barely dodged death. The sharp blade sliced off a few strands of his hair. Refusing to counterattack, Han Maru frantically evaded the onslaught. "Director Clara, please snap out of it." Director Clara, a desperate high-speed clash ignited between them. Seizing a brief opening, Han Maru tightly gripped her cursed face mask and yanked it fiercely, sending her entire body tumbling forward. She rolled violently across the cold stone floor. However, his desperate gamble only managed to snap off her demonic horns. Han Maru stared at her, feeling utterly powerless. That unholy armor is completely draining away her mana. Clara's eyes faded back into that terrifying, empty void. She unleashed another furious slash, forcing Han Maru into endless evasion mode. If this deadly dance continues, she will not last much longer. She will completely bleed out before I ever manage to reach that wretched domination demon. That means there is only one absolutely insane option left. Casting away all hesitation, he charged directly into her lethal range. Clara continued swinging her merciless blade. Relying purely on his godlike agility, he gracefully slipped past the deadly strikes. I only have one single shot to obliterate the domination demon. He blasted off the ground, rocketing straight toward the domination demon. Seeing Han Maru's fierce approach, the monster simply flashed a wicked smirk. Suddenly, a colossal fist materialized from the shadows, smashing viciously into Han Maru's ribs. A sickening crack echoed loudly through his entire body. Sent flying like a broken doll, he crashed brutally into the distant wall. Han Maru looked up at the towering monstrous golem. Pure shock rippled through his mind. The colossal beast slowly extended its massive arm, winding up to deliver yet another devastating, earth-shattering blow.